Update. After 2 failed attempts to enter the entertainment industry, Chen also summed up some experience. She failed to enter the entertainment industry for the first time because she was a newcomer and was unwilling to accept the unspoken rules. In addition, she was also quite proud and unwilling to play supporting roles and start from a young age. Therefore, she had to quit the entertainment industry and devote herself to the live broadcasting industry. The second time she entered the entertainment industry, she rushed in with traffic and popularity. Just when she thought she could gain a foothold in the entertainment industry with her own ability, reality gave her another heavy hammer. Because she discovered a problem, the entertainment industry is very exclusive. If she had entered the entertainment industry as a newcomer after graduation, starting from supporting roles and small roles, she might have succeeded. But if she entered as a traffic anchor, she would be excluded. At first, she was puzzled. I have traffic and popularity, why do you exclude me? Later, an old man in the entertainment industry told her the reason. There are 2 main reasons why the entertainment industry excludes her. First, people in the entertainment industry look down on anchors. In their view, the so-called anchors are just internet beggars and are not presentable. Inviting you to the show is nothing more than taking advantage of your popularity. After taking advantage of it, you will go back to where you should go. They will not spend energy to support you at all, because they look down on you. Secondly, it is worrying. Although they look down on anchors, it is undeniable that the popularity and traffic of headline anchors like Chen are real. And it will be easier to become popular. If you become popular, doesn't it mean that a group of them are not as good as an online anchor, and they will compete with them for resources? Some people say that the entertainment industry is so big, and they are still worried about one person grabbing resources. This is indeed the truth, but there is a word called imitation. If Chen succeeds, will other live broadcast companies or anchors follow suit? By then, won't there be a large group of anchors competing with them for food? In order to prevent future troubles, people in the entertainment industry will definitely not let Chen stand out in the entertainment industry. In recent years, there are many internet celebrities who have entered the entertainment industry because of the internet, but which one has succeeded? There are also many anchors who appear on TV shows or variety shows, but they are all short-lived. Instead, they lose their anchor careers because they want to break into the entertainment industry. In fact, there is a contempt chain in any circle. Even in the entertainment industry, those who make art films look down on those who make commercial films. In their opinion, those who make commercial films are full of money and do not pay attention to artistry at all. And those who make commercial films look down on those who make TV series. Often the status of movie stars is higher than that of TV stars. Many people who become famous by making TV series and then turn to movies, or become famous directly by making movies, disdain to make TV series, because in their opinion, this is a loss of value. And those who make TV series despise those who make variety shows. Those who make variety shows despise those who make online dramas or online variety shows. And those who make online movies or online variety shows look down on anchors and internet celebrities. This is the case in the entertainment industry, and it is also the case in the literary industry. For example, those who write poems look down on those who write novels, and those who write physical novels look down on those who write online novels. Let's get back to the point. It is precisely because Chen has learned about the twists and turns of the entertainment industry and is unwilling to lower her status and start from a young age that she wants to enter the entertainment industry and become famous. The only way is to find someone who can give her enough resources. And I am not Brother Yan, she is the most suitable and only choice target now. Unfortunately, this I am not Brother Yan does not praise her like her licking dog brother, but rather looks down on her. She even suspects that the other party is blind. It is obvious that Jing Xiaoyu has nothing but her figure, and is far worse than her in other aspects. But he just wants to praise Jing Xiaoyu and looks down on her. If Gao Yan hears her complaints, he will give an answer. First, Jing Xiaoyu is her woman. If he doesn't praise his own woman, why does he praise a woman who has nothing to do with him? Second, Gao Yan can see clearly that Chen Yusin is not only arrogant, but also has the ambition to rise to the top in one step. If she is willing to put down the face of the top anchor and take the initiative to join some small crews, starting from playing small supporting roles, do you think those small crews will not accept her? But she didn't want to. She just wanted to join a big crew and play a role with weight. Even in the entertainment industry, people would fight for a role with weight. You are an outsider anchor, why do you do that? Chen Yusin called the assistant and ordered, I want Jing Xiaoyu's WeChat account, you find a way to get it for me. Okay, Sister Xin. The assistant nodded. This was not a difficult task for her. Soon, the assistant got Jing Xiaoyu's WeChat account, and Chen Yusin added it directly. 2 minutes later, Jing Xiaoyu added her WeChat. Chen Yusin was interested in making friends, and the two became familiar with each other while chatting. The next morning, the blind box voting activity of the Sunday Mall was officially launched. In order to attract users, Fang Zhenzhen took a laptop worth 8,000 yuan to do the activity. The 3 blind boxes are 10% off, 30% off and 70% off, respectively. The blind box with the highest number of votes will be opened at 6 o'clock tonight, and the number of this laptop is 5,000. Only those who participated in the voting can purchase it, and each person can only purchase one. In addition, the Sunday Mall has also introduced a new regulation that only those who register with real names and bind their mobile phone numbers can participate in the Black Sunday event, and for some special items, they can only be purchased once a year. As soon as this policy was introduced, it aroused a lot of reactions on the internet, especially those who were clamoring the loudest. There were even rumors that Sunday Mall no longer had any extra funds to burn money, so such regulations were introduced. Although Xingchen Network has carried out public relations, the effect is not great, and it has caused many people to uninstall the Sunday Mall. So Fang Zhenzhen called Gao Yan again to report the matter. If these woolly parties and trolls continue to cause trouble, it will cause a great discredit to the company's image and reputation. Gao Yan had already expected this. But I didn't expect it to be so violent. Don't worry, let me think about it. Gao Yan said in a deep voice, then frowned in thought. After a long while, Gao Yan spoke again. In this way, I have specially approved 200 million in advertising fees. Taking this opportunity, I will spread the advertisements of Sunday Mall all over the internet. By the way, in addition to online, I will also advertise offline. I will approve 500 million in advertising fees for you, and in terms of funds, I will transfer another 1 billion to the company account. Hearing Gao Yan's coquettish tactics, Fang Zhenzhen was a little bit speechless. Our current reputation and image are already not good. Is it Appropriate if we continue to advertise like crazy? There's something inappropriate. Gao Yan smiled disdainfully. Don't forget, it's the wool gang that ruined our reputation, but they are a minority after all. It seems that the crowd is fierce, but in fact it is the Navy that sets the pace. It is really not worth mentioning. On the contrary, we have to be grateful to them for helping us create hotspots and hot searches. As the saying goes, black and red are also red. Now that the internet is so developed, netizens are not so easy to fool. Besides, buyers of the two Black Sunday events really took advantage. As long as we make the momentum big enough, we will always win. Someone jumped out and spoke for us. Faintly, Fang Zhenzhen felt that Gao Yan was right. So he nodded. Okay, I'll do it as you said. Although Xingchen Company is a little impatient, who wants people to give money generously? Therefore, starting from noon, Sunday Mall's advertisements quickly occupied all major platforms and channels on the internet. With the crazy advertising in the mall on Sunday, there are more and more people criticizing Sunday Mall, and they are getting more and more harsh. Then some people just couldn't stand it anymore. You guys had the nerve to criticize such a good website, so they started to jump out and start refuting. The quarrel between the two sides on the internet has become increasingly fierce and intense. It has also made more and more netizens aware of the existence of Sunday Mall. With one criticizing and the other criticizing, netizens are also confused and don't know who to believe. In this case, just download the app of Sunday Mall and see if it is true or false. Then they discovered that the items on this website seem to be quite cheap, lower than the prices at other online malls. In addition, there are blind box voting activities and Black Sunday activities. For a time, many netizens became interested in this website. Therefore, the download volume of the Sunday Mall and the sales of products are rising rapidly. By 6 p.m., today's sales amount actually reached 330 million. At the same time, blind box voting has also started. Among the three blind boxes, Blind Box B has the highest number of votes, receiving 380,000 votes. And the discount is 30% off. In other words, a laptop originally worth 8,000 yuan only costs 2,400 yuan. 5,000 laptops were sold out in just 2 minutes. This is why only the winner can buy it. Without this restriction, it would probably be sold out in less than a minute. The Black Sunday event also started at this time. Although it requires real name registration and binding a mobile phone, which makes many people feel a little uncomfortable, in order to buy cheap things, everyone still chooses to follow the rules set by the website. The time came to 7 o'clock. Gao Yan has already traveled to the Magic City through any door. The phone rings. It was Fang Zhenzhen calling. What's the matter, Mr. Fang? Gao Yan asked, while driving. Boss, guess how much sales our Black Sunday event generated in 1 hour? Gao Yan didn't look at the system panel and said casually, 500 million? Fang Zhenzhen said excitedly, it's not just there are 900 million. Pretty good. Gao Yan was also relatively happy. It seemed that the plan he made was correct. Then, Fang Zhenzhen also told Gao Yan some good news, that is, they had adjusted the discounts on event products through algorithms. As a result, there was no longer a loss on Black Sunday, but a slight profit. However, the profit is not much, only 0.5%. In other words, if you sell 1 billion, you can earn 5 million. No matter how much you make, making money is better than losing money. After all, the last 2 times we bought products worth 1 billion yuan, we had to lose 200 million yuan. 740. Gao Yan drove to a high-end club in Shanghai. This club is obviously located in the city center, but it has a secretive feel. Li Chaonan had already arrived first, accompanied by his sister, Li Yingnan. Master. As soon as she saw Gao Yan, Li Yingnan hurriedly greeted him. This was the first time she saw Gao Yan after becoming a disciple. She originally said on WeChat that she would come to Nandu to find him. But Gao Yan told her that he would come to Magic City today so that she did not have to come. Brother, you're here. Li Chaonan also took a few steps forward and greeted happily. Brother Li, good evening. Gao Yan nodded towards Li Chaonan, and then looked at Han Shangyu. Mr. Gao, I have long admired you. I am Han Shangyu. Thank you for accepting my invitation. Han Shangyu did not show any hatred, but said with a smile. Do you know about blood sharks? Gao Yan stared at him and asked. What blood shark? A look of confusion flashed in Han Shangyu's eyes. Looks like it's not him. Gao Yan secretly thought that his expression could be disguised, but his heartbeat could not deceive others. If Han Shangyu really hired a blood shark killer to assassinate him, even if he could pretend to be confused, his heart would never be calm. Just asking casually. Gao Yan smiled. Then a group of people entered the club. This club was jointly funded and established by the 5 major families in the Magic City. Outsiders are not allowed to join, but the 5 families can entertain guests here. In an antique box. After a brief exchange of greetings, the 2 parties took their seats. Han Shangyu opened a bottle of wine, filled 3 wine glasses, stood up and said, Mr. Gao, I have offended you many times before. I will punish you with 3 glasses of wine to apologize to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shangyu picked up a wine glass, tilted his neck and drank it all. Then the 2nd cup, and the 3rd cup. In this regard, Gao Yan's expression remained unchanged, while the Li brothers and sisters were a little moved. Although they had little contact with the children of the 5 major families, they also knew that the people of these 5 families were very proud. This is definitely the first time I have seen Han Shangyu punish himself with 3 cups like this. The reason that prompted Han Shangyu to punish himself with 3 cups was because Gao Yan was a Huajin warrior, which also made the 2 brothers and sisters more and more aware of how huge a Huajin warrior was. Han Shangyu felt a little uncomfortable after drinking 3 glasses of wine. For the sake of sincerity, the capacity of the 3 wine glasses was not small, and each glass was filled with 2 taels of wine. He suppressed the discomfort in his body and said, Mr. Gao, the whole thing happened because of a man named Dynasty. You sold the shares of Aomei Pharmaceuticals, which caused the stock price to plummet, which made him hold a grudge and beg me to deal with you. I didn't expect to meet your giant Buddha. Although I didn't cause you any harm, I still have to apologize to you. As for Wang Chao, I have already dealt with him. I invited Mr. Gao here today for only one purpose, which is to resolve this grudge with you. Please give me a chance, Mr. Gao. Okay, let's stop here. Gao Yan nodded. Then I'll toast to Mr. Gao. I wonder if there is a chance to be friends with Mr. Gao? Han Shangyu raised his glass and said, Forget it, I can't play with you. Gao Yan also raised his glass and said, he knew what kind of person Han Shangyu was, how could he be friends with him? Hearing this, Han Shangyu's eyes flashed with anger, but it was immediately covered by his smile. Come on, Mr. Gao, after drinking this glass of wine, we will let go of our past grudges. Cheers. Cheers. After finishing the wine in the glass in one gulp, Gao Yan stood up. Brother Li Yingnan, let's go. Mr. Gao, why don't you stay and play for a while? Our club still has many features. Han Shengyu tried to persuade him to stay. Let's talk about it when we have a chance. Gao Yan ignored him and walked out with big strides. Li Chaonan and Li Yingnan followed him. Watching the three people leave, Han Shengyu's eyes became particularly gloomy. Damn, he had lowered his attitude so much, but Gao Yan still didn't appreciate it. But when he thought of the Danjin warrior behind him, he felt helpless. Even if his Han family was powerful in the Magic City, they couldn't do anything to a Danjin warrior. But he remembered this grudge. If he had a chance, he would never let Gao Yan go. Can Yingnan drive? Gao Yan asked after walking out of the club. Yes. Okay, I'll let you drive my car. Gao Yan handed the key to Li Yingnan. He had just drunk a glass of wine. If he drove, it would be drunk driving. However, Li Chaonan also got into his Rolls-Royce. He smiled and said, damn, tonight is really fun. In the past, the people of the 5 major families thought we were country bumpkins who got rich overnight, but we didn't expect to see their people pretending to be grandsons. We must find a place to celebrate. Okay, Brother Li, you arrange it. Gao Yan did not refuse. He hadn't eaten dinner yet and was a little hungry. Early in the morning of that night, Gao Yan glanced at Jing Xiaoyu, who was sleeping beside him, and he called up the system interface. It was found that the sales of the mall today, Sunday, had reached an astonishing number. Gao Yan did not expect that in just 6 hours, when the reputation of the Sunday mall was questioned, it actually generated 6.2 billion in sales, an average of more than 1 billion per hour. However, despite the sales reaching 6.2 billion, the profit is only 30 million. This is just the profit from selling products. If it is considered as investing 200 million in advertising fees, it is still a loss. But Gao Yan didn't care. Compared with the system's tenfold return, this loss is nothing. 6.2 billion will be returned tenfold, which is 62 billion, which directly makes Gao Yan's system reserve funds exceed 100 billion. Including the 330 million sales returned before 6 o'clock today, the funds returned today reached 65.3 billion. The total funds stored in the system have reached 161.7 billion, and the system upgrade experience has also increased to 14.756 billion. If the next Black Sunday can still reach sales of more than 6 billion, the system can be upgraded again. Except the card mall has been refreshed again, with 3 new types of cards appearing. When his eyes fell on the cards, Gao Yan felt a little disappointed because there was no purple card this time, but 1 golden card and 2 red cards. Purple cards are the most valuable, followed by gold, followed by silver, and the worst are red cards. Let's talk about the golden card first, called the Danger Sensor card. This card sells for 100 million, and there is only 1 in stock. What functions does it have? As long as you use this card, you will have a danger sensing skill that will alert you in advance if your life is threatened. In addition, people who have a relationship with the host of more than 90 points can also alert you in advance if danger occurs. Gao Yan didn't value the first function as much as he thought. After all, he himself was at the pinnacle of Huajin and had a Gangjin experience card. Very few people could threaten his existence. But he values the second function more. Shujianyue, Jingxiaoyu and Chen Yue are all ordinary people. His own strength is indeed strong, but he does not have the ability to clone himself. Once someone targets them, he may not be able to catch up in time. Arrive. Now, with the existence of this crisis-sensing skill, if someone wants to target them, she can sense it in advance. So Gao Yan clicked to buy directly. Then it was used. There is no special feeling. Then there are 2 red cards. The first red card is called the false pregnancy card. It sells for 100,000. And has 10 cards in stock. It has the effect of making people falsely pregnant. For 1 week. During the false pregnancy, there will be various physiological reactions of pregnancy. Moreover, this cards can be used by both men and women. Gao Yan shook his head secretly, clicked to buy directly, and cleared the inventory. Let's talk about the last red card, called the entertainment card. This is a prop card, priced at 1 million, and there is one in stock. This is a magical card, which can be activated once a day by consuming money. After activating the card will immediately produce movies, TV series, variety show scripts, and songs of different levels. Among them, S level is the highest and D level is the worst. The amount of money each time the card is activated is 1 million. The system is so considerate. Knowing that I own an entertainment company, it sent me an entertainment card. Gao Yan couldn't help but laugh. Click directly to buy. Then a red card fell into his hand. Then Gao Yan ordered the entertainment card to be activated. After deducting 1 million, the entertainment card suddenly glowed with a dazzling red light, and then Gao Yan had a script in his hand. Moreover, the script also shows the word A. Soon, the word A disappeared. Clearly, this is an A-grade script. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan opened the A-level script and read it carefully. His mental power has reached 100 points, and he can completely forget everything. However, this script was so wonderfully written that Gao Yan couldn't help but get addicted to it. It took me a full hour to read this script. This is a comedy script. The script is very complete, and the shots have been drawn. You can find a director and shoot it according to the shots. As for the box office, there is no mark on the script, but Gao Yan estimates that the box office this script can achieve is at least 1 billion. Looks like I have to go to the company tomorrow. It just so happens that Xingchen Entertainment has just opened and is still working on new projects, so let's take this script as the first project. The next morning, Gao Yan took Xingxiaoyu to Xingchen Entertainment. Hello, boss. Good morning, boss. Amid everyone's greetings, Gao Yan led Xingxiaoyu into his office. Along the way, many female employees cast envious looks at Xingxiaoyu. Go and call Minister Su Hai and Minister Huang Tianyuan. Gao Yan ordered his secretary. Soon, the two knocked on the door and came in. Boss, what are your orders? The two asked respectfully. Old Su, take a look at this script first. Gao Yan handed the script to Su Hai. Su Hai read the script with some doubts. At first, he was a little careless. But gradually, his expression became serious. Half an hour later, Su Hai closed the script and said excitedly, Boss, who wrote this script? It's so well written. Let me see. Huang Tianyuan took the script and read it. Don't worry about who wrote it, Lao Su, let me ask you, do you think we took it as the first project and started it? Gao Yan asked. Yes. It's great. As a senior director, he can still tell whether a script is good or bad, whether it is a hit or not. Just listen to him continue. The filming difficulty and cost of this script are not high. If you don't consider using big-name stars, it can be shot for up to 30 million. As for the box office, it will be at least 500 million or more. If the leading actors are all big stars, the box office is conservatively estimated to be over 800 million, and if promoted properly, 1 billion is possible. At this time, Li Chaonan knocked on the door and entered. Seeing that Jing Xiaoyu was there, she couldn't help but smile and said, "My younger siblings are here too." "Hello, brother Li." Jing Xiaoyu responded with a smile. "By the way, brother, you called Lao Su and Lao Huang to the office. Do you have a project?" Li Chaonan looked at Gao Yan and asked. "My dear, I asked someone to write a script and prepare it to be made into a movie," Gao Yan said. "That's great. The company supports so many people, and I'm worried about how to start work." The two chatted for a while. Suddenly, Li Chaonan lowered his voice and asked, "Brother, are we still poaching people from Shangtian Entertainment?" "Forget it, stop it for now." Gao Yan waved his hand, as if using normal means. Shangtian Entertainment would not be defeated for a while, and since the grudges had been resolved yesterday, there was no need to continue targeting Shangtian Entertainment. Let's wait until there is a chance to defeat Han Sangyu in one fell swoop. Soon. Huang Tianyuan has also read the script. Although he is not a director, he is also a senior producer. He can also distinguish the quality of the script, so he is quite optimistic about it. "Lao Su, how about you become the director?" Gao Yan asked. "This?" Su Hai hesitated. "Why, you don't like this script?" Gao Yan asked. "Of course not." Su Hai shook his head quickly. "This script has even been drawn out. All we need is to find a director with a little experience in directing and follow the script to shoot it. It turns out you don't think it's challenging." Gao Yan suddenly realized. "That's not true." Su Hai shook his head. "Because this job is too easy, I am embarrassed to take this money." Upon hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but laugh and cry, "Okay, you will be the director of this movie, and Lao Huang will be the producer." Then she pointed at Jing Xiaoyu and said, "She will be the heroine." "Am I the heroine?" Jing Xiaoyu was surprised, but immediately became a little unconfident. "I just learned acting, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it." Hearing this, Gao Yan smiled and said, "Don't worry, this movie is mainly about the scenes of the two male protagonists. All the scenes of the female protagonists take less than 10 minutes together, and they also serve as a base." "Indeed." Su Hai nodded. The heroine's role was just an embellishment and not very outstanding. Therefore, even if it was a newcomer, it would not affect the entire movie. After deciding to take this movie as the company's first project, Gao Yan left Shangtian Entertainment alone. Professor Qiniren's project has been completed, and classmate Xiaoshua has also been liberated. The two made an appointment to have lunch together. So, he drove straight to the apartment where Jing Xiaoyu originally rented, and went back through any door. Jing Xiaoyu, who was awarded the leading role in a movie, was a little dizzy. Even if the scene was less than 10 minutes, and the salary was only 500,000. She didn't mind at all, but was extremely excited. At the same time, she also signed a very loose artist contract with Xingchen Entertainment, and the company would also arrange a manager and assistant for her, so she stayed until noon to get these things done. Just when she was about to leave Xingchen Entertainment, she received a WeChat message from Chen Yusen, inviting her to have coffee together in the afternoon. Women's friendships develop very quickly, so women's friendships are often plastic friendships. She and Chen Yusen had just met, but they had already become good friends. However, Jing Xiaoyu is not stupid. She knows that Chen Yusen's initiative to contact her is not simply to be friends with her, but most likely to get to know Gao Yan through her. 2:00 in the afternoon, Shilai Cafe. Chen Yusen, who was wearing a floral short skirt, was sitting by the window with a book in her hand, giving off a faint literary and artistic atmosphere. But if you observe carefully, you will find that she seems to be looking at the book in her hand seriously, but her mind is not on the book at all. At this time, a bright red Audi R8 appeared outside the coffee shop, and then a beautiful girl with a great figure and long legs stepped out of the car. Jing Xiaoyu locked the car and put the car keys into the latest Dior bag she was carrying, and then stepped into the cafe. She glanced around and saw Chen Yusen sitting by the window. A smile appeared on her face and she walked towards the other party. Sister Yuxian, you are much more beautiful than you look on the live broadcast. Yeah? Chen Yusen looked very happy and complimented casually, you're not bad either, especially your figure. I'm so envious of you. Sit down quickly. If you want something to drink, I'll order it for you. Although the two women met for the first time, they behaved very familiarly and intimately, which fully demonstrated the hypocrisy between women. Chatted for a while. Chen Yusen changed the topic. Xiaoyu, you have been training your acting skills during this period. Is your family planning to arrange a role for you? Upon hearing this, the corner of Jing Xiaoyu's mouth curled up slightly, and she said, my man said before that I couldn't sing or dance well, and it would be difficult to retain my current popularity. Therefore, he asked me to hone my acting skills and go to filming jokes. It's great to shoot jokes. Chen Yusen nodded in agreement. As long as the jokes are good, it's easy to gain fans. Yeah, I think so too. Jing Xiaoyu nodded. What I didn't expect is that he recently acquired several entertainment companies and integrated them into a large entertainment company. I went to the company with him this morning. I just planned to get a long experience. I didn't expect that he would arrange a movie role for me. Fortunately, it was a role in a vase. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to take it. After hearing Jing Xiaoyu's Versailles, Chen Yusen's cheeks couldn't help but twitch, and she said with envy, that person in your family is so kind to you. The coffee in the movie role is much more important than the coffee in the TV series. By the way, you played the second female lead. Or the third female? None of them. Jing Xiaoyu shook her head. Is it the fourth female? Chen Yusen felt that she felt much better. Jing Xiaoyu felt that her appetite was almost gone, so she announced the answer. She is the female lead, but the role is not much, less than 10 minutes. I heard them say that the highlight of this drama is mainly the two male leads, and the female lead. The Lord is just an embellishment. When she heard that she was the lead actress, Chen Yusen almost went crazy with jealousy. She wanted to play the lead actress in a TV series, but she couldn't do it. The other party got the lead actress in the movie, and she looked disgusted. For a moment, she wanted to strangle the pretender in front of her to death. Force a crime. Taking a deep breath, Chin Yusin quickly calmed down the jealousy in her heart, and a smile appeared on her face. Congratulations, Xiaoyu, for getting the lead female role, just after entering the entertainment industry. Your future will definitely be bright in the future. Thank you, Sister Yusin. Jing Xiaoyu smiled and felt particularly comfortable in her heart. Although she won the first place in this PK competition and seemed to have become the first sister of Hu Entertainment, she relied solely on her high words to support her and could not compare with Chin Yusin in other aspects. She can't compare to Chin Yusin in terms of live streaming, but in the entertainment industry, she is far ahead of Chin Yusin. Xiaoyu, are you still short of roles in your movie? Can you help me get a role too? Chin Yusin asked eagerly. This? Jing Xiaoyu hesitated. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you, even if you have a small role with 2 lines, you can do it. Chin Yusin continued. If she played a small role with only 2 or 3 lines in a TV series, she would definitely not like it, but not in movies. Same. Sister Yuxin, let me tell you the truth. Although I am the heroine, I can't get involved in other matters. However, I can help you ask, but I can't guarantee whether it will work or not. Jing Xiaoyu thought for a while and said, Thank you, Xiaoyu. Chin Yusin said excitedly, as long as you are willing to help me, no matter whether it succeeds or not, I will thank you. In this way. When will your family be free? Can I treat you to a meal? Jing Xiaoyu said, It's hard to say. My husband is very busy. He lives in Nandu. He just confirmed a project this morning and flew back to Nandu immediately. I'll talk to him about this next time he comes to Shanghai. It doesn't matter. Your husband is a busy man. I'll treat you to dinner when he's free. Chin Yusin said with great understanding. Then, the 2 girls changed the topic and started talking about cosmetics, beauty clothes and the like. It seemed quite speculative, and Jing Xiaoyu found that Chin Yusin seemed to be quite flattering to her, which greatly satisfied her vanity. Nandu, Yujinjuan number 15. Gao Yan was leaning on the sofa with Xiaoshua's soft body to watch a movie. Because of the fact that Qin Yiren had captured them as soldiers, the 2 had been apart for a long time. Therefore, now that the project was over, although the 2 planned to travel, they planned to stay at home for 2 days before leaving. At this moment, Tianyun Club. In a villa. Tuyun frowned as she listened to Xiaodie's report. Since yesterday, her intelligence officers have lost contact one after another. So far, 7 C-level intelligence officers, 2 B-level intelligence officers, and 1 A-level intelligence officer have lost contact. C-level intelligence officers are just ordinary intelligence officers and are easy to train. But B-level intelligence officers require a lot of effort to train. As for A-level intelligence officers, they are all Mingjing warriors. Every loss will make her feel distressed. Have you found out who is targeting us? Tu Yun frowned and asked. She has lost some of her vigilance in recent years. Not yet. Xiao Dai shook her head. However, we have contacted the local martial arts family, the Shui family, and we are going to ask them to help investigate. Nan's Shui family courtyard. In a wing room. Shui Yuanbing, the second in command of the Shui family, is secretly meeting with 2 guests from the Foot Basin country. Shoichiro Hashimoto smiled and said, Mr. Shui, thanks to your Shui family's help this time, our plan will go so smoothly, and the precision machinery you need has been successfully loaded on the freighter and will arrive at the port tomorrow night. You just send someone to pick it up. Shui Yuanbing's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, Mr. Hashimoto, you are so interesting. If there is any use for our Shui family next time, just ask. As Daxia's national power expanded, it stimulated the sensitive hearts of some countries. Therefore, the export of many high-end precision machinery to Daxia was restricted. Although the Shui family is a martial arts family, their family has a strong business atmosphere, and the Shui family's largest industry is machinery manufacturing. But relatively speaking, domestic machinery manufacturing lags behind the world. Many countries with high-end machinery have set up policies to restrict exports to Daxia. This makes the mechanical products manufactured by the Shui family far inferior to those of other countries. The Shui family also wanted to change, but due to technical barriers, although they invested a lot of research and development funds, they still could not catch up with others. 10 days ago, the Hashimoto family of the Foot Basin Kingdom approached the Shui family, hoping that they could help them deal with Tu Yun. At first, the Shui family was unwilling. First of all, Tu Yun is a Huajin warrior herself. Although she is only in the middle stage of Huajin and cannot compare with the Shui family's peak Huajin, there is a great master of Danjin, King Jiang Yan, behind her. Moreover, they have no conflict of interest with Tu Yun, so naturally they are unwilling to help the Hashimoto family. But I didn't expect it. The Hashimoto family made an offer they couldn't refuse. That is to help them purchase a batch of high-end machinery that is restricted from export. The Shui family also tried to buy from countries such as China and the United States at a higher price, but no one was willing to take over their business. They have calculated that the market price of the high-end machinery that the Hashimoto family helped purchase is $1.2 billion, but if it is sold to Daxia country, even if it costs $1.5 billion, no one is willing to sell it. The Hashimoto family said they could get it for them at the original price. Not to mention the benefits of $300 million with this batch of high-end machinery. The Shui family's machinery company can also undergo a major upgrade. It is of great benefit to their company's future. Although it is a bit awkward to join forces with the Footpot people to deal with the Chinese, the acquisition of this batch of high-end machinery will also be of great benefit to Daxia's machinery manufacturing industry. In the end, the Shui family couldn't resist the temptation, agreed, and helped the Hashimoto family almost get rid of important intelligence personnel in Nan's province under the name of Tianyun Club. After sending away the 2 footbath men, Shui Yuanbing hurriedly came to see his elder brother Shui Yuanlong. Brother, the batch of machinery we want will arrive at the port tomorrow. Good. Shui Yuanlong shouted, second brother, I'll leave this matter to you. You must transport this batch of machinery to the company's warehouse safely. Don't worry. Shui Yuanbing said quite confidently, there may be problems abroad, but at home, there will definitely be no problems on our territory. Shui Yuanlong nodded in agreement. Their Shui family is not an ordinary martial arts family. Most martial arts families only have one Huajin in charge, but their Shui family has 2 on the surface, and 1 is hidden secretly. Otherwise, they would not dare to cooperate with the Hashimoto family easily. On the other side, inside a Toyota, Shoichiro Hashimoto smiled and said, the Tianyun Club's intelligence agency in Nans has been completely paralyzed. The next step is to take action against Jiang Yun. Keiko, how are your arrangements there? Hui Zi said, Teacher, our people on Jiang Yan's side have only discovered some of the intelligence personnel of Tianyun Club. Moreover, the person in charge of Jiang Yan's side is more cunning and we have not been able to lock him in yet. However, we have discovered there are clues. I believe he will be able to identify him soon. Okay, Keiko, you didn't disappoint me. Hashimoto Shoichiro nodded with satisfaction. Teacher, Keiko hasn't done enough. Keiko's eyes showed a trace of hatred. That woman is the culprit who killed my brother. It's not enough to remove her power, I have to cut off her head with my own hands. Hearing Keiko mention her brother, Hashimoto Shoichiro also had a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Keiko's brother Toki Taro was once his most outstanding student, and he could even surpass him and reach a new level in the future. But he didn't expect that the other party would die in the assassination. Even though he knew it was the woman who did it, he couldn't avenge Taro. It wasn't until Keiko appeared that he saw the hope of revenge, because Keiko was a martial arts genius, better than her brother Taro. Over the years, he has been teaching Kezi carefully. After a few years, Kezi has broken through to the peak of Anjin, and is only one step away from entering Huajin. Originally, he planned to wait for Keiko to break through to the level of strength before bringing her to Dasha Kingdom to challenge Tu Yun and beat her to death with his own hands. But Keiko insists on avenging her brother, and her brother's death has almost become her inner demon. If the inner demon is not eliminated, it may be difficult to break through to the power. In desperation, Hashimoto could only take her to Dasha Kingdom. However, Tu Yun had the support of Jiang Yanwang, so he could not attack Tu Yun personally, so he thought of eradicating the intelligence power she had worked so hard to establish. After removing these intelligence forces, Hui Zi may be able to get rid of her inner demons and break through to Huajin. Then, she can challenge Tu Yun head on. Although Hui Zi will only be at the early stage of Huajin even if she breaks through, while Tu Yun is at the middle stage of Huajin. However, Hui Zi is born with supernatural power. Even if she is at the peak of Anjin, ordinary early stage of Huajin is no match for her. Even facing senior middle stage of Huajin, she can get away smoothly. That night, after Xiaozhua fell asleep, Gao Yan took out another mobile phone from the mustard seed space and turned it on. Since having the mustard seed space, Gao Yan bought himself an extra mobile phone and put it in. Although Xiaozhua will not check his mobile phone, in case he gets a whim one day, in order not to affect the preparations of the two, it is better to prepare an extra mobile phone. Use this to log into another WeChat. Gao Yan and Jing Xiaoyu chatted for a while. Jing Xiaoyu mentioned something, saying that she met with Chen Yusen this afternoon, and the other party wanted a small roll with lines, and also wanted to treat him to dinner. After knowing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Chen Yusen saw that he didn't like her, so she found another way to contact Jing Xiaoyu. It seems that the other party really wants to enter the entertainment industry. So Gao Yan said that he agreed to give the other party a small role. As for eating, he didn't have time for the time being. He had to accompany Xiaozhua for the next week. Jing Xiaoyu didn't get jealous. First of all, she was a latecomer and had been mentally prepared. Secondly, after binding the partner card, her favorability towards Gao Yan had reached 100 points. After the chat, Gao Yan sent a WeChat message to Li Chaonan, asking him to reserve a young female role with 2 lines. The next morning, downstairs of the building where Star Entertainment is located, Chen Yusen came here half an hour early, waiting for Jing Xiaoyu's arrival. Jing Xiaoyu told her last night that Brother Yan promised to give her a small role with lines. While she was excited, she also felt that she had taken the right step. When she first graduated, she thought she could easily become popular based on her own conditions. But reality gave her a loud slap in the face. She went to audition for the second female role in a TV series. She thought she performed well, but the crew did not use her. Later, an assistant casting director called her and said that as long as she stayed with him for a month, he would arrange a role for her as the 5th female lead. She refused without even thinking about it. Later, she auditioned for several film crews one after another, but all encountered similar situations. Either the director wanted to woo her, or the investors wanted to woo her. Sometimes, being too beautiful is a sin. Arrogant, she directly jumped into the live broadcasting industry. After being hit one after another, the second time she returned to the entertainment industry with a lot of traffic. In the first month or 2, she received many variety show announcements. Just when she thought she was a star, she went to the crew to audition again. This time, no one proposed to unofficially rule her, but the other party didn't use her at all. Even in the end, she was not even invited to appear on variety shows because she was too popular. Recalling her own experience, she secretly vowed to become one of the hottest stars in the entertainment industry and show those bastards back then that I could still stand out even if I wasn't hidden by you. The familiar Audi R8 appears. Chen Yusen couldn't help but perked up. After the car door opened, she quickly walked out of the hall and greeted with a smile on her face, "Xiaoyu." "Sister Yusen." Jing Xiaoyu responded with a smile, and then the two entered the hall hand in hand. After coming to Xingchen Entertainment, Jing Xiaoyu took Chen Yusen directly to Li Chaonan's office. "Brothers and sisters are here." Li Chaonan greeted politely. "Hello, Brother Li, Sister Yusen, this is Mr. Li, the general manager of Xingchen Entertainment." "Hello, Mr. Li." In front of Li Chaonan, Chen Yusen did not dare to be arrogant at all, and quickly bent over to greet him. "Brother Li, this is Chen Yusen. Like me, she is also the anchor of Who Entertainment." Jing Xiaoyu continued to introduce. Hearing that Chen Yusen was also a female anchor, Li Chaonan looked thoughtful and thought to himself, "Does my brother have a soft spot for female anchors?" "Brothers and sisters, Miss Chen, you're welcome. Please sit down." The next moment, Li Chaonan greeted warmly. After they sat down, Li Chaonan continued, "My brother told me last night that I have reserved a role with a 2-minute scene. This is the script. Miss Chen, you can take a look." "Thank you, Mr. Li." Chen Yusen took the script with both hands excitedly and read it carefully. Just listen to Li Chaonan continue. "Our movie is the first work of our Star Entertainment. The current investment is 60 million, and the 2 leading actors are Chen Bo and Niu Bao." When she heard the names of Chen Bo and Niu Bao, Chen Yusen became even more excited because these two are both famous comedians and both have won Best Actors. They are absolute celebrities. Being able to participate in a movie starring 2 big names, even for only 2 minutes, is something that many people can't grab. The script Li Chaonan gave Chen Yusen was only hers, so she finished it quickly. "Ms. Chen, are you satisfied with your role?" Li Chaonan asked. Mr. Li, I am very satisfied. Although the character she plays is just a female thief, she has no right to be picky. Okay, let's talk about your salary. Li Chaonan said. I'm willing to star for free. Chen Yusen quickly said, you can't buy such an opportunity with money, so. What kind of salary do you need? This is not okay. Li Chaonan shook his head, our star entertainment is a serious entertainment company, how can we let people work for free? How about this, we will give you a salary of 50,000 yuan, what do you think, Miss Chen? Mr. Li, I have no objection. Okay, sister-in-law, you take Miss Chen to sign the contract. By the way, the crew is still in preparation, and it will start filming in about half a month. During this period, I hope Miss Chen can find a teacher to learn acting skills. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your advice, I will do it. See you later, Brother Li. Xing Xiaoyu waved to Li Chaonan and left the office with Chen Yusen. An hour later, Chen Yusen walked out of Xingchen Entertainment inexplicably excited. She turned to Xing Xiaoyu and said, Xiaoyu is grateful to you this time. In order to repay you, I will treat you to a big dinner. Okay. Xing Xiaoyu did not refuse. Anyway, Chen Yusen invited her and she felt at ease. Inside the Tianyun Club, Xiao Dai reported with an ugly face, Madam, the Xue family has rejected our request. Tu Yun frowned slightly, have we ever had a conflict with the Xue family? Xiao Dai shook her head, not really. Do you think this incident is related to the Xue family? Tu Yun said thoughtfully. Probably not. Xiao Dai's face changed slightly, we have never had a conflict of interest with the Xue family, and they have no reason to target us. Let Xiao He investigate the current situation of the Xue family. Tu Yun said in a deep voice. Yes. 2 hours later, Xiao Dai came back, Madam, Xiao He has a message that the machinery company under the Xue family has imported a batch of high-end machinery worth more than $1 billion from Jiaobin, and this batch of machinery is on the embargo list. Bang! The table in front of Tu Yun shattered, damn Xue family, they actually teamed up with Jiaobin people to target us. Madam, what do you mean? Xiao Dai asked cautiously. The Hashimoto family where Toki Taro's teacher Hashimoto Shoichiro is from is the top machinery manufacturer in Jiaobin country. Tu Yun said coldly. That year, Toki Taro came to challenge on the great day of the eldest son of the Zhao family's wedding. In the end, the eldest son of the Zhao family accepted the challenge in anger, but was defeated and seriously injured by Toki Taro, and died not long after. Everyone thought that the old man of the Zhao family vomited blood because of the stimulation of his grandson's death, which caused a serious injury to his vitality, and finally followed him. But in fact, it was Mr. Zhao who quietly went to Jiaobin country to seek revenge and was besieged by 2 Danjin masters of Jiaobin country. Even though he was besieged, Mr. Zhao killed 1 Danjin and seriously injured another Danjin. However, he also paid a huge price himself, and his internal organs were severely damaged. Originally, there was still hope of recovery after recuperation for several months. After all, the vitality of the Danjin Grandmaster has surpassed that of ordinary humans. But at this time, the eldest son of the Zhao family died of his injuries. After knowing this news, Mr. Zhao vomited blood on the spot, and not long after, the generation of grandmasters passed away. In fact, Mr. Zhao could still live a few more months. But he consumed his energy to help her break through to Huajin, and due to The excessive consumption, Mr. Zhao only supported it for 3 days. It was precisely because of this favor that Tu Yun had never remarried for so many years, and integrated the power of the Zhao family to establish the Tianyun Club. Later, he secretly killed Dong Mutaro and several martial arts geniuses of Jiaban country. "Madam, what should we do now?" Xiao Dai asked, now that the Shui family has united with the Footpot people to target them. Things have become extremely difficult. Do we want to take revenge on the Shui family? Don't act rashly yet. Tu Yun smiled bitterly and shook her head. Martial arts families are also divided into big and small, strong and weak. Only the martial arts family, where Hua Jin is in charge, is qualified to be called a martial arts family. Most martial arts families have only one Hua Jin, for example, the Wei family, Qin family and Sun family in Yangdong province. But the Shui family is different. On the surface, they have 2 Hua Jin statues. And secretly, they have 1 Hua Jin statue. In other words, the Shui family has 3 Hua Jin statues. Tianyun Club's main profit comes from the sale of information, which does not conflict with the interests of the martial arts family. The 2 parties will even exchange and cooperate with some information. This is also the reason why the Tianyun Club in various places has been able to get along well with the martial arts families in various places over the years. But now, the Shui family has taken action against her Tianyun Club. If you fight hard, you will definitely not be able to fight. It is true that she is a Hua Jin warrior, but there are 3 in the Shui family, and there is 1 at the peak of Hua Jin. Not to mention 1 versus 3, even the peak Hua Jin cannot be defeated. If she pretends not to notice, sooner or later this matter will spread. Once exposed, her status in the world will plummet, and she will even give people the impression that she is weak and can be bullied. Therefore, she is very embarrassed now. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. As for Jiang Yanwang, who was supporting him behind the scenes, the relationship between the 2 parties was not as close as expected. He had already helped her once before regarding the Zhao family, and over the years, she had also borrowed his name to gradually gain a foothold. No need to guess, if she took this matter to Jiang Yanwang, she was sure that the other party would not pay attention to it. The acquiescence that her using his name was already the biggest concession from the other party. If she wanted to ask him to take action, unless she could come up with something to impress the other person. But what else can impress a master of alchemy? "Madam, how about we ask Mr. Gao for help?" Xiao Dai suggested. This? Tu Yun was a little hesitant. To be honest, she didn't want to use this favor unless it was absolutely necessary. "Madam, if the Footpot people want to take revenge on us, they will definitely not only remove Nan's intelligence agents, they will definitely continue to take action," Xiao Dai reminded. "Yes." Tu Yun nodded secretly. The Foot Basin man's revenge must be directed at her. And he would definitely not let go so easily. Thinking of this, she picked up her phone. At this moment, Gao Yan was accompanying classmate Xiao Shui to catch dolls in the mall. He didn't understand why this claw machine was so tempting to girls. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Tu Yun who called. "Baby, let me go to the side to answer the phone first." "Go." Xiao Shui was concentrating on controlling the claw machine and had no time to pay attention to Gao Yan. Coming to the side, Gao Yan answered the phone. "Sister Yun, are you okay with calling me?" Tu Yun's deep voice sounded. "Brother, I have something to ask you." "Can we Meet to discuss it? Okay, where? Come to Tianyun Club. Okay, I get it. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan walked to the claw machine, looked at Shui Jiangyue, who failed to catch the doll again, and said, "Baby, I have something to do, and I can't stay with you anymore. Do you want to stay and continue playing, or should I send you off first? Go back. If you have something serious to do, go ahead and do it. I can just take a taxi back." Shui Jiangyue said very considerately that although she also had a car, she didn't like to drive it. Instead, she liked to ride in Gao Yan's car. "It's not too urgent, I'll take you back first. It won't delay you, will it?" "Won't." "Okay then, let's go." After sending Shui Jiangyue back to number 15 Yujinjiwen, Gao Yan drove to Tianyun Club again, and led by Xiaodai to a villa. "Sister Yun, what happened?" Gao Yan asked. Although Tu Yun had a smile on her face, there was an unbreakable sadness between her brows. "Let's sit down and talk." After inviting Gao Yan to sit down, Tu Yun told the whole story. After listening, Gao Yan asked in a deep voice, "Sister Yun, what are you going to do?" Tu Yun said, "Actually, the Shui family's affairs are secondary. The most important thing is to find those footbath people. As long as they are destroyed, the Shui family can deal with it slowly." Gao Yan nodded secretly. It was true that the Shui family was just an accomplice at best, and not all the intelligence officers in Nans were dead. As long as those footbath people are eliminated, the Shui family may take the initiative to help find or hand over those intelligence agents in order to ease the relationship. "Sister Yun, can you find out where those footbath men are staying?" Gao Yan asked. Tu Yun cancelled and said, "We can't find it. The information in Nans has been paralyzed." Gao Yan frowned. "Then the Shui family's address is always there, right? Brother, are you going to go to Shui's house to look for clues?" Tu Yun asked. Gao Yan nodded. "Don't be impulsive, the 3 Huajin members of the Shui family are not vegetarians. Don't worry, I won't force my way in. I have my own way. You just need to tell me the location of the Shui family," Gao Yan said in a deep voice. "He has golden eyes and can trace what happened in a certain place within 3 days. As long as the footbath people went to Shui's house within 3 days, he would be sure to find them." 10 minutes later, Gao Yan drove away from Tianyun Club. Then we went directly to the school district room. Summoning any door, he placed the second coordinate in a forest near Shui's house. Under his command, any door becomes the size of a normal portal and connects to the second coordinate point. Then push the door and step in. Appearing again, he had arrived in a woods near Shui's house in Nans. With a thought, a card appeared in Gao Yan's hand. "Use." The card turned into a stream of light and fell into the body. Immediately afterwards, Gao Yan's body twisted for a while, and then he turned into a man. In his early 30s with a height of 1.9 meters, an inch hair, wearing a camouflage uniform and a bronze complexion. Yes, Gao Yan used his identity card again. This time, his identity is a retired scout, currently working as a mercenary in Africa named Song Chong. "This is a good identity." Gao Yan nodded with satisfaction, and then quickly approached the Shui family. Soon, Gao Yan arrived near Shui's house. Then turn on the time-tracking function of Golden Eyes. Suddenly, all the images of the Shui family in the past 3 days appeared in his mind. Found it. Soon, a smile appeared on Gao Yan's face. He didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Those footbath people had really been to Shui's house in the past 3 days, and just yesterday. Gao Yan quietly left the area near Shui's house and returned to the grove. Then he gave Tu Yun a license plate number and asked him to investigate. This license plate number was exactly what the 2 footbath men were riding in. As long as he found that car, he could find the footbath man's foothold. Tu Yun's efficiency is still very high. After just half an hour, her people located the car. This car entered the Taihe Garden community just an hour ago, and also gave a detailed address. About 40 minutes later, Gao Yan appeared outside Taihe Garden community and turned on his golden eyes again. Sure enough, he found the car in a certain villa. In addition to the car in the villa, there was also the footbath man and woman who left the Shui family compound yesterday. In addition, there were more than 10 foot-baby people in the villa. It should be their men. Now that the target has been found, then get rid of these footbath people. At the same time, Gao Yan was also secretly thinking about how to kill these footbath people. If he were a pure warrior, he would definitely break into the villa and kill them with his own force. But he's not. Therefore, he just wanted to kill them in the easiest and safest way. Now, in that villa. After answering a phone call, Toki Keiko couldn't help but show a surprised expression and came to Hashimoto Shoichiro. "Teacher, I have good news for you. We have found the intelligence leader of Tianyun Club in Jiangyun." "What do you think of us? Time to take action?" "Keiko, don't be impatient." Shoichiro Hashimoto said in a deep voice, "Our goal is to capture the other party alive and extract more information from the other party's mouth. Don't be impulsive this time. Otherwise, we will only waste more energy and material resources to find other provinces." The intelligence leader. Hearing what the teacher said, Toki Keiko's cheeks turned red. When she rounded up the intelligence leader of the Tianyun Club in Nan's last time, she was so eager for revenge that she actually chopped off the opponent's head with one knife. Although other intelligence agents were captured alive, what they knew was very limited. "Teacher, don't worry, Keiko won't be as impulsive as last time this time." Donmu Keiko said quickly. Suddenly, Hashimoto Shoichiro frowned and looked at Keiko's belly. Feeling the teacher's gaze, Donmu Keiko couldn't help but look shy. "Teacher, what are you doing?" "Keiko, don't get me wrong, the teacher just thinks there seems to be something wrong with your lower abdomen," Hashimoto Shoichiro quickly explained. Hearing this, Toki Keiko subconsciously looked down at her belly, only to find that her belly was slightly protruding, like a woman who was several months pregnant. Vomit. At this moment, Donmu Keiko made a sound of retching. Suddenly, Hashimoto Shoichiro's expression changed. "Keiko, are you pregnant?" Hashimoto Shoichiro is in his early 50s and has a wife and 2 lovers, both of whom have given birth to children for him. Therefore, he is relatively familiar with the symptoms of pregnancy. But what puzzled him was that Keiko's biggest wish was to avenge her brother, Taro. She focused on martial arts training. She had never been in love at all, and had not even had close contact with any man. How could she be pregnant? "Teacher, this is impossible, Keiko is still a clean virgin," Donmu Keiko said with some horror. "But your belly?" Shoichiro Hashimoto frowned and said he believed Keiko would not lie to him. But how to explain this bulging belly? But at this moment, Hashimoto Shoichiro also felt a strong discomfort in his stomach, and then made a sound of retching. At the same time, he found that his belly had also swelled a lot. Even Hashimoto Shoichiro, a powerful martial artist, felt a little panicked at this moment. He stood up subconsciously, caressing his bulging belly, and his old face became extremely gloomy. Keiko, we should be plotted. How come? Dongmu Keiko expressed doubts about this. Not only was she a warrior at the peak of Anjin, but her teacher was a strong person in the late stage of Huajin. Who could plot against them without them being aware of it? Daxia is an extremely mysterious country. There are many things we can't understand. Keiko, we'd better leave here right away. Hashimoto Shoichiro said solemnly. Dongmu Keiko looked unwilling, but teacher Shoichiro Hashimoto interrupted Keiko forcefully. Okay Keiko, if I guess correctly, we have been targeted. If we don't leave, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. Subsequently, Shoichiro Hashimoto ordered the samurai in the villa to evacuate here immediately. Ouch! Suddenly, a samurai covered his stomach with a painful expression, bent his body and crossed his legs and rushed towards the toilet. Immediately afterwards, 9 more warriors also rushed to the toilet, holding their stomachs. See this scene. Hashimoto Shoichiro suddenly changed his expression and shouted sternly. Keiko, don't worry about so much, we are leaving immediately. But at this moment, a tall figure crossed the wall of the villa and fell into the courtyard of the villa. Who are you, Your Excellency? Shoichiro Hashimoto stared at Gao Yan, who was transformed into Song Chong with vigilant eyes and asked. I'm your grandpa. Gao Yan grinned, raised the laser in his hand, and pulled the trigger. Boo-hoo! The lightning-like laser shot in front of Ichiro Hashimoto in an instant. In a hurry, he moved sideways to the left with all his strength, but when he exerted his strength, he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. Puff! He barely moved a distance of 30 centimeters, and then his right arm was hit by a laser, and half of his arm fell directly to the ground. Boo-hoo! At this time, Gao Yan continued to pull the trigger and fired 3 laser beams. With severe pain in his lower abdomen and half of his right arm broken, Hashimoto Shoichiro's movements became even slower. Therefore, all 3 lasers hit him. One shot hit his lower abdomen, leaving a hole as big as a bowl directly on his lower abdomen. The other 2 legs hit his 2 calves, directly breaking his legs. Go to hell. At this time, a cold sword intent locked onto Gao Yan, and then a bright and cold sword light struck his right hand holding the gun like lightning. Seeing this, Gao Yan smiled disdainfully, slid back, and the laser gun in his hand fired again. Then he saw a mutilated body falling from midair. Keiko. In the living room of the villa, seeing Keiko Toki in such a miserable state, Masahiro Hashimoto couldn't help but let out a shrill roar. What the hell are you screaming about? Gao Yan frowned, raised his hand and shot the old devil, ending his life. Then his eyes fell on Keiko Toki. The other party had already fallen to such a point, but she stared at him with an extremely resentful look. Your eyes make me hate you. Gao Yan also raised his hand and shot the other party in the middle of the eyebrows, sending him away. Afterwards, he stepped into the villa and killed all 10 samurai who were dizzy and 2 samurai who were not dizzy. He had never used the dizziness card he bought before. It happened that he met a group of foot basin people today, so he simply used them all. As for Masahiro Hashimoto and Keiko Toki, who were specially taken care of by him, they were hit by fake pregnancy cards. This villa is a single-family villa. Moreover, the sound produced by the laser was extremely small, and the whole battle ended too quickly, so other residents in the community were not alarmed. Gao Yan found the key of the Toyota sedan on the coffee table, unlocked it, and sat in it, drove straight out of the villa, and then went straight to the Shui family compound. Tens of minutes later, Gao Yan drove to the woods not far from the Shui family compound, then turned off the engine and got out of the car, flashed into the woods, summoned the arbitrary door and passed through it back to the outside of the school district. After a killing, although there was no blood on him, Gao Yan still felt uncomfortable. So he took a shower and changed his clothes before driving to Tianyun Club. "Brother, why are you here?" Tu Yun, who got the news, hurried over. Gao Yan smiled and said, "One late stage of Huajin, 1 peak of Anjin, and 12 Mingjin, all of them are done. I'm not sure if there are any small fish that slipped through the net." "So fast?" Tu Yun said in shock. "The body has not been found yet. You can ask the Shui family to go to the scene," Gao Yan said with a smile, and told her the location of the villa. "Okay." Tu Yun nodded, and immediately asked Xiao Dai to notify the Shui family. Half an hour later, Shui Yuanbing led his men into the villa where the body of the foot basin man was. Although 1/3 of Hashimoto Shoichiro and Toki Keiko's heads were blown off, he still identified their identities. Looking at these incomplete bodies, a chill rose from the soles of his feet and instantly spread throughout his body, too miserable. An hour later, in the Shui family courtyard, there were more than a dozen corpses covered with white cloths on the ground. At this time, a group of people filed in. 2 of the old men just nodded towards the head of the family, Shui Yuanlong, while the remaining middle-aged men and women bent down to salute Shui Yuanlong. "Yuanlong, please call us 2 old guys here. Something big happened at home?" asked the oldest of the 2 old men. "His name is Shui Shiwei, and he is the highest-ranking elder of the Shui family. He is already 84 years old. At the same time, his realm has reached the peak of energy. The announcement that he has passed away is a trump card, deliberately hidden by the Shui family." Another old man named Shui Kong Lai is also a generation older than the brothers Shui Yuanlong and Shui Yuanbing. He is also a master in the late stage of Huajin. On the surface, he is the #1 master in the Shui family. "Old man, take a look at these corpses first," Shui Yuanlong said in a deep voice, and then ordered people to lift off all the white cloth on the corpse on the ground. "This?" When Shui Shiwei glanced at the dozen corpses, a gleam appeared in his cloudy old eyes. He squatted down and examined them carefully, and even touched their wounds with his fingers. Then he frowned and thought for a while, then looked at Shui Yuanlong. "Yuanlong, what kind of weapons were used to inflict the wounds on these deceased people?" Shui Yuanlong shook his head. "To be honest, I don't know." "What does the old man have to say?" Shui Shiwei said thoughtfully, "Their wounds all have a common feature. They have been burned by high temperature, but judging from the wounds, they seem to be caused by firearms. For a while, I can't think of what kind of firearms can cause such injuries." "Wound? Could it be a laser gun?" a senior member of the Shui family shouted. "Impossible." Shui Yuanbing sneered, "Although lasers have appeared a long time ago, laser guns are just something from science fiction movies. Even the beautiful country cannot create a laser gun with such power." Many people nodded subconsciously. The Shui family makes machinery. Everyone present has a certain understanding of machinery. Things like laser guns are all fictitious. With the technology of the current world, it is simply impossible. It cannot be manufactured. Yuan Long, who are these people? Shui Shiwei's eyes fell on Takahashi Shoichiro's body, if I'm not mistaken. This man was also a strong warrior during his lifetime. Shui Yuanlong introduced, "Old man, this group of people are all members of the Takahashi family of the Foot Basin country. The name of the person you are talking about is Takahashi Shoichiro. Before his death, he had reached the late stage of energy transformation, and this Foot Basin woman was him. Although his disciple is only at the peak of Anjin, his natural divine power can defeat warriors in the early stage of Huajin. Who killed them?" Shui Shiwei asked, with a frown. "Poison Widow Tu Yun should have sent someone to do it," Shui Yuanlong said. "I know this little girl." Shui Shiwei nodded. "The Zhao family was stronger than our Shui family at the beginning. It's a pity that the younger generation died before they could grow up. It's a pity that the Dan gene of the Zhao family couldn't be killed with her strength. These two. Could it be Mr. Jiang?" Shui Yuanlong asked tentatively. "Won't," Shui Shiwei said with certainty, "although I am not as strong as King Jiang Yan, we are of the same generation. The reason why King Jiang Yan helped Tu Yun was because Tu Yun was his old friend. Over the years, Tu Yun has often borrowed the help of King Jiang Yan. His name is good, but the friendship becomes thinner as time goes by. If someone wants to kill Tu Yun, King Jiang Yan may intervene, but he will definitely not help her kill him. If it weren't for King Jiang of Hell, then Tu Yun, the poisonous widow, is more powerful than we thought. This time she asked us to collect the body, which is clearly to kill chickens and scare monkeys." Speaking of this, Shui Yuanlong's face became extremely ugly. "Humph, a prostitute dares to threaten our Shui family. Brother, please destroy her Tianyun club and drive her people out of Nan's," Shui Yuanbing said angrily. "No," Shui Shiwei shouted. He didn't object to Tu Yun borrowing Jiang Yan Wang's name, which shows that the other party approved it. This is also the reason why Tu Yun has been able to open Tianyun Club in various places in recent years without any hindrance. If we directly ask Tianyun Club if you take action, you will definitely lose the face of King Jiang Yan, and the face of a Danjin master is not that easy to lose. Good. Shui Yuanlong nodded in approval. What the old man said makes sense. Tu Yun asked us to collect the corpse, although she had the intention of killing chickens to scare monkeys. In fact, she didn't want to fall out with us. By the way, the second child, Tu Yun's, do you know where I'm being held? I know. Shui Yuanbing nodded in response. Okay, send someone to rescue them, Shui Yuanlong ordered. Then we will send people to contact Tu Yun to see if we can resolve this grudge. Yuanlong handled it well. Shui Shiwei agreed. The era of fighting and killing has long passed. Although our Shui family is a martial arts family, we are also a business family. If we can talk, try not to do it. An hour later. Tianyun Club. Xiao Dai came in a hurry and reported, "Madam, except for Zhou Ying, all the intelligence personnel in Nans have escaped smoothly and got in touch with us." At the same time, the Shui family also called, hoping to find a time talk to you. Upon hearing this, Tu Yun was overjoyed at first, and then his face turned cold. Something has probably happened to Zhou Ying. Find a way to find her body and bury her properly. Also, send someone to appease her family and give her a pension of 10 million. Yes, ma'am. Xiao Dai took the order and left. Then Tu Yun looked at Gao Yan gratefully. Brother, I can get through this smoothly this time, thanks to you, thank you. Sister Yun is having an affair. We are siblings. Isn't it right to help each other? Gao Yan smiled. Hearing this, Tu Yun also smiled. From now on, you are my biological brother. And I will transfer 1/3 of the club's shares to you. Sister Yun, there's no need for this. Gao Yan quickly declined. You must accept it, otherwise I won't be able to open my mouth to you again. If I encounter difficulties in the future. Tu Yun said seriously. Okay. Gao Yan hesitated slightly, but agreed. It was not that he coveted Tu Yun's Tianyun Club. He accepted the shares as a way to deepen his relationship with Tu Yun. Soon, someone sent a share transfer contract. Gao Yan looked through it casually and signed his name on the contract. Each of the two contracts took one, and Tu Yun smiled and said, Brother, we will be a family from now on, and you will be the second boss of Tianyun Club. But brother, I have to explain something to you. 30% of Tianyun Club's income will be given to Mr. Jiang every year. Don't worry, this income will be deducted from my dividends in the future. Mr. Jiang? Gao Yan asked, curiously. Tu Yun explained, Mr. Jiang is one of the Danjin masters in our Daxia kingdom. My sister's club has been able to develop smoothly over the years because it borrowed his name. Although he is unwilling to accept money, I still put 30% of the income into his account every year. Also, our club's total annual revenue is around 10 billion, of which club revenue accounts for 3 billion, and intelligence revenue can reach 7 billion. However, I have opened 5 new clubs this year, and this year's revenue should be able to increase a lot. At this moment, Gao Yan's expression was slightly strange, because the system prompt sounded, indicating that his upgrade experience had reached the upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade? With a thought, Gao Yan called up the system panel. The original upgrade experience was close to 15 billion, and only 5 billion was needed to meet the upgrade requirements. But now, the upgrade experience has skyrocketed to 45 billion. In other words, 30% of the shares of Tianyun Club are worth 30 billion. But thinking about it, it is relieved. The area of Tianyun Club is really too large. Take this one in Nandu as an example. The area of land alone is worth billions. Therefore, the value of the entire club is almost close to 10 billion. Therefore, the total value of the entire Tianyun Club is not much at 100 billion. Gao Yan estimated that the system only calculated the original value of Tianyun Club, and did not calculate the value of Tu Yun's intelligence forces. Because this part is invisible value and cannot be estimated. What a pity! Gao Yan said secretly. He gained 30 billion experience at once, but only 5 billion was needed to upgrade, wasting 25 billion experience in vain. However, the system returned a terrifying 300 billion. If he transfers all the system reserve funds of up to 460 billion, I am afraid that no one in the whole Great Xia Kingdom can take out as much cash as he does. Host, the system has reached the upgrade requirements. Do you want to upgrade? Yes. Ding, the system is upgrading. It is expected to take an hour. Putting away the system panel, Gao Yan asked Tu Yun, Sister Yun, how is the investigation of the Blood Shark organization going? After receiving the shares, the relationship between the siblings became closer, and Gao Yan became more casual in his speech. Feeling the change in Gao Yan's tone, Tu Yun was also very happy. Don't worry, I have entrusted someone to investigate, but the Blood Shark organization is at least the third-ranked killer organization in the world. If it is easily investigated, it would have been destroyed long ago. That's right. Gao Yan nodded undeniably. Being a killer is too hateful. If you are not good at hiding, you would have been destroyed 8 or 10 times. He stayed with Tu Yun for a while. Gao Yan drove back to number 15 Yujinjiwen. Husband, are you done with your work? Shui Jiangyue came up. Gao Yan put his arm around her waist. Now that we're done, it's time to put the travel on the agenda. Let's discuss where to go today. Honey, won't it be too boring for us to go alone? Suddenly, classmate Xiao Shui said. Does anyone want to go with us? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Is it Song Yufei? Shui Jiangyue said, yes. When you were doing business, I had a video chat with her, and then we talked about travel. She said she was also planning to travel, and asked if she wanted to go together. She's alone? Gao Yan asked. No, there are several of her high school classmates with her. Baby, do you want us to go alone, or with them? Gao Yan asked. It's more fun with more people. Of course, if you don't like it, we won't go with them. Shui Jiangyue said considerately. Okay, let's go with them. Gao Yan agreed. He also felt that traveling with 2 people was too monotonous. It's more fun to travel with everyone. Husband, you are so nice. Shui Jiangyue happily kissed Gao Yan on the face. I'll tell you Fei right now. Looking at Shui Jiangyue running away, Gao Yan smiled. Suddenly, the prompt sound in his mind sounded again. Ding, the system upgrade is complete, please make a choice. Choice 1, the profit multiplier rises to 11 times, and the top lottery is rewarded once, and the attribute points are 3. Choice 2, the profit remains at 10 times, and the top lottery is rewarded twice, and the free attribute points are 30 points. Hearing the system's prompt, Gao Yan looked thoughtful. Obviously, the system hopes that he will choose the second one, because the profit multiplier will increase endlessly. I am afraid that in the future, Gao Yan's wealth will be more than the country's income. After all, he has only obtained the system for a short time, and the system reserve funds have soared to more than 460 billion. After a year, it will not be difficult to reach 2 or 3 trillion, right? After 10 years, his wealth must reach at least 2 or 3 trillion. This is still the system's profit multiplier remains 10 times. If he continues to increase the system's profit multiplier, it is estimated that his wealth will reach hundreds of trillions in 10 years. Such a huge fortune, even if the source is legal, will attract the covetousness of countless people, even state agencies, and he will also face endless troubles. The system takes this into consideration and gives a choice. Fortunately, the second choice is also quite cost-effective. So, Gao Yan said, System, I choose the second one. System, congratulations to the host for completing the choice. The profit multiplier remains 10 times, and the top lottery is obtained twice, and 30 free attribute points. The system interface appears. God-level profit system, LV11 level. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 180 centimeters. Appearance, 76. Physical fitness, 100. Spirit, 100. Charm, 90. Profit return multiplier, 10 times. Lottery, top lottery x2. Experience, 0. Stored funds, 461.6 billion, to be collected. Free attribute points, 30. Now, both physical fitness and spirit have reached 100 points, and 3 free attribute points can add 1 point. On the contrary, my appearance is a bit low, only 76 points. He hesitated slightly. Gao Yan clicked on the plus sign after his appearance, and his appearance reached 77 points. Then, his face felt a little itchy. But it only lasted a few seconds and then disappeared. He walked to the mirror and took a look. Not much had changed, but he felt a little handsomer. So, he clicked the plus sign again, bringing his appearance to 78 points. The itching feeling comes again, and when it disappears, continue to add more. When the appearance value reached 80 points, Gao Yan stopped adding points. At 76 points, he can only be considered handsome, but at 80 points, he has reached the category of an ordinary handsome guy. This is without makeup. If he puts on makeup, he can definitely reach the level of a super handsome guy. However, Gao Yan is a bit of a chauvinist and disdains makeup. At this time, Shi Wen Zi came back after making the phone call. She wanted to report the situation to Gao Yan, but suddenly she found that her boyfriend seemed to have become much more handsome. Husband, why do I feel that you are getting more and more handsome? Haven't you heard the saying that beauty is in the eye of the beholder? It means that your love for me is deeper, and you will think that I have become more handsome. Gao Yan teased classmate Xiaozhua seriously. Is that so? Shi Wen Zi suddenly felt a little confused. But she quickly put this question aside and said excitedly, by the way, husband, Yu Fei and I have discussed it. We will set off tomorrow. The first stop is the capital. There are 6 people there, 2 men. 4 girls, let's meet in the capital. Gao Yan had no objection to this. Although he had been to the capital once. The last time it was for Lin Xiaoming, Lin Amour and his daughter. It could be said that he came and went in a hurry and had no time to visit the capital at all. In the evening, the two worked together to cook a meal. After dinner, I walked around the community for a while and then returned to the villa. Because he was leaving tomorrow morning and was worried that he would not have the energy to get up, Xiaozhua said he could only play games for an hour tonight. Gao Yan did not break the contract this time, and it was really over in an hour. After Xiaozhua fell asleep, he called up the system panel to add points. There were still 26 free attribute points left. He first tried to add a little more physical fitness, reaching 101 points. But what surprised him was that even though he only added a little, he felt that his body had undergone major changes, and his strength had at least doubled. He estimated that 100 points was the limit for ordinary people, and 101 was the limit. Think of this. He added a little more energy to himself. When his mental power reached 101, Gao Yan felt that his illusory mental power had become extremely solid, and he could even clearly sense the situation in every corner of the villa. This feeling is very strange. He can clearly sense everything around him without using his eyes. However, this perception is also limited. He tried hard, and his current perception range is only 100 meters. He can't sense anything beyond this range. But this ability is of great benefit to warriors. Gao Yan estimated that even if he met his 3 former selves, he could easily defeat them. In addition, his physical fitness has also improved a lot. Even if there is a certain gap compared to Danjin warriors, the gap is not too big. There are still 20 free attribute points left. He secretly pondered in his heart whether to distribute them equally to physical fitness and spirit, or to put all the points on one. After a little consideration, he decided to put points on spirit. Because he has now reached the peak of Huajin, he needs to comprehend to breakthrough Danjin. The stronger the mental power, the easier it is to comprehend Danjin. So, Gao Yan began to add points to mental power. When his mental power reached 107 points, his perception range expanded a little, but not as large as he imagined, only reaching a radius of 150 meters. But the perception became clearer. Even the dust in the corner of the villa could be seen clearly. As for the free attribute points, there were still 2 points left. It was not enough to add to the physique and spirit, so Gao Yan simply added it to the appearance. After a short itchy feeling, Gao Yan couldn't help but go to the bathroom. Turned on the light and looked at the mirror. He couldn't help but say, "Boy, you are so damn handsome." In the past, he also agreed very much that whether a man is excellent or handsome is not important. Now he suddenly feels that this sentence is a bit sad and helpless. By the way, there are still 2 top draws that are useless. Gao Yan doesn't have the habit of staying overnight. So he said to the system, "System, I have won both top draws." Ding, start the top draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a Huajin breakthrough card. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 biological people, the prizes have been distributed to the system space, please check it yourself. The Huajin breakthrough card is relatively easy to understand, and you can break through the current realm after using it. Well, the system daddy doesn't give him a chance to break through at all. But he doesn't understand biological people. So his mind followed into the system space. Then he saw 10 women lying in the system space as if they were asleep. After his mind came into contact with these 10 women, their information appeared in his mind. These 10 biological women are all beauties, with a beauty score of more than 80 points, but not 90 points. Moreover, each of them has powerful skills. From number 1 to number 4, all are Huajin warriors, and they are not in the early stage of Huajin, but in the late stage of Huajin. Their occupations show that they are all bodyguards. Numbers 5 to 10 are not as powerful as numbers 1 to 4, but they are also dark force warriors. Numbers 5 to 8 are managers, and numbers 9 and 10 are financial experts. Big profit. After learning about the situation of these 10 biological people, Gao Yan said excitedly, "These 10 biological people have no names yet. As long as he names them, the system will generate corresponding identities." Gao Yan pondered for a while and decided to use the surnames of the 10 people according to the 100 family surnames. As for the names, numbers 1 to 4 use plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. Numbers 5 to 8 use small characters plus spring, summer, autumn and winter, and numbers 9 and 10 use the 2 words ice and snow as their names. Then, the names of numbers 1 to 10 are Zhao Mei, Qian Lan, Sun Zhu, Li Zhu, Zhou Xiaochun, Wu Xiaoxia, Xing Xiaoqiu, Wang Xiaodong, Feng Bing and Chen Shui. After the names are determined, the system begins to create identities for the 10 biological people. Soon, the identities are created, and the corresponding information is also transmitted to Gao Yan's mind. First of all, Zhao Mei, Qian Lan, Sun Zhu, and Li Zhu all graduated from martial art schools and came from the same village, aged 32. They have many years of experience as bodyguards. 3 days ago, they signed a contract with Gao Yan to become his bodyguards, with an annual salary of 1 million. This salary needs to be paid by Gao Yan himself. At the same time, these 10 biological people are 100% loyal to him and will not disobey his orders. Even if they are asked to die, they will not hesitate at all. TSK, for bodyguards in the late stage of Huajin, who has such luxury. Gao Yan was secretly proud. Then came Zhou Xiaochun, Wu Xiaoxia, Xing Xiaoqiu, and Wang Xiaodong, who are 26 years old and have experience in management in multiple companies. At present, they are all under Gao Yan's command. He needs to arrange the specific work, and the salary is 800,000. Finally, there are Feng Bing and Chen Shui. These 2 women are financial experts who came back from abroad. They are returnees, aged 28, and joined Gao Yan's command 3 days ago, with an annual salary of 1 million. The identities of the biological people have been settled. Gao Yan was thinking about how to arrange them. First, there were 4 biological bodyguards. Zhao Mei stayed by his side to do things for him. Qian Lan secretly protected Xiao Zhua, and Sun Zhu went to Xing Xiaoyu to act as an assistant and bodyguard. Li Ju went to Chen Yue to secretly protect her. Next was the arrangement of 4 management talents. Gao Yan decided to let them set up a charity foundation. Before, he bought a merit conversion card in the card mall and donated money directly. The donated money might only fatten some people. But if he did it himself, he couldn't find the right person. Now that he had drawn the biological people, he could arrange them to do this. 100 million for 1 year of life is still very cost-effective. If he used all his current money to do good deeds, wouldn't he be able to live for more than 4,000 years? Finally, it was the arrangement of Feng Bing and Chen Su. These 2 women are financial experts, so they can set up a financial company. With their abilities, they will definitely not lose money. By then, won't Sunday Mall need investment? They can let the company set up by the 2 women make the investment, so that he won't look so abrupt. After walking out of the bathroom and opening the bedroom door, Gao Yan came to the hall downstairs. With a thought, 10 biological people appeared in front of him. Meet the master. The 10 women knelt down together. Get up. Yes. Next, Gao Yan told them his arrangement, and transferred 1 billion to the account of Zhou Xiaochun, the 5th, and asked her to take the other 3 women to establish a charity fund. He also transferred 1 billion to Feng Bing's account and asked them to establish a financial investment company. As for the 4 bodyguards, each of them transferred 1 million. Zhao Mei, Qian Lan, and Li Ju stayed in Nandu, while Sun Zhu went to Modu to serve as Xing Xiaoyu's bodyguard and assistant. Go. Gao Yan waved his hand, and the 10 biological women rushed out of the living room nimbly, easily crossed the wall, and disappeared into the night. With a thought, the Huajin breakthrough card appeared in Gao Yan's hand. Use. As soon as the voice fell, the card turned into golden light and fell into his body. Suddenly, Gao Yan felt that the blood in his body was rapidly converging towards his lower abdomen, and soon formed a blood and qi group in his lower abdomen. At this moment, Gao Yan had a wonderful feeling. As long as he closed his eyes, he could clearly sense everything in his body. Blood vessels, muscles, tendons, bones, and internal organs were all clearly presented in front of him. At the same time, he also had a clear understanding in his mind. The so-called holding the elixir is to hold the blood and essence, reduce the loss of blood and essence, and during this period, his blood and essence will also become stronger. About an hour passed. The blood and essence in the dantian began to dissipate. The dantian was over. He called up the system panel and looked at the columns of physical fitness and mental fitness. His physical fitness, which was originally only 101, soared to 110 points after he reached the dantian stage. The increase in mental strength was also not small, reaching 112 points. In the future, he will hold the dantian once a day, and his blood and essence will continue to grow. Stepping into the courtyard, Gao Yan waved his arms and began to practice a set of boxing techniques. His movements were not fast. It even feels quite slow. But the power contained in each of his punches and kicks is not released, but once it hits the target, the power contained in his fists and kicks will pour out. After finishing a set of punches, Gao Yan stood there and realized it carefully for half a quarter of an hour. After reaching the elixir strength, one can almost achieve perfect control over the body and every bit of strength in the body. As the elixir is held, the qi, blood and essence in the body will become more condensed. The same amount of qi and blood, after reaching Baodan, will produce at least several times the destructive power of Huajin. If the qi and blood of Huajin are compared to wooden knives and wooden swords, then after reaching Baodan, the qi and blood are like steel knives and steel swords. Now Gao Yan has just stepped into the Danbao realm. As he continues to hold pills in the future, his blood and energy will continue to increase. But there is a prerequisite. The body needs adequate nutrients. He only held the elixir for an hour and then forcefully dispersed it. That was because he didn't have enough nutrition in his body. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan took out a bottle of medicinal wine from the mustard space, opened it, and drank it all. Soon, the medicinal power of the medicinal wine spread in his body, and the cells in his body were like nectar, absorbing the medicinal power crazily. At this time, Gao Yan squatted down slightly with his legs and placed his hands in front of his lower abdomen, making a hugging posture. The qi, blood and essence in the body quickly gathered towards the lower abdomen as if being summoned, forming a pill shape again. As Baodan is turned on, the nutrients stored in his cells are consumed at an accelerated rate, thus accelerating the consumption of the medicinal wines. Power. 2 hours later. Gao Yan's throat felt itchy, he made a sound, and a mouthful of thick phlegm spurted out of his mouth. This thick phlegm is all dead cells and impurities in his body, which were gradually cleaned out during the process of holding pills. Therefore, Baodan is also a process of cutting hair and cleansing marrow. When he reaches the peak of Baodan, he can even clean out the impurities and toxins in the bone marrow from the outside. Therefore, Baodan is divided into 4 realms: meat refining, organ refining, blood refining, and bone refining, corresponding to the early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage, respectively. After completing the 4 steps of purification, the physical body will become indestructible. Back to business. A bottle of medicinal wine can allow Gao Yan to hold the elixir continuously for 2 hours. Plus he could have held Dan for an hour. In other words, he can hold Dan for 3 hours every day. Holding the elixir for a long time can also accelerate his cultivation. Just say that in the past 2 hours, his physique increased by 1 point, reaching 111 points. It seems that the effect of medicinal wine has been underestimated. Thinking of this, he decided not to sell medicinal wine at will in the future. Early next morning. After Zhuo Jianyue woke up, she didn't find her boyfriend around her. She was not surprised by this, knowing that no matter how hard her boyfriend worked that night, he would still get up early and exercise energetically the next day. With such an energetic boyfriend, she doesn't know whether she should be happy or worried. I picked up the phone on the bedside and looked at the time. It was only 7 in the morning. They booked their flights at 9:40 a.m. It's still early to board the plane. She turned over, walked to the bed and looked down, and found that her boyfriend was squatting down slightly, with his hands in front of him, his back to her. She didn't know what he was doing. "Husband, what are you doing?" Zhuo Jianyue shouted with a chuckle. "Practice." "Oh, then you continue to practice, I'll go wash up first." After Zhuo Jianyue finished washing up, Gao Yan also finished practicing, and the porridge cooked in the kitchen was already giving off a strong fragrance. I fried 2 side dishes at random and the 2 of them ate together. Then I changed my clothes, put the 2 suitcases in the car, and headed for the airport. When they passed the security check, Zhuo Jianyue received a WeChat message from Song Yufei. Their plane was ready to take off and would arrive in the capital before them. And they made an appointment to meet in Beijing. Gao Yan's air tickets were all booked in business class by his customer service manager, Su Zi, at Longxing, and because he was a Diamond Black card user, the air tickets were discounted at 30%, which was not much more expensive than economy class. To put it simply, you spend the same money and enjoy higher-end services. 9:30. Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue boarded the plane in advance. Along the way, they all enjoyed the enthusiastic service of the flight attendants. The flight attendant who served them was also the most beautiful one Gao Yan had ever seen in the several flights he had taken. Her appearance barely reached 90. With makeup, she looked at least 95. However, it is a bit lower, only 60 points. More than 2 hours. The plane successfully landed at Beijing Airport. At this moment, a group of young men and women were sitting in a coffee shop in the terminal. One of the girls complained, "Yufei, when will your friends arrive? It's so boring for a group of us to stay here. How about you and Chuhi leave first?" Song Yufei looked at the girl who spoke lightly and said. The girl who spoke was named Jiang Tian, and she was also her high school classmate. However, during high school, her boyfriend Chu he had been chasing her. This made Jiang Tian always have a certain grudge against her. "Yufei, don't get me wrong, Tian just said it casually." Chu he hurriedly explained at the side. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian's eyes showed a bit of dissatisfaction, but she said, "I'm sorry, Yufei, I just complained casually, I didn't mean anything else." "I don't mean anything else." Song Yufei responded calmly. The other 3 people saw this scene and exchanged glances with each other, all feeling that it was quite funny. They all saw that Jiang Tian was hostile to Song Yufei. But it seemed that Chu he still had some evil intentions towards Song Yufei. But Jiang Tian didn't dare to really make trouble. She always made subtle provocations, but Song Yufei would not let her go and directly fought back. In their opinion, this Jiang Tian was a typical green and playful person. Just then, Song Yufei's phone rang. After hanging up the phone, she said to the other 5 people, "They are already here, let's go to the exit to meet them." "What a big air, we have been waiting here for so long, and they still let us Go to meet them. At this time, Jiang Tian began to be sarcastic again. You cannot go. Song Yufei glanced at her, got up and pulled the suitcase and walked out of the coffee shop. The other three followed with a smile. Chu-hee glared at Jiang Tian with some dissatisfaction. Can you say less? Do you still have feelings for him? Jiang Tian finally couldn't help but ask after hearing her boyfriend's scolding. Jiang Tian, are you making trouble? Chu-hee's face suddenly turned cold, and when he looked at Jiang Tian, he was already a little dissatisfied. Seeing Chu-hee angry, Jiang Tian panicked immediately, and hurriedly grabbed her boyfriend's arm, saying pitifully, Chu-hee, please don't be angry. It's someone else's fault, I'm sorry. Okay, let's go. Chu-hee was too lazy to argue with Jiang Tian, so he picked up his suitcase and followed. A few minutes later, Gao Yan and Jiangyue found Song Yufei at the exit. Yufei. Jiang Yu. The two hadn't seen each other for a while, and they were very happy to meet again, and couldn't help hugging each other. The exit was crowded and not a place for talking. After a simple hug, the group of 8 people followed the crowd to where they took a taxi. The 8 people were divided into 2 cars. Gao Yan, Jiangyue, Song Yufei and another girl named Shi Yao were riding in the same car. Boss Gao, I haven't seen you for a while, and you seem to have become a lot more handsome. Did you go to Universe Country for plastic surgery? Song Yufei joked with a smile. When she first met him, she really thought that Gao Yan was average looking. But as time went by, this guy became more and more handsome. Yes, I just came back from the Universe Country. The doctor who performed the surgery on me is very skilled. Do you need to recommend it to you? Gao Yan also responded accordingly. Song Yufei naturally heard the meaning of Gao Yan's words, and pretended to be dissatisfied. You guy, you forget about the matchmaker after you get a wife. I despise you. No way, when we get married in the future, I will give you a big red envelope. Gao Yan smiled and said, after all, she was the one who provided Deng Yu's information, so it would make sense to say that she was a matchmaker. That's pretty much it. Song Yufei also accepted the offer without saying anything else. After not seeing each other for a while, Song Yufei and Jiangyue had many topics to talk about, and they were still not finished talking until the taxi arrived at the hotel. The hotel was booked by Song Yufei. Although it was not a well-known 5-star hotel, it was still a 5-star hotel. Mainly during the summer vacation, there were more people traveling to the capital, so it was difficult to book a hotel. If Gao Yan had used his diamond black card, he would have been able to book a room at a well-known 5-star hotel, but since Song Yufei had already made arrangements, if he said he could book a better hotel, he would be suspected of showing off. After completing the check-in formalities, Song Yufei said loudly, let's go back to the room and put away our luggage first and meet in the lobby in 10 minutes. I have already booked a place to eat. We will have a simple meal at noon today, and then go to Quanju to eat roast duck in the evening. Everyone has no opinion on this. They all carried their luggage and went to the room. Song Yufei is not short of money and has booked high-end suites. The room is also well decorated. Jiangyue first took out the clothes in the suitcase and hung them up. Then briefly touched up her makeup, and then the 2 of them went downstairs. Only 2 of the other 6 came. I just briefly introduced their names at the airport. The man's name is Su Feiyang and the woman's name is Zhu Lingyan. They are a couple. My brother's name is Gao Yan, right? Let's get acquainted again. My name is Su Feiyang, and this is my girlfriend, Zhu Yan. The other party took the initiative to stand up and say hello. Hello, I'm Gao Yan, and this is my girlfriend Shi Wen Zi. After some introductions, Gao Yan and Su Feiyang chatted casually, and Shi Wen Zi also took the initiative to chat with Zhu Yan. Su Feiyang is good at talking and has a wide range of knowledge. He is currently studying at Zhejiang University. His girlfriend Zhu Yan is also a student at Zhejiang University. And it can be seen that Su Feiyang's family background is not bad. However, he does not have the bad habits of the rich second generation. We didn't chat for long. Song Yufei and 4 others also came. Then the two sides also got to know each other again. Then, I walked to a nearby restaurant. While eating, Song Yufei told Gao Yan and Shi Wen about their schedule for the next few days. After dinner, we took a taxi to the Forbidden City. After visiting the Forbidden City, we went to the Temple of Heaven. Eat roast duck in Quanjude in the evening. If you don't feel tired, you can go to the bar in Hohai to experience it, and then watch the flag-raising ceremony early the next morning. After watching the flag-raising ceremony, you can come back to catch up on your sleep. Arrange freely after waking up. On the 3rd day, we will sign up for a temporary tour group. The tour group's projects include climbing the Great Wall and visiting the Ming tombs. Song Yufei, anyway, we have enough time this time. We plan to stay in the capital for 5 days. Today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow are all arranged. Where do you want to go on the 4th and 5th days? You can discuss it. Shi Yao said, I heard that the summer palace is quite beautiful. We might as well go to the summer palace on the 4th day. Song Yufei nodded, this can be considered. What do you think? I have no objection. Gao Yan said. I have no objection either. Xiaoshua's classmate's husband sings and his wife follows him. Pretty good. Su Feiyang agreed. You're here, go wherever you want to go. He said with a smile. Okay, it's settled, we'll go to the summer palace on the 4th day. Song Yufei nodded, what about the 5th day? I don't think the 5th day is necessary. Gao Yan said with a smile. Why? Because I'm worried that you won't be able to get out of bed on the 5th day. Gao Yan joked, although we are all young people, I guess you don't exercise much. It's good if you can last 3 days. That's right. Su Feiyang nodded in agreement, then there will be no arrangements for the 5th day. Those who can get out of bed can have free activities. Those who can't get up will rest in the hotel. Only after we have rested can we head to the next city full of energy. Because the hotel Song Yufei chose was not far from the Forbidden City. So, after having lunch, we took a taxi and arrived at the Forbidden City in half an hour. Queue to buy tickets and get in. To be honest, I really can't tell much about it just by visiting. Therefore, Gao Yan suggested hiring a temporary tour guide. With the introduction from the tour guide, the originally unremarkable building suddenly gained a bit of historical charm. The Forbidden City is very big, and Gao Yan and his party entered at 2:00. If we just took a quick tour, we could visit the entire Forbidden City, but with the introduction of the tour guide, we would definitely not have enough time to stop and go. Therefore, after 4:00, they started to turn back, because the scenic spot had to close at 4:30. After leaving the Forbidden City, everyone went to the Temple of Heaven not far away for a walk. Seeing that it was almost time, we took a taxi together to Quanjude. Business in Quanjude is very good, and many tourists are queuing up. However, Song Yufei had reserved her seat in advance, so she didn't have to wait for the roast duck to be served. Everyone couldn't wait to enjoy it. At this time, Shi Wen said, "Why do I feel that Quanjude's roast duck is not as delicious as I imagined?" Gao Yan smiled and nodded, "Indeed. If this is the case, why are so many people pursuing it?" Shi Wen said in confusion. Gao Yan said, "Because this roast duck became famous in the 1960s and 1970s. Because people at that time were short of oil and water in their stomachs, but this roast duck was greasy, so it naturally became popular. And haven't you noticed? Come and eat Quanjudes now. They are all tourists from other places, there are almost no locals, and now that the economic conditions are better, you can't eat any kind of food if you have money. Naturally, this roast duck will not meet your expectations." That makes sense. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Gao Yan's analysis. Of course, Quanjude is not without its highlights. Although the roast duck is a bit greasy, the duck skeleton soup is still good. After eating Quanjude, everyone took a taxi back to the hotel. I repaired myself first and then set off to Ho Hai Bar at 8:30 p.m. Back to hotel room. Gao Yan asked, "Baby, are you tired?" "Kind of." Shi Wen nodded, "I'm not too tired, I feel okay." "Go to bed," Gao Yan said. "What do you want to do?" Shi Wen said warily. "What are you thinking about?" "I'll give you a massage to relax," Gao Yan said. Angrily. "I'm sorry, husband, I misunderstood you." "Since you have misunderstood, then I am a bit sorry for your misunderstanding. By not doing anything." As he spoke, Gao Yan rushed towards Shi Wen. "No, I was wrong." Shi Wen turned around and ran away. But the hotel room was only such a big place, so where could he escape? Gao Yan was quickly caught. Half an hour later, Gao Yan patted classmate Xiaojue's perky buttocks and said, "Okay, now that you've pressed it, you can turn over." "Husband, I didn't expect you to be so kind. It feels so comfortable. Now I feel so relaxed all over." Shi Wen turned around and praised while stretching. "No, only you can enjoy my service. If someone else offered you 1 million, I wouldn't give it to them." Gao Yan's eyes were a little straight. People who practice martial arts are prone to injuries, so almost all people who practice martial arts know some massage. After he reaches the Baodan state, he can reflect himself and understand the meridians of the human body. Even some senior traditional Chinese medicine doctors can't compare with him. Superior. Moreover, during the massage, some strength will be injected into Zhua Jianyue's muscles to relieve the pain. Naturally, she will feel extremely relaxed after the massage. "Then you'll stick with me for the rest of your life." Shi Wen sat up, put her arms around Gao Yan's neck and said, "Okay, for life." Gao Yan nodded seriously. "That's it." Shi Wen was extremely happy after receiving her boyfriend's assurance. And then she couldn't help but move her mouth towards him. Gao Yan was naturally not polite about this. He lowered his head slightly, their lips met. And their eyes also collided, and they could feel it. See the passionate affection in each other's eyes. After a sweet kiss, just when Gao Yan was about to disarm Xiaoxue, the other party pushed her away, rolled to the side and said with a smile, "Honey, not now, we have to go to the bar later." "Okay, I'll let you go for now, and I'll take care of you tonight. Gao Yan said harshly. The time came to 8:30. Gao Yan and Shi Wen walked out of the elevator hand in hand. Song Yufei and the other 6 people had already arrived in advance. So, a group of 8 people took 2 taxis outside the hotel and headed straight to Hohai. The reason why everyone is curious about the bars in Hohai is because most of the bars in Hohai are music bars with resident singers. As for having fun, you have to go to Sanlitun. Because of the heavy traffic, it took more than an hour for them to reach Hohai. Yufei, which one are you going to? Shi Yao asked. Song Yufei had obviously done her homework in advance and almost blurted out. Go to Yuejia bar. I heard that the guy who sings there is super handsome. Then are you here to drink, or to see the handsome guy? Su Feiyong joked with a smile. Can't you drink and watch handsome guys at the same time? Song Yufei rolled her eyes. So, a group of people came to Yuejia bar. However, what surprised Gao Yan was that the bar seemed a bit small. Except for the table in the middle, which was slightly larger, the others were small. Tables that could only accommodate 4 people. And the table in the middle is already occupied. In desperation, the 8 people could only split into 2 tables. Su Feiyong and Chu He sat together in one table, Gao Yan and Shi Wen. Song Yufei and Shi Yao sat together in one table. I heard that the cocktails here are very delicious. How about we order some to try? Song Yufei asked again. Everyone has no opinion on this. At this moment, there are already singers singing on the small stage. It feels pretty good and has reached the level of a professional singer. Unfortunately, what disappoints Song Yufei is that none of these singing brothers are as handsome as the legend says. I'm so disappointed. You're not as handsome as Boss Gao. Gao Yan smiled and said nothing. This was the second time he heard Song Yufei praise him for being handsome. Why did he feel a little proud? It seems that I am also a superficial person. Although Yuejia bar is a bit small, you can listen to music and drink quietly. And you won't encounter those messy things at all. However, I have to get up early to watch the flag-raising ceremony tomorrow. So, everyone left until 11 o'clock. Consumption is not high either, about 200 yuan per capita. When we got back to the hotel, it was already early in the morning, so everyone hurriedly took a shower and went to bed. Because I have to watch the flag-raising ceremony tomorrow morning. The flag-raising time is 4:49 in the morning, so you have to get up at 4 o'clock to make it in time. When Gao Yan came out of the shower, he found that Shi Wen had fallen asleep. Seeing this, he smiled, took out a bottle of medicinal wine and drank it, then hugged the pill beside the bed. More than 3 hours later, the qi, blood and essence in the dantian collapsed. Very good, the elixir holding time has been increased by almost 10 minutes. Gao Yan smiled with satisfaction, brought up the system panel, and found that his physique had increased a little, reaching 112 points. It was less than an hour before 4 o'clock. Gao Yan had no intention of continuing to sleep, so he took out a book from the mustard seed space and flipped through it quickly. When the time came to 3:50, Gao Yan pushed Shi Wen, who was sleeping. Husband, stop making trouble, I still want to sleep for a while. Shi Wen said in a daze. It's 4 o'clock. Do you still want to see the flag-raising ceremony? Gao Yan reminded. Upon hearing the flag-raising ceremony, Shi Wen quickly turned over and sat up, but her eyelids were very heavy, and it was difficult to open them. Open your mouth and drink this. Gao Yan brought a cup of medicinal wine to her mouth. This medicinal wine not only strengthened the body, but also refreshed the mind. Xiao Shui opened his mouth obediently. When he drank the medicinal wine, he felt cheated and subconsciously wanted to spit it out. Don't spit it out, swallow it, Gao Yan said in a deep voice. In desperation, classmate Xiao Shui could only swallow the medicinal wine in frustration. Husband, what are you doing, making fun of others so early in the morning? It's medicinal wine. You won't feel sleepy after drinking it. As the medicinal wine took effect, Shi Jianyue was no longer sleepy, and then hurried to the bathroom to wash up. After a while, the two came to the hotel lobby. Song Yufei, Shi Yao, Su Feiyang and his girlfriend were all there, but they were not in a good mental state and yawned all the time. Hey, you two look pretty good, Song Yufei asked curiously. Medicinal wine, Shi Jianyue whispered. Upon hearing this, Song Yufei woke up, and then looked at Gao Yan eagerly. Boss Gao, can you give me a sip? I really can't get up the spirit. Go to the front desk and ask for a few paper cups. Gao Yan did not refuse. Thank you, Boss Gao, Song Yufei said happily, and then ran to the hotel front desk to ask for a few paper cups. Here. Gao Yan took out a bottle of wine from his bag, opened it, and poured a small half cup into 4 paper cups. Quick, you guys try it too. Song Yufei gestured to the other 3. Shi Yao took the paper cup and smelled it. It's wine. Song Yufei said, this is a good thing, 1 bottle costs 1 million, such a small cup is at least tens of thousands. As soon as she finished speaking, she drank it all. With curiosity, Shi Yao, Su Feiyang and Zhu Lingyan also drank the medicinal wine in the cup. Soon, they all felt the benefits of the medicinal wine. This wine is amazing. Feeling the heat flow in his body, Su Feiyang said in amazement. It's really amazing. Shi Yao and Zhu Lingyan also nodded in agreement. The next moment, Su Feiyang looked at Gao Yan and asked, Brother Gao, I'm sorry to ask, where did you buy this wine? Don't even think about it, this wine is not available on the market. At this time, Song Yufei interrupted and said, by the way, Chu He and Jiang Tian are not going, let's go. Seeing that Song Yufei deliberately didn't let him ask, Su Feiyang didn't ask anything else, but he felt itchy in his heart, and at the same time he felt sorry for Chu He and Jiang Tian. These 2 people didn't come and missed such a magical medicinal wine. I'll go, there are so many people. When Gao Yan and his party arrived, they found that there were really many people coming to watch the flag-raising ceremony. Moreover, they seemed to have arrived too late and could not get closer. Of course, it is very easy to squeeze out with Gao Yan's strength, but it is not necessary. The time soon came to 4:49. The National Flag Guard escorted the national flag, and the originally noisy crowd became quiet. Honey, what should I do if I can't see? Shi Jianyue said helplessly. Come on, sit up. Gao Yan quickly squatted down and motioned for Shi Jianyue to sit on his shoulders. Isn't this bad? Shi Jianyue was a little embarrassed. Then do you want to see it? If you continue to mess around, it will be over. Shi Jianyue didn't hesitate anymore and quickly sat on Gao Yan's shoulders. Hold my head, don't fall. Gao Yan warned, grabbed Shi Jianyue's legs with both hands, and stood up. Sitting on Gao Yan's shoulders, Shi Jianyue's field of vision also widened. And she happened to see the escort carrying the red flag to the flag stand. Song Yufei on the side couldn't help but look envious when she saw this scene. Zhu Lingyan subconsciously looked at her boyfriend, Su Feiyang. Su Feiyang was on the thin side, but his girlfriend Zhu Yan was not short. She was more than 1.7 meters tall. But under his expectant eyes, he gritted his teeth and squatted down, saying to her, "Come up here." Zhu Yan couldn't help but have a smile on her face, and she quickly sat on it. Su Feiyang only felt his body sinking, and then he stood up with all his strength. It took him 3 attempts to stand up, but his body was a little shaky. Fortunately, Gao Yan stretched out his hand to support him, otherwise he would have been in danger of falling. "Thanks, brother," Su Feiyang said gratefully. The singles Song Yufei and Shi Yao were a little dumbfounded as they were all being ridden by their boyfriends. "How about we take turns riding?" Song Yufei suggested. Shi Yao rolled her eyes. "Do you think I can support you?" Shi Yao was slender and only a little over 1.6 meters tall. She really didn't have the ability to hold up Song Yufei. Amid the loud national anthem, the flag gradually climbed up and finally fluttered at the top of the flagpole. The flag-raising ceremony ended. The crowd also dispersed in all directions. "Hey, this flag-raising ceremony was so lonely," Song Yufei said a little depressedly. "It's not like the two of you, who both have boyfriends to support you." Su Feiyang, who was rubbing his waist, couldn't help but smile proudly when he heard this. "Then you should quickly find a boyfriend. I'll take care of you next time." "Didn't you find the right one?" Song Yufei glared at Su Feiyang angrily. "That's because your demands are too high." Zhu Yan interjected in a good mood. "That's right, there are many outstanding boys in our school, but Yufei just doesn't like them." Shui Jiangyue also said. "Boss Gao, how about I introduce him to you? I don't know many people. What do you think of Qinghao?" Gao Yan smiled and said that it was easy for people to ignore Song Yufei and Shui Jiangyue standing together. It was not that she was not beautiful, but that Shui Jiangyue was too good. In fact, Song Yufei's appearance also exceeded 90, reaching 92 points, which is a bit higher than Jing Xiaoyu's appearance. "Who is Qinghao?" Song Yufei thought for a while and felt that the name seemed familiar. "He's the owner of Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant, my good brother," Gao Yan said. No. Song Yufei shook her head quickly. Qinghao was just average looking, but she was still fat. And she was a typical pretty girl, so she really didn't care for those who weren't handsome. Of course, Gao Yan didn't really intend to introduce Song Yufei to her boyfriend. The reason was very simple. He didn't know many men. Secondly, it would be fine if the introduction was successful. If the two parties broke up on bad terms in the future, they would probably blame him, so don't introduce your boyfriend or girlfriend to others easily. I heard that there is a special breakfast in Beijing called bean juice. How about we try it? At this time, Shi Yao suddenly said. I advise you not to go. Zhu Yan said, one of my college roommates is from Beijing. She bought a lot of soybean juice online and kept it in the dormitory. With her strong recommendation, I took a sip and almost made me vomit. Is it that exaggerated? Song Yufei didn't believe it. Then you can try it, Zhu Yan said. How about giving it a try? Song Yufei was really interested. Everyone was young and at the most curious age, so they decided to find a breakfast shop to try to see if the taste of the bean juice was as scary as the legend said. However, there are no shops near Tiananmen Square, and it is difficult to take a taxi now, so everyone has to walk. Half an hour later, finally found a breakfast shop. After sitting down, everyone except Xu Lingyan ordered a bowl of bean juice. "Husband, you try it first," Shi Wen said with a smile. "Okay, let me try first." Gao Yan picked up the bowl and brought it to his mouth, then took a sip. Suddenly, a taste like swill filled his entire mouth, but his face did not change at all. He directly moved the bean juice in his mouth to the mustard space. Then he made a swallowing motion. "How about it?" Shi Wen stared at him and asked, and the others were also waiting for his answer. Gao Yan said without changing his expression, "It's not as bad as the legend says. I did feel a little uncomfortable when I first took it in, but after swallowing it, I had an endless aftertaste, just like stinky tofu. It smells stinky and tastes delicious. It smells good, you can try it." As he spoke, Gao Yan took another sip, then nodded, "The more you drink, the better it tastes." At this time everyone no longer questioned and took a drink from the bowl. Then, their expressions changed. Especially Shi Yao, who almost performed a squirting performance, but fortunately she covered her mouth in time. Feeling that the bean juice was like swill in their mouths, no one had the courage to swallow it, so they all found the trash can and vomited it in. Then they noticed the evil smile on Gao Yan's face, and they all understood that they had been fooled. "Gao Yan, you are too bad." Song Yufei glanced at him resentfully. "That's right, you deliberately lured us into being deceived." Shi Wen also looked evil, thinking in her mind whether to punish him and not allow him to enter the canyon battlefield for 3 days. "Brother Gao, you are killing 1,000 enemies and damaging yourself 800. What a loss." Su Feiyong was also speechless. Facing the accusations from everyone, Gao Yan said with a smile, "I really didn't lie to you. I think this bean juice is pretty good." While talking, Gao Yan picked up the remaining bean juice in the bowl and drank it in one gulp. In fact, all of it was transferred to the mustard space. "Husband, don't waste it. You should also drink my bowl." Classmate Xiaozhua smiled evilly and pushed her bowl of bean juice in front of Gao Yan. "Okay." Gao Yan picked up the bowl again, drank it all in one gulp, and finally made a smacking gesture. "Yes, it really tastes better the more you drink it." For a moment, Song Yufei, Shi Yao, and Su Feiyong couldn't help but wonder, is that really the case? With suspicion, Song Yufei and Su Feiyong took another drink. But they still couldn't bear the taste. Seeing this, Gao Yan almost burst into laughter. These two people were really tough. He didn't expect to be fooled twice in a row. Of course, it was also because of his excellent acting skills. WeChat, one update. After breakfast and returning to the hotel, everyone went to their rooms to catch up on their sleep. Gao Yan is a master of Danjin, so even if he doesn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, it won't affect him. But when classmate Xiaozhua wants to sleep, he sleeps with her. This sleep. Everyone slept until noon before getting up. After lunch, several girls suggested going shopping in Wangfujing. When Su Feiyong and Chu He heard this, their expressions changed slightly. It seems that fear of going shopping with your girlfriend is almost a common problem among men. "How about you guys go shopping? We won't go," Su Feiyong said cautiously, and then kept winking at Chu He and Gao Yan. "Yes, you girls have to visit a lot of stores, and it's not convenient for us boys to go in," Chu He said with deep approval. "I haven't had a good rest and want to catch up on my sleep, so I won't go with you." Gao Yan also followed suit. It doesn't matter if you don't go, we won't feel comfortable with you following us, Zhu Lingyan said with a look of disgust. Upon hearing this, Chu He and Su Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief. Before leaving, Gao Yan handed the diamond black card to Zhuo Jianyue. Buy whatever you like, don't save money for me. Thank you, husband. Zhuo Jianyue said happily that she was not a pretentious girl. Since she had her mother's approval, she thought it was natural to spend her husband's money. Brother Gao, what are your plans for the afternoon? After the 5 girls left, Su Feiyang asked Gao Yan with a smile. Gao Yan thought for a moment, swim in the hotel now, and then go to the SPA to relax. Okay, that's it. Su Feiyang and Chu He both agreed. Soon, the 3 of them came to the swimming area of the hotel and bought a pair of swimming trunks to change into. Su Feiyang and Chu He couldn't help but be attracted by Gao Yan's body. Let's go, brother Gao, your figure is too good, you don't exercise less. After looking at Gao Yan's 8-pack abs, Su Feiyang looked at his flat belly. Yes, I will exercise every day. What do you usually practice? Please give us some guidance. When I get back, I want to practice too. Chu He also looked at Gao Yan's body with a look of covetousness. His figure was not as good as Su Feiyang's, and even slightly different. Beer belly. I was just practicing blindly. Gao Yan smiled modestly. As they spoke, the 3 of them walked out of the locker room. At this time, there were still many people in the swimming area, including Su Feiyang and Chu He, but as soon as Gao Yan appeared, he attracted the attention of almost 90% of the women in the audience, and some even swallowed secretly. Plop. Gao Yan jumped down, then spread out his hands and feet to swim in the swimming pool. In fact, his swimming skills were not very good, but he was a master of Danjin and his body coordination was so good that he quickly figured out how to swim. Less swimming skills. After 2 laps of swimming, he felt that it was not interesting. Simply get up from the swimming pool and sit on a chair by the pool to bask in the sun. At the same time, he also took out his mobile phone. Just as he was about to see if Qin Yiling had a live broadcast, a girl wearing a conservative swimming skirt came to him. The girl is not tall, at most 1.6 meters, but her legs are very slender. At the same time, she has 2 big bears ready to appear. The most important thing is that she also has a lowly face. Subconsciously, Gao Yan threw a data eye at the opponent. Name, Ching Ching Ching. Age, 20. Height, 159 centimeters. Appearance, 95. Body, 97. Charisma, 97. Constitution, 71. Spirit, 82. Strength, ordinary person. Identity, sophomore student at Southwest University and internet celebrity. Favorability, 60. Special, 100. Her appearance, figure, and charm are all over 95. She is an absolute S-level beauty, and she is 20 years old. She is an absolute legal lowly beauty. What's wrong with you? Gao Yan looked up at her and asked. A flash of shyness flashed across Ching Ching Ching's face, and she whispered. Brother, can I add your WeChat account? Can. Gao Yan called up his WeChat QR code and asked the other party to scan it. Soon, he received a request to add a profile photo of an anime girl. Okay, added. Gao Yan smiled at the other party. Thanks. Without saying a word, Ching 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 ran away quickly. Is it coming? Ching 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 returned to her companions, and 3 girls immediately surrounded her. Ching 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 nodded with a red face. I knew it would work if we Ching Ching took action. Hurry, push WeChat to us. For some reason, Ching 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 was a little reluctant, but she still pushed. Gao Yan's WeChat message to 3 friends. Other side. Gao Yan has entered Chen Yiling's live broadcast room. The other party's popularity is good and has been steadily rising these days. And it can be seen that Chen Yiling's singing skills are getting better and better. After spending hundreds of dollars on small gifts, Gao Yan exited the live broadcast room. Then Chen Yiling's WeChat message came, and the little girl asked him not to send any more gifts. However, the other party was still live broadcasting and did not talk much. At this time, Gao Yan discovered that he had 3 more friend requests. After clicking, he found that the avatars in these 3 friend requests were all beautiful girls. Then he subconsciously looked in the direction of Ching 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 and found that the other party was also looking at him. Feeling his eyes, Ching 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 quickly lowered his head. Gao Yan scanned the 3 girls next to Ching 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 and immediately understood what was going on. He threw a data eye at each of the 3 girls. He had their general information. The 3 girls were named Su Lan, Lu Meiyu, and Yang Xiefeng. Among them, Su Lan and Yang Xiefeng's appearance exceeded 90 points. However, their specialness was not full marks, one was only 85, the other was only 80, and Lu Meiyu's appearance was only 88 points, and her specialness was even lower, only 70 points. Gao Yan accepted their friend requests and chatted with them casually. However, he didn't have any ideas about the 3 girls, it was just to kill time. Unexpectedly, after a while, someone else came to ask for his WeChat account. Some added and started chatting, while others added, but there was no movement. Brother Gao, you are too popular with beautiful women, right? At this time, Su Feiyang and Chu He also climbed out of the swimming pool. Gao Yan smiled and said, there is no way, sometimes being too charming is also a distressing thing. Suddenly, they were greeted with a wave of eyes. Are you still swimming? If not, let's go for a SPA. Okay, let's go. Su Feiyang nodded, you've stolen all the limelight here. So, the 3 of them got up and left the swimming area. After changing clothes and walking out of the locker room, Ching 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 and the other 2 girls also walked out from the other side. Hello, little brother, are you not swimming so soon? Su Lan took the initiative to wave to Gao Yan. Yes. Gao Yan responded with a smile. What are you going to do next? Su Lan continued to ask. We are going to have a SPA. Gao Yan said. What a coincidence, we are also going to go, how about going together? Su Lan hurriedly said. Of course, no problem. Gao Yan naturally saw that the other party was lying at a glance, but he didn't need to expose it, even if he did, what would happen? Since they were going to have a SPA together, the 2 sides got to know each other. After chatting all the way, the 2 sides had a preliminary understanding. Especially Su Feiyang's speech was humorous, making the girls laugh frequently. Chu He was relatively silent, but his eyes were not at peace, and he was obviously a sultry man. Gao Yan was relatively calm from beginning to end. Ching 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 felt happy when she saw this scene. Updates. A group of 7 people took the elevator to the 7th floor of the hotel. After asking the waiter, he told them that there were not enough technicians, and they could only serve 5 people for the time being. You go first, wait until the other technicians go to work, and then I'll do it. Gao Yan took the initiative. Then I'll do it later. Ching followed. After some courtesy, Su Feiyong, Chuha, and 3 other women were led into the room, while Gao Yan and Ching stayed in the rest area. However, the waiter thoughtfully brought them dried fruit snacks, drinks, and tea for them to enjoy. "How long do you plan to stay in the capital this time, Mr. Ching?" Seeing that Ching seemed a little shy, Gao Yan took the initiative to break the quiet atmosphere. When chatting with her 3 friends before, he had already learned that they were roommates in the same dormitory and were traveling to the capital during the summer vacation. Ching whispered, "We have been playing in the capital for 3 days. And we are going to go back after a week." Next, under Gao Yan's guidance, Ching talked more and mentioned his favorite dunk to death. After Gao Yan asked if she had any photos or videos of her dressing up, the other party said that she could watch her on Douyin, where she uploaded many photos or videos of her dunking prey to death. Gao Yan immediately took out his phone and clicked on Douyin, search for her account. Ching clicked follow, and then clicked on her page. He discovered that the other party actually had more than 3 million fans. He was considered a small internet celebrity. As for his works, there were more than 50. At the top of the list is her most praised work, with more than 500,000 red hearts, and her work is The Elf Princess Who Killed Prey. Clicking on the video to watch, Gao Yan was amazed. The elf princess who was holding Pui to death was so pure and lustful, so he couldn't help but praise. "The elf princess look is so beautiful." "Thanks." Ching happily thanked. "In order to shoot this short video, I spent a week just preparing for it." Later, Gao Yan looked through her other works. Most of them were animation characters, and some of them were characters from King of Glory. "Do you make money from publishing your works on Douyin?" Gao Yan asked, while looking through the other party's works. "Have." Ching nodded, "But it's not much. The money I earned is not enough to buy clothes." "Then haven't you thought about live streaming?" Gao Yan asked again. Douyin, which is 15 years old, does not yet have a live broadcast function. "I'm not suitable for live streaming." Ching shook her head. "I was very nervous after the broadcast started, and I didn't know what to say." Gao Yan could tell that Ching's character was indeed a bit shy and too thin-skinned. Although there was no threshold for becoming an anchor, you still had to communicate with fans. If you can't even communicate with fans, you are indeed not suitable to be a host. Chatted for half an hour. The waiter arrived and said that a technician had already called the clock. He asked them who would go first. "You go ahead." Gao Yan smiled. "It's better you go." "No, I just came here with my friends. I actually don't want to do it." Gao Yan explained. "Oh well." So, Ching left the rest area reluctantly. Gao Yan was about to see if Xing Xiaoyu had a live broadcast, but the phone rang. "Mr. Fong, what's going on?" Gao Yan answered Fong Xinzhen's call and asked. "Boss, the general agent of the fruit company in China is unwilling to continue to supply us with mobile phones, tablets, computers, etc." Fong Xinzhen said in a heavy tone. "Why?" Gao Yan asked, puzzledly. "They said the price we sold it at was too low and would affect their brand value." Fong Xinzhen said, a little annoyed. Upon hearing this reason, Gao Yan couldn't help but laugh angrily. "We have the same price as other merchants. It's none of their business if we sell at a loss. I can't help it, I'm just so arrogant." Fong Xinzhen said speechlessly. Okay, since they are unwilling to supply us, let's focus on domestic brands. Gao Yan said solemnly. Don't we send someone to communicate with them? Fang Zhenzhen asked tentatively. No need. Gao Yan said. Fang Zhenzhen, but boss, I'm worried that if this matter spreads, it will cause a chain reaction, which may cause other international brands to stop supplying to us. It doesn't matter. If they stop supplying, they will find a corresponding domestic brand to replace it. Gao Yan said disapprovingly that the mall he ran this Sunday was mainly about discounts, attracting the kind of customers who wanted to take advantage. Relatively speaking, brand name things are not as important as imagined. Gao Yan thought for a while and then ordered, by the way, Dami mobile phones and Zhongwei mobile phones are both good. If you do this, anyone who buys these two mobile phones can participate in a lottery after purchasing, and the prizes will all be cash coupons. The winning rate is its 80%, with a minimum reward of 500 yuan in cash coupons and a maximum reward of 5,000 yuan in cash coupons. These cash coupons have no restrictions and can be used to purchase any product on our website. Of the two mobile phones mentioned by Gao Yan, rice phones have always followed the path of hunger marketing, and their sales are very good. They have sold 35 million units this year. Zhongwei Mobile has only started to make efforts this year, and it has also emerged among domestic mobile phones. As of July this year, sales have exceeded 20 million. But these two phones are far behind compared to fruit phones. As of July this year, the sales of fruit phones in Daxia this year have been close to 140 million, which cannot be matched by Dami and Zhongwei combined. After receiving Gao Yan's instructions, Fang Zhenzhen quickly convened a meeting with senior officials. After the meeting, the entire company took action. At the same time, contact was also made with Rice Company and Zhongwei Company. After receiving a call from Xingchen Company, both Rice Company and Zhongwei Company attach great importance to it. Why? Because Xingchen Company is willing to give them money to sell mobile phones. Why don't they want to? In particular, Zhongwei Company also reduced the purchase price of mobile phones by 200 yuan. Although the Rice Company did not lower the purchase price, they said they could use their own channels to help promote it. After several Black Sunday events, the number of app downloads in the Sunday Mall has exceeded 300 million, reaching 320 million. Moreover, Xingchen Company is a new company. The new company does not have so much intrigue and has high execution capabilities. At 6 o'clock that night, the machine purchase lottery event will be ready and can be launched at any time. Fang Zhenzhen waved her hand, and the purchase activity went online directly. Xiao Zhang is an office clerk who has just become a full-time employee. The monthly salary is only just over 4,000. After deducting rent, food, and purchasing some daily necessities, she can save 1,000 yuan every month. She has always wanted to buy the latest fruit phone. So far, she has saved nearly $3,000. Originally, the difference was nearly 2,000 yuan, but yesterday her colleague recommended a website called Sunday Mall to her and told her that the products on it were cheaper than those elsewhere and were all genuine. In particular, there is a Black Sunday event every Sunday night from 6 to 12 p.m. During the event, the products inside will be wildly discounted. In addition, there will be a blind box voting event every day. What made her regretful was that yesterday's blind box product was a fruit mobile phone. Unfortunately, she chose to vote for blind box C. As a result, she opened blind box A And the offer is still 30% off. In other words, if she wins, she may be able to buy a fruit mobile phone of her choice for only more than $1,000. Today's blind box prize is a women's watch. She also liked it better, so she voted. As soon as she got off work, she took out her mobile phone and opened the Sunday Mall app. But today there was an opening screen advertisement. Just when she was about to delete the opening screen advertisement, she was suddenly stunned because this advertisement was a lottery for purchasing a phone. The content of the activity is very simple, that is, anyone who purchases any mobile phone from Zhongwei or Dami can participate in the lottery, and the winning rate is 80%. The lowest prize is a cash coupon of 500 yuan, and the highest prize is a cash coupon of 5,000 yuan. This cash coupon never expires and can be used to purchase any product in the Sunday Mall. Out of curiosity, Xiao Zhang clicked on the advertisement. After entering the page, he saw a display of all models of Zhongwei mobile phones and Rice mobile phones. Moreover, the prices of both mobile phones are $200 to $300 lower than the market price. For example, she is currently using Mi 3, which she originally purchased for 2,200 yuan, but now sells for only 1,900 yuan. The latest model, Mi 4, sells for 2,500 yuan on the market, but only sells for 2,100 yuan here. After browsing for a while, Xiao Zhang suddenly hesitated. How about buying Rice 4? What if you win a 5,000 yuan cash coupon? Wouldn't it be possible to get a mobile phone for free and earn thousands of dollars? After a slight hesitation, she exited the interface and searched for fruit phone. But what surprised her was that she didn't find it in the search. What's going on? I just found it yesterday. Xiao Zhang frowned. Thinking of this, he contacted customer service, who told her that the fruit phone company prohibited the website from selling fruit phone at low prices. Therefore, the website had stopped cooperating with fruit phone. Suddenly, Xiao Zhang had a bad feeling about fruit mobile phones. Originally she was still hesitant. Why is she still hesitating now? Because even if she wants to buy a fruit mobile phone, she can't buy it. As for going to physical stores or other websites, she simply doesn't have enough money. So, Xiao Zhang decisively clicked into the purchase activity page, and then chose to purchase Rice 4. After payment, you will automatically jump to the lottery interface. After clicking the draw, the roulette wheel spins and finally stops at the 5,000 yuan column. Did I win the jackpot? Xiao Zhang was a little dazed, then he clicked on his personal page and saw that the 5,000 yuan cash coupon had arrived. With some doubts, she successfully purchased a set of cosmetics worth more than 500 yuan using cash coupons. Yeah. For a moment, Xiao Zhang couldn't help but wave his arms happily. Xiao Zhang, what are you so happy about? Asked Sister Wang from an office. Sister Wang, I bought a mobile phone at the Sunday Mall, and then won a 5,000 yuan cash coupon in a lottery. Xiao Zhang quickly shared this matter with Sister Wang. It can't be a lie, right? Sister Wang doubted. It's not a lie. Xiao Zhang quickly explained, I used the cash coupon to purchase a set of cosmetics, and the purchase was successful. Really? Sister Wang's eyes lit up. I'll try it too. Sister Wang was about to change her mobile phone, so she bought a Zhongwei mobile phone worth 2,400 yuan. After paying, she did a lottery and won. However, her luck was not as good as Xiao Zhang's, and she only won 2,000 yuan. Then she used the winning cash coupon to buy several items, and all of them were successful. For a moment, she couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. Xiao Zhang, today is all thanks to you. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. This is not good. Xiao Zhang was a little embarrassed. Sister Wang said forcefully, there's nothing wrong with this. Today, I spent 400 yuan to buy a good mobile phone, saving nearly half a month's salary. Isn't it natural to treat you to a meal? After the Sunday Mall's lucky draw activity was launched, countless users who were willing to give it a try won the prize and found that the cash coupons could really be used, and they couldn't help but recommend it to their friends, colleagues, and relatives. Therefore, 1 hour after the activity was launched, the sales of Zhongwei mobile phones reached 53,000 units, and the sales of Dami mobile phones reached 64,000 units. In Beijing, in the hotel. After Gao Yan hung up Fang Zhenzhen's phone, he pulled out the system panel. This lucky draw activity created a sales amount of 220 million in just 1 hour, but the cash coupons drawn were as high as 150 million. It seems to be a loss-making business, but in fact, Gao Yan, the boss, made more money than expected. With a tenfold rebate, his system reserve funds directly increased by 2.2 billion. And the upgrade experience has accumulated to 420 million. However, this upgrade experience is still far from the 100 billion upgrade experience. According to Fang Zhenzhen, as this mobile phone purchase activity spreads, the sales will definitely soar in the future. The more these two domestic mobile phones are sold, the greater the loss of potential customers of Fruit mobile phones. Moreover, after asking Gao Yan for instructions, Fang Zhenzhen prepared to take out 50 million activity funds to build momentum for this event, and the advertising slogan was also very domineering: let all Chinese people afford mobile phones. Dami Mobile Headquarters. The entire company paid great attention to and attached great importance to the purchase of mobile phones in the Sunday Mall. Mr. Mi asked the secretary in a deep voice, Xiao Lu, is the sales data for the first hour out? Mr. Mi, please wait, our people are contacting them. Xiao Lu responded respectfully. 2 minutes later, Xiao Lu said happily, Mr. Mi, the sales data has been sent over. In the first hour of the event, our mobile phones sold a total of 64,000 units. I will send the detailed data of each model to your mailbox. Soon, Mr. Mi downloaded the data sheet from his mailbox. After clicking to watch, a smile appeared on his face. The sales of rice this year are very good. As of July this year, 35 million units have been sold, equivalent to 5 million units per month, 160,000 units per day, and more than 6,000 units per hour. But Sunday Mall sold more than 60,000 units in 1 hour, and they also paid out of their own pockets for a cash coupon lottery. In his opinion, Sunday Mall is simply a good person. Thinking of this, he said to his secretary, Xiao Lu, you go and notify the director of the operations department and ask him to come to my office. Okay, Mr. Mi. He felt that the previous publicity scale was not enough and had to increase publicity. Similarly, Zhongwei Mobile received an hour of sales data and was also quite shocked. It also chose to build momentum for the Sunday purchase event. With the joint publicity of the three parties, the sales of mobile phones in the second hour soared again. From 7 to 8 o'clock in the evening, the sales of Zhongwei mobile phones exceeded 100,000 per hour, and the sales of Rice mobile phones exceeded 120,000. After this sales volume was sent back to the two companies, the two CEOs directly asked the company to work overtime. On the other side, in a high-end suite of a five-star hotel in Beijing, Gao Yan has changed several sets of clothes in succession under the command of Xiao Zhua. Yes, the 5 women went shopping like crazy today, and they didn't return to the hotel until 8 o'clock with big bags and small bags. And as soon as they came back, Xiao Zhua excitedly pulled Gao Yan to try on clothes. Baby, this is the 5th set, are there any more? Gao Yan asked. Don't worry, there are only 3 sets. Xiao Zhua smiled secretly. Husband, my vision is very good, I feel that every set of clothes I choose looks so handsome on you. Baby's vision is naturally good, of course, mainly because my own conditions are not bad. Gao Yan said narcissistically, by the way, you have been shopping for so long, you won't just buy clothes for me. Of course not, I also bought 3 sets myself. After you try them on, I will try them on for you to see. Shu Jianyue said. Just after Gao Yan finished trying on 2 more sets of clothes, a knock on the door sounded. After opening the door, Song Yufei and Shi Yao walked in together. I have some bad news for you. There is a problem with the travel company I booked. We can't go to Badaling Great Wall tomorrow. Song Yufei said angrily. Can't we change the travel company? Shu Jianyue asked. It's too late. Song Yufei shook her head. I have contacted several travel companies, or travel agencies, and the earliest will be arranged in 2 days. What should I do? Shu Jianyue asked. Song Yufei said, either cancel the plan to go to the Great Wall or postpone it. I came to you to discuss it with you. Don't worry, I'll call and ask. At this time, Gao Yan spoke. Then he walked aside, picked up his mobile phone and called the dedicated customer service Suzy. Miss Su, I am in Beijing now, and I plan to go to the Great Wall tomorrow. There are 8 of us here. Please help me arrange it. Okay, Mr. Gao, I will arrange it for you right away. How is it? The 3 women looked at Gao Yan. Wait a minute, there should be news soon. About 5 minutes later, Suzy called and said that she had contacted a private customized high-end travel agency in Beijing, and the other party should contact him within 10 minutes. But in fact, less than 10 minutes later, the high-end travel agency called. The caller was a woman, and her tone was quite polite. He also said that he would come to the hotel within an hour to have a detailed discussion with him. An hour and a half later, Gao Yan sent the person in charge of the travel agency away. Yes, the person in charge of the other party came in person. Boss Gao, I didn't expect that you also have connections in the capital. That's awesome. Song Yufei gave a thumbs up. Yes, this travel agency should not serve ordinary people. Su Feiyang said with deep understanding that when Gao Yan communicated with the person in charge of the travel agency just now, they discovered that the other person's own quality was very high. And judging from his temperament and conversation, he must be no ordinary person. You all think highly of me. Gao Yan smiled. Did I just apply for a black card at the bank? I was contacted through the bank. It's not an ordinary black card, right? Shu He interjected, ordinary black cards don't have such service treatment. Now almost every bank has launched a black card, such as some small banks, and the black card application requirements for private banks are very low. The threshold is low, and naturally the services you receive are not high either. It's Longxing's black card. Gao Yan said. Is this it? Shu Jianyue took out the black card Gao Yan gave her. Here I go, this seems to be Longxing's diamond black card. Su Feiyang exclaimed. Is this diamond black card very powerful? Jiang Tian couldn't help but ask. It's more than awesome. Su Feiyang explained, it's not too difficult to get a regular black card from Longxing, but to get a diamond black card, you have to meet a condition, which is to have a cash deposit of 1 billion in Longxing, and it must be deposited for more than 3 months. I'll go. After hearing this, everyone looked at Gao Yan differently. Boss Gao, you are so secretive. I didn't expect you to have 1 billion in cash. After a while, Song Yufei said with a look of amazement. Shi Yao looked at Gao Yan with a slightly strange look, but after she glanced at Zhuo Jianyue, her heart sank, and she sighed in her heart, no wonder a beauty of Zhuo Jianyue's level would follow Gao Yan, it turns out. They are so rich. 5 in the morning. Xiaozhua finally broke his promise and fell asleep after 2 hours of traveling hand in hand with Gao Yan in the canyon battlefield. Gao Yan received a data sheet from Fang Zhenjin. The mobile phone purchase lottery event went online at 6 o'clock in the evening. From 6 to 7 o'clock, the sales of Demi mobile phones were 64,000 units. And the sales of Zhongwei mobile phones were 53,000 units. From 7 to 8 o'clock, sales soared, with Demi sales of 121,000 units. And Zhongwei mobile phone sales of 105,000 units. From 8 to 9 o'clock, sales hit a new high, with Demi sales of 156,000 units and Zhongwei mobile phone sales of 145,000 units. From 9 to 10 o'clock, sales declined, with Demi mobile phone sales of 152,000 units and Zhongwei mobile phone sales of 141,000 units. From 10 to 11 o'clock, sales continued to decline, with Demi mobile phone sales of 132,000 units and Zhongwei mobile phone sales of 118,000 units. From 11 o'clock to the early morning, the sales of the two mobile phones fell below 100,000, with 98,000 Demi phones and 89,000 Zhongwei phones. In just 6 hours, the purchase lottery activity sold a total of 723,000 Demi phones, creating 1.45 billion sales for Sunday Mall. Zhongwei phones were slightly worse, with 651,000 units sold, bringing in about 1.3 billion in sales. Directly pushed Gao Yan's upgrade experience to 3.02 billion. The system reserve funds increased by another 25.3 billion, reaching 487.1 billion. Of course, although the two mobile phones created 2.75 billion in sales, Sunday Mall also gave out nearly 1 billion in cash coupons. At this time, the phone rang. It was Fang Zhenjin calling. Gao Yan got up quietly and went to the window to answer the phone. Fang Zhenjin, boss, didn't you disturb your rest? Gao Yan, no, what's the matter? Fang Zhenjin, have you read the data sent to you? Gao Yan, I have read it, what do you want to say? Fang Zhenjin said, boss, how long will we do this mobile phone purchase activity? We don't make any money on these two mobile phones, and we have given away so many cash coupons. Can your fund support it? Gao Yan was not surprised by Fang Zhenjin's concerns. Although the 10 billion cash coupons are not a complete loss, they must lose at least 800 million. But did Gao Yan really lose money? If there is no tenfold return from the system, he would not dare to do this. Even if he has more money, but with the return from the system, he is not afraid at all. Even if the website loses 800 million every day, he can still make tens of billions through the system. So he said, of course we have to continue, and we have to increase publicity for me, and strive to achieve daily sales of 1 million units for both mobile Phones. Aren't fruit companies arrogant? Don't you think that selling at low prices will affect your brand? Well, I will pay for everyone to buy domestic mobile phones. Hearing that Gao Yan was going to continue, Fang Zhenzhen's expression was a bit complicated, but if we continue like this, can we afford to lose so much money? Fang Yan, I will inject 10 billion into the company tomorrow and make it as hard as possible. This sentence directly blocked Fang Zhenzhen's words of persuasion from her throat. After the call ended, Gao Yan did not intend to go to bed. But he took out a bottle of medicinal wine and drank it, and then began to practice Dan. 3 hours later, physical fitness increased by 1 point again. At 9 o'clock the next day, Gao Yan and his 8 people came to the hotel lobby. The people from the travel agency had come to the hotel lobby half an hour ago to wait. Today, the travel agency sent 2 7-seater Mercedes-Benz business cars. Each car is equipped with a driver and a female tour guide. The journey from Beijing to Badaling is not short, and with the traffic jam in the city, it takes at least 2 hours. The business car has a large space, and 4 people can get the best rest in 2 hours later, the car arrived at the Badaling Great Wall Scenic Area. The travel agency had already bought tickets for them, so they could queue up and enter directly. The weather was nice today, it was cloudy. After checking the tickets, everyone followed the crowd to climb up, and after more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the Great Wall. Looking at the Great Wall that stretched to the horizon, Shi Wen couldn't help but say, "It's so spectacular, I really don't know how the ancients built it." Yes. Gao Yan nodded. He had seen a lot of photos of the Great Wall, but he was also shocked when he stood on the Great Wall for the first time. At this time, the tour guide of the travel agency began to introduce them. She said that the section of the Great Wall they were climbing was actually built in the Ming Dynasty. Next, everyone walked and stopped, took pictures along the way, and climbed up. All the time, Gao Yan was fine, she didn't feel tired at all. Xiao Zhua, who had been drinking medicinal wine for a long time, had greatly improved her physical strength and endurance. In addition, Gao Yan had been holding her hand and lending her strength from time to time, so she didn't seem to be very tired. Among the other 6 people, Song Yufei also drank medicinal wine for a long time. Although her physique was not as good as Zhu Jianyue's, she was much stronger than the other 5. Among them, Jiang Tian was the weakest. She cried out that she couldn't stand it after climbing only 1/3 of the way up. Chu, he was not much better, but he was a boy after all, and his physique was much stronger than his girlfriend. Gao Yan saw this and took out a bottle of medicinal wine and a paper cup from his backpack. "Drink something to replenish your energy." Suddenly, Song Yufei and the others who had drunk the medicinal wine had their eyes light up and quickly surrounded them. Chu He and Jiang Tian, who had not drunk it, were very confused when they saw their companions were so excited. As soon as the medicinal wine was obtained, Su Feiyang and others drank it without hesitation. After the medicine takes effect, the fatigue in the body disappears instantly, and you become energetic again. "Ah, this is wine, I don't drink it." Jiang Tian took the paper cup and smelled it, then frowned. "Are you sure you don't want to?" Song Yufei said jokingly. "I don't drink." "If you don't believe me, ask Chu He." Jiang Tian said. Tian, if you don't want to drink it, just give it to me." At this time, Su Feiyang also said. "Feiyang, is there any mystery behind this wine?" He was not stupid at all, he vaguely guessed something. Don't blame me for not reminding you, this is a good thing, but you can't buy it with money. Su Feiyang reminded. Then let me try. He drank the medicinal wine in the paper cup in one gulp, and soon felt the benefits of the medicinal wine. His eyes lit up and he said to Jiang. Tian, drink it quickly, and you won't be so tired. After hearing her boyfriend's reminder, Jiang Tian didn't pretend to be pretentious and drank the medicinal wine in the cup. Only when the heat reached her limbs and her fatigue disappeared did she realize the benefits of the medicinal wine. You don't drink, why do you drink? Seeing this, Song Yufei sneered. Humph, this is from Brother Gao. Even if it's poison, I'll drink it. Jiang Tian snorted coldly, and then thanked Gao Yan flatteringly. Okay, everyone's strength has been restored, let's continue setting off. Gao Yan put the medicinal wine into his backpack. After more than an hour, Gao Yan and his party finally reached the highest point. Generally speaking, after climbing here, taking photos, you can return. But everyone was in high spirits, and after drinking the medicinal wine, they didn't feel tired, so they planned to walk a little further. It's not easy to come back. Since everyone has this interest, everyone continues to move forward. After walking a few hundred meters forward, there were almost no other tourists. After walking another 2,000 meters, there was no trace of other tourists at all. Look, there's someone there. Everyone looked up and found a person standing on the edge of the Great Wall 100 meters away. You're not going to jump over the Great Wall, are you? Shi Yao exclaimed. Come on, let's go over and take a look. But after running more than 10 meters, the man standing quietly on top actually started practicing boxing on the edge of the city. The person who practices boxing is a young man in his 20s or 80s. The opponent's boxing skills are exquisite and sharp, his body is calm, and he moves on the narrow edge of the city, but his legs are like roots. This shows that this person's boxing skills and footwork have reached a certain level. With Gao Yan's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that this person had reached the peak of Mingjin. The reason why he practiced boxing on the edge of the city was simply to use this sense of crisis to break through to dark Jin. After all, the edge of the city here is 20 or 30 meters above the ground. Even if he were at the peak of Mingjin, he would probably be seriously injured if he fell. Oh my god, the opponent is so brave, he actually practices boxing on the edge of the city. Shi Yao exclaimed. Yeah, what if I fall? Jiang Tian also said with deep understanding. Husband, should we stop him? Shu Jiangyue asked. No need. Gao Yan waved his hand, he probably won't fall. Let's not disturb him. Just pretend we didn't see him. Why? Everyone was puzzled. The opponent is a martial arts master. He practices boxing here and uses a sense of crisis to force himself to break through. Gao Yan explained, I don't know if you have ever seen a martial arts movie. In the movie, there is a scene of practicing martial arts on the edge of a cliff. People will feel scared even if they stand on the edge of a cliff, let alone practicing boxing, because if they are not careful, will fall off the cliff. At this time, people will have a sense of crisis, become extra focused, and it will be easier to break through. He couldn't help but said, Brother Gao, are there really martial arts masters in this world? How come the martial arts masters on the internet are all liars? Jiang Tian also followed, yes, the Tai Chi master who made a big fuss on The internet some time ago was knocked down by an amateur Sanda enthusiast. If so, why didn't they come out to rectify the name of Chuanwu? At this point, Gao Yan didn't mind saying a few more words. He explained. There are two reasons. The first is disdain. In the eyes of real martial arts masters, their competitions are just children's fights. Real martial arts strong people generally have a detached mentality, just like you. If you see two kindergarten friends fighting, and one party loses, will you fight with the winning child? Of course not. Gao Yan smiled and said, that's right. There is no equality of status. The second reason is that martial arts is not obvious to ordinary people. In fact, there is another reason, that is, Dasha officials do not want many people to practice martial arts. Their attitude towards martial arts families is that you can practice it yourself, but you cannot just pass it on to ordinary people. After all, chivalrous people use force to break the law. When a person has power beyond ordinary people, when he encounters something, he does not think of solving the problem by relying on the law, but seeks justice with his fists. Otherwise, practicing martial arts is useless. As for the saying in movies and TV shows that practicing martial arts is just for physical fitness, it is really nonsense. I don't know what kind of values we want to spread. If you really go to the gym directly to keep fit, why do you work so hard to practice martial arts? Just like in the beautiful country, ordinary people can buy guns, which makes them directly use guns to fight when conflicts escalate. Gao Yan saw such a video some time ago. A pair of neighbors in a beautiful country had a quarrel. The angry man went home and took a gun and killed the neighbor couple. If the beautiful country is also a country that bans guns, if something like this happens, the most you can do is greet it with fists, not guns. After listening to Gao Yan's explanation, everyone nodded, but many people still had questions in their hearts, but they didn't ask any more. Now that I know the other party is not in danger, they continued along the Great Wall. Just when they were still more than 10 meters away from each other, the other party suddenly stopped practicing boxing and instead sat cross-legged on the edge of the city. Breakthrough. Gao Yan could tell at a glance that the opponent had broken through to the early stage of dark strength. The other party has broken through. Let's not disturb him. Just walk gently and pass by him, Gao Yan reminded. Everyone nodded and stepped lightly. But when he was still 3 meters away from the other party, the man suddenly opened his eyes. Because they had just broken through, the opponent had not yet calmed down their momentum. Therefore, at a glance, everyone except Gao Yan felt a pressure. Let's go. Gao Yan opened his mouth to remind. Everyone was silent, vaguely feeling that this person was not easy to deal with. Wait. At this moment, the man suddenly jumped down from the edge of the city and swept past Gao Yan's group of people in a playful manner. What's wrong with you? Gao Yan asked. Do you know that it is taboo to peek at people practicing martial arts? The man said solemnly. We are ordinary people who don't know this rule, and we don't mean to peek at you. Gao Yan said lightly. That's right, we thought you were going to jump off the Great Wall just now. And we wanted to come to rescue you, but now you are blaming us. Song Yufei followed, with a bit of evil in her tone. They are ordinary people. You must not be an ordinary person, right? The man's eyes were fixed on Gao Yan. Your companions all have sweat on their foreheads and their breathing is a little short. But you, there is no sweat on your forehead and your breathing is long and long. Ordinary people don't have as much physical strength as you. So what? Gao Yan's tone turned cold. We just came to visit the Great Wall, and we didn't mean to peek at you. Humph, it's precisely because I know you didn't mean it that I didn't fight you directly. The man snorted coldly. Now, as long as you bow to me and apologize, I will forgive you. Otherwise, don't blame me for following the martial arts world. According to the rules, I'll cut off your arm. You are crazy. What age are you in? Now we are talking about the law, not breaking the rules. Song Yufei said angrily. Yes, you are too unreasonable. Classmate Xiaoxue was also very angry. Dude, you've gone too far. We just happened to be passing by, and we didn't mean to peek at you. You actually want to break someone's arm. Su Feiyang also said angrily. That's right. If you don't want to be peeked at, you can't find a private place to practice. You have to come to the Great Wall. Chu, he also sneered. Facing the accusations from several people, the man smiled disdainfully. Boy, do you want to bow down and apologize, or let me break your arm with my own hands? Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but sneer and said, a mere incipient Anjing dares to break my arm. Come on, let me see how you can break my arm. Court death. The man narrowed his eyes and crossed the 3-meter distance in one step to reach Gao Yan. He reached out and grabbed his right arm. With his initial strength of Anjing, he could easily crush an ordinary person's arm. Pity. Bang. He kicked the man in the abdomen, and then the man flew out and landed on the Great Wall 7 or 8 meters away. I'll go. Seeing this scene, Su Feiyang and others couldn't help but rub their eyes, and kicked people 7 or 8 meters away. How powerful this was. Are you coming? If not, just bow and apologize, and I'll let you go. Gao Yan said contemptuously. It seems that I underestimated you and you want me to bow and apologize, but you are not qualified. The man stood up from the ground, speaking arrogant words, but the expression on his face became solemn. Yeah? As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan took a step forward. Everyone saw his figure flash, and Gao Yan disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 7 or 8 meters away. Bang! The man flew out again and landed directly more than 10 meters away. Breaking 2 of your ribs is a small punishment. If you don't give in, I'll have your limbs broken. Gao Yan said calmly. See? So handsome. So domineering. After hearing Gao Yan's domineering words, Song Yufei looked at Gao Yan's back with a bit more obsession and admiration. Upon hearing this, the man's face became extremely ugly, and he also realized that the young man in front of him was a more powerful master than him. But he was still unconvinced in his heart. Boy, you are ruthless, but I have failed today. I have the guts to leave a name for myself. While talking, the other party stood up from the ground again, twisted his body twice, and with 2 clicks, the 2 broken ribs were restored. It seems you are not convinced yet. Gao Yan's eyes turned cold. At this moment, the man suddenly rushed to the edge of the Great Wall, leaped forward, and jumped off. Seeing this scene, the girls present were all frightened. They quickly ran to the edge of the city and looked down. They happened to see the opponent landing and rolling a few times to release the force of his fall, and the figure quickly disappeared into the mountains and forests. For a moment, a look of shock appeared on everyone's face. You know, it was 20 or 30 meters high, equivalent to 10 floors. Even though they were injured, they didn't fall to death. Brother Gao, are martial arts masters already so powerful? The next moment, Su Feiyang asked. Martial arts are divided into clear energy, dark energy, and transformation. Energy. Gao Yan explained, if the opponent is just Ming Jin, he will be seriously injured even if he jumps from such a high place. He has already broken through to Jin just now, so this height is nothing to him. What about you? Suddenly, Su Feiyang had a strong look of curiosity on his face. You beat him until he was unable to fight back. You must be stronger than him, right? I am indeed much better than him. Gao Yan smiled, but I won't tell you exactly what level it has reached. Guanlu was flying all the way through the mountains and forests. It took more than 20 minutes to get back to the outside of the scenic area, then found his car in the parking lot, unlocked it, and got in. Ahem. He wiped his mouth with his hand, but his palm was stained with blood red. He jumped off the Great Wall, but it was not as easy as he imagined. After all, he had 2 broken ribs and was unable to completely resolve the gravity of the fall, which caused internal injuries to his internal organs. Asshole, this isn't over yet. Guanlu growled with a ferocious look on his face. He was only 27 years old when he broke through to Anjin. He was inevitably a little arrogant. So he saw that Gao Yan actually had such a beautiful girlfriend. It's inevitable that I feel a little unhappy, and then I want to take the opportunity to make things difficult for the other person and make him look embarrassed. Although he could tell that the other party was a warrior, he didn't know the specific cultivation level of the other party. However, judging from the other party's age, he was at best bright. As a result, the other party gave him a big surprise. Thinking of this, he took out his mobile phone from the car and dialed a number. Queasy, do me a favor. On the Great Wall. After walking along the front for a while, we saw that the surrounding environment was getting more and more deserted, and everyone lost interest. In addition, what happened just now did have some impact on their worldview. So they started to turn back. After leaving Beidaling's scenic area, the time came to 12:30. Under the guidance of the tour guide, they went to a private restaurant near the scenic spot to have a non-eating lunch, and then took a commercial vehicle to the Ming tombs. The so-called Ming tombs are the tombs of the 13 emperors of the Ming dynasty. I won't introduce it in detail, lest anyone say that I am not good at word count. I will go to Baidu myself. Logically speaking, everyone should rest after getting in the car. But Song Yufei and Shi Yao had no intention of sleeping. Instead, they asked Gao Yan curiously about the affairs of the martial arts world. Gao Yan didn't mean to be mysterious or show off, and told them some things he knew about the martial arts world and martial arts families. Finally, he concluded, so, you must be humble as a person. If you are too arrogant and provoke martial arts masters, they will kill you without knowing what happened. Wouldn't that mean this world is dangerous? Shi Yao was a little scared and said, if you are bullied in the future, you can't resist? That's not the case. Gao Yan smiled, martial artists are in the minority after all, and they cannot bully ordinary people at will. After all, we in Daxia are also strict about the law. Generally speaking, unless there is a deep hatred, warriors will not do evil things to ordinary people. Just like today, the guy I met on the Great Wall was targeting me, not you. If I weren't around and it was Just you, he probably wouldn't have attacked me. So that's the case, I feel more relieved. Shi Yao patted her chest and said. Boss Gao, can I practice martial arts? Song Yufei said suddenly. Why do you want to practice martial arts? Gao Yan looked at her and asked. In order to protect myself and avoid encountering warriors in the future, I don't even have the ability to resist. Song Yufei said. Martial arts training is not that easy. Gao Yan shook his head. The first realm of a warrior is Ming Jin, but some people may not be able to reach the threshold of Ming Jin after practicing for more than 10 years. Generally, children from martial arts families start laying the foundation when they are 10 years old, using medicinal baths to build the foundation. They will not formally learn Kung Fu until they are 15 years old. You are already 20 years old, and you may not be able to achieve Ming Jin even if you practice hard for 10 years, and I have also said that there are not many warriors. If you want to protect yourself, you can practice fighting and fighting techniques that are easy to master quickly. Practice fighting and fighting techniques for a year or two. As long as your talent is good, you can deal with 2 or 3 ordinary people. It's not a problem. Besides, you are from a good family. If you are really worried about being in danger, just bring a few bodyguards. After hearing what Gao Yan said, Song Yufei also gave up the idea of practicing martial arts. More than an hour later, the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle arrived at the Ming tombs. But after the tour, the girls were not in high spirits, because they always felt eerie walking around in the mausoleum. So, after discussing, everyone decided to end today's trip early. On the other side, after treating his injuries, Guanlu met his friend in a private room of a tea house. Zhao Kuei handed him a USB flash drive and said, "The surveillance video you asked for." "Thank you, Queasy," Guanlu said gratefully. "You are being polite." Zhao Kuei smiled disapprovingly. "You look bad, are you injured?" "I got a little injured, it's okay." Guanlu shook his head, pretending to be disapproving. After sitting in the private room for a while, Guanlu left with the USB flash drive. Back home, Guanlu plugged the USB flash drive into the computer and slowly checked it. Soon, he found Gao Yan and his group. The video was quite clear. After taking a screenshot of the appearance of Gao Yan and the other 8 people, he commissioned another friend to investigate. 2 hours later, that friend sent him the information he had found. After reading the information his friend had found, Guanlu couldn't help but flash a cold light in his eyes. Originally, he thought that Gao Yan was so strong that he should be a descendant of a martial arts family, but the information his friend had found showed that he was not a descendant of a martial arts family. Of course, because the time was too short, his friend did not conduct an in-depth investigation and did not know that Gao Yan's identity was even greater than that of the martial arts family. I can't swallow this anger. Thinking of this, Guanlu decided to find his uncle to help him out. He was the only one in the Guan family who had broken through to the dark energy. Now that he was humiliated, there was no reason for his uncle, as the head of the Guan family, not to help him out. The ancestor of the Guan family was the Garjia clan in Jingbai Banner. After the founding of the Dasha kingdom, they changed their surname to Guan. They were also the most developed Garjia clan. In addition to the Guan family, there are also 2 families named Hu and Wang that are also developing quite well. In addition, the Garjia family has changed their surnames to include Shi, Wu, Gao, gu, bai, etc. Now the patriarch of the Guan family is named Guan Mingxing, who is also Guan Lu's uncle. Guan Mingxing is in his early 60s and has reached the peak of his cultivation. He has opened a martial arts gym and specializes in teaching martial arts routines. Therefore, although he has not entered the entertainment industry, there are many people in the entertainment industry who are his disciples. Therefore, many children of the Guan family are involved in the entertainment industry. However, as he grew older, Guan Mingxing paid little attention to the affairs of the martial arts school, almost leaving the martial arts school to Guan Lu, who had the best martial arts qualifications. And he planned to hand over the martial arts school completely to his nephew. Once Guan Lu broke through to Anjin in a two-car courtyard. Guan Mingxing was lying on the Taisher chair under a leafy tree in the front yard, waving a cattail leaf fan from time to time in his hand. The courtyard door was open, so Guan Lu walked in directly and said to Guan Mingxing, who was sitting on the Grand Master's chair, "Master, are you resting?" Guan Mingxing, who was lying on the Grand Master's chair, suddenly sat up and stared at Guan Lu's slightly pale cheek. "You are out of breath, are you injured? 2 ribs were broken, and my internal organs were injured when I jumped from the Great Wall of more than 20 meters while escaping." A trace of resentment flashed in Guan Lu's eyes. "Have you broken through the dark power?" Guan Mingxing asked in surprise, because with his nephew Ming Jin's peak cultivation level, jumping from a height of more than 20 meters would definitely not be as simple as just damaging the internal organs. "Yes, uncle, I was practicing on the edge of the Great Wall today, and I just entered the dark energy." Guan Lu nodded. As soon as he heard this, Guan Mingxing felt a surge of anger in his heart. He had trained Guan Lu as his heir, but he was actually forced to jump off the Great Wall of more than 20 meters. How could he not feel angry? "Tell me, what's going on?" Guan Lu didn't hide anything, and told the whole story exactly as it was, without adding any exaggeration. You. After listening to Guan Lu's story, Guan Mingxing couldn't help scolding. "You are almost 30 years old after all, how could you be so impulsive? There is indeed a rule in the martial arts world that you cannot peek at people practicing martial arts, but no matter what age it is now, no one adheres to such rules at all. What's more, the Great Wall is a place for people to travel. If you go to the Great Wall to practice martial arts and someone sees you, can you blame others for living there?" Guan Lu pretended to be ashamed. "I had just broken through to Anjin at that time, and I was so high-spirited that I might have lost my temper." Guan Mingxing can understand this. After he broke through to Anjin, he even beat up all the martial arts practitioners of his generation. "What do you think?" Guan Mingxing asked. "I can't swallow this breath, I have to find my place." Thinking of being forced by Gao Yan to jump off the Great Wall and escape, Guan Lu felt very aggrieved. "How do you want to vent your anger?" Guan Mingxing continued to ask. "Guan Lu, I don't know. Aren't I here to give you some advice? Have you found the opponent's heels?" Guan Mingxing asked. Guan Lu nodded. "I checked. The other person's name is Gao Yan. He is 20 years old. He is not from a martial arts family. I don't know where he learned his kung fu. I estimate that he was at least in the late Anjin stage, or even at the peak of Anjin. Not too stupid." Guan Mingxing said calmly, then stood up from the Grand Master's chair and walked back and forth in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. The Guan family was a banner man. During the Qing dynasty, those martial arts families were basically involved with the rebel forces. Therefore, the Guan family has almost no connection with today's martial arts families. Even in some of the industries that the martial arts family is involved in today, they are not qualified to intervene. Otherwise, the Guan family would not be involved in the entertainment industry. After all, the entertainment industry was regarded as low-level in ancient times. Don't look at the fact that Gao Yan destroyed the Ma family, caused an uproar in the martial arts world, and even most of the martial arts families listed him as one of the people who should not be provoked. But this news was only spread within the martial arts family, and ordinary people had no qualifications to know about it. As for the Guan family, no one would take the initiative to tell them. Therefore, Guan Mingxing did not understand Gao Yan's background at all. After a while, Guan Mingxing stopped and said slowly, "It is not advisable to seek revenge in private. After all, this is an important place in the capital. In this way, I will first contact the Wang family, Wu family, Hu family, and Gao family to set up a situation and let the other party come. Break through. If you break through, the grudge will be settled. If you don't break through, it will only be considered bad luck for him." Hearing this, Guan Lu's eyes lit up, because the game his uncle said was not something that could be easily passed. There were 3 levels in this game, and success would only be considered if all 3 levels were passed. The first level was guarded by an unarmed Njin, the second level was guarded by 2 Njin warriors holding weapons, and the third level was guarded by 3 Njin holding weapons. The Guan family and he only had 2 secret forces, so naturally they didn't have the manpower to deal with the situation, so they had to ask other families to help, because everyone's ancestors were from the Garjia family, and they generally wouldn't shirk when things happened. Of course, there are benefits to breaking through. In the old days, if you didn't break through, you would definitely die, but now you won't die, but you will still have to lie in the hospital for several months. But if they pass the 3 levels completely, these families must make a name for themselves. Guan Mingxing is a vigorous and resolute person. After having an idea, he immediately called the heads of several households and invited them to come to his courtyard to discuss matters. 6 p.m. The heads of the Wang family, Wu family, Hu family, and Gao family arrived one after another. Guan Mingxing had already prepared the food and wine, and as soon as everyone arrived, he invited everyone to sit down. After 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food, Wu Xuangong, the head of the Wu family, said in a deep voice, "Come on, Lao Guan, if you call everyone here, it's not just as simple as inviting us to drink, right? Something really happened." Guan Mingxing didn't feel embarrassed and told the whole story. Then he continued, "That's the thing. It's a legal society after all. What I mean is that the 5 of us jointly set up a situation and let that kid come through. If he passes the test, he will be unlucky. If he doesn't, he will be unlucky." It's Guan Lu's bad temper. Hu Dui said with some regret, "The younger generation is getting worse and worse. Since that boy Guan Lu has broken his secret power, we old men must support him, but I, with my old arms and legs, will not end up. Come on, I'll put an end to that boy Hu Tian." Wu Xuangong smiled bitterly and said, "None of the boys in my Wu family can live up to their expectations. It seems that I have to end it myself. He is the youngest among the 5 clan leaders. He has just turned 50 and is still old enough to fight." Then, the Gao family said that they could use 2 Anjin, and the Wang family could use one Anjin, so there would be 5 gatekeepers, with one less to go. Seeing that none of the 4 people showed any expression, Guan Mingxing said, "Let me, an old guy, be the last gatekeeper. Uncle, why don't you let me come?" At this time, Guan Lu opened his mouth and said, "You should rest." Guan Mingxing glared at him angrily. "That's right, Xiaoluzi, don't show off, your injury is not serious. I'll give you 2 doses of medicine later." Wu Xuangong said in a deep voice, the ancestors of the Wu family had imperial doctors. Although traditional Chinese medicine is in decline now, the inheritance of the Wu family has not ended. Now Wu Xuangong is quite famous in the circle of traditional Chinese medicine. It was night, early morning. In the hotel room, Fang Xinjin sent Gao Yan another data table. The purchase activity of the Sunday Mall is still fermenting, so from yesterday morning to now, in 24 hours, 1.56 million Xiaomi phones were sold, and 1.48 million Zhongwei phones were sold. The former created 3.12 billion sales, and the latter created 2.96 billion sales. Gao Yan's upgrade experience increased by 5.08 billion, and the total experience reached 8.1 billion. As for the system reserve funds, it also increased by 50.8 billion under the tenfold rebate, and the total amount directly broke 500 billion, reaching more than 530 billion. In addition, it was still Sunday before midnight. The Black Sunday event was also launched as scheduled. However, the purchase activity and the Black Sunday activity did not overlap. But too many cash coupons were given out in the purchase activity, which led to a significant reduction in the sales of this Black Sunday event. After deducting the consumption of cash coupons, the actual sales were only 3.2 billion. But the good news is that after seeing that Sunday Mall paid billions to help them sell mobile phones, Demi and Zhongwei Mobile also started to be fierce. On the one hand, they promoted their own brands, and on the other hand, they also helped Sunday Mall to promote. Even Demi's general manager Mi took the initiative to mention at the press conference in the daytime that if you want to buy cheap and affordable things, you can go to Sunday Mall. Today, Fruit Mobile is dominant in the mobile phone market in Daxia. Even if Zhongwei and Demi are added together, they can't beat them. Moreover, their mobile phones are very expensive. Buying one is equivalent to selling more than 2 or even 3 of them. Therefore, their biggest goal is to surpass Fruit Mobile. Of course, they all know that catching up with Fruit Mobile is mostly just a slogan. It is almost impossible to really surpass them. But now, Sunday Mall has given them hope. After all, in less than 2 days, Sunday Mall helped them sell 2 million mobile phones each. This sales volume is really terrifying. But they also know that Sunday Mall is losing money, losing 20 to 30 billion a day. Therefore, they will help Sunday to promote. It's not that they are kind, but they hope that Sunday Mall can hold on for a while. If it can hold on for a month, even if it can't help them sell 50 million units, it's good to sell 30 million units. Rice and Zhongwei mobile phones sold more than 4 million units in 30 hours on Sunday Mall, which naturally affected the sales of fruit phones. However, because the sales base of fruit phones is too large, fruit phones did not take it seriously and thought it was a normal sales fluctuation. Let's get back to the topic. After midnight, the card mall was refreshed again. Gao Yan couldn't wait to click and looked at it, and his expression suddenly became happy. What did he find? He found a purple card. In addition, there is a gold card and a silver card. Let's start with the silver card. This time the silver card is called the talent card, which can be activated once a month. The activation method requires 1 million yuan, and then the card will immediately generate a talent skill. There is one card in stock, and the price is 10 million. To be honest, although Gao Yan is very rich now, he really has no talent to show off. So, he decisively took this talent card. Anyway, it is not expensive, only 10 million. After getting the card, he couldn't wait to try it. After deducting 1 million, the card was activated, and then a line of words appeared on the card: skills are being generated. 10 seconds later, the handwriting on the card changed to master-level singing skills. Use. Gao Yan silently read, and then a golden light shot out from the card and sank into his eyebrows. Then, a lot of singing skills were stuffed into his mind. And at the same time, his throat began to itch. And it itched more and more, and he wanted to reach out and scratch it. He knew that this was the system transforming his voice. 1 minute later, the transformation was completed. Gao Yan couldn't help but start to sing in a low voice. I walked and stopped along the way, following the traces of the boys drifting. After singing a few sentences, Gao Yan couldn't help laughing. He used to be tone deaf. In one sentence, other people sing for money, but he sings for his life. But now, his voice is particularly beautiful. In addition, he has mastered the singing skills of a master, which is more than enough for him to release an album now. Of course, with his current status, he doesn't need to be a singer. But in the future, when he goes to KTV, he doesn't have to be just an audience and applaud like before. Collect your mind. Look at the gold card again. The gold card is second only to the purple card, with a price of 100 million. And one in stock, and this card is the manufacturing process of the primary physical gene liquid medicine. After this primary physical gene liquid medicine is manufactured and taken, it can increase the physical fitness of humans to 80 points within a month. The physical fitness of 80 points can already be comparable to that of top special forces. You know, nowadays, because living conditions are too good, many people lack exercise and are in a sub-healthy state. Moreover, as they age, their physical fitness will continue to decline. Imagine that a dose of primary physical fitness gene liquid can not only restore a 60-year-old man to his peak, but also surpass the peak and reach the physical fitness of a top special forces soldier. Such a magic medicine must be scrambled for. Of course, such a magical medicine will not only be fought over, but also attract the covetousness of the whole world. Anyway, there is no shortage of money now. Gao Yan does not plan to make genetic medicine to sell, but he can use it to cultivate talents. Decisive to buy. After the purchase, a golden card appeared in the system space. The next moment, he took out the card and silently used it, and a golden light flew into Gao Yan's mind. Then, the complete process of making genetic medicine appeared in his mind. According to the manufacturing process in his mind, he roughly estimated it. The price of making a genetic medicine is about 50,000 yuan, which is not expensive. For such a thing, even if it is sold for 100 million, there are countless rich people rushing to buy it. Especially the elderly rich people. Didn't you see that a rich man in the United States invited many rich people to invest in the immortality project with him? Isn't it just to make yourself live longer? Thinking of this, Gao Yan directly sent a WeChat message to Zhao Mei, who was far away in Nandu, asking her to help collect the materials for making genetic medicine. and then rent a laboratory. After explaining these, Gao Yan's eyes fell on the last purple card. The last purple card opened a Gangjin experience card. I wonder what good stuff will come this time. When Gao Yan saw the introduction of this card, his eyes shrank. Because this purple card turned out to be a martial arts epiphany card, priced at 1 billion, with 10 cards in stock, and can be used once every 10 days. What is the use of this epiphany card? Simply put, using this epiphany card during cultivation can greatly improve the efficiency of the practitioner's cultivation. No need to say, just clear the inventory directly. Suddenly, 10 more purple epiphany cards appeared in the system space. With a thought, Gao Yan had an extra purple epiphany card in his hand. Use. The purple card turned into purple light and sank into his eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, his body sank, and his hands were placed on his abdomen as if he was holding the elixir. At this moment, countless martial arts insights appeared in his mind. This greatly improved the effect of his holding the elixir. I don't know how long it took. Gao Yan withdrew from the epiphany, but felt an extreme hunger. At the same time, even his body became skinny and accompanied by a feeling of dizziness. As a Danjin master, he immediately understood that this was due to excessive consumption of nutrients in the body. He did not even bother to check the status of his practice. He took out a bottle of medicinal wine from the mustard seed space and drank it. As the medicinal effect of the medicinal wine evaporated, Gao Yan felt better. As for the cells in the body, they were like hungry ghosts, madly absorbing the energy in the medicinal wine. And the shriveled body also swelled up, slightly. But only half a quarter of an hour later, the feeling of hunger came again. Obviously, a bottle of medicinal wine was not enough to replenish the consumption in the body, so he simply swallowed 2 more bottles of medicinal wine. After a while, Gao Yan exhaled heavily, and after 3 bottles of medicinal wine, he finally replenished the missing nutrients in his body. No wonder he had to use the epiphany card every 10 days. If he used 2 cards in a row, he would probably become a dried corpse. With a thought, the system interface appeared. Gao Yan's eyes fell on the column of physical fitness. Originally, his physical fitness was only 113 points, but after an epiphany, his physical fitness soared to 123 points, and even his spirit increased by 2 points, reaching 114 points. You know, the last time he upgraded, he gave up the system return multiples to get 30 free attribute points. A one-time increase of 10 points of physical fitness and 2 points of spirit is equivalent to 36 free attribute points. An epiphany card worth 1 billion is really a good deal. Putting away the system panel, Gao Yan focused on his body. With a thought, the blood and energy in his body surged, and instantly formed a pill in the dantian. The blood and energy became more condensed, and the essence became more sufficient. The realm of holding the elixir has been greatly improved, which indirectly increased his muscle strength by a large margin. Even without the epiphany card, he has the confidence to enter the middle stage of holding the elixir. Within a month, after letting the blood and essence dissipate, he returned to the bed and was about to hug Shui Jianyue into his arms. Unexpectedly, the sleeping person seemed to sense his arrival and took the initiative to arch into his arms. Reaching out to hug the other person, Gao Yan also closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, Gao Yan suddenly felt an itch in his nose. He opened his eyes and saw that it was Xiaozhua who was mischievously playing tricks on his nose with the ends of his hair. Why did you wake up so early today? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Husband, were you too tired last night? You usually woke up before 7 o'clock, but it's already 8 o'clock today. Xiaozhue said jokingly. Is it already 8 o'clock? Gao Yan was a little surprised, and then realized that it was probably because he used the Epiphany card last night. Although he used medicinal wine to replenish the physical consumption, the mental consumption could not be replenished by medicinal wine. That's why he slept until this time. Yeah, let's get up quickly, Yufei is already urging us to have breakfast. Okay, then get up. After washing up, the two of them held hands and went to the hotel restaurant. Song Yufei, Shi Yao, Su Feiyang and Zhu Lingyan, as well as Chu He and Jiang Tian, were all there. Brother Gao, did you work too hard last night? Why are you getting up now? After Gao Yan and the others chose breakfast and sat down, Su Feiyang winked and teased. That's impossible. Gao Yan shook his head. I was delayed by something last night and slept late. Su Feiyang said, is that so, hee, I thought. While talking and laughing, everyone finished breakfast. Back to the room, took the backpack and went downstairs. The business Mercedes of the travel agency was waiting outside the hotel inn. Advance. Today's destination is the Summer Palace. There are 6 entrances and exits to the Summer Palace. Gao Yan and his group entered from the North Palace Gate and first arrived at Suzhou Street. The whole Suzhou Street is run through by an artificial river, and both sides of the river are buildings modeled after Suzhou Gardens. There are cruise ships in the river. The girls seemed to be more interested in cruise ships. So they rented 2 cruise ships and meandered in the artificial river. After leaving Suzhou Street, they arrived at the 4 major prefectures, passing through Suyunian, Shifeng, etc. At the suggestion of the tour guide, they climbed Wanshou Mountain again. At noon, they had a casual meal in a restaurant. After a short rest, everyone went to Kunming Lake again. There is also a place to rent boats in Kunming Lake, and it is a small boat that 2 people can operate together. The cruise ships in Suzhou Street were not very interesting before. In addition, there are many tourists rowing in Kunming Lake, so everyone suggested renting a boat to go down to the lake to play. Unknowingly, the time came to more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was almost time to close the park. At the reminder of the tour guide, the group began to turn back. Just after leaving the Summer Palace, Gao Yan was about to get on the bus when 2 muscular men approached him quickly. Mr. Gao, please wait. What's going on? Gao Yan looked at the 2 men. Now Gao Yan's perception was very strong. The 2 men in front of him were not ordinary people, but warriors who had reached the Mingjin level. Mr. Gao, this is the invitation to the level challenge sent by our Guan, Wang, Wu, Hu, and Gao families. One of them took out a gold-plated invitation and presented it with both hands. But Gao Yan did not reach out to take the invitation, but frowned and asked, what do you mean? Please take the invitation, Mr. Gao, and we will explain it to you, said another man. What if I don't take it? Gao Yan asked again. If Mr. Gao is unwilling to accept this invitation, it means that you want to make a mortal enemy with our 5 families. The man narrowed his eyes, and his eyes became more fierce. Funny. Gao Yan felt speechless. I don't know the families you mentioned at all, and I don't know them. You want me to accept the invitation right away, and I will be a mortal enemy if I don't accept it. Aren't you too shameless? Gao, are you playing dumb? Why, you just injured senior brother Guan on the Great Wall yesterday. and you forgot it after just one day. Seeing that Gao Yan was reluctant to accept the invitation, the man holding the invitation in both hands was also annoyed and couldn't help scolding. So that psychopath is your senior brother. Although it was a bit unexpected for him to jump off the Great Wall yesterday. He really wanted to keep him, and he couldn't escape. Unexpectedly, he kindly let him go, but the other party didn't want to end it. Therefore, he was a little more angry in his heart, and his words were naturally not very pleasant. That's enough. Gao Yan waved his hand in disgust. Get out with your posts. I'm not interested in breaking any barriers. If you are not convinced, you can do whatever you want to see if I can handle it. Hearing this, the two laughed angrily. Okay, Gao, you are crazy enough. Let's wait and see. I hope you don't regret it. As soon as the voice fell, the two turned around and left angrily. Husband. At this time, Shu Jiangyue spoke worriedly, but Gao Yan waved his hand. It's okay, let's get in the car. Boss Gao, who are they? In the Mercedes-Benz business, Song Yufei also asked with some concern. I injured that psychopath yesterday. I guess he is not convinced and asked his family to help him out. Gao Yan said lightly. If he was just Huajin, he would still be a little afraid, but he has reached Danjin, so what is there to be afraid of? If it doesn't work, the worst thing is to use Gangjin experience card. So, he really didn't take those families to heart. Of course, even if he didn't care about them, he still planned to learn about the origins of these families. As for intelligence capabilities, he naturally had to find Tu Yun. Tu Yun has ready-made information from these companies. Therefore, the relevant information of these 5 families was quickly sent to his mobile phone. After reading the information about these 5 families, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile, with a bit of disdain. These families are obviously looking for trouble. In Gao Yan's opinion, if they want to cause trouble, they can just take action. They are sending invitations and breaking through barriers. They are doing this one after another. He thought they are so powerful. But the fact is that none of these 5 families have any energy. Of course, after thinking for a moment, Gao Yan understood why they did this. First of all, this is an important place in the capital, and even martial arts families dare not extend their claws here. Therefore, any martial artist who comes to the capital must pay attention to the impact, otherwise he may be attacked by some special departments. Secondly, out of an abundance of caution. If you do it directly, it won't matter if you succeed. If you fail, there will be no room for maneuver, and people will definitely come back with revenge. So, they devised a way to resolve their grudges. If you fail to break through, the most they can do is seriously injure you, just to vent your anger on your family. If you succeed in breaking through, the 5 of them will join forces to make you famous. You must know that these 5 families have been entrenched in the capital for many years and have a very wide network of contacts. It is very simple for them to make a name for someone. In this way, even if the 2 parties form a good relationship, the grievances will be resolved, and even the famed challenger will be grateful to them. It seems like a simple thing, but it is full of various calculations. A bunch of old foxes. After figuring out the twists and turns, Gao Yan couldn't help but curse. They figured out the key to this, but Gao Yan didn't want to follow their wishes. Because he doesn't want them to help him become famous at all. Although he is an alchemy warrior, all of his strength comes from the system. And he is not a pure warrior. He has no thoughts or ideas about fighting for the first place. Secondly, why do you think the strong will abide by the rules set by a group of weaklings? It's ridiculous. Other side. The two warriors who sent the invitation failed to send it out and returned to Guan Mingxing's courtyard angrily. Pillars, stones, and invitations have been delivered to the other party? Guan Mingxing asked calmly. Master, the other party is unwilling to accept it. Liang Zhu said in a depressed tone. Zhang Lei followed. Master, you didn't see it. That thief's son was too arrogant and didn't take us seriously at all. The way I see it, if you want to break through the barrier, just call all the brothers to rush forward and beat the thief severely to make Brother Guan vent his anger. That's right, Master, that's what we should do. That kid must be in his early 20s at most. Even if he is in the late stage of Anjin, our 5 families have a lot of Anjin. Together, it's not enough to deal with him? Liang Zhu also felt that this was more enjoyable. Okay, you go back first and I'll think about it before we talk. Guan Mingxing waved his hand. The two of them wanted to say something more, but Guan Mingxing could tell at a glance that neither of the brothers dared to say anything more, so they had to say goodbye and leave. That night, Guan Mingxing called the patriarchs of 4 other families to the courtyard. Lao Guan, have you sent the post? I've already arranged the place where you can break through the level. Hu Dui said with a smile. Don't mention it. Guan Mingxing waved his hand. They don't accept our behavior at all. I asked 2 disciples to send the post, but that guy not only didn't answer it, but also mocked us. So arrogant? The head of the Gao family frowned. Maybe they don't take us seriously at all. Hu Dui sneered. Then what should we do? Did that boy Guan Lu's beating be in vain? The head of the Wan family frowned. Guan Mingxing sighed and said, otherwise, forget it. Although Guan Lu has just broken through in Jin, he can't even fight back in front of others. That kid is at least in the late stage of Njin. It may even be the peak of Njin. The key is that he is only 20 years old. Such a young man will have to become a human sooner or later. Our 5 families are quite famous, but without Hua Jin in charge, it will really offend people to death. Wait for him if they come to settle accounts with us. After entering Hua Jing, what can we do to resist? Upon hearing this, everyone agreed, but felt unwilling and aggrieved inside. They are very face-conscious people and must follow certain rules when doing things. Therefore, in their view, face is greater than people, but face is not greater than rules. Anyone who dares to break their rules is a mortal enemy. This can't end like this. After a long silence, Wu Xuangong said. That's right. Hu Dui nodded in agreement and said, you don't have to give up money, but you don't have to lose face. If any young man comes and doesn't take our 5 families seriously, doesn't it mean that anyone can step on us in the future? That makes sense. The head of the Gao family nodded in agreement, and then looked at Guan Mingxing. Lao Guan, I heard that the chief instructor of the corps once received your guidance. He is now an enlightened man. He has to visit you every year with gifts. Why don't you ask him to come forward and invite that kid to break through? This? Guan Mingxing was a little hesitant. The chief instructor of the corps was called Zhongli. He practiced Bejiquan, which was passed down from his family. Bejiquan is famous for its fierceness and can be said to be the most powerful foreign martial art. But it is not easy to achieve enlightenment with Bejiquan. The Guan family majored in Xingyi Nejiaquan, and Zhongli also knew this, so he found out about Guan Mingxing's name and took the initiative to visit him, hoping to learn Xingyi Quan under his name so as to prepare for his transformation. Prepare. Guan Mingxing was impressed by the other party's martial arts talent, so he taught him all his Xingyi boxing skills. He originally wanted to accept a disciple, but the other party's martial arts talent was stronger than he imagined. After only 1 year of studying under him, he integrated the internal and external boxing techniques and reached the peak of dark power. How could he, who was already at the peak of dark power, have the nerve to accept a disciple of the same level? 2 years later, Zhongli broke through to Huajin in one fell swoop. This made Guan Mingxing happy and regretful. If he had met Zhongli a few years earlier, he would have accepted him as a disciple directly, so that he could have more Huajin disciples. Fortunately, Zhongli was also a person who knew how to repay his gratitude. He would personally visit with gifts every new year, and would send someone to deliver a gift during festivals. Guan Mingxing knew that if he approached Zhongli, the other party would definitely not refuse. But in this way, the relationship between the two sides would change. Old Guan, you are planning to pass the martial arts school to Guan Lu, right? Seeing Guan Mingxing's hesitation, the head of the Gao family continued, we martial artists, to put it bluntly, practice that breath. If Guan Lu doesn't let out this breath this time, he may only reach the peak of dark energy in the future, and it may be impossible for him to enter the level of transformation. Okay, I'll go find Zhongli now. After hearing what old Gao said, Guan Mingxing no longer hesitated. Guan Lu is the most talented of the younger generation, and everyone has high hopes for him. If he can enter the level of transformation, it will be of great benefit to the Guan family and the other 4 families that are closely connected. For ordinary things, Guan Mingxing would naturally not want to find Zhongli. But when it comes to the future of the Guan family and the other 4 families, he must give up this old face. Core Family Compound, Building 1, number 503. Zhongli opened the door and was a little surprised to see Guan Mingxing standing outside. Then a warm smile appeared on his face. Why are you here, Master Guan? Come in quickly. Although he has not officially become a disciple, Zhongli always remembers Guan Mingxing's kindness in teaching him. Even though his cultivation level has surpassed that of him, he still respects Guan Mingxing in his heart. Zhongli occupies a high position and is a master of energy transformation. But the decoration in his home is not luxurious, but has a simple flavor. After sitting down at Zhongli's greeting and taking the tea from Zhongli, Guan Mingxing asked with a smile, "Why haven't you seen Shaoli?" Zhongli said casually, "Hey, my child's grades are on the subject side. He is about to take the high school entrance examination next year. It's a good time to take advantage of the summer vacation to study. By then, he won't do too badly in the high school entrance examination." Guan Mingxing nodded. "Is your work going well recently?" "It's all the same," Zhongli replied, and suddenly, he said thoughtfully, "Master Guan, you are here today. Is there something wrong?" Guan Mingxing was relieved when Zhongli took the initiative to mention it. Although he had planned to come to Zhongli for help, he still found it difficult to open his mouth when the matter came to pass. At this time, Zhongli continued, "It's okay, Master Guan. What's the relationship between us two? If you have anything to do, just ask. There is indeed something I want to trouble you to come forward with." So, Guan Mingxing told the whole story. After listening, Zhongli frowned slightly. "Master Guan, what do you want me to do?" Guan Mingxing said, didn't the other party reject our invitation? This time. I came here just to ask you to help deliver the invitation. Upon hearing this, Zhongli instantly understood what Guan Mingxing meant. The man named Gao Yan was unwilling to give face and refused to accept the invitation. If this continued, the 5 families would definitely have to form a deadly feud in order to maintain face. Obviously, the 5 families are not willing to become mortal enemies with Gao Yan. Then ask him, a master of energy transformation, to come forward and force the other party to accept the post. If the other party doesn't get through, Guan Lu can vent his anger. If he does, the 5 families will make the other party famous, thus resolving the grudge. This matter will not expand. As an official, he naturally does not want warriors to fight and kill in important areas of the capital. Moreover, Guan Mingxing was kind to him, and he should agree to this matter, both in public and private matters. So he nodded and said, okay, Master Guan, give me the post and I will send it to you right away. Xiao Zhang, thank you so much. Guan Mingxing said excitedly. He didn't expect Zhongli to agree so happily. Inside the hotel. After taking a shower, Gao Yan walked out of the bathroom in his pajamas. Shu Jiangyue was sitting on the bedside playing with her mobile phone. Seeing Gao Yan come out, Shu Jiangyue put the phone aside, then shrank into the quilt, and said with a smile, honey, can we fight again tonight? Gao Yan was stunned for a moment, then felt that he had been provoked, and rushed forward, pressing Shu Jiangyue under him. Shaonizi, if you dare to underestimate me, you will pay the price. I woke you up this morning. Shu Jiangyue reminded. That's because I slept late last night. Gao Yan gritted his teeth and defended. Who knows? Okay, then don't blame me for not showing mercy tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan lowered his head to capture the 2 moist lips, and 2 delicate arms wrapped around his neck. Seeing that the war was about to break out, the doorbell rang. Who? Gao Yan shouted impatiently. Mr. Gao, please forgive me for visiting late at night. A strong voice came from outside the door. Shall I go see who it is? Gao Yan got up angrily, put on the pajamas he had just taken off, walked out of the bedroom, and closed the door behind him. When I opened the door, I saw a tall middle-aged man in his early 40s. Wearing a shirt and trousers, with a cropped hair standing outside. Who are you? Do I know you? Gao Yan's tone was not very polite. Anyone who was disturbed at this critical moment would have a bad temper. Sorry, Mr. Gao. Zhongli apologized again. I was also entrusted by others to send you posts. While talking, the other party took out another book of gold-gilded invitations. It's endless, isn't it? When he saw the invitation, Gao Yan suddenly burst into anger. Suddenly, Gao Yan's eyes fell on Zhongli. Hey, you turned out to be powerful. Strangely, according to the information Tu Yun gave, there was no Huajin warrior among these 5 families, but the person in front of him was indeed Huajin. You know me? Zhongli asked subconsciously, because he didn't think Gao Yan could see his strength, and thought Gao Yan knew him. I don't know you. Gao Yan said angrily. Okay, hurry up and get out of here with this bullshit. Post. I'm here to travel to the capital, and I have no interest in trying anything. Zhongli frowned slightly, with an attitude that he didn't like to talk too much. He felt that this young man was too arrogant, but thinking of Guan Mingxing's commission, he still held back the anger in his heart and persuaded him, Mr. Gao, as the saying goes, it is better to resolve enemies than to end them. As long as if you accept the post and participate in the challenge, no matter whether you win or lose, the grievances between both parties will be wiped out. No interest, no time. Gao Yan was too lazy to talk nonsense to the other party and reached out to close the door, but a hand grabbed the edge of the door and prevented him from closing it. What, are you going to force me to take the post? Gao Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhongli with an evil look. Mr. Gao, don't get me wrong. I'm just being entrusted by others. Please give me some face. Zhongli explained patiently. Suddenly, Gao Yan smiled. Okay, since you are deliberately looking for trouble, I will accept this post. Remember, don't bother me again, otherwise I won't be as polite as now. As he spoke, Gao Yan reached out and snatched the post from Zhongli's hand. And Gao Yan closed the door with a bang. Looking at the closed door, Zhang was slightly stunned, because when the other party took away the post in his hand, he didn't react. It's probably a coincidence. Then Zhongli shook his head, turned and left. In the living room of the suite, Gao Yan opened the gilded post. The content of the post was elaborate, stating the rules for breaking through the level, and also left the address and time for the level at the back. Gao Yan threw the post on the table, opened the bedroom door and walked in. Husband, who is it? An insignificant person, let's continue. While speaking, Gao Yan threw himself on the bed again. Zhongli took the elevator to the basement. After driving out of the hotel garage, he picked up his mobile phone and dialed Guan Mingxing's number. Master Guan, you have lived up to your trust. The other party has already accepted the post. Xiao Zhang, I really trouble you this time. Guan Mingxing said happily. Zhongli, Master Guan, you're too polite. It's just an errand. But Master Guan, I have a small request. Guan Mingxing, we don't have to be so polite, just say so. Zhongli, when the opponent breaks through, can I come and watch the battle? Hearing this request, Guan Mingxing smiled and said, what do I mean? I'll send the address and time to your phone right now. Zhongli, thank you so much, Master Guan. The idea of going to watch the game was Zhang Zhang's temporary idea. He had a vague feeling that the seemingly arrogant young man named Gao Yan was not as simple as he thought, and the 5 families of Master Guan might suffer a big loss. Moreover, how could a young man who had achieved dark power at the age of 20 have such an ordinary background? Perhaps Master Guan and the others did not investigate the other party's true background and identity. Nanhua Beijing community. In a villa. Guan Zixin, who had returned home after being out for half a month, had already put on a pair of silk pajamas and put on a facial mask. She was about to find a TV series to watch when suddenly the doorbell rang. The surveillance in the villa was connected to her mobile phone. When she called up the surveillance outside the gate, she found that the person ringing the doorbell was her cousin. Soon, my cousin Guan Zitong jumped upstairs. Why did you come to me so late? Guan Zixin asked casually. Didn't I know from my brother that you returned to Beijing? I came here specifically to see you. Guan Zitong said with a smile, his brother's name is Guan Ben, he is Guan Zixin's boss and his cousin. Guan Zixin pouted, TCH, I don't believe that this girl of yours has such good intentions. Tell me, what else do you want me to do for you? But Guan Zitong did not answer directly, but pretended to be mysterious, and said, Sister Xian, do you know that our Guan family, Wu family, Wang family, Hu family and Gao family are going to join forces to do something big tomorrow night? What's the big deal? Guan Zixin suddenly became interested. Guan Tong, who was only 15 years old, laughed strangely and said, "Hey. I heard that the 5 of our families have joined forces to set up a game and invite someone to break through the barrier. I heard that the uncle and other elderly people have to personally guard the barrier." Upon hearing this, Guan Zixin couldn't help being shocked, and a memory came to her mind. About 12 years ago, the Wang family teamed up with several families to arrange a situation to invite people to break through the border. And her father was also invited to guard the border. When she was only 9 years old, she begged her father to take her there. As a result, during that break-in, she saw the extremely ferocious side of her father, which left a deep impression on her. It was precisely because of that incident that she was unwilling to learn martial arts, no matter what. Today, she has become one of the top stars in the entertainment industry. Her smooth journey would not have been possible without the support of her family behind her. And she gradually understood that martial arts was one of the assets that allowed the Guan family to settle down. Therefore, when Guan Zitong mentioned setting up a game to break through, she suddenly became very interested. "Do you want to watch it?" Guan Zixin looked at Guan Zitong and asked. Guan Zitong blinked. "Sure enough, I can't hide it from Sister Xian. You are a big star now. If you ask to go to watch the game, I will definitely not refuse you, but when you go, you have to take me with you." "Okay, I'll give it a try, but I can't guarantee that the uncle will agree." "Thank you, Sister Xian, you are great." After giving this quirky little cousin a blank look, Guan Zixin picked up her cell phone and dialed Guan Mingxing's number. "It's me, Zixin." "It's Zixin, why do you have time to call me?" Guan Zixin, "Uncle, I heard that our family is planning to hire someone to break through. Is it okay if I want to watch the battle?" Guan Mingxing, "Sure, I'll ask Guan Lu to pick you up tomorrow and take you there." Guan Zixin, "Thank you, Uncle. Can I take Guan Zitong with me?" Guan Mingxing, "That's no problem, but you have to keep an eye on that girl. And don't let her do whatever she wants." Guan Zixin, "Don't worry, Uncle, I can do it." As soon as she hung up the phone, Guan Zitong couldn't help but jump up and down excitedly. The time came to 6 o'clock the next morning. Gao Yan, who got up early, has completed 3 hours of connection function, while classmate Xiao Zhua is still sleeping soundly. After 3 hours of holding pills, my physical fitness increased by another point, reaching 115 points. "Hey, little lazy pig, it's already past 9 o'clock and you still haven't gotten up yet." Gao Yan came to the bedside, pinched classmate Xiao Zhua's nose, and said, "I have to say that Xiao Zhua's appearance is quite impressive. Even with disheveled hair and no makeup, he still looks particularly good-looking." "I hate it, let me sleep a little longer." Classmate Xiao Zhua slapped Gao Yan's hand away, pulled Liang's quilt up and covered her head to prevent Gao Yan from pinching her nose. "Okay, just keep sleeping." Gao Yan didn't call her again. Anyway, there were no plans today and everyone could move around freely. I simply washed up and changed my clothes. Gao Yan opened the door and walked out. Just as the room next door opened, a somewhat depressed Ching walked out of the room next door. "Do you live in this room?" Ching looked at Gao Yan in surprise. "Yes, what a coincidence." Gao Yan smiled and nodded. "You live alone?" Ching continued to ask. Gao Yan shook his head. "No, with my girlfriend. You seem to be in a bad mood. You didn't rest last night, okay?" Upon hearing this, Ching glanced at him with some resentment and said angrily, "It's not your fault or your girlfriend's fault. As soon as she finished speaking, Ching turned around and walked towards the elevator entrance. And Gao Yan also came to his senses. Last night, because of Zhuo Jianyue's provocation, he tormented her for almost 3 hours. It is estimated that the walls of the hotel were not very soundproof, which affected Ching, who lived next door. When Gao Yan came to the hotel restaurant, then he noticed someone waving to him. Looking up, I found that Su Lan, Lu Meiyu, and Yang Xiefeng were all sitting together eating breakfast. As for Ching, she was holding a plate and choosing breakfast. What a coincidence, classmate Gao, we meet again. Su Lan said enthusiastically. It's quite a coincidence. You're here for breakfast too, right? Why don't you sit down and eat together? Su Lan invited. Okay, I'll get breakfast first. When Gao Yan came over with breakfast, Ching had already chosen breakfast and was eating it. Sit here, there is a seat reserved just for you. Su Lan pointed to the seat between her and Ching. Gao Yan did not hesitate to sit on the stool. At this time, Su Lan said with a gossipy look on his face, by the way, let me tell you something. There is a beast living next door to Ching and me. Since last night at around 10 o'clock. Ahem. Hearing Su Lan's words, Ching hurriedly coughed to remind her. Because the beast she was talking about was sitting between them. The interrupted Su Lan did not realize that Ching was reminding her. But asked, Ching, your throat is uncomfortable? Do you have a cold? It seems a little bit. Ching responded, somewhat embarrassedly. Su Lan, it's okay, I brought some cold medicine. I'll make you a pack after breakfast. Then she continued the previous topic, you don't know, the guy who lives next door to us is just a beast. He was busy from 10 o'clock to 3 o'clock. More than 3 hours, and Ching and I didn't sleep well. You're just bragging. How can a boy last for 3 hours? Lu Meiyu didn't believe it. If you don't believe me, ask Ching. Ching won't lie. All of a sudden, the 3 girls looked at Ching in unison, their eyes full of inquiry. I don't know. Ching was embarrassed, lowered her head, and her toes almost dug out. A bedroom and 3 living rooms on the floor. Hey, Ching, you're embarrassed. Su Lan said with a sly smile, and then she looked at Gao Yan with a teasing look. Gao handsome, how long can you hold on? Facing Su Lan's eyes, Gao Yan smiled slightly, I live next door to you, how long do you think I can hold on? After breakfast, Gao Yan brought a copy to Zhuo Jianyue. When he returned to the room and found that the other party was still sleeping, Gao Yan called up the system interface. After midnight last night, Fang Zhenjin sent him another data sheet, but he was busy at the time and didn't have time to pay attention. In the past 24 hours yesterday, under the hard promotion of the 3 parties, Dami mobile phone set a new record, with sales reaching 1.82 million units. And Zhongwei mobile phone also set a new record, reaching 1.76 million units. Dami mobile phone brought Gao Yan 3.64 billion upgrade experience, and Zhongwei mobile phone brought Gao Yan 3.52 billion upgrade experience. The total experience reached 15.26 billion. In addition, other products in the mall also sold 180 million. Because of the quantity limit, the blind box also created more than 10 million sales. Therefore, the total sales of the mall yesterday Sunday reached 7.36 billion. The system return multiple is 10 times, so Gao Yan's system reserve funds increased by 73.6 billion. He no longer felt anything about this. Anyway, every day when he wakes up, his wealth will increase by tens of billions. It is estimated that even those who specialize in printing money cannot catch up with the speed of his wealth growth. Close the system interface. Gao Yan's eyes fell on the gold-plated invitation. The other party set the time for the challenge at 6 o'clock this evening, and the location of the challenge was arranged in a 3-in-1 courtyard near Shikahai. He didn't take it to heart. Therefore, in the following time, he ate what he should eat and played what he should play. Seeing that the time was almost up, he was ready to take a car to the place of the challenge. In contrast, the 5 families who were the gatekeepers were much more solemn. Before 5 o'clock, the gatekeepers of the 5 families and the spectators had already arrived at this courtyard. Brother Liu, who was the one who challenged the challenge today? The master actually has to go down in person? Guan Zixin asked with some curiosity, and Guan Zitong on the side also pricked up his ears. There are 3 levels today, and the first level is guarded by Guan Mingxing, who is at the peak of dark energy. The second level is guarded by Wu Xuangong and Hu Tian, who are both in the late stage of dark power. The third level is guarded by Wang Jin, who are both in the late stage of dark power, and Gao Long and Gao Hu of the Gao family. Although the brothers Gao Long and Gao Hu are only in the early stage of dark power, they are proficient in the art of combined attack. When they join forces, they can fight against the peak of dark power. With the assistance of Wang Jin, who is in the late stage of dark power, the 3 of them can fight against dozens of moves even if they meet a master of Hua Jin. Therefore, the 5 families are still quite confident in guarding the level today. Unless Gao Yan is a master of Hua Jin, it is absolutely impossible to pass the 3 levels. Guan Lu said, the other party is called Gao Yan, a foreigner, and his strength should have reached the late stage of dark power, or it may be the peak of dark power. Unlike Guan Zixin, Guan Zitong is more keen on practicing martial arts. Although she is not talented, she is also quite familiar with the division of martial arts realms. How old is the other party? Guan Zitong asked, curiously. 20 years old. Guan Lu didn't want to answer. Wow, he has reached the late stage of dark energy at the age of 20. He is stronger than you, Brother Liu. Guan Zitong exclaimed, by the way, Brother Liu, how did he become enemies with us? Guan Lu, with a dark face, was too embarrassed to say anything, and scolded. You are just a kid, how can you have so many problems? Tisk, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Why are you so fierce? Guan Zitong made a face at Guan Lu with some dissatisfaction. The smarter Guan Zixin felt that this time, the feud was probably related to his cousin Guan Lu. Because it was still early. The disciples from the 5 families who came to watch the game also gathered together to chat with each other. Time also passed slowly. Finally, at 5:50, a Mercedes-Benz car slowly arrived outside the courtyard. The car door opened, and a handsome young man got out of the driver's seat. Are you Gao Yan, the challenger today? The 2 big men standing at the door asked. It's me. Gao Yan said casually. Please. He nodded and stepped into the courtyard. A piece of open space had been cleared in the courtyard. Guan Mingxing, the first gatekeeper, stood in the middle of the courtyard in a loose white training suit, looking like a master. Guan Mingxing clasped his fists towards Gao Yan and said, Friend Gao Yan, I am Guan Mingxing of the Guan family. I major in Xingyiquan and am also the gatekeeper of the first level. The rules of the level are very simple. You only need to defeat me to enter the next level. After each level, you have half an hour to recover your physical strength. If it was just Huajin, Gao Yan would find it difficult to see Guan Mingxing's strength, but after reaching Baodan, plus he greatly increased his mental strength by adding points, his perception reached a magical realm that even Baodan peaks could not reach. Therefore, he saw through the old man's cultivation at a glance, the peak of Anjin, and the opponent's blood and qi had begun to decline. I am afraid that in a few years, the cultivation will fall from the peak of Anjin. As long as they are not at the Baodan stage, even Huajin warriors cannot resist the erosion of time. Generally speaking, Huajin warriors will see a significant decline in physical strength and blood after the age of 60. As for Baodan warriors, they can prevent blood and vital energy from fading through Baodan, so Baodan warriors can live at least 150 years old. Of course, this is when they are older and try not to fight. If fighting consumes blood, it will also reduce lifespan. This is also the reason why Baodan warriors try not to fight if they can. At this moment, with the arrival of Gao Yan, the spectators from the 5 families were also curiously looking at Gao Yan. As for the one who had 2 ribs broken by Gao Yan and was forced to jump over the pass of the Great Wall, there was a bit of hatred in his eyes. In addition, Zhongli was also there, but he had seen Gao Yan last night, so he seemed calmer. You are not my opponent. Otherwise, call out the gatekeepers of the other 2 levels to attack together, so as to save time. Gao Yan spoke slowly. As soon as these words came out, the people present changed their expressions. And they all felt that the boy in front of them was too arrogant, and simply did not know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. As for Guan Mingxing, his face was also quite gloomy. After living for such an old age, it was the first time that he was despised like this. Let's talk about it after you pass this level of the old man first. Gao Yan did not force it, nodded, and said casually, okay, anyway, it won't take much time to deal with you, can we start? Hearing this, Guan Mingxing became even more angry, and shouted, let's start. Swish. As soon as Guan Mingxing finished speaking, he felt a flash in front of his eyes. He secretly said that it was not good, and punched out based on his feeling. Bang! The air was shaking, and Guan Mingxing only felt his fist hitting an extremely thick steel wall, shaking his entire arm sore and numb. Immediately afterwards, a fist seemed to appear out of nowhere and hit his chest. Suddenly, his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. At this moment, Zhongli turned into a shadow and rushed towards Guan Mingxing. And Gao Yan also moved, intercepting Zhongli while stepping, and slapped him with a seemingly casual swing of his arm, making him fly back. At this time, Guan Mingxing's body fell heavily to the ground. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Guan Mingxing's mouth, and his face turned from ruddy to pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a breath, he defeated a peak dark force warrior and a transformation force warrior one after another. Suddenly, the scene became silent, and you could hear a pin drop. TSK, I thought you were so strong, but this is it? Gao Yan stood in the yard and said sarcastically. Zhongli stood up from the ground, and looked at Gao Yan with a look of shock. Although he was only in the early stage of Huajin, he was not far from the middle stage of Huajin. He did not expect to be slapped away by someone. So, what level of strength did the person in front of him reach? Late stage of Huajin? Or peak stage of Huajin? The next moment, Gao Yan walked towards the middle courtyard. Guan Mingxing, who struggled to get up from the ground, shouted, "Wait a minute." Gao Yan turned to look at him. Guan Mingxing smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Gao, you don't have to go through the second and third levels. We admit defeat." Even a master of energy transformation like Zhongli was slapped away by the other party. Even if the 6 of them were no match together, there was no need to humiliate themselves. Admit defeat? I don't agree. Gao Yan shook his head and said, "I let him go that day on the Great Wall." As he spoke, he glanced at Guan Lu in the crowd. Guan Mingxing did not deny this. With the strength Gao Yan showed today, it would be easy to keep Guan Lu. Just listen to Gao Yan continue. "I didn't expect that I let him go so generously, but you still have to force me to pass some bullshit level. Now that I can't beat it, I have to admit defeat again. How can there be such a good thing in the world? It's so cheap. I've left it all to you, but I can give you a chance to call everyone from the second and third levels to join us." This? Hearing this, Guan Mingxing fell into a dilemma. What was the use of 5 people joining together? Gao Yan, in front of him, was obviously angry. If the fight continued, the other 5 would be nothing more than his punching bags. Just then, Guan Lu strode out of the crowd and said with a look of sorrow and anger, "This incident is all because of me. You can beat me or kill me. Don't you think that if you say a few tough words, I will spare you and let you act in a TV series?" Gao Yan said disdainfully, "But for the sake of talking about it, I am embarrassed not to help you. If you come in front of me, I will slap you. No matter whether you are dead or alive, I will not pursue it anymore." Hearing Gao Yan's words, Guan Lu felt ashamed and angry. At the same time, he was also frightened and hesitated to step forward. It's his father's fault. Although I am not his father, I am still his uncle. I will bear this slap for him. At this time, Guan Mingxing said. Guan Lu opened his mouth when he saw his uncle standing up for him, but in the end he didn't say anything. Cut. Upon seeing this, Gao Yan glanced at Guan Mingxing with disdain. "Old man, your taste is a bit bad." To be honest, Guan Mingxing was also disappointed with Guan Lu's performance. But after all, he was the future of the Guan family, and he was older. Even if he was disappointed, he did not intend to go back on his word. "Guan Lu, how could you do this, and let me suffer for you?" Guan Zitong, the youngest, couldn't help shouting. Although the others who were twice as young did not speak, they looked at Guan Lu with a bit of contempt and disdain. "You obviously caused the trouble, but when it came down to it, you acted like a coward and let Guan Mingxing take the blame on his behalf. It's really disgraceful." At this time, Guan Mingxing had already walked up to Gao Yan, showing an expression of closing his eyes and accepting death. "Mr. Gao, please do it." "Mr. Gao, wait." At this time, Zhongli strode over. "Mr. Gao, Master Guan has taught me the art. I will do this for him." "Are you playing with Matryoshka dolls here?" Gao Yan said very speechlessly. "Xiao Zhang, this is our family matter. I accept your wishes. Please step back." Guan Mingxing sighed, but he felt more and more uncomfortable in his heart. An outsider was willing to stand up, but his nephew remained silent. At this moment, he was very doubtful whether the Guan family would be able to flourish if it was handed over to him in the future. "No, Master Guan. You've been seriously injured. If you get another slap, you won't survive." You'd better let me do it. I'm young and strong. I can take care of you for a few months at most. Zhongli still refused to back down and insisted on receiving the slap for Guan Mingxing. Mr. Gao, take action. Guan Mingxing ignored it and shouted to Gao Yan with his chest raised. You old man has some backbone. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and stamped it on his chest. Stop. Zhang, who had already experienced Gao Yan's attack, knew that he was not sure of intercepting that palm, so he directly used the Iron Mountain in Bejiquan to hit Gao Yan, hoping to force him to stop. Get away. Gao Yan took out his free hand and slapped Zhongli. The two palms hit two people almost in no particular order. Bang! The bodies of Guan Mingxing and Zhongli flew out together. Gao Yan didn't care about the result, so he turned around and left. Uncle! Guan Zixin and Guan Zitong ran towards Guan Mingxing, while someone also went to check on Zhongli's injury. I'm fine. Guan Mingxing raised his hand, then stood up from the ground. I'm showing mercy. Then he looked at Zhongli with concern. Xiao Zhang, how are you? I'm fine too. Zhongli smiled bitterly and said, this Gao Yan is really terrifying. It is true that the waves behind the Yangtze River are pushing the waves ahead. I am afraid that his strength has reached the peak of transformation. It is estimated that in a few years, our daxia will give birth to a man who is less than 30 years old. It's so exciting. Thinking of this, Zhongli narrowed his eyes. Nowadays, the old Danjins are all from the 70s and 80s, and as far as he knows, there are also Danjins in the military and a certain special department. But the one in the military, Dan Jin, was over 45, and the one in the special department didn't break through until he was close to 50. If Gao Yan can break through before the age of 30, he will definitely be the youngest Dan Jin. Maybe he can reach the legendary Gang Jin in the future. And even see the gods as immortal. Most martial artists only know the first 4 realms of martial arts, namely Ming Jin, Dark Jin, Hua Jin, and Dan Jin. In fact, after Dan Jin there is Gang Jin, and after Gang Jin there is immortality. It is said that Gang Jin exists in daxia, but he is not qualified to know who he is. As for seeing the gods and being indestructible, this is the highest state of martial arts. There are only a few people in history who can reach this level. As for whether there are such masters in daxia, he doesn't know. An hour later, Gao Yan returned to the hotel. Husband, are you okay? Shui Jiangyue rushed up worriedly and checked his body. It's okay, they're just a few little bastards, and they can't help me. Gao Yan said with a smile. That's good. Shui Jiangyue breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Bureau S, the most mysterious department in Daxia Kingdom. Director Luo looked at the people gathered and said slowly, I have gathered everyone together temporarily because I have something to discuss with you. Let's read the information first. The people present are all senior executives of the S Bureau. They have undergone rigorous training, so they can almost do everything at once. Therefore, after reading this information, their faces showed a bit of surprise. What do you think? Luo Ju asked. Director, maybe we can recruit such a powerful young man into our S Bureau. One person suggested. Do you think it's possible? Luo Ju said with a half-smile, this kid can lose billions in a day, and he also has a mysterious teacher Dan Jin. His own strength has reached the peak of Hua Jin. He needs money, background, and strength. Strength, why do you Think he can accept our recruitment? Upon hearing this, the man who spoke was speechless. Yes, I don't need anything, so what can I do by joining your S bureau? Just think of your monthly salary of tens of thousands in Bureau S. What an international joke. Then what does the director mean by showing us this information? Deputy Director Luo Bing asked. After midnight that night, Gao Yan received another data report from Fong Shenzhen. Yesterday's horrific sales volume aroused the enthusiasm of the two major mobile phone companies, making them work harder to promote the products. Sunday Mall also spent a lot of money to help promote the products. This led to a steady increase in the sales of the two mobile phones. In the 24 hours of the same day, the sales of the two mobile phones exceeded 2 million units. Among them, the sales of the Rice mobile phone were 2.11 million units, and the sales of the Zhongwei mobile phone were 2.05 million units. It brought Gao Yan 8.32 billion upgrade experience and 83.2 billion system reserve funds. Perhaps the two mobile phone companies were worried that the Sunday Mall would lose too much money and could not continue this purchase activity, so they took the initiative to propose that for every mobile phone sold, they would give the Sunday Mall a 10% rebate. Gao Yan was not surprised by this. He knew that it was not that the two mobile phone companies had a change of heart, nor that they thought they made too much money. Instead, they wanted to improve their brand value and market share through the purchase activity held by the Sunday Mall. Moreover, both companies are listed companies. The more mobile phones they sell, the more valuable their stocks are. Therefore, even if their mobile phones do not make a penny, they can still make more money in the stock market. According to Fong Shenzhen, the stocks of Demi and Zhongwei have reached their daily limit today. As for the sales of other products on the website today, they are not bad. There are as many as 700 million or 800 million, but most of them are cash coupons, and the actual sales amount is only 70 million. At the same time, other mobile phone dealers have also contacted Sunday Mall, hoping to participate in the purchase event. But Gao Yan temporarily rejected the request to allow other mobile phones to join the event. In fact, if other domestic mobile phones are allowed to join, everyone will have more choices. However, if everyone chooses more brands, the sensation will be reduced a lot. His current plan is to make the sales of Demi and Zhongwei mobile phones exceed those of Fruit phones through this purchase event. Aren't you arrogant? Then, I will support two opponents for you. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, Gao Yan's behavior is extremely stupid, but in fact, not only did he not lose money, but he almost made a fortune. Besides, the system rebates all come from the international financial market. The more rebates he gets, the more others in the international financial market will lose. In simple terms, it is to use foreigners' money to subsidize Daxia. However, because of the machine purchase activity, the Sunday Mall has been burning money like crazy these days, and the 10 billion he injected before has been almost spent. So Gao Yan injected another 10 billion into the company and asked Fong Shenzhen to spend it. For a while, Fong Shenzhen was very curious, how much money did this boss have? And no one in his family objected to losing money like this? If she dared to do this, let alone losing 20 billion, even if she lost 2 billion, her father would probably break her legs. After dealing with Fong Shenzhen, Gao Yan took out a bottle of medicinal wine and drank it. Then he began to practice Dan. 3 hours passed. Gao Yan called up the system panel and found that his physique had not increased. He was not surprised by this. After all, everything has a limit. His physique could not increase indefinitely. After all, he was only in the early stage of Baodan, but his physique was definitely stronger than that of Baodan Peak. After all, he had used the Danjin experience card. By comparison, the physique of Danjin Peak was at most 120 points, while his current physique had reached 125 points. But the blood and essence of Danjin Peak were not comparable to what he could do now. After all, Danjin Peak had completed the refining of flesh, organs, blood, and bones. Every time a step was completed, the blood and essence would transform once. In addition, although his mental power was only 115, it was far beyond that of Danjin warriors. Danjin warriors still practiced their bodies. Therefore, when the realm was improved, it was not related to mental power. Didn't you see that Tu Yun, who was in the middle stage of Huajin, had a mental power of only 85? Seeing that it was getting late, Gao Yan quietly went to bed and hugged Xiao Zhu's fragrant body and began to sleep. The next morning, Gao Yan and his group of 8 took the travel agency's Mercedes-Benz business car to the airport. The first stop of this trip is Beijing. The second stop is Sanya. Because Gao Yan is a diamond black card user of Longxing, Song Yufei threw the task of booking tickets and hotels to Gao Yan. He had no objection to this. It was just a matter of a phone call, and his personal customer service could arrange things properly. The cabin was naturally business class. After all, it is cheaper to book air tickets with a diamond black card. I have to explain here that business class is not first class. Generally speaking, there is no first class on domestic flights, so the price of business class is not as expensive as imagined. Therefore, after the black card discount, the air ticket price is almost the same as economy class. After more than 2 hours of flight, the plane landed in Sanya. The hotel was Atlantis and arranged airport pickup service. The room was booked as a sea view room, and the Poseidon underwater suite was not booked. It's not that Gao Yan was reluctant to spend that little money. It's just that everyone is out for fun, there's no need to discriminate. Moreover, Gao Yan wasn't interested in the so-called underwater suite. Instead, the girls present were talking about the underwater suite with great interest. At this time, Gao Yan said, "If you are curious, I can communicate with the hotel. If there is no one in the underwater suite, see if I can go in and take a photo. Is this okay?" Song Yufei asked. "What's wrong?" Gao Yan said disapprovingly. To put it bluntly, the submarine suite is just a gimmick. At this time, the hotel driver who was driving interjected, "Mr. Gao is a diamond black card user of Longxing, and we are a partner of Longxing. The hotel should not reject Mr. Gao's request. Then please ask the master to report to your hotel." Gao Yan thanked him. The driver immediately reported Gao Yan's needs to the hotel, and the hotel responded very quickly. They readily agreed to Gao Yan's request to take photos in the undersea suite, and even thoughtfully arranged for a hotel butler to help them do it. Explain. After all, the hotel also knows that anyone who can become a Longxing diamond black card user must have at least 1 billion in cash in Longxing. With such a big customer, the hotel naturally has to try its best to leave a good impression. After arriving at the hotel specially sent someone to help Gao Yan and the others check in. He also said that there is no one living in the submarine suite right now, and you can take pictures at any time. So, I put my luggage in the room first. A group of 8 people came to the undersea suite to take pictures. The submarine suite is divided into 2 floors and is quite luxurious. Of course, the price is not low either. One night stay costs 100,000 yuan. The price of the other Neptune suite is much lower, but it also costs 58,888 yuan. The 5 girls filmed in the suite for half an hour before leaving, even. Xiaozhua was no exception. Want to stay here for a night? Gao Yan asked after leaving the suite. In no mood. Shui Jianyue shook her head decisively. Although she knew her boyfriend was rich, she couldn't waste it like this. A room worth 100,000 yuan a night was too expensive. You really don't want to? Gao Yan continued to ask, if you want to, let's come and experience it tonight. Anyway, I don't need the money. No need for that, husband. Shui Jianyue hugged Gao Yan's arm. We came to take pictures out of curiosity. Now after taking the pictures, my curiosity has been satisfied, so there is no need to live in it anymore. 10 days passed quickly in the blink of an eye. Gao Yan and his party spent the first 3 days of these 10 days in Sanya. On the 4th day, they went to Suzhou and Hangzhou. After 2 days of traveling in Suzhou and Hangzhou, they took a bus to Hengdian, not far from Suzhou and Hangzhou. On a whim, I went to the set to experience what it was like to play a small role. But it doesn't feel very good. After 2 days of visiting Hengdian, the group changed their route to Mount Tai. I have seen Mount Tai, and there is no mountain in the world. Therefore, after coming down from Mount Tai, except for Gao Yan and Shui Jianyue, the other 6 people were almost paralyzed. Fortunately, Gao Yan gave them a small cup of medicinal wine, and each of them was revived with full health. It has been half a month since this team trip. Although we had fun, we were both physically and mentally exhausted, so we were all ready to go home tomorrow. In fact, regardless of others, Gao Yan was also ready to end this trip. Because Lu Yun of the Qin family has already contacted him, and because he has to go to Haimen to participate in the gambling competition in 5 days. He needs to go to the Qin family in advance to meet with the Qin family's stone gambling experts to get to know each other better. Prepare for the next gambling battle. To be honest, Gao Yan now looks down on the benefits offered by the Qin family. However, since he has promised to others, he naturally cannot go back on his word. Excluding today, in the past 9 days, the daily sales of rice phones and Zhongwei phones have exceeded 2 million units. From August 1st to August 9th, rice phones sold a total of 18.5 million units, and Zhongwei mobile phones sold a total of 18.2 million units. It brought 73.4 billion experience to Gao Yan. Unfortunately, because too many cash coupons were given out, 99% of users were using cash coupons to shop. This resulted in cash sales of only 300 million in 9 days. Therefore, as of early last night, Gao Yan's upgrade experience had only reached 97.35 billion. However, at 2 o'clock this afternoon, the upgrade experience reached 100 billion. In the system prompts, Gao Yan chose to upgrade. But the strange thing is that it's already 7 o'clock in the evening and the upgrade has not been completed. Gao Yan vaguely felt that with this upgrade, the system would probably undergo unknown changes. Because his wealth has grown so fast, the system reserve funds have reached 1,419.3 billion, and Gao Yan has transferred another 20 billion to the company account. Except the card mall has also been refreshed. But what makes Gao Yan regretful is that the cards that were drawn out this time were all the lowest level red cards. 10 bad luck cards. 10 rare cards. 10 sleepwalking cards. The most expensive red card is only 1 million, so the money spent to get these 3 cards is almost negligible. It's early morning. Shui Jiangyue slept soundly in his arms, but Gao Yan couldn't sleep because the system had not been upgraded yet. He was not in the mood to practice today because he was worried about the system. It is worth mentioning that after 9 days, his physical fitness only increased by 2 points. Faintly, he felt that he was about to break through to the middle stage of Baodan. Ding, the system upgrade is complete. Upon hearing this voice, Gao Yan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ding, since the host's personal wealth has exceeded 1 trillion, the system has made the following adjustments. First, the system refund will be adjusted to profit return. Gao Yan is not dissatisfied with this. After all, if the system does not change the rules, as long as he keeps letting Sunday Mall hold machine purchase lottery activities, he can get at least 2 trillion yuan in return a month, which is 24 trillion yuan a year. The money returned by the system does not appear out of thin air, but is earned from international futures and US stocks. If you earn too much, there will definitely be problems. Therefore, he can accept this adjustment. After all, before getting the system, he was still a poor boy with less than 10,000 in savings. Now that he has more than 140 billion, what else is he dissatisfied with? Second, the system evaluates the host's behavior once a month. The evaluation is divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D, and rewards different levels of draws. For example, if the host performs AA in the month, he will be given 2 top-level draws. Hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but ask, "System, how is this assessment done? Is it based on how much money you make?" No, the profit earned by the host will only occupy a certain proportion, which is mainly evaluated from the host's other behaviors. Gao Yan, what's the specifics? System, host, please explore by yourself. Hearing this, Gao Yan looked thoughtful. Just listen to the system continue. Third, the card mall will also make adjustments and be refreshed once a month. In addition, the host needs to draw cards through blind selection. Gao Yan's face darkened. The system was really becoming more and more cunning. 4. The upgrade experience is adjusted to 10 billion for 1 upgrade. Hearing this adjustment, Gao Yan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If he followed the previous upgrade model, he would have to make 500 billion in profits to upgrade. Although it has now become a profit return, the corresponding upgrade experience has also been reduced. System, where is my upgrade reward? Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 12. Please make a choice for the host. If you choose 1, the return multiplier will reach 11 times, and you will be given 1 top-level lottery draw and 3 free attribute points. If you choose 2, the return multiplier will remain unchanged, and you will be given 2 top-level lottery draws. 30 free attribute points. How to choose? Gao Yan felt himself trapped in a tangle. After thinking for a while, he still decided to choose the second one, because he was not short of money now, not to mention that the return was 11 times, it was now a profit return. Even if it doubled, it was not much money. On the contrary, the second one gave up the increase in multiples, but there was 1 more top draw and 27 more free attribute points. System, I choose the second one. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. With a thought, the system interface appeared. God-level income system, LV12. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 180 centimeters. Appearance, 82. Constitution, 127. Spirit, 115. Charm, 95. Income return multiple, 10 times. Lottery, top lottery x2. Experience, 0. Stored funds, 1,419.3 billion, to be collected. Free attribute points, 30. System, use 2 top lottery. Ding, top lottery is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the artificial intelligence. Program, congratulations to the host for obtaining a memory for the next 5 years. The reward has been distributed to the system space, please collect it yourself. The next moment, Gao Yan's eyes fell on the system space. The artificial intelligence was in the U-disk, and he could get it by just connecting it to the computer. The other prize was a golden ball of light. The memory of the next 5 years. This system is really awesome, it can actually predict the future. With a thought, Gao Yan received the memory of the next 5 years. Instantly, the ball of light sank directly into his mind. Then, a lot of information emerged in his mind. However, this is somewhat different from what he imagined, because the memory of the next 5 years is not related to himself. How to say it? It is some information about business or general trends. For example, Douyin, which has just emerged, will become a giant in the future. Also, after Taobao and JD.com, there is another Pink Sixy Mall. If he invests in Douyin now, he will definitely make a lot of money in the future. As for Pink Sixy Mall, it is estimated that it will be difficult to stand out after he created Sunday Mall. There is also Bitcoin. The current price is only more than $400, but in the future it will rise to $19,000. If you enter the market now, you can also make a lot of money. There are still 30 free attribute points that have not been used. Gao Yan had no intention of saving his attribute points overnight. Since his physique and spirit exceeded 100, every 3 free attribute points consumed could increase his physique or spirit by 1 point. Physical fitness can be improved through practice, but mental strength cannot. It can only be improved when breaking through the realm, but not to a large extent. Therefore, Gao Yan decided to add 27 free attribute points to mental power. After adding 27 free attribute points, mental strength increased by 9 points, reaching 124 points, which was only 3 points lower than physical strength. As his mental power increased, Gao Yan's range of perception soared to a radius of 200 meters. There are still 3 free attribute points left. Needless to say, it is of course added to the appearance. +1. +1. +1. After clicking it 3 times in a row, the 82-point appearance turned directly into 85 point, followed by a slight itching sensation. After the uncomfortable feeling disappeared, Gao Yan came to the bathroom. Looking at the handsome face in the mirror, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile. Boy, you are so handsome. Husband, why do I feel that you are handsome again? Early next morning. Looking at the handsome face that awakened her, Shi Wen said with curiosity after a flash of obsession flashed in his eyes. Baby, it means you love me more and more. Gao Yan replied with the same excuse. Then one of your relatives. Moo. Get up quickly, our plane will take off at 9 o'clock. 8 o'clock. Gao Yan and Shi Wen waved goodbye to Song Yufei and the other 6 people in the hotel lobby. The flight for the 6 of them didn't take off until after 1 p.m., so they could wait until noon to check out. Originally they were planning to take them to the airport. However, they were rejected by Gao Yan and Shi Wen Zi. Let's go, let's come to Nandu to play when you have time. Gao Yan waved to them again, then left the hotel lobby and boarded the car to the airport. 9 o'clock. In a sense of weightlessness, the plane jumped into the blue sky. At the same time, Rice Company headquarters. Mr. Mi is holding a morning meeting. There was a hint of regret between his brows, because the phone purchase lottery in the mall on Sunday was over. The event lasted 13 days and 6 hours. Helping them, Rice Company sold 24.4 million rice phones of various models. You know, they only sold 35 million rice phones in more than 7 months this year. It only took them just over 13 days to catch up with the entire company's 5 months of hard work. It's a pity, if only Sunday Mall could last another half month, it would at least help them sell more than 20 million mobile phones. But he felt relieved when he thought about it. This time, in order to help them sell mobile phones, Sunday Mall gave away tens of billions of cash coupons. If these cash coupons are fully consumed, they will be worth tens of billions of goods. I really don't know if Sunday Mall will close down due to this. It literally burns itself, lighting up their rice and zhongwei. If you have the opportunity, you must visit the owner of Sunday Mall. In his eyes, the owner of Sunday Mall is a great man. Because it lowered the ex-factory price and gave Sunday Mall a 10% rebate. Although more than 20 million mobile phones were sold, the profit was not as high as expected. However, Rice's stock price has reached its daily limit 7 times in just over 10 days. On the contrary, the fruit company's fruit mobile phones have been greatly affected, with daily sales falling rapidly, especially yesterday's sales, which dropped by more than 50%. The decline in sales has directly affected the fruit stock price. On the 7th, 8th and 9th, the fruit stock price fell by 3 points, 5 points, and 2 points, respectively. Don't be too bearish. But the fruit company's current market value is more than $700 billion. Even a drop of just 1 point is equivalent to $7 billion US. Therefore, in the past 3 days, the market value of fruit has evaporated tens of billions of US dollars out of thin air. Knowing that this incident all started because of the Sunday shopping mall, the fruit company was absolutely furious. Especially when he learned that the cause of this incident was because the president of the Greater China region prohibited the sale of fruit mobile phones at low prices in Sunday malls, so he fired him directly. However, I soon learned that Sunday Mall also lost tens of billions due to this machine purchase lottery, and Fruit Phone also lost its intention to cause trouble for Sunday Mall. Because in their opinion, the owner of Sunday Mall is a madman and a ruthless person. Just because of the arrogance of the fruit company, the other party frantically spent tens of billions to help Dami and Zhongwei sell mobile phones. If they continue to find trouble, there's no telling what outrageous and crazy things this guy will do. Although we lost tens of billions in this phone purchase lottery on Sunday, we also won traffic and users. Today, the number of downloads of the Sunday Mall app has exceeded 500 million, reaching 580 million. I believe it will not take long to exceed 600 million. The number of registered users has reached 450 million. However, the surge in registered users did not bring about the reputation of Sunday Mall. Originally, before the machine purchase lottery, investment banks would call or visit directly every day, but since the machine purchase activity started, these people have disappeared one after another. Now, in the eyes of investment banks, the boss of Sunday Mall is a stick. If we invest in him now, and one day in the future, his brain short-circuits again, and he does such a wasteful activity again, wouldn't it make their investment go down the drain? Of course, Gao Yan didn't know that he had become a stick in the eyes of the investment bank. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, he made nearly 1 trillion yuan from this machine purchase lottery event and won a large number of users. It's just crazy money, okay? Unfortunately, there will be no such good things in the future. During his travel time, a lot of things happened in Nandu. First, under the auspices of Lin Xiaoming, the 3 large milk tea shops are almost finished. They can open in a week at most. Secondly, the research institute that Gao Yan requested has been purchased. And the materials for making the primary physical gene liquid have also been purchased for thousands of copies. Or that's it. Qinghao's Hot Pot restaurant has opened 2 new ones. Today's Brothers Hot Pot restaurant is in full swing, and each store is popular. With the strong support of the Qing family, Qinghao plans to open Brothers Hot Pot restaurants all over Yangdong province. In addition, the first movie of Xingchen Entertainment started shooting in Shanghai 3 days ago, and Jing Xiaoyu and Qin Yusen both joined the crew to film. In fact, Qin Yusen's role is only 2 minutes, and it can be finished in 2 days at most. However, she is an ambitious woman. She joined the crew in advance to make friends with Jing Xiaoyu and to accumulate her own connections in the entertainment industry. At the same time, Qin Yuling's live broadcast career is also quite smooth. Now her fans have exceeded 500,000. Every day when she starts broadcasting, she can maintain more than 5,000 viewers. The daily reward income can also be maintained at more than 1,000 yuan. The guild does not charge her commission, so she can get 70% of the rewards. Even after paying taxes, she can earn more than 20,000 yuan a month. With this money, she doesn't have to worry about the tuition for 3 years of high school. It's close to noon. Gao Yan and Shi Wen, who have never seen the wind and dust, finally returned to Yujinjiwen after a long absence. First did a big cleaning. Then ordered a takeaway. During the meal, Shi Wen said, "Honey, my parents want me to go back to my hometown." "How long will you stay?" Gao Yan asked. "I guess I won't be back until school starts," Shi Wen said reluctantly. "When are you leaving?" "Tomorrow." "Okay, I'll book a plane ticket for you and take you to the airport tomorrow." Gao Yan said, "I can't go back with you this time. I have something to deal with. I'll go back with you during the winter vacation this year." "It's okay, husband." Shi Wen was a little disappointed, but she was a sensible girl and didn't feel dissatisfied. Besides, Gao Yan had been accompanying her outside for half a month, and she was very satisfied. Originally, Gao Yan planned to go to the research institute and the milk tea company in the afternoon. But thinking that Shi Wen would return to Jiangsu tomorrow, he planned to spend the afternoon with her, and at the same time, buy some gifts for his future father-in-law and mother-in-law to take back. So after having lunch and resting for a while, the two drove to the largest shopping mall in Nandu. "Come on, let's go check out this store." Gao Yan pulled Shi Wen into the Valentino store. "Husband, do you want to buy a suit?" Shi Wen asked, curiously. "It's not for me, but for my future father-in-law," Gao Yan said. "Buy it for daddy." Shi Wen frowned slightly, and then whispered, "Husband, why don't we Find another store? I heard that the clothes in this store are very expensive. Because Valentino has appeared in many low-end copycats, many people think it is a relatively tacky brand, but in fact, it is a high-end brand, and it is also a global advanced customization. It's okay, you don't have to save money for me. No, hubby. My dad is a government official. Wearing such expensive clothes can easily lead to criticism. Shi Wen Zi explained, this is the era of self-media. If someone accidentally takes a photo and posts it online, you will be exposed. A district chief at the senior level was wearing an expensive suit worth tens of thousands. Even if you behave upright and are not corrupt, it will have an adverse impact on yourself. After hearing what Shi Wen Zi said, Gao Yan also woke up. Okay, let's buy something cheap. Originally, Gao Yan planned to buy his father-in-law a watch worth hundreds of thousands, but now it seems that even if he buys it, he won't dare to wear it. After thinking about it for a while, Gao Yan decided to give his father-in-law a suit worth several $1,000, and also gave him 2 bottles of medicinal wine, one to strengthen his body and one to nourish his kidneys. On the contrary, the mother-in-law is an executive of a large company. There is no need to be so taboo about what she wears. However, if you have a bowl of water, you can't give your mother-in-law something expensive, but your father-in-law just gives you something? Therefore, on Shi Wen Zi's suggestion, he picked out a silk scarf worth several thousand yuan and a bottle of perfume worth more than 5,000 yuan for his mother-in-law, as well as 2 bottles of medicinal wine, to enhance physical fitness. After buying gifts for their father-in-law and mother-in-law, they realized that it was still early, so they took the shopping bags to the car in the underground garage and then watched a movie in the mall. That night, Gao Yan called up the system interface. View today's profit data directly. This data is terrible. His current profit income is only the milk tea shop and the live streaming guild. Today, the profit of the milk tea shop is around 60,000 yuan. Even if the system returns 10 times the profit, it is only 600,000 yuan. The live broadcast guild made more than 100,000 yuan in profit, and only more than 1 million yuan was returned. Compared with the refund before the system upgrade, this income is not even comparable to the leader. Early next morning, Gao Yan had breakfast with Shi Wen Zi and then drove her to the airport. Husband, I can't bear to leave you. Before entering the security check, Shi Wen Zi suddenly turned around and hugged Gao Yan, with an expression on his face full of reluctance. Baby, I can't bear to leave you, but you don't have to worry, we can meet again in 20 days at most. Gao Yan comforted softly. But I just can't bear to part with it. Classmate Xiaozhua burst into tears. Let's do this. When my affairs are over, I will come to Jiangsu to see you. Gao Yan originally planned this. He just wanted to surprise Xiaozhua, but now that he saw her like this, he had no choice but to tell her in advance. Real? When have I ever lied to you? Then you must come. Definitely coming. Watching classmate Xiaozhua successfully enter the security check, Gao Yan's eyes fell on a woman behind the security check channel and he nodded vaguely towards her. This woman is Qian Lan, one of the biological bodyguards he drew. She is now officially in office and secretly protecting classmate Xiaozhua. With a master of energy transformation secretly protecting him, it would be difficult for Xiaozhua to think of an accident. Xiaozhua, who successfully passed the security check, reluctantly waved to him again before pulling his suitcase to the boarding gate. Yang Yujiang, who had just finished his morning meeting, returned to the office and asked his secretary to make a cup of strong coffee and bring it in. He got very irritated as he got closer. With the rise of Brother Hot Pot Restaurant, the business of the hot pot restaurant under his name has also been greatly affected, especially after August. Brother Hot Pot Restaurant opened 2 new stores. This resulted in a direct 30% drop in sales at the Nandu store, a hot pot restaurant owned by the Yang family. Moreover, he also found out that the Qing family already had plans to open Brothers Hot Pot restaurants throughout Yongdong province. Once their plan is successfully implemented, his hot pot restaurant must not be crowded to death, let alone go public. It would be good if it does not close down and go bankrupt. Therefore, he must come up with a rescue method as soon as possible. Otherwise, the day the brothers' hot pot restaurants open all over Guangdong province, it will be the day their Yang family's hot pot chain store goes bankrupt. He also knows that the core of Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant lies in the secret recipe of hot pot base. When he thought that the boy named Gao Yan had planned to sell the secret recipe of hot pot base to the Yang family, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. And at the same time, he complained a little more about his daughter Yang Yu. In fact, he also knew that this could not be blamed on his daughter. After all, even if it were him, he would not be able to accept a promotion from an unfamiliar person. No, we can't sit still and wait for death. Yang Yujiang slammed the desk. He wanted to try again to see if he could get the hot pot base. The Qing family must be extremely wary of hot pot base ingredients. Therefore, if you want to get the hot pot base, you have to start with Gao Yan. However, the Qing family has already signed a contract with the other party. If it breaks the contract, it will have to pay 100 million liquidated damages. And that boy has a relatively good relationship with Qing Hao. Even if he is willing to help pay liquidated damages, he may not agree. However, he believed that no matter how good the relationship was, he could not resist the temptation of money. As long as he gave enough, he didn't believe that the boy could resist it. Thinking of this, he picked up his cell phone and dialed his daughter Yang Yu's phone number. Other side. After Gao Yan left the airport, he drove to the research institute purchased by Zhao Mei. But before we arrived, the phone rang. It's Yang Yu calling. After answering the phone, Yang Yu's voice rang. Gao Yan, this is Yang Yu. My dad wants to treat you to dinner. Are you free? Upon hearing this, Gao Yan understood that it was probably Yang Yu's father, who was anxious. After all, the brothers' hot pot restaurant was constantly expanding, and the Yang family's hot pot restaurant chain was the #1 in Yongdong province. It is estimated that the expansion of the brothers' hot pot restaurant affected the Yang family, and then the other party wanted to take advantage of his hot pot base. Don't say he is worth trillions now. Even if he didn't, he wouldn't reveal the hot pot base ingredients to the other party. So, he refused directly. I'm sorry, classmate Yang Yu, I have something else to do and can't accept your father's invitation. Okay, I understand, I will tell my dad. This time, Yang Yu didn't mess around. In fact, she knew that it would be useless even if she messed around. Unlike other boys, Gao Yan would not spoil her at all. And he would beat her. When she thought of this, a certain part of her body suddenly became hot, and she said in a strange way, my dad doesn't have time to treat guests. I'm going to treat guests. Do you have time? Gao Yan, I really have something to do. Let's talk about dinner later. 20 minutes later. Gao Yan drove to a private research institute near Yangdong University. Bioman bodyguard Zhao Mei is already waiting for him there. The area of this research institute is not large, only more than 100 square meters. It was originally used by a beverage company to develop new flavored drinks. Recently, the beverage company could not continue to operate, so Zhao Mei spent 1.2 million to acquire this place. To be honest, the various equipment in this research institute are relatively complete. Zhao Mei checked the information and found that it would cost at least 5 to 6 million to build a new research institute. Therefore, even though these instruments are second-hand, the 1.2 million yuan is really not expensive, but it is an advantage, because these instruments are well maintained and can almost reach 90% new level. Gao Yan has the complete manufacturing process of the primary constitution genetic liquid in his mind, and he also gives away the instructions for using these devices. 1,000 copies of the materials for making the primary constitution genetic liquid were also purchased. It allows Gao Yan to continue trial and error. Therefore, after he asked Zhao Mei to act as a guard, he started to tinker with the primary constitution genetic liquid in the research institute. At first, Gao Yan was not very familiar with the equipment and test equipment, and failed several times in succession. But he was mentally strong and quickly adjusted from his mistakes. On the 5th time, the primary constitution gene liquid was successfully produced. In fact, the production of this genetic liquid is not complicated. There are only 2 processes, extraction and fusion. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for him, a rookie, to succeed. A dose of primary physique genetic medicine can allow ordinary people to improve their physique to 80 points in just 1 month without any training. However, this genetic medicine solution only targets those with a physical constitution below 80 points, and will have no effect on those with a physical constitution above 80 points. Now comes the problem. The genetic medicine liquid has been produced. But who will be the guinea pig? The person testing the medicine must be trustworthy, otherwise it will cause a lot of trouble if it is leaked. For a while, a figure flashed in Gao Yan's mind. That is Li Feng. Li Feng's cultivation has reached the peak of Ming Jin. But his physical fitness should not have exceeded 80 points. The physique of Ming Jin warriors is between 70 and 80 points, the physique of Dark Jin warriors is between 80 and 90 points, and the physique of Hua Jin warriors is between 90 and 100 points. Only when you reach Danjin physique can you break 100. Gao Yan casually packaged the newly made genetic medicine liquid and put it into the mustard space, and Gao Yan continued to make it. He made 10 copies in one go, before he stopped. And all of them are included in the mustard space. He decided. Let Li Feng test the medicine directly, because he is a warrior himself and will be more sensitive to changes in the body. Secondly, Li Feng's social relationships are relatively ordinary, otherwise he wouldn't be doing so poorly. Get out of the institute. Gao Yan dialed Li Feng's number. Boss, what are your orders? The phone was connected and Li Feng's respectful voice came. 20 minutes later, an Audi A4 drove near the research institute. Gao Yan rolled down the window and waved to Li Feng, come to my car. Soon, Li Feng opened the door and got into Gao Yan's car. Drink this. Gao Yan took out a bottle of primary constitution genetic medicine and handed it to Li Feng. Without saying a word, the other party unscrewed the bottle cap and drank it in one gulp. How do you feel? Gao Yan asked. It's a little bitter. Li Feng clicked his lips and replied. I'm talking about how you feel physically. Gao Yan said speechlessly. Li Feng frowned and felt it for a while, then said cautiously after a while. Boss, I don't seem to feel anything. Hearing this, Gao Yan also frowned slightly, and then he realized that although Li Feng's physique had not reached 80 points, he should have a physique of 78 or 79 at the peak of his Ming gene. Therefore, the genetic medicine liquid has little effect on him. Therefore, Li Feng was unable to exert the true effect of the primary constitution genetic medicine. Gao Yan said, what I just gave you is a special medicine that can improve your physical fitness. Your physical fitness should be comparable to that of a warrior in the early stage of gene within a month at most. Okay, you can go back. Thank you, boss. Li Feng said excitedly. After sending Li Feng away, Gao Yan took out his mobile phone and dialed another number. Half an hour later, in a house converted into a training room, Gao Yan knocked on the door and entered. Teacher Xiao Gao, I finally waited until you gave me a lesson. After inviting Gao Yan in, Gao Weilan said with some resentment. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan was a little embarrassed. He had accepted money from others, but he said that the class had to be on his time. This time, he had been gone for half a month, so it was normal for Gao Weilan to have some minor opinions. But Gao Yan really misunderstood him. Gao Weilan was just joking about what he said just now. Seeing Gao Yan's expression, she smiled slightly. Xiao Gao, I'm joking with you, don't mind. By the way, I'll tell you a good idea. News? We have investigated the identity of the white killer. Oh? Gao Yan raised his eyebrows. Just listen to Gao Weilan continue. The white killer is the blood shark's ace killer piranha. This time, he was arrested in our southern capital, but it made us a big limelight. Gao Yan had long suspected the identity of the white killer, so he was not too surprised to hear that the other person was a piranha. Gao Weilan thought Gao Yan didn't know what piranhas represented, so she told him how powerful piranhas were. Of course, she complimented him at the end, saying that he had captured such a powerful ace killer as piranhas. It's a pity that there is still a lot of bounty on the piranhas. Finally, Gao Weilan said with some regret. After learning the true identity of the piranhas, Gao Weilan went to investigate and found that the bounty on the piranhas was more than $5 million. It's a pity that they are police officers and can't collect the bounty. But there is also a bonus from above. Captain Wang said that when the bonus is issued, we don't want a penny and give it all to you. How much? Gao Yan's eyes lit up. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. After all, it has become difficult to gain experience now. Not sure yet. Gao Weilan shook her head, but Captain Wang said that if the bonus is too little, he will apply for another bonus from the bureau for you. After all, our bureau is also benefiting from you. Okay, I'll treat you to a meal when the bonus comes. Gao Yan was not hypocritical. Although he got the bonus, the city bureau got the credit, and credit can't be bought with money. Let's go to class first. After the class, I'll give you a gift, Gao Yan said. So, the two came to the training room. Gao Yan first asked Gao Weilan to stand in the three-body posture, pointed out her shortcomings, and then trained her fighting skills. By the way, he also taught her some skills in exerting force and using strength. An hour later, at the end of the class, Gao Yan took out a bottle of primary physical gene liquid medicine and handed it to Gao Weilan. Drink it, this is more effective Then medicinal wine, and it can also enhance physical fitness, but you can't tell a third person. Don't worry, I have a strong sense of confidentiality. Gao Weilan's eyes lit up, thanked Gao Yan, took the Jin liquid medicine, and then twisted the bottle cap and drank it all. Gao Yan continued, the effect of this liquid medicine is a bit long. In the next month, your physical fitness will gradually improve. How do you feel now? Gao Weilan said, I feel like my whole body is heating up. As she spoke, Gao Weilan felt that the pores all over her body were opened, and a large amount of sweat poured out from the pores. Soon, her training clothes were soaked, and she also smelled a sour smell. Teacher Xiao Gao, I'm going to take a shower first. Smelling the smell emanating from her body, Gao Weilan felt a little embarrassed and rushed out of the training room without saying a word. It seems that the worse the physique of a person, the more obvious the effect of the genetic medicine will be on them. You know, Li Feng drank a bottle of genetic medicine and had no reaction, but Gao Weilan was sweating all over her body, but it was not ordinary sweat, because the sweat had a sour smell. Apparently, the sweat was also mixed with the substances in her body, impurities and toxins, etc. Gao Weilan took this bath for more than half an hour. Mainly, her body was still sweating continuously, and it lasted for more than 10 minutes before it ended. When the refreshed Gao Weilan walked out of the bathroom and found Gao Yan sitting on the sofa in the living room, she couldn't help but said embarrassedly, Teacher Xiao Gao, I kept you waiting for a long time. How does it feel? Gao Yan asked. Gao Weilan thought for a while and said, I feel very good now. It seems that my strength has increased greatly. Even if there is a cow in front of me, I can kill her. This should be an illusion caused by your increased physical strength. Gao Yan threw a data eye at Gao Weilan. When he saw the other person's physical data, he couldn't help but nodded secretly. Before giving her the genetic medicine, he checked Gao Weilan's physical fitness and found it was only 72 points. But now, her physical fitness has soared to 75 points, an increase of 3 points. However, your current strength should be unmatched by the criminal police team in your bureau. Gao Yan then added. Yeah? Gao Weilan's eyes lit up, and she couldn't wait to go back to the bureau. By the way, continuing to practice the 3-position pose should help you absorb the medicine faster, so I'll leave first. Gao Yan stood up from the sofa and walked towards the door. In fact, Gao Weilan also experienced a change, that is, her skin became better. Thinking of this, Gao Yan felt that it was necessary to give his girlfriend genetic medicine. When the time comes, they will be taught martial arts. If they have a physical constitution of 80, they will be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Teacher Xiao Gao, I'll give it to you. Gao Weilan quickly said that she was not an ungrateful person, and the value of this bottle of medicine today far exceeded the tuition fee she taught. Therefore, she was full of gratitude to Gao Yan. Half an hour later, Gao Yan arrived at Yume Milk Tea Shop. It's a pity that Lin Xiaomin is not here. She went to inspect the renovation progress of the store. After finding a random employee to understand the situation, Gao Yan drove back to the school district room. The artificial intelligence program has not been activated yet. Take this opportunity to activate the artificial intelligence program. Insert the USB flash drive loaded with the artificial intelligence program into the interface of the laptop, and then a dark interface will appear on the computer. Immediately afterwards, a light spot appeared, more, and finally formed a light egg the size of a fist. Crack! Click! The light egg cracked open, and a fiery red chick jumped out. "Hello, Daddy, please name me." A childish voice came from the computer's built-in speaker. "Let's call her Xiaohong." Gao Yan thought about it and said, "Dad, can you change your name to a nicer one?" Gao Yan seemed to see a look of disgust in this chick's eyes. So, Gao Yan's face darkened. "Since you think it doesn't sound good, you can pick one yourself." "Dad, Xiaohong is wrong, please don't be angry, okay?" Upon hearing this, Gao Yan was secretly happy that this artificial intelligence program could actually feel his happiness and anger. "Okay, then you can be called Red Emperor from now on." "Dad, please don't speak politely. You and I should be civilized. He is the Red Emperor, not the Red Emperor." "Okay, I was wrong," Gao Yan said dumbfounded. "Also, don't call me Dad, call me Boss." "Roger that, Boss. Introduce your functions," Gao Yan said. Next, the Red Emperor introduced other functions. As he understood the functions of the Red Emperor, Gao Yan gradually became thoughtful. Especially after hearing at the end that the Red Emperor actually had super analytical abilities, Gao Yan became interested. Which place is the fastest to make money? Naturally, it is the international financial market. However, even though Gao Yan is now worth more than 1 trillion yuan, he does not dare to easily enter the international financial market, because he is a rookie, and if he really gets stuck in it, he will not be able to lose more than 1 trillion yuan for a long time. But now with Red Emperor, with its ability to collect information and analyze, even if it can't make a lot of money, it can't lose money. Think of this. He directly ordered Red Emperor first collect information on US stocks and recommend a stock suitable for short-term operations to me. Although I know that the products produced by the system must be high quality. But Gao Yan still had to try the quality of the Red Emperor. "Okay, boss. By the way, register another US stock account and international futures account for me," Gao Yan said. "Nice, boss." In just 2 minutes, Red Emperor helped him successfully register a US stock account and an international futures account. Gao Yan directly asked the system to transfer 10 million US dollars to each of these 2 accounts from the reserve funds. The system is very fast. In less than 10 seconds, 10 million US dollars were deposited into each of the 2 accounts. Correspondingly, 120 million was deducted from the reserve funds. 5 minutes later, Hong Huang exceeded his task and recommended 3 US stocks to Gao Yan. The first US stock was the stock of a film company. This company will release a superhero movie tomorrow. According to Hong Huang's analysis, this movie will be a big hit, and the corresponding film company's stock price as the producer will also rise. In addition, there is a technology stock and a pharmaceutical stock. Hong Huang recommends shorting technology stocks and long-term holding of pharmaceutical stocks. Now the US stock market has not opened. It is not available for purchase yet. So, Gao Yan asked Hong Huang to continue collecting information. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Yan appeared next door with a gift. Seeing Gao Yan again, Chen Yiling was very happy and talked to him a lot. She also liked the gift Gao Yan brought back very much. "Brother-in-law, my cooking skills have improved a lot during this period. What do you want to eat tonight? I will make it for you," the sister-in-law said, like offering a treasure. "Let me watch and do it. I'm not picky about food." "Okay, I'll go buy groceries. Do you want me to go with you?" "Okay, brother-in-law, but I'll pay today, because I've already received my salary, Chen Yiling said happily. The guild pays wages on the 10th of every month, so Chen Yiling had already received her first salary in her life yesterday. Okay, you pay. Gao Yan did not refuse, because he knew that Chen Yiling wanted to repay him. In this way. It was a little after 6 o'clock. Chen Yiling was busy in the kitchen. Gao Yan was watching TV and chatting with Grandma on the sofa in the living room. Originally, Gao Yan was going to help in the kitchen, but was pushed out by the little girl because she said that today's dinner was specially made for her brother-in-law and no one could interfere. The sound of the door opening rang, and then Chen Yue pushed the door open. Seeing Gao Yan on the sofa, she also showed a look of surprise in her eyes. But her emotions were more subtle, and she just asked softly, "You're back." Chen Yue made 8 dishes and 1 soup for dinner. 5 meat dishes. 3 vegetarian dishes. It is estimated that she has practiced her cooking skills a lot during this period, and her knife skills and cooking skills have improved a lot. Super seasonings aren't a panacea either. It can only improve the taste and deliciousness of dishes. But if your dish is half cooked or fried, even with the added super seasoning, still can't eat it. In order to live up to my sister-in-law's wishes, Gao Yan ate a lot tonight. Almost 2/3 of the dish ended up in his stomach. The 3 of them ate the rest. I saw that my brother-in-law liked to eat the food he cooked. Chen Yiling was very happy. My brother-in-law eats a lot, which is recognition of her cooking skills. Gao Yan said that he was not going to give the primary constitution genetic medicine liquid to Grandma. It's not that he can't bear it. After all, the material cost for 1 bottle is only 50,000. It's just pennies to him. It's just that Grandma is very old. After drinking a bottle of genetic medicine, he became as fast as flying. Even a fool knows something is wrong. It is better to let her drink medicinal wine for a long time. You can still have a healthy and strong body. After meal, Gao Yan called sisters Chen Yue and Chen Yiling to the next door. Then they handed each of the 2 sisters a bottle of primary constitution genetic medicine. Brother-in-law, what is this? Chen Yiling asked, curiously. Gao Yan explained, this is a nutritional product that is better than medicinal wine. After drinking it, your physique will be greatly improved. Drink it quickly. At Gao Yan's request. During this period, the 2 sisters drank half a cup of medicinal wine every day. Their physiques have improved a lot. Especially Grandma. Since drinking medicinal wine, it's not just leg injuries that heal quickly. Even the bones of the body are becoming stronger and stronger. A nutritional solution that is better than medicinal wine. Isn't it the legendary panacea? Brother-in-law, thank you. Chen Yiling said gratefully. Brother Yan, thank you. Chen Yue also followed suit. Okay, why are you being polite to me? Gao Yan waved his hand disapprovingly. You will sweat a lot after drinking the nutrient solution. Lingling should go back immediately after drinking it. Yue, go and get a change of clothes first. After you finish drinking, take a shower here. Neither sister had any objection to Gao Yan's arrangement. Chen Yiling drank the genetic medicine liquid in 1 gulp, and then she felt hot and sweating all over. And the sweat that came out gave off a sour smell. Brother-in-law, I'm going back to take a shower. Without saying a word, Chen Yiling almost ran away. Soon, Chen Yue came over with a change of clothes. He also started sweating after drinking the genetic medicine. After smelling your own scent, he also quickly got into the bathroom. About half an hour passed. Putting on a new set of clothes, Chen Yue walked out of the bathroom. Gao Yan subconsciously raised his eyes. Immediately, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Originally, Chen Yue's appearance was not bad. Maybe because I was born in a rural area, my skin is a little worse. But after taking the genetic medicine liquid, her skin also improved tremendously. It has become extraordinarily fair and can be said to be broken by blows. Gao Yan estimated that her appearance had improved by at least a few points. So, he threw out a data eye. Check out Chen Yue's current data. It was just as he expected. Chen Yue's appearance skyrocketed to 99 points. Physical fitness? It also reached 73 points. Her physical constitution can reach 70 points, which has a lot to do with long-term drinking of medicinal wine. Feel Gao Yan's burning eyes. Chen Yue felt ashamed inside, but also a bit proud and happy. Brother Yan, I'm going back first. Chen Yue said softly. Why, you don't want to see me so much? Gao Yan deliberately grimaced. No. Chen Yue quickly shook her head. I'll go back and do the laundry. The clothes can be washed anytime, let's talk first. It's been so long, you don't miss me? Chen Yue put down the clothes in the bag and sat down on the sofa. Gao Yan pointed to the location next to him. The other party blushed and moved over. As soon as Gao Yan reached out, he put his arms around her waist and pulled her into his arms. Then he lowered his head and kissed her. Chen Yue stared at first, then closed her eyes again, with a faint blush on her beautiful cheeks. Gao Yan didn't bully Chen Yue too much. After feeling her shortness of breath, just let her go. Then he hugged her soft and slender waist and chatted. An hour later, Chen Yue fled Gao Yan's home with a red face. The main reason is that someone's hands are not honest at all when chatting. Always trying to do evil. Sister, what did you do? Why is your face so red? As soon as I returned to the next door, my sister, who was sitting on the sofa, watching TV, joked with a smile on her face. It's a little hot. Chen Yue said with some guilt, have your clothes been washed? I just have to wash them. No, sister, I'll wash the clothes I changed after I took a shower. Chen Yiling said. On the other side, Gao Yan, who was holding a book and watching, was reminded by the Red Emperor. U.S. stocks are open. Gao Yan got up and returned to the bedroom. He logged into the U.S. stock software on his computer. Then he searched for the film and television stock recommended by Hong Huang. The opening price of this film and television stock was $140.36 US. Yesterday's closing price was $139.97 US. Obviously, many people are optimistic about this film and television stock. U.S. stocks are different from domestic A shares. They can be bought or sold. Short. Suitable for short-term operations. With $10 million in his account, Gao Yan began to buy this stock. He did not spend all the funds in his account. Instead, he only bought 100 lots, that is, 10,000 shares, and stopped buying. The plate of this film and television stock is still quite large. Therefore, he bought 100 lots. It did not cause any waves at all. The movie will not be released until tomorrow. Even if this stock is going to rise now, it will not rise sharply. In addition, although Gao Yan is a novice, but he only bought this stock with the intention of trial and error. Therefore, after completing the task, he directly quit the U.S. stock software. The next morning, after practicing, Gao Yan came to the next door to have breakfast. Lu Yun called. Today is August 12th. There are 3 days before the gambling competition. He hopes that Gao Yan will go to Qin's house to meet with the gambling stone expert. The purpose of Lu Yun's call is first to urge him to go to Qin's house. The second is to ask him whether he will go there by himself, or they will send a car to pick him up. Gao Yan is not a hypocritical person. Let Lu Yun send a location on WeChat. Let the bodyguard Zhao Mei drive the Bentley Mulsanne to Hanyang City. Yangdong, Hanyang City. Hanyang City is not as prosperous as Nandu, but it is the city with the most historical heritage in Yangdong province. And the most famous thing about this city is the antique shop and gambling stone shop. There are about 100 antique shops of all sizes in Yangdong province. But in Hanyang City, there are 88 of them. At the same time, Hanyang City also has the largest gambling stone shop in Dashao Country, Qinchifang. At this moment, in Qinchifang, a young man hurried to a middle-aged man and whispered, "Master, I heard from the master's side that the gambling stone expert hired by the master's family will arrive today. Should we teach him a lesson so that he knows how high the sky is and how deep the earth is?" The middle-aged man's name is Kong Zicheng, and he is one of the gambling stone experts trained by the Qin family. As the gambling stone masters of the Qin family passed away and had accidents, one after another, in the Qin family, he became the one with the highest level. Some time ago, he heard that the Qin family hired a gambling stone expert from outside, and the other party led the way to participate in the gambling fight. At the beginning, although he felt a little uncomfortable, but it was hard to say anything. After all, it was his lack of level that forced the Qin family to find someone from outside. But later, he heard that the so-called gambling stone expert was just a young man in his 20s. Then he felt unconvinced. The business of gambling on stones tests one's vision and experience. A young man of 20. No matter how talented he is, how good can he be? Therefore, he has been holding his breath for a while, waiting for that kid to come. As a disciple, Jiangchen saw his master silent and thought he was unwilling. "It is inevitable that I feel a little anxious." He continued to persuade, "Master, you are now the most powerful stone betting expert in my family. If you let an outsider ride on your head, it will damage your reputation." Kong Zicheng raised his hand and interrupted Jiang Chen. He said, since the other party was invited by the master, he must have something special about him. Besides, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you survive 100 battles. Let Tang Donglin test that person's depth before talking about it. At this point, he narrowed his eyes slightly. If the other party is not as good as Tang Donglin, there is no need for me to take action, and Tang Donglin will offend the master's family. Hearing what the master said, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but give Kong Zicheng a thumbs up. "Master, you are still the best." The Qin family has been in the rough stone and jade business for many years. Naturally, he has trained many stone gambling experts under his command. But because the stone gambling masters had accidents one after another, currently, Kong Zicheng and Tang Donglin are the strongest stone gambling experts in the Qin family. Relatively speaking, Kong Zicheng is half a chip better than Tang Donglin. But his half-assed advantage lies in experience. And this experience is nothing more than that he is 8 years older than Tang Donglin. 8 years ago, his level would definitely not be as good as Tang Donglin's now. Therefore, Tang Donglin's threat to him was also very great. After all, the owner has yet to decide who will be the general counsel. These stone gambling experts were recruited and trained by the Qin family from outside. There are 5 levels. They are apprentice, regular worker, ordinary expert, senior expert, and stone gambling master. Different levels have different benefits. For example, apprentices only receive a basic salary. It's only 3,000 yuan a month. The wages of formal workers are very high, with a base salary of up to 12,000. Plus commissions. Once you reach the expert level, your salary will be higher. Your annual salary can directly reach 500,000, with commissions and dividends. Senior experts have an annual salary of 1 million, and not only can they enjoy commissions and dividends, but they can also enjoy the following. Commissions. As for the general consultant, it is even more amazing. Not only does he have a base salary of 5 million, he can enjoy dividends and commissions, and he can also enjoy additional bonuses for each appraisal. Now, both Kong Zicheng and Tang Donglin are senior experts. Once you become a general consultant, your income can definitely double several times a year. However, Jiangchen immediately had a doubt in his mind. Master, will Tang Donglin take the initiative? He will. Kong Zicheng is very confident and authentic. He knew that Tang Donglin was eager for success and always wanted to trample him under his feet. Seize the position of general counsel. But in terms of gambling on stones, he was slightly less than half a chip. If you are not as skilled as him, you can only take the wrong approach. If he can defeat the master of stone gambling invited by his master, with them, his prestige will definitely increase. At that time, the owner will also focus on this point when selecting a general consultant. But Kong Zicheng didn't think things would be that simple. Although the one named Gao Yan is very young, but after working in the Qin family for many years, he still has a certain understanding of the details of his master's family. I wonder if the owner would just hire an incompetent person to top up the numbers? Therefore, he concluded that although Gao Yan was young, but there is definitely something special about it. This was the reason why, although he was angry and unconvinced, he still didn't plan to stand up for himself. However, Kong Zicheng still decided to add fuel to the flames. So, he whispered to Jiangchen, go see Tang Donglin and belittle me in front of him, saying that I dare not come forward to cause trouble for Gao Yan. Why, master? Jiangchen asked, puzzledly. Kong Zicheng said calmly, Tang Donglin has always wanted to step on me. If he knew what I didn't dare to do, what kind of reaction do you think he would have? Hearing this, Jiangchen suddenly came to his senses. Master, what do you mean? Okay, as long as you know it, go and do it quickly. Remember, act seriously. Yes, master, I'm going to find Tang Donglin right now. Soon. Jiangchen found an opportunity to get close to Tang Donglin. Xiao Jiang, if you are not waiting for your master, why did you come to me? Tang Donglin raised his eyebrows. Why? Jiangchen pretended to sigh depressedly. Master Tang, did you know that the young stone gambling master, invited by the master, is coming? I know. Tang Donglin said calmly. Xiao Jiang, you didn't come just to talk to me about this, right? Of course not, I just want to talk to you, Master Tang. Jiangchen quickly said, I heard that the expert stone gambler is only 20 years old, and the master wants him to be the leader of you and master. Of course I was not convinced, so I went to my master, to give him a blow, but what do you think my master said? What do you say? Tang Donglin asked, curiously. At this time, Jiangchen showed an angry look. I originally thought that the master would agree, but unexpectedly, my master said that this matter is arranged by the master, so just follow the master's orders. It seems that my Master is old and has nothing to do. So energetic. Xiao Jiang, your master didn't tell me this deliberately, right? Tang Donglin stared at Jiang Chen and asked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart tightened. How is this possible? I just complained casually. What does it have to do with my master? But Master Tang, you have to keep this secret for me, otherwise it will spread to my master's ears. I'm afraid I will be reprimanded. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen left in a hurry. Looking at his back, Tang Donglin curled his lips secretly. Although he was eager for success and always wanted to be a general consultant. But he was not stupid, on the contrary, he was very smart. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to become a senior expert in his early 30s. Obviously, Kong Zicheng, the old fox, wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. No, it should be killing two birds with one stone. However, even if he knew Kong Zicheng's calculations, he would still do it. Because he won that Gao Yan. This time he can surpass Kong Zicheng and become the leader of this gambling fight. If it was in the last session. Even if he was asked to be the leader, he would not dare. Because the Ma family has a gambling stone master. Now, the Ma family has been destroyed. With the two brothers Ma Yulong and Ma Yuhu, how can they find a gambling stone master in such a short time? After all, gambling stone masters are not cabbages. As for the other few families, there are no gambling stone masters. So, if he is lucky, this time, he may still win the first place. Once the Qin family takes the first place, as the leader, he will have the greatest contribution. At that time, the Qin family will select the chief consultant for gambling stones. Needless to say, he will definitely be chosen. Not choosing him is also unreasonable, right? Of course, if he loses, he may be disliked by the master. But the master is short of people now, and he may become a master of gambling stones in the future. Therefore, the master will not fire him. At that time, he will put aside his face and ask Gao Yan for advice and please him. Maybe he can learn some real skills from him. Of course, the premise is that the other party has real skills. Therefore, this matter seems to be very risky. But in fact, it is not as big as imagined, but has great opportunities. It really made him successful. He wanted to see what expression Kong Zicheng, the old fox, would have. It was a little after 10 o'clock. A Bentley Mulsanne drove into Hanyang. Then it went to the largest hotel in Hanyang, Afang Palace. Afang Palace Hotel. A Bentley Mulsanne drove slowly. Then Gao Yan got out of the car and saw a middle-aged man with extraordinary bearing. Behind him stood Lu Yun, an old acquaintance. Qin Zhihui took 2 steps forward and said with a smile on his face, "Hello. Brother Gao, I am Qin Zhihui. I have heard about your style for a long time. When I see you today, you are indeed extraordinary." After all, Qin Zhihui was the head of a martial arts family, so he was so polite to Gao Yan. There are 3 reasons. One is because Gao Yan has become a master of energy transformation at a young age. The second reason is that behind Gao Yan stands a very protective and strong man with powerful pills. Another reason is that this gambling battle has to rely on Gao Yan. Otherwise, he would not have come to pick up Gao Yan in person and behaved so hospitably. "I've met Master Qin." Gao Yan also responded politely. "Brother Gao is seeing someone else. If you don't mind, how about you call me brother?" Amid Qin Zhihui's warm greeting, Gao Yan led Zhao Mei into the hotel lobby. "Qin Zhihui, Brother Gao, this Afang Palace is the property of our Qin family. The presidential suite Weiyang Palace is arranged for you. You go and see if you are satisfied with it first. If you are not satisfied, I will make other arrangements. Gao Yan smiled and waved his hand. Brother, I'm not that pretentious. I'm satisfied with having a place to live. Subsequently, Qin Zhihui personally brought Gao Yan to the presidential suite. This presidential suite is different from other presidential suites. It is decorated in Chinese style, giving people an antique feeling as soon as they step into the room. The area is also larger than the average presidential suite. It is divided into living room, study room, bedroom, bathroom and even a kitchen. Brother Gao, what do you think? After visiting the room, Qin Zhihui asked with a smile. Very good, brother is interested. Gao Yan nodded approvingly. Qin Zhihui said again, as long as you are satisfied. By the way, I have had a hard time traveling all the way. Let's rest for a while. At noon, I arranged for the state banquet master to take over for you. Okay, I'll just follow my brother's arrangements. Gao Yan nodded again. As Gao Yan moved into Afan Palace, both Kong Zicheng and Tang Donglin received news. However, I knew that the head of the family, Qin Zhihui, personally received him. Tang Donglin suddenly became a little hesitant. The head of the family came forward in person, indicating that the Qin family attached too much importance to Gao Yan. If he offends a distinguished guest of the Qin family, will he get something good to eat? Similarly, Kong Zicheng's expression was also a little solemn. He only hoped that Tang Donglin would not back down. Noon. Gao Yan had an extremely delicious state banquet. To be honest, the state banquet chef's skills are quite impressive, and the dishes he makes are much more delicious than the dishes he makes with super seasonings. Of course, some of the dishes cooked today are rare and precious ingredients. After a state banquet, the relationship between Gao Yan and Qin Zhihui has become much closer. Brother, I'll leave this bet to you. Our Qin family has also arranged for 2 people to be your assistants. Do you want to meet them? Qin Zhihui asked Gao Yan for his opinion. Then let's meet. Okay, let's move to the tea room first, and then notify them to come over. About half an hour passed. Gao Yan and Qin Zhihui were drinking tea in the hotel's tea room. A middle-aged man in a tang suit and a young man in a suit knocked on the door and entered. These 2 people are Kong Zicheng and Tang Donglin, the most powerful stone gambling experts in the Qin family. Qin Zhihui introduced with a smile, Expert Kong, Expert Tang, let me introduce to you, this is Master Gao Yan Gao, he will be in charge of this Black Burmese gambling battle. Brother Gao, this is Kong Zicheng, our Qin family's stone gambling expert. And this is Tang Donglin. Hello, Master Gao. Hello, Master Gao. Both of them greeted him politely and were a little shocked at the same time. Although they knew that Gao Yan was young, he was a bit too young. Originally, Tang Donglin was still considering whether to challenge the opponent. But when he heard Qin Zhihui's name, he immediately put away all his thoughts. Even the head of the main family calls each other brother. Either this arrogant person has amazing abilities, or the other person has a great background. Either way, he couldn't afford to offend. Expert Kong, Expert Tang, hello, I'm Gao Yan, please sit down. A polite reply. Don't dare, don't dare. Tang Donglin said with some fear, Master Gao, how dare I call myself an expert in front of you? If you don't mind, just call me Xiao Tang. Since I can't afford it, I'll lick it. This is Tang Donglin's inner thought. As for whether he is embarrassed or not, it is not a problem at all. Haven't you seen that the heads of the house are on an equal footing with each other? Seeing Tang Donglin, who had no integrity at all, Kong Zicheng was speechless. In his heart, but he was not slow and continued, Master Gao, I can't be called an expert. If you don't mind, just call me Lao Kong. Cut. Tang Donglin was very disdainful when he saw Kong Zicheng plagiarizing him. Qin Zhihui was very satisfied with the performance of the two. He also knew that the stone gambling experts of the Qin family had some objections to inviting outsiders to lead the team. If he didn't know Gao Yan's background and strength, he might let his subordinates test Gao Yan's depth. But now that you know you can't afford to offend, if you still allow the people under you to cause trouble, you will be offending others. Fortunately, neither Kong Zicheng nor Tang Donglin are idiots. Each of them is a good player who can adapt to the situation. Gao Yan has not been in the gambling industry for long. Some of the knowledge he knows about gambling comes from the internet and books, and the rest comes from relevant information provided by the Qin family. In terms of real skills, he is not as good as either Kong Zicheng or Tang Donglin. But who told him to have a cheating device? So, the following communication was quite pleasant. And through the communication, Gao Yan also gained a lot. Brother, we have selected 10 raw stones for the first round of the competition, but which one to use is up to you. After a long while, Qin Zhihui spoke. Okay. Gao Yan did not refuse. Then let's move to Qinshifang? More than 20 minutes later, Gao Yan and his party came to a huge gambling stone shop. The 10 raw stones used for the competition were stored in a small warehouse. Soon, all 10 raw stones were moved out of the warehouse. The largest raw stone was more than 1 person tall. But the bigger the rough stone is, the more valuable it is. Tang Donglin introduced, Master Gao, these rough stones are carefully selected by us, please judge them. Gao Yan nodded. When he came to the rough stones, he looked at each rough stone for a while. It must be said that the Qin family's gambling stone experts are still capable. There are goods in each of the 10 rough stones, but the value is different. The most valuable one is the one numbered 7. There is a bowl-sized imperial green glass in it. This rough stone is good, it should be able to cut out glass. Gao Yan pointed to the rough stone numbered 7 and said, but for the sake of safety, I want to pick it again to see if I can find a more valuable one. Master Gao, can you tell me how you can tell that there is glass in the rough stone numbered 7? At this time, Kong Zicheng showed an expression of humbly asking for advice. Is it difficult to solve the problem after knowing the answer? Therefore, Gao Yan quickly expressed his own views and analysis. After listening, Kong Zicheng and Tang Donglin nodded in admiration. At the same time, they were also a little frustrated. In the previous communication, they felt that Gao Yan was not worthy of his reputation, but this time, they were really convinced. Seeing Gao Yan easily impress Tang Donglin and Kong Zicheng, Qin Zhihui couldn't help but feel reassured. At the same time, there are also some regrets. It would be bad if Gao Yan was just an ordinary person. In that way, he can recruit him into the Qin family. He's there. The Qin family can almost sit back and relax in future gambling battles. Soon, the group of people came to a larger warehouse. Qin Zhihui said, Brother Gao, the rough stones in this warehouse are all looking rough stones, but the quantity is not small. Do you want to send someone to screen them twice first? Qin Zhihui also had good intentions. After all, there were thousands of rough stones of various sizes in the warehouse. The workload of screening by Gao Yan alone is too much. No. Gao Yan waved his hand. Brother also knows that I have not been exposed to rough stones for a long time, and the identification knowledge I have comes from your Qin family. Then do you know why I can accurately judge the quality of rough stones? Very curious indeed. Qin Zhihui nodded. At first, it was recommended by Qin Lin from Hongyun Shifeng in Nandu. Even Qin Lin recommended it. Qin Zhihui will not adopt it casually. After all, the gambling battle is related to the income of the Qin families. Rough stone in the next few years. Naturally, we need to conduct a detailed investigation of Gao Yan. According to the surveyed information, before Gao Yan came to Hongyun Shifeng to gamble, he had never been exposed to stone gambling. However, he made huge profits in the following bets and in the Tianyun Club. Therefore, he judged that Gao Yan had an extremely unique talent in identifying rough stones. Even so, when he asked Lu Yun to talk to Gao Yan, he could only let him join the Qin family's gambling team until the other party's real identity is exposed. He just let Gao Yan take the lead. Gao Yan smiled and said, I initially relied on my sixth sense when betting on stones. I have a rough sense of whether there is jade in a rough stone and the value of jade. So that's it. Qin Zhihui suddenly realized, while Tang Donglin and Kong Zicheng looked envious. Gao Yan's ability sounds a bit incredible. But the world is huge and full of wonders. Moreover, when Gao Yan judged the quality of the 10 selected rough stones, just now, he only stared at them for a while. Most of them are using their sixth sense to make judgments. If I had this ability, it would not be easy to become a stone gambling master. Tang Donglin said secretly. Haha, I have such an ability. I'm afraid I won't have to worry about running out of money in the future. Betting stone is your cash machine. Qin Zhihui joked with a smile. Not necessarily. Gao Yan smiled. If word of my ability spreads, I will probably become the most unpopular customer of gambling stone shop. Qin Zhihui thought for a moment and then he came to his senses. It's true. With this ability, you can wipe out all the good stuff in Beishifeng and you won't have to pay for it. Suddenly, Qin Zhihui's heart moved. When I go to Haimian this time, I can purchase more rough stones from the local stone gambling shop. In this case, why don't we cooperate? I will be responsible for the designation, and your Qin family will be responsible for the purchase and transportation. We will get 64 points for the jade. How about 6-4? You and 4 for me? No, we'll pay for the rough stones, just 50 to 50 cents. Qin Zhihui said grandly. Then it's settled. Gao Yan didn't refuse. After a few words about the next cooperation, Gao Yan began to select in the warehouse. At last, Gao Yan selected 12 rough stones from thousands of rough stones. He pointed at one of the pieces and said, I feel that there is a wash basin sized imperial green glass in this piece of rough stone. It is perfect to use it for the competition. As for the rest, it is estimated to be valuable, so why not cut it open and take a look? Good. Qin Zhihui immediately arranged for someone to cut the stone. An hour later, 11 rough stones were cut. Each piece of rough stone was cut out of fine jadeite, especially 2 of them were cut out of a basketball-sized imperial green glass and a large piece of Fu Lu Shou jadeite. To put it simply, Fu Lu Shou jadeite is jadeite that contains 3 colors: The quality may not be high, but it is particularly rare for a piece of jade to contain 3 colors at the same time. Therefore, Fu Lushou jade is also one of the rare jade and is of high value. In addition to these 2 pieces of jade, there is also a piece of violet. The value of violets is not as good as the imperial green glass species, but it is comparable to the ordinary glass species. Unfortunately, this piece of violet jade is not large and can only be ranked third. The remaining 8 pieces of jade are all of ice type. 2 of them are still high ice species. See every piece of rough stone cut into pieces. There were also a few pieces that exploded, and both Kong Zicheng and Tang Donglin were completely convinced. Qin Zhihui also breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Yan's sixth sense is so accurate, then the Qin family will come out on top in this gambling competition. At the same time, he immediately ordered people to closely protect the rough stone used for the competition. Brother Gao, is this your first time in Hanyang? Qin Zhihui asked. Indeed. Gao Yan nodded. Qin Zhihui said, although our Hanyang is not as prosperous as Nandu, the ancient buildings are the most well-preserved city. If I want to visit, I can arrange for someone to take you around. All right. Gao Yan nodded. He heard that there were a lot of antiques in Hanyang. Let's see if I can find any. Originally, he already looked down on gambling on stones and antiques to make money. But this time and that time, the system changed the rules, and he fell in love with these 2 ways to make money again. Master Gao, I am quite familiar with Hanyang. How about I show you around? Tang Donglin recommended himself. Okay, then I'll trouble Xiao Tang. Gao Yan nodded. Kong Zicheng on the side was so angry, this bitch was just trying to find every opportunity. But in the end he gritted his teeth and said, Master Gao, I am shameless enough to be your guide. Then let's go together. Gao Yan also did not refuse. Shameless old guy. Tang Donglin couldn't help but cursed secretly. Seeing his appearance, Kong Zicheng couldn't help but feel proud. At this time, Kong Zicheng rushed to say, Master Gao, there are 3 major characteristics in our Hanyang. One is ancient buildings, but also antiques. And the third is gambling on stones. I wonder if you are interested in antiques? I'm still somewhat interested. Gao Yan said. That's a coincidence. Lao Kong, I also have some research on antiques. How about we go to an antique shop and have a look? Can. The group left Kinchifang and got into the high-profile Bentley Mulsanne. Lao Kong, do we in Hanyang have a special place to pick up leaks? Gao Yan asked. Kong Zicheng was stunned for a moment, then smiled and explained, yes, there are many stalls on Qinhan Street. It is said that many people pick up food there. However, these messages are deliberately released by the stall owners to attract people. It is almost impossible to find out from their stalls. After all, those who can set up stalls, there have some skills in appraising treasures. Even if they don't understand, they will still find knowledgeable appraisers, so I want to pick up treasures in their stalls, haha. So that's it. Gao Yan suddenly realized. Of course, the facts are not absolute, and someone may still miss it, but the probability is too small. Kong Zicheng added. It doesn't matter if the probability is small, but Gao Yan has golden eyes. As long as there is something real, he can find it out. Okay, then let's go to Qinhan Street. Kong Zicheng continued, actually, the antiques industry is quite deep, and Shops selling antiques also insist on not opening for 3 years and staying open for 3 years. What's the reason? Gao Yan asked. Kong Zicheng explained, to sell antiques at a high price, you have to find someone who likes them. Let me give you an example. I purchased a 1 million inkstone. The market value of this inkstone is probably 1 million. But if you meet someone who likes the inkstone, it's impossible for him to spend 1 million to win it, but if he meets someone he likes, he'll be willing to take it even if it's 1.2 million, not to mention 1 million. And to put it bluntly, antiques are just a game of beating the drum and passing flowers around. It's all hype. Our daxia has gone through so many dynasties, and there are so many antiques left behind. Apart from those rare treasures, other things really don't have much value. Moreover, there is a circle of people who play antiques. No matter how high the price of certain items is, they are actually raising the prices of each other. If you really believe it and get it at a high price, you will become someone else's takeover. Really, if you want to invest in antiques, it is better to invest in real estate. After all, you can rent out the house instead of living in it. As for antiques, what is the use of buying them besides enjoying them yourself? Hearing what Kong Zicheng said, he vaguely felt that it seemed impossible to make money by picking up antiques. After all, they were right. Even if you pick up an antique worth millions, it's useless if you can't find anyone to take it. However, he still planned to try. What if the system determines the value of the antique? Hanyang, Qinhan Street. It's early 3 in the afternoon. The weather is still relatively hot. Therefore, there are not many tourists in the entire Qinhan Street. Most of the stall owners on both sides of the street were lazy, and many of them moved a chair and lay there to take a nap. When Gao Yan first obtained the skill Golden Eyes, I went to Nandu's Antique Street to pick up some missing items. The result is of course needless to say. Now, there are no restrictions on the use of his golden eyes. Therefore, he directly turned on the golden eyes to identify the items on these stalls. I successively identified the items on 7 or 8 street stalls. They were all modern handicrafts and not a single antique. Master Gao, if you are really interested in antiques, you might as well enter the store. At this time, Ho Kong Zicheng's voice sounded, everything in this street stall is purchased at the same time. It's really worthless. It's okay, don't worry, let's take a walk first. Gao Yan really doesn't believe in evil. There are dozens or hundreds of stalls, but there is not even one genuine product. Soon, Gao Yan was slapped in the face. He appraised all the antiques on the street stalls along Qinhan Street. What's more, they are all modern handicrafts. Let's make it clear, you're trying to trick fools. Lao Kong, let's find a store to check out. Can you recommend it? Kong Zicheng is also a small collector and knows a lot about antique shops, so he recommended, Tongguzhai store has a good reputation. The owner of their store is the chairman of our Hanyang Antiques Association. I am also a retired professor from the history department of Han University. He is knowledgeable and has a high level of identification. He never sells fakes in his store, but the items in his store are generally about 10% more expensive than other stores. However, buying antiques from him is guaranteed, so many people who want to buy genuine antiques will come to him. Okay, let's go to Tongguzhai and have a look. So, a group of 3 people came to Tongguzhai in the middle of Qinhan Street. The buildings on the entire street have a retro feel. Therefore, there are no high-rise buildings, and the highest ones are usually 2 floors. Tongguzhai is also divided into upper and lower floors. The decoration of the store looks very grand and has an antique flavor. The antiques displayed on the first floor are vases, porcelain, bronze, mirrors, ancient coins, and antique furniture. The second floor displays calligraphy and painting, calligraphy, jade, antique, gold and silver, etc. Gao Yan said when they arrived. A young man is receiving a female client. And the young man was enthusiastically recommending a painting and calligraphy by Dong Chicheng to the female customer. Gao Yan looked at Kong Zicheng. He explained in a low voice, "This young man's name is Zhang He, and he is the grandson of Professor Zhang. Now that Professor Zhang is old and lacks energy, his grandson is almost always looking after the store. Hey, Uncle Kong is here. You're a rare guest. I'm entertaining distinguished guests. You can take your friends to have a look first and tell me what you like." Zhang, he also noticed the 3 people entering the store, so he opened his mouth to say hello. "Okay, you go about your business, and we just take a look," Kong Zicheng responded. Gao Yan looked curiously at the painting and the woman recommended by Zhang. Naturally, at his level, he couldn't tell whether the painting was authentic or fake. Therefore, activate golden eyes directly. Then a strange color flashed in his eyes. The woman should be only in her early 20s, but she has a calmness that belies her age. Don't look at Zhang He, who made this painting so exciting. But there was no wave in the woman's eyes from beginning to end. A data eye is thrown out. The woman's data was also revealed in front of Gao Yan. Name, Lu Hani. Age, 21. Height, 176 centimeters. Appearance, 97. Body, 91. Charisma, 98. Constitution, 75. Spirit, 92. Strength, ordinary person. Identity, daughter of Minister of Industry. Favorability, 0. Special, 100. Seeing this data, Gao Yanxiao was a little surprised, because the other party's appearance, figure, charm and spirit were all over 90. As for her identity, she is a second-generation top official. For a moment, he felt some sympathy for Zhang He. It would be fine if Lu Hani didn't buy the painting. Once you buy it and find out that it is a fake painting, it won't take more than a few words to deal with it. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with him. He had no intention of participating. So he used his golden eyes to scan the antiques in the store. Soon, he had scanned all the antiques on the first floor. Except for the painting by Dong Chicheng that Zhang He was selling, they were all genuine. Obviously, that painting was probably specially prepared for Lu Hani. Compare the prices given by Golden Eyes. The prices of these authentic products are more than 5% higher than the actual price. Let's go. Gao Yan turned around and walked towards the outside of Tongguzhai. Seeing Gao Yan and his party leaving, Zhang, he also breathed a sigh of relief. And shouted to Kong Zicheng, "Uncle Kong comes here often when he is free." Kong Zicheng nodded towards the other party. "Master Gao, do you want to go to the next store?" Kong Zicheng asked. "No, just go back." Gao Yan waved his hand, then looked back at the 2 strong men in black suits standing outside Tongguzhai, and smiled at each other. Obviously, these 2 are Lu Hani's bodyguards. The cultivation level is not low, they are all at the peak of dark strength. But they all had a murderous and bloody aura, and it was obvious that they had all come down from the battlefield. Feeling Gao Yan's smile, The two bodyguards also forced a smile and breathed a sigh of relief. They were not just warriors, but they had come down from the battlefield. Therefore, they had the instinct of a beast. This seemingly handsome young man looked like an ordinary person, but he gave them a sense of extreme danger. Therefore, the moment he stepped into the store, their hearts were lifted. Fortunately, the other party did not come for the lady. Otherwise, the two of them alone might not be able to protect the lady. Old Kong, what is the character of Zhang He? Gao Yan turned his head and asked Kong Zicheng. If someone else asked, Kong Zicheng would definitely not answer, but Gao Yan had no scruples when asked him, and said with some contempt, Professor Zhang is a big shot in our Hanyang antique industry, but his grandson is not up to standard. 3 years ago, this kid stole 3 collections from home and sold them to buy himself a supercar. As a result, after the incident, Professor Zhang was so angry that he was hospitalized. It has been better in the past 2 years, but he still doesn't care about the family business. Unfortunately, Professor Zhang's son and daughter-in-law died in a car accident. There was no choice, otherwise he would definitely not let Zhang He be his heir. Gao Yan nodded, indicating that he knew. On the other side, Lu Hani left Tongguzhai. The originally calm eyes turned slightly cold. She came here from the capital with sincerity, just to choose a birthday gift that her grandfather liked. I didn't expect that the famous Tongguzhai would fool her with a fake. Suddenly, she noticed that the two bodyguards looked different. He couldn't help but whispered, "What are you doing?" "Miss, the young man who just entered the store is very dangerous," one of the bodyguards said in a deep voice. "Yes, miss, we should leave as soon as possible after we finish our business," another bodyguard added. After hearing what the two bodyguards said, Lu Hani's heart trembled. She knew the strength of the two bodyguards. Even if they joined forces, they could fight against ordinary Huajin. Now, they think that the young man just now is very dangerous. Doesn't it mean that the young man's strength has surpassed the ordinary Huajin? Could it be someone from the Qin family? She said secretly. That night, Lu Yin came to the Afang Palace Hotel on behalf of Qin Zhihui to accompany Gao Yan for dinner. And during the meal, informed Gao Yan that they would leave for Black Myanmar tomorrow. Gao Yan naturally had no objection to this. After talking about business, Lu Yin suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Mr. Gao, do you need me to arrange something for you in the evening?" "No." Gao Yan smiled and waved his hand. Although he liked beauty, he was not a casual person. "Well, if you need anything, just contact me." Seeing Gao Yan's refusal, Lu Yin did not show disappointment. "Okay, I will definitely contact you if I need anything." "Then are you going out for a walk or going back to the room?" "Just take a walk around to digest the food, you don't have to accompany me anymore, just go and do your own thing," Gao Yan said with a smile. Watched Lu Yin leave. Gao Yan also walked out of the hotel with Zhao Mei. But in the hotel lobby, once again met Lu Hani and her two bodyguards. Seeing Gao Yan again, the two bodyguards once again raised their alert to the highest level. Lu Hani seemed very calm and smiled politely at Gao Yan. Gao Yan also smiled in response, and the two passed by each other. "Miss, do you need to investigate him?" As he stepped into the elevator, one of the bodyguards asked. "Let someone check it out." Lu Hani nodded. By the way, the woman next to him is not simple either. She is very likely a Huajin warrior, another bodyguard added. "No way?" Lu Hani finally showed a look of surprise. Huajin warriors are not so worthless, right? Miss, you should know our perception ability, the bodyguard said firmly. It's interesting. I didn't expect to meet two Huajin warriors just after arriving in Hanyang. It seems that Hanyang is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, Lu Hani said thoughtfully. Gao Yan wandered around the hotel for more than half an hour and returned to the hotel with Zhao Mei. Then he started to practice Baodan once a day. As the physical fitness soared, it became more and more difficult to improve the physical fitness by holding the Dan. However, it was getting faster and faster to leave the middle stage of Dan Gene, because he felt that the improvement of muscles in the Dan Gene was getting smaller and smaller. 3 hours later, after practicing, Gao Yan took a shower first and then took out 2 mobile phones to chat with Shui Jiangyue and Jing Xiaoyu. Shui Jiangyue's parents were very satisfied with the gifts he gave. They had completely recognized the existence of him as a son-in-law, and asked Shui Jiangyue to tell him to come to their house when he was free. Jing Xiaoyu's part was not much, so the filming would be completed in 2 days, and he also mentioned that Qin Yusin wanted to treat him to dinner and asked him when he would go to the Magic City. While Gao Yan was chatting with his girlfriends on WeChat, Lu Hani was also browsing a file about Gao Yan. After reading this file, she showed a thoughtful look, and a faint idea came to her mind. At the same time, in the northern part of Black Myanmar, in a small town manor, the Ma brothers gathered again. Ma Yuhu looked at his elder brother expectantly and asked, "Brother, when are we going to start? There are only a few days left before the gambling competition." Although the Ma family has been destroyed, the 2 brothers do not intend to give up their share of raw stones. After all, there is no shortage of raw stones now, and the mining cost is extremely low. Even if they cannot take the top 3, they can still make a profit of 50 to 60 billion a year with their basic share. Besides, after the Ma family was destroyed, the 2 brothers are also short of money. It is even more impossible to give up. However, there is a prerequisite for this. That is, they must have the strength to take this share. So, the most important thing at the moment is to take back the army taken away by Songjia. Ma Yulong narrowed his eyes, revealing murderous intent. "I have already arranged it. Sangjia's gang is dead." "That's great," Ma Yuhu said happily, "but big brother, can the people you arranged deal with Nogi and his dark power disciples?" "Don't worry," Ma Yulong said very confidently, "this decapitation operation will be carried out by the famous death mercenary group." "Is this death mercenary group very powerful?" Ma Yuhu asked. Ma Yulong sneered, "The death mercenary group is best at decapitation missions. The equipment they use is the most advanced in the world, and they once surrounded and killed an overseas Huajin master, so it's not a big deal to deal with a few dark powers." "So Sangjia is dead?" Ma Yuhu was overjoyed. "When we regain control of the army, we will kill Gao Yan and avenge our Ma family." At this point, Ma Yuhu's eyes burst into a strong light of hatred. "No." Ma Yulong shook his head, "We can't act rashly this time." "Why?" Ma Yuhu was puzzled, and even stared at his eldest brother with some anger. Ma Yulong explained, "Gao Yan is now an external gambling stone expert hired by the Qing family, and he himself is also a Huajin. It is difficult to kill him with the army alone. Then let the death mercenary group take action again." Ma Yuhu subconsciously said, "Can't they kill Huajin?" "No money." Ma Yulong waved his hands helplessly, "The commission of the death mercenary group is very high. This time, they were asked to behead and paid $20 million. Moreover, after retaking the army, we have to spend a sum of money to appease people. Therefore, we must get back the share of the rough stones that belong to our Ma family, so that we can have money to continue to grow the army. Hearing this, Ma Yuhu fell silent. Okay, second brother, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Seeing his younger brother's frustrated look, Ma Yulong advised, if we keep our share of the original stone, we will have money to buy more advanced equipment. As long as we are strong, we can rebuild the Ma family. Otherwise, if we have no money, even if we recapture it, what about the army? Will those soldiers sacrifice their lives for us? Okay, I'll listen to you. Ma Yuhu finally nodded. Seeing that Ma Yuhu was convinced by him, Ma Yulong also breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that his younger brother would fight Gao Yan. Regardless. The next morning, August 13th, Lu Yun came to the hotel to pick up Gao Yan and his wife. Old Lu, are we going to Nandu to take a flight to Myanmar? Gao Yan asked casually. No, our Qin family has a helicopter that can fly directly to Black Myanmar, Lu Yun said. Half an hour later, the car arrived at a manor on the outskirts of Hanyang. 2 helicopters were already parked there. Qin Zhihui didn't come. He is the head of the Qin family and needs to stay in the Qin family to take charge. The person in charge of the Qin family this time is Qin Zhilong, the 3rd child of the Qin family. He is also a warrior himself and has reached the peak of dark strength. Some pleasantries. Everyone boarded 2 helicopters and headed straight to the country of Burma. After a few hours of boring flight, the helicopter landed at a manor surrounded by high walls in a small town in Myanmar. Subsequently, under the arrangement of the Qin family, Gao Yan and Zhao Mei moved into 2 adjacent luxurious rooms. Lu Yun said, Mr. Gao, please make some repairs in your room first. Someone will bring you food later. After you have rested, I will accompany you to stroll around this town. Gao Yan nodded, indicating that he had no objection to Lu Yun's arrangement. After leaving Gao Yan, Lu Yun came to Qin Zhilong's side. Have you settled in? Qin Zhilong said calmly. Third master, we have settled down. Lu Yun replied. Qin Zhilong nodded slightly. Okay, I'll leave the affairs here to you. I have to go see Lin Jia once. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun frowned slightly. Third master, can you let him come to see you? Qin Zhilong's face darkened. Those people have been a little restless recently, and they have had several conflicts with our people. He can't leave, lest he be attacked by others. What a coincidence. Lu Yun said subconsciously, feeling vaguely uneasy. Third master, how about you stay here and take charge, and I'll go for you. Do you suspect there is something wrong with Lin Jia? Qin Zhilong looked at Lu Yun. It's not that I'm suspicious, I just feel that I need to be more cautious at this critical moment. Although Lu Yun had doubts in his heart, he couldn't say it out loud. After all, he just felt it, and there was no evidence at all. Okay, I understand your worries. Qin Zhilong waved his hands disapprovingly. We have trained Lin Jia since he was a child. Without our Qin family, they would have died long ago, so there is no need to question their loyalty. Lin Jia and the backbone of his men are all descendants of the expeditionary force. And it was only thanks to the favor of the Qin family that he achieved his current achievements. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive long ago. Even if Lin Jia had second thoughts, the people under him still wanted to support the Qin family. No one supports him, so what kind of trouble can he make by himself? Moreover, Qin Jilong himself is quite confident. He is a warrior at the peak of his dark strength. Even if Lin Jia has second thoughts, he can escape successfully. Then the third master will bring some more good guys over there. Seeing that he could not persuade Qin Jilong, Lu Yun had to suggest that he bring more people. Okay, I'll take that team with me. This time Qin Jilong did not refute and accepted Lu Yun's kindness. Qin Jilong quietly left the manor with his men. Gao Yanjing and Zhao Mei were dining. After eating, we rested for a while. Lu Yun is here. Old Lu, what are the origins of the other 5 bankers? Gao Yan asked casually. Lu Yun introduced, 3 of the other 5 bookmakers are warlords from the Black Burmese kingdom. The first warlord is called Mutua, and he has more than 10,000 soldiers. The second warlord is called Hu Yunhai, and he has almost 10,000 troops. The third warlord is called Wan Xiong, and he has 8,000 troops. The fourth banker is the Miyamoto family of the Shibago kingdom. This Miyamoto family is a Kendo family of the Shibago kingdom. The person who came to Black Burma to take charge of the gambling this time is Miyamoto Goro, the younger brother of the contemporary head of the family, Miyamoto Taijiro. The swordsmanship is very strong and can compete with the warriors in the early stage of Huajin. The fifth banker is the Shilin group of the Universe country. The Shilin group is the strongest among the second-tier conglomerates of the Universe country. As for the sixth banker, being the Ma family, you should know that although the Ma family was originally destroyed, their army in Black Burma was still controlled by Ma Yuhu. However, some time ago, their agent Sanjia betrayed him, so, this time the Ma family should lose its status as a banker. Do you know the whereabouts of the Ma brothers? Gao Yan asked casually. Although there is no direct evidence, Gao Yan believes that the killer of the blood shark is inseparable from the Ma brothers. As the saying goes, to cut the weed must remove the root. Especially dangerous elements like the Ma brothers, it would be better to kill them as soon as possible. Lu Yun said, the 2 brothers are huddled in a small town more than 500 miles away, probably still planning how to recapture the army. Oh, which town is it specifically in? Gao Yan asked again. Kunlong town due north. Lu Yun looked at Gao Yan and said, Mr. Gao plans to deal with these 2 brothers? Not really. Gao Yan shook his head, I was just asking casually. Lu Yun, oh, let's go out for a walk. There are several stone gambling shops in this town. Then lead the way. Gao Yan nodded, but he was thinking in his heart that he would go to Kunlong town through the random gate to kill the Ma brothers tonight. After arriving in the town, Lu Yun began to introduce, there are 7 stone gambling houses in this town, one of which belongs to our Qin family, and the other 6 were originally opened by the other 6 bookmakers. Later, the Ma family was destroyed. Their gambling shop was swallowed up by the 3 warlords and bookmakers. Soon, Gao Yan, Lu Yun and Zhao Mei entered a stone gambling workshop. This stone gambling shop is not small in scale. There are many guests who come here to gamble on stones, and more than half of them are foreigners. Lu Yun said, originally, jade was only sought after in our country. In recent years, it has gradually spread to the world. Therefore, especially, Europeans are also very fond of jade. Therefore, many Europeans come here to gamble on stones. Therefore, here all transactions in Beishifeng are in Euros. At this point, Lu Yun lowered his voice. Second master has specially prepared 1 billion euros for you, and told you that you can get any rough stone you like. Gao Yan nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. At this time, a local man with dark skin, a gold necklace as thick as his thumb hanging around his neck, and jade rings on all 10 fingers came up to him and said in skilled Dasha dialect, "Mr. Lu, welcome, you are here to take care of me. Is it our business?" Lu Yun smiled and said, "Brotherly Yuan, let me introduce to you. This is Mr. Gao, from China. His family is in the jewelry business. I will accompany him to purchase a batch of rough stones. It's Mr. Gao. Hello, I'm Li Yuan, please give me your guidance." "Hello Mr. Li." After a brief greeting, Lu Yun proposed to go to the warehouse of the gambling stone shop to select raw stones. "Mr. Lu, Lord Mudo has recently revised the regulations. Only when the purchase reaches 10 million euros can you go to the warehouse to select raw stones." Li Yuan's eyes flashed with a cunning look. Lu Yun's face sank. "Brotherly Yuan, you are deliberately making things difficult for me, aren't you? 10 million euros is enough to buy up all the raw stones in your gambling stone shop warehouse. This is not China. The price of jadeite raw stones is at most 1/3 of that in China. Therefore, the number of raw stones that can be purchased with 10 million euros is definitely not a small number." Li Yuan smiled proudly. "Mr. Lu and Mr. Gao don't have to worry about this. We have 5 warehouses in total. The total value of the raw stones in our gambling stone shop exceeds 150 million euros. Moreover, these raw stones are high-quality raw stones that have been delivered recently. They are absolutely worth the money. Mr. Gao, what do you think?" Lu Yun seemed to be persuaded and asked Gao Yan for his opinion. "It's okay. It's just 10 million euros. It's just a small amount of money." Gao Yan cooperated with Lu Yun to play a rich young man from China. "Haha, Mr. Gao is so straightforward. Please follow me." Li Yuan was overjoyed, as if he saw a big fat sheep. The general has been spending a lot recently and is urging him to sell as many raw stones as possible to raise funds. He was worried. Then Gao Yan came up automatically. If the general knew that he had raised 10 million euros so quickly, he would definitely reward him greatly. Led by Li Yuan, they came to the backyard of the gambling stone shop. The backyard is larger than the gambling stone shop, and there are 5 huge and simple warehouses. Outside each warehouse, there were soldiers with guns and live ammunition guarding. However, these soldiers were rather lazy, and it was obvious that they were just for show. "Open all the warehouses, Master Gao from Daxia is coming to select the raw stones," Li Yuan shouted loudly. Then the doors of the 5 warehouses were opened by the soldiers, revealing the piles of raw stones in the warehouses. Gao Yan roughly estimated that there were tens of thousands of raw stones in these 5 warehouses. "Li Yuan, how much are these raw stones?" Lu Yun asked. Li Yuan said, "Mr. Lu is also an expert, so I won't quote a false price. These 5 warehouses are all top-quality jadeite raw stones, and the price is 3,500 euros per kilogram. Since Master Gao is a big customer, how about 3,400 euros for all? Too expensive, 3,000 euros. Lu Yun shook his head. 3,350 euros. Li Yuan bargained. Well, 3,200 euros. Gao Yan suddenly said, "I can purchase 12 million euros of raw stones." Okay, Mr. Gao, you are so straightforward. I like to make friends like you. Li Yuan happily agreed, fearing that Gao Yan would regret it. I also like to make friends with people like Mr. Li. Gao Yan said with a smile. Li Yuan did not lie. The quality of the raw stones in these 5 warehouses is indeed quite high. Because he had quickly scanned the raw stones in the 5 warehouses with his golden eyes. Mr. Gao, do you need someone to help you choose the raw stones? Li Yuan said enthusiastically. No. Gao Yan shook his head, I buy things based on my eye. So, you arrange a few people to help me move the raw stones. If I like a piece, you can arrange someone to move it out of the warehouse. This will save more time, right? Yes. Mr. Gao is right. Li Yuan nodded repeatedly, almost laughing in his heart. Where did this idiot come from? He chose the raw stones based on his eye. You will lose money. Soon, Li Yuan arranged for a group of people to come. Gao Yan followed and stepped into the first warehouse. I want this piece, and this piece. Seeing Gao Yan casually pointing at 3 sizable jadeite stones, Li Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. I wonder where he could be so careless. He had heard someone say before that many of the rich second-generation people in Daxiao were stupid. He doesn't believe it yet. Now it seems that this rich second generation from Great Xia is not only rich, but also stupid. They are simply a stick. These 3 rough jade stones together weigh 100 kilograms. Regarding something worth 320,000 euros, the decision was made within a few seconds. However, he liked this kind of person too much. With ecstasy in his heart, he pretended to say, Young Master Gao, don't you think about it carefully? What's there to consider? Gao Yan was also addicted to acting, and he cursed, if my old man hadn't insisted on letting me come to this hellish place, I wouldn't be interested in coming. Spend the money as soon as possible and go back as soon as possible. As he spoke, Gao Yan kept pointing his fingers. Also, I want this piece, this piece. Originally, if we had to select and sell jadeite stones worth 12 million euros, we might not be able to complete the transaction within a few days. Result. It only took more than 10 minutes to get to Gao Yan. 5,005 kilograms of jadeite rough stones were selected from 5 warehouses, worth more than 16 million euros. Li Yuan was also very heroic and directly erased the fraction. Just ask Gao Yan to give him 16 million euros. Gao Yan directly asked Lu Yun to pay the bill. Young Master Gao, do you need us to arrange for someone to transport these rough stones to Daxia? Li Yuan said enthusiastically. That's no need. Lu Yun waved his hand. Our Qing family and Mr. Gao's family are family friends, and we will be responsible for transporting these rough stones. Are you kidding? Lu Yun is 100% sure that the rough stones selected by Gao Yan contain jadeite. If Li Yuan becomes suspicious, he randomly cuts out a few rough stones and discovers jadeite. Based on their integrity, they would either tear up the agreement or replace all the rough stones that Gao Yan bought. Lao Lu, let's go to the next house. At this time, Gao Yan urged. Young Master Gao, please wait a moment, Brother Lu, and I have something to say. Li Yuan pulled Lu Yun aside, then stuffed a check of 200,000 euros, and whispered, Brother Lu, this is the introduction fee. If Mr. Gao still wants to purchase rough stones in the future, he must come to us. By then, I will definitely give you more discounts. Okay, then I'm welcome. Lu Yun deliberately flashed a look of greed in his eyes, but he was laughing secretly in his heart. Gao Yan has picked up all the high-value rough stones in your warehouse, and the remaining rough stones will be lost. Don't worry, if something like this happens again next time, I'll look for you too. After getting Lu Yun's guarantee, Li Yuan was very happy and sent Gao Yan and Lu Yun all the way to the gate of Gambling Stone Square. The people from the Qin family also followed closely. Transport this batch of rough stones quickly. Next, Gao Yan and Lu Yun visited several other stone gambling shops. The two warlords Hu Yunhai and Wan Xiong stored a large number of rough stones in their warehouses. In Hu Yunhai's stone gambling shop, Gao Yan purchased nearly 20 million euros of rough stones, and in Wan Xiong's stone gambling shop, he purchased another 14 million euros in rough stones. However, in the stone gambling shop of the Miyamoto family and the Shilin group, not many rough stones were purchased. The Miyamoto family only purchased 5 million euros. It was not that he did not want to buy more, but the rough stones in their warehouse are far inferior to those of the three warlords. The Shilin group only purchased 3 million euros, and the number of rough stones here was even smaller. Wrong. On the way back to the manor, Lu Yun's expression suddenly became serious. What's wrong, Lao Lu? Gao Yan asked. Lu Yun said in a deep voice, logically speaking, Mu Tuo's three warlords should not release so many high-quality jadeite rough stones. If it is just one of them, it would be fine. But if all three warlords do this, the problem will be huge. The three warlords have made a lot of money over the years. Although they support tens of thousands of troops, the money they make from jadeite rough stones is definitely more than enough. What's more, they have other businesses. Now, they sell so many rough stones. There must be a shortage of money. There are only two reasons why warlords are short of money, either to replace their troops with equipment or to expand their troops. After hearing Lu Yun's analysis, Gao Yan said thoughtfully, Old Lu, how many people do you have? Lu Yun did not hide anything. Our Qin family's troops are all developed from the descendants of the expeditionary force. There are currently only more than 5,000 people. However, we do not do other business, and 5,000 armed forces are more than enough to protect the rough stones. Gao Yan agreed with this. After all, raising an army costs money. Although the Qin family is a martial arts family, they have too many troops and cannot afford to consume them. Could the sudden expansion of the armies of the three major warlords be aimed at your Qin family? Gao Yan said suddenly. It's possible. Lu Yun nodded gloomily. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his face became extremely ugly. No. There is danger over there, third master. What's the meaning? Gao Yan asked in confusion. At this time, Lu Yun did not care to conceal Qin Jilong's whereabouts. He said, Our Qin family's armed forces are led by a descendant of the expeditionary force named Lin Jia. He was trained by our Qin family since childhood and has been loyal all these years. Every time there was a gambling fight, he would come to this town in person to meet with the third master, but this time, he couldn't get out because his army was in conflict with several other parties. Listening to what you said, there is probably something wrong with Lin Jia. Gao Yan analyzed, the risk of direct war is too high. The best way is to instigate the armed forces of your Qin family. Without the armed forces, if the several families join forces, they can easily drive your Qin family out of Black Burma. After hearing Gao Yan's words, Lu Yun's face became even more ugly, and he immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed Qin Zhilong's number. It's a pity that it didn't get through. He fought like this several times in succession. He calculated silently in his mind. According to the time calculation, if everything goes well, the third master should have arrived at Lin Jia's side. Lin Jia might have betrayed. But it is impossible for all the other backbones to betray. Therefore, even if Lin Jia wanted to deal with the third master, he would not dare to act openly. Most likely he will find a way to plot against the third master. And Mr. San is a good drinker. Therefore, the other party should get Mr. San drunk first before taking action. Think of this. Lu Yun suddenly looked at Gao Yan. Brother Gao, my third master is probably in danger. I want to ask you to save the third master. Gao Yan is a powerful warrior, and he will definitely not be able to fight against more than 5,000 armed forces. But there is no problem if you want to save someone. Hearing this, Gao Yan frowned slightly. Old Lu, this is your guess after all, but in case Lin Jia doesn't object, I think you should report it to Brother Qin first. After being reminded by Gao Yan, Lu Yun suddenly came to his senses. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Gao. I will report to the head of the family right now. So Lu Yun dialed Qin Zhihui's number again. Qin Zhihui is also a decisive person. After listening to Lu Yun's report, he also believed that there was a problem on Lin Jia's side, so he asked Lu Yun to answer the phone to Gao Yan. Taking the mobile phone, Qin Zhihui's voice rang. Brother Gao, only you can save the third child now. I know you are not short of money, and talking about money is too tacky. In this way, as long as you can save the third child, my Qin family owes you your favor. Gao Yan became anxious upon hearing this, and said quickly, No, brother. Although I am not short of money, I love money. Forget the favor, let's convert it into money. Ah. Now it was Qin Zhihui's turn to be dumbfounded, but he immediately came to his senses. Gao Yan was unwilling to take advantage of the situation. After all, he knew that tens of billions had been spent on the machine purchase lottery organized by Gao Yan's Sunday Mall. Obviously, this is a man who is not short of money. In his opinion, the Qin family's favor was obviously greater than money. Gao Yan didn't want favor but money, and he obviously didn't want to take advantage of the situation. For a while, he had a great impression of Gao Yan. He immediately said, Brother Gao, no matter whether Lin Jia objects or not, as long as you successfully bring back the third child, all the rough stones purchased before will be yours. Brother, I'm glad it's been decided. Thank you, brother. Qin Zhihui said gratefully, Okay, I won't say any more. When we return home, we two brothers will have a good drink. After returning the phone to Lu Yun, Gao Yan happily brought up the system interface. After Qin Zhihui agreed to pay him the batch of rough stones worth 58 million euros as a reward, the system's return arrived. Currently, the exchange rate between euro and Bactrian currency is 1 minute and 7.1 second. Therefore, Gao Yan directly gained 411.8 million experience points, and the system returned funds to 4.118 billion. Moreover, this is the first profit from this batch of rough stones. When the jadeite from these rough stones is turned into cash, he will gain another profit. I have to say, this time Hymian came to the right place. Mr. Qin, without further ado, let's set off now. Lu Yun hung up the phone and walked to Gao Yan with a worried look on his face. Yes, rescuing people is like putting out fire. We'll set off right away. Since the reward has been received, it is natural to be more active in rescuing people. 5 minutes later. The two cars quickly drove out of the town and headed northwest. At Gao Yan's suggestion, Lu Yun only brought 2 drivers and 4 warriors. With Peak Ming Jin, Gao Yan took Xiao Mei with him. At this moment, inside a militarized village, Third Master Qin of the Qin family was chatting and laughing with a dark-faced young man in his 30s. This black-faced young man is Lin Jia. He was adopted by the Qin family at the age of 8 and joined the Qin family's armed forces at the age of 16 to serve the Qin family. Over the years, he has shown himself to be loyal. Therefore, 5 years ago, he was promoted to the leader of this armed force. Lin Jia himself was very capable. When he first took over this armed force, many people below him were still unconvinced. In just 1 week, he successfully defeated those thorns and established the authority of the leader. Moreover, his own strength is also very strong. He is still in his early 30s, and his strength has reached the peak of Anjin. In the future, maybe we can break through to Huajin. Therefore, the Qin family values him very much. Qin Jilong came to the village in person this time, firstly to understand the situation, secondly to show his respect for Lin Jia, and thirdly, he wanted to completely turn Lin Jia into the Qin family and marry a daughter of the Qin family. Lin Jia. Ajay, you have done a good job these years. Qin Jilong patted Lin Jia on the shoulder and said, Second Master said that you will become our Qin family from now on, so he plans to marry his younger sister Qin Yumei to you. When this gambling fight is over, you will go to Hanyang with me. What do you think of meeting my little sister? Third Master, I'm afraid I'm not worthy of Miss Yumei. Lin Jia said with some fear. Why don't you deserve it? Qin Jilong's face darkened. In terms of power, you are the leader of our Qin family's armed forces. In terms of cultivation, you have reached the peak of dark strength. You are more than enough to match Yumei. Don't underestimate yourself. This? Lin Jia still hesitated. Why, do you look down on the daughter of our Qin family? Qin Jilong pretended to be angry. Of course not, I'm just worried that Miss Yumei won't like me, a rough guy. Like me? Lin Jia's face turned red. Haha, you don't have to worry about this. My second brother and I have already talked to Yumei about this matter, and she has no objection. That's great. Thank you, Second Master, and thank you, Third Master, for your care. Lin Jia quickly showed a grateful expression. It's time to change your tune. Qin Jilong reminded. Third brother. Lin Jia quickly changed his title. Good. Qin Jilong said happily, Ajay, we will be a family from now on. Do good things for the family. My second brother and I will not treat you badly. Thank you, second brother, thank you, third brother. Lin Jia bent down to thank him again, but the moment he bent down, a cold look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Get up, we don't need so many etiquettes between brothers from now on. Qin Jilong helped Lin Jia up, but nodded secretly in his heart. Apart from Lin Jia's appearance, there was nothing else to say. If he could break through to Huajing in the future, the Qin family's prestige and popularity in Haimen would definitely increase. At this time, Lin Jia said enthusiastically, Third brother, I have ordered someone to prepare a banquet. By the way, I know you are good at wine, so I asked someone to buy a box of Maotai from China that has been stored for more than 10 years. Today we brothers, let's kill them together. Okay, we brothers won't come home until we get drunk today. Qin Jilong said happily that as for whether it would be dangerous to get drunk, he was not worried. Lin Jia was his future brother-in-law, and the 5,000 soldiers in the village were working for his Qin family. He couldn't be safer here, and there were nothing to worry about. 2 hours later. Because Qin Jilong was unsuspecting, he was completely drunk by Lin Jia. Seeing Qin Jilong, who was completely unconscious, Lin Jia had a bit of a sneer on his face. Someone, take the third master down to rest. Lin Jia shouted. But at this time, Qin Jilong's guard captain Usher came in with his men and said to Lin Jia, Chief Lin Jia, just leave the third master to my care. Okay then, it's my brother's trouble. Lin Jia nodded. It should. Usher said calmly and wanted to help Qin Jilong. But at this moment, Lin Jia suddenly took action and punched Usher in the chest. Faced with the sudden sneak attack, Usher was a little stunned, but he was still a warrior in the early stage of Anjin after all, so he immediately launched a defense. Bang! Lin Jia's fist hit Usher's arm hard, and the powerful force hit his chest. Through his arm, causing him to fly backwards with a muffled groan. Seeing this, 3 of the other 5 guards rushed towards Lin Jia, and the other 2 rushed towards Qin Jilong, intending to take him away. But at this moment, the roof was broken, and a knife light fell from the sky. Puff! Puff! The knife light flashed, and the heads of the 2 guards who rushed towards Qin Jilong flew high, and then the other party swung the knife at the drunken Qin Jilong. Stop! Usher shouted, and rushed towards the knife man wrapped in black cloth with all his strength. At this moment, a hint of sarcasm flashed in the knifeman's eyes, and he suddenly turned around and slashed at Usher with a knife. It turned out that his killing Qin Jilong was just a feint. His real target was Usher. Puff! The sharp knife light turned into a cold knife net, covering Usher's whole body. Puff! 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 Blood splattered, and in an instant, Usher had several wounds deep enough to see the bone. But he did not fall down. On the contrary, he punched the knife man desperately. The knife man frowned and flew back. At this time, Usher gave up the attack, grabbed Qin Jilong and flew out. Bang bang bang. At this moment, Lin Jia just knocked away the 3 guards who were besieging him. Seeing that Usher was about to take Qin Jilong away, he did not mean to stop him. The next moment, a tall black shadow suddenly appeared in front of the door. With a bang, Usher was kicked into the house by the other party, and Qin Jilong also fell to the ground. He was drunk and woke up at this moment. But his eyes were a little distracted and lifeless. Third master, Lin Jia wants to kill you, run away. Usher shouted sternly. After hearing Usher's words, Qin Jilong regained some clarity in his eyes. He slowly stood up from the ground and finally locked his eyes with Lin Jia. Ajay, my Qin family has been very kind to you, right? Why did you betray the Qin family? The Qin family has been very kind to me, but I want more. Lin Jia did not hide his ambition at all, but third master, don't worry, as long as you surrender obediently, after this incident is over, I will ensure that you return to Daxia safely. It turns out that you are an ungrateful bastard who can never be satisfied. At this time a sudden voice sounded, and then Gao Yan appeared at the door. With Zhao Mei and Lu Yun. Brother Gao, why are you here? Qin Jilong said in surprise. He originally thought he was doomed, but he didn't expect Gao Yan to come at this critical moment. He knew that Gao Yan was a powerful martial artist. As long as he is here, Lin Jia and the other three will definitely not be able to do anything to him. Thanks to Lu Yun. Gao Yan smiled and said he noticed something was wrong from some clues, and then after asking your second brother for instructions, we rushed here in a hurry. Hearing that it was Lu Yun who noticed something strange, Qin Jilong's eyes were a little complicated. Lu Yun had warned him before he came. It was just that he didn't take it seriously and fell into Lin Jia's scheme. However, he was also someone who could take things up and let them go. He quickly expressed gratitude to Lu Yun. Lu Yun, thank you this time. You're welcome, third master, this is what I should do. Although his surname is Lu, he is highly valued by Qin Zhihui and has considerable power in the Qin family. I saw that both parties were having a good chat. Lin Jia was very dissatisfied. He looked at the swordsman and the tall man, respectively, and then rushed towards Qin Jilong with a tacit understanding. Zhao Mei. Gao Yan drank lightly. Suddenly, a figure flashed out from behind Gao Yan. Immediately afterwards, 3 embarrassed figures flew out and landed on the floor of the house. Master of transforming energy! Lin Jia exclaimed, looking at Zhao Mei with eyes full of horror. Similarly, Qin Jilong and Lu Yun were also very shocked. It's just that Gao Yan himself is a martial artist, but the woman he is accompanying as a driver is also an expert at transforming energy. For a moment, they all had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. I wonder if it's jealousy? Still envious? Probably both. Escape. After Lin Jia called out Huajin warrior, they knew that what happened today was unacceptable. So they all planned to escape from this place. But how could Zhao Mei give them a chance to escape? It only took 5 seconds to capture all the 3 of Lin Jia alive. Brother Gao, who is this? Seeing that the overall situation had been decided, Qin Jilong couldn't help but look at Zhao Mei curiously. Her name is Zhao Mei, she is my senior sister. Didn't I encounter an assassination before? My master was worried that I would be injured, so he sent a senior sister to protect me. Gao Yan said in a relaxed tone. Nima. How much does your master love you when you use a Huajin master as a bodyguard? Immediately, Qin Jilong quickly expressed his gratitude to Zhao Mei. But Zhao Mei's expression was very indifferent. She just nodded and stood behind Gao Yan. Seeing that Zhao Mei was unwilling to talk to him, Qin Jilong did not ask for trouble. After thanking Gao Yan, his eyes fell on Lin Jia, with a bit of coldness. Lin Jia, who gave you the courage to betray us? Lin family? Lin Jia sneered. Qin Jilong, just kill him if you want, why bother talking? So much nonsense. If you want to die, it's not that easy. I will make your life worse than death. Qin Jilong had a ferocious look on his face. If Lu Yun hadn't arrived with Gao Yan, he might have become the sinner of the Qin family this time. He knows. Lin Jia probably wouldn't kill him. Instead, they want to use him as a bargaining chip to force the Qin family to give up the interests of Haimian. Based on his understanding of his second brother, he would really give up Haimian's interests for him. By then, he will become a sinner of the Qin family, and even if he returns to Dasha alive, he will probably lose his dignity as a human being. At this time, Qin Jilong's eyes shifted to the swordsman and the tall young man. The strength of these 2 people is not weak. All have reached the dark level. Do you think I won't know if you don't speak? Qin Jilong said disdainfully. Is this a member of the Miyamoto family, and this one is from the Shiling group? Now that you know it, why are you still asking? Just give me a good time. Lin Jia sneered. Third master, if I guess correctly, Mu Tua, Hu Yunhai and Ruan Xiong have also joined forces with them. Lu Yun said at this time. Oh? Qin Jilong's face darkened. Why do you think so? Lu Yun, today I accompanied Mr. Gao to their stone gambling shop and found that the warehouses of the three warlords have recently replenished a large number of high-quality rough stones. It stands to reason that they are not short of money, but they are so eager to sell a large number of them. Obviously they want to use money to replace equipment or expand the army. With their current strength, they can completely maintain their own industry. There is no need to expand the army or change equipment. But they did so for only one reason: they want to invade our Qin family's industry and the Ma family's industry. Ha ha ha, so what if you know? At this time, Lin Jia burst out laughing. It's too late. The three warlords, the Miyamoto family and the Shilin group have all joined forces. What can your Qin family do to resist? Upon hearing this, Qin Jilong's face became extremely ugly. But Gao Yan, who had been acting as a bystander, his eyes lit up. It seemed that business was coming again. He interjected, if all three warlords die, can the Qin family save the day? Sure. Lu Yun quickly said, if the three warlords die, the people under them will only focus on fighting for power and profit, and there will be no intention to join forces to deal with us. As for the Miyamoto family and the Shilin group, although they also have armed forces here, even if they unite together, our Qin family is not afraid of them. Then what price are you, the Qin family, willing to give me to help you get rid of them? Gao Yan asked again. 1 billion per person. Qin Jilong said happily. Okay, it's settled. You Qin family only need to provide the traces of those three warlords, and I will take action to deal with them. Gao Yan said. It's a deal. Qin Jilong said happily. Later, Qin Jilong summoned all the backbones of this armed force. First, he announced Lin Jia's betrayal of the Qin family. Secondly, he promoted another backbone to serve as the temporary leader, and left Lu Yun here to take charge. Qin Jilong and Gao Yan returned to the small town. On the road, Qin Jilong contacted Qin Zhihui and reported the matter to him and told Gao Yan to spend 3 billion to kill the three warlords. Qin Zhihui strongly agrees with this. Black Myanmar is not domestic. If you don't act tough, people will think you are weak and can be bullied. As for the top executives of the Miyamoto family and the Shilin group in the Foot Basin and Cosmos Kingdom, there is nothing they can do. Then we can only use the three warlords of Black Burma to scare the monkeys. The Qin family's intelligence capabilities are not limited either. It only took more than an hour to investigate the locations of the three warlords. These three warlords mostly hide in military camps and are guarded by a large number of soldiers. Late at night, Muto, who had been working hard all night, was sleeping soundly with two beautiful white women in his arms. Sudden, a person appeared beside the bed. The other person reached out and pressed lightly on his chest, and Mutua lost his breath. And that person also disappeared. 2 hours later, the sleeping Hu Yunhai was also invaded by the mysterious man and used the same method to make him lose his breath. But Ruan Xiong is a night owl. A party is taking place in the military camp. After waiting for more than half an hour, the other party didn't finish. Gao Yan lost his patience. He took out a sniper rifle directly from the mustard space, aimed at Ruan Xiong's head and pulled the trigger. Puff. Suddenly, Wan Xiong's head exploded like a watermelon. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of screams and exclamations. Gao Yan glanced at the opponent's fallen body, put the sniper rifle into the mustard space, and turned it into an afterimage, disappearing into the night. The next morning, Gao Yan just came out of the room. Then he saw Qin Jilong waiting outside the door. "Third master, what are you doing?" Gao Yan looked at each other, strangely. "I'm here to thank you." "Qin Jilong, brother Gao, thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you, our Qin family would be in big trouble." He was sincerely grateful, but in fact, what he wanted more was to get closer to each other. "Third master, you don't have to be like this. I just use money to do things." Gao Yan's expression was understated. It seemed that the transaction was only 3 billion, but the final harvest could reach 33 billion. "Although we gave you money, that money is nothing compared to your help to our Qin family. By the way, this is the reward we promised you." Qin Jilong handed over a bank card with both hands. "Okay, I'll accept it." Gao Yan didn't hesitate at all. He reached out to take the bank card and looked at the card. It was pure black and the text on it was composed of numbers and English. Qin Jilong introduced, "This is a Swiss bank card. The initial password is 6 sixes. This password is too simple. You'd better log into the computer and change the password. Because our matter is shady, we can't transfer money directly, otherwise it will be easily keep an eye on it." "I understand." Gao Yan nodded. 3 billion is not a small amount. Direct transfers between private individuals will definitely be investigated. By the way, as we expected, the 3 warlords' subordinates are busy fighting for power and should not pose a threat to us. Qin Jilong's face showed joy and gloating. "That's good." Gao Yan nodded. After all, the Qin family's rough stone business in the next few years will also give him a share of the profits. After Qin Jilong left, Gao Yan brought up the system panel. The upgrade experience skyrocketed by 3 billion, and the total experience reached more than 3.4 billion. Because this money can be said to be earned through no capital trading. Therefore, it meets the system return requirements. As a result, his reserve funds increased by another 30 billion. It's a pity that this kind of business without capital may only happen once. If we want to meet again, there is almost no chance. Originally, he planned to deal with the Ma brothers last night. But something delayed me last night. Then kill the Ma brothers tonight. There is a restaurant in the manor. While eating, Gao Yan logged into the US stock software on his mobile phone. He bought 100 shares of a certain film and television company on the night of the 11th. Last night, the film and television company's new film was released. The box office was very good, with a box office of $32 million on the first day. Forecasting agencies estimate that the North American box office of this film should exceed 200 million. The global box office can exceed 500 million. The investment in the film is not high, only more than 50 million. The cost can be easily recovered without overseas box office, and the final profit will reach almost 200 million US. So, last night, the stock was up quite a bit. Gao Yan's purchase price was almost $140. At the close of trading, the stock price had reached $149. In other words, Gao Yan made a profit of $9 per share. He bought 100 lots, which is 10,000 shares, and the current profit is $90,000. Red Emperor, How much can this stock rise to? Gao Yan asked, directly to the phone. Red Emperor, boss, according to my calculations, this stock should rise to $170 in the next 3 days. $170? So, if you can earn $30 per share, 10,000 shares is $300,000. It seems there isn't much. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still flesh. Besides, he only invested more than $1 million this time. As long as he invests enough next time, he will earn more. Certainly. If you invest too much, you can easily be targeted and cut off as a leak. Think of this. He said to the Red Emperor, Red Emperor, help me register some US stock trading accounts. Okay, boss. After Gao Yan finished his breakfast, Red Emperor finished everything and helped him register more than 200 US stock trading accounts. Looking at the more than 200 accounts, Gao Yan communicated with the system. He did not bind bank cards to these accounts. If he made money, could he use the system to transfer all the money? The system says yes. If that's the case, then it's much more convenient. At the same time, in a city in northern Haimen, the Miyamoto family and people from the Shilin group contacted each other. Garo Miyamoto, do you have any clues about the deaths of the 3 Muto people? Cui Zhihao shook his head. This happened so suddenly, we have no clues yet. But we suspect that the Qin family did it. Miyamoto Goro frowned. According to the information we investigated, both Mu Tua and Hu Yunhai died at the hands of Huajin warriors, while Yuan Xiong had his head blown off by a sniper, but the Qin family's Huajin, the master, didn't come to Black Burma, so it's unlikely that it's the Qin family. If it's not the Qin family, then who is it? Cui Zhihao's face was full of doubts. I don't know. Garo Miyamoto waved his hand. Then shall our plan continue to be implemented? Cui Zhihao glanced at Goro Miyamoto speechlessly. The forces of the 3 warlords are now in chaos. The armed forces of our 2 families in Black Burma cannot pose a threat to the Qin family at all. Moreover, the Ma family brothers have already recaptured military power. Do you think we are still capable of dealing with the Qin family and the Ma family brothers? Forget it, then we have no choice but to give up this plan. Garo Miyamoto said somewhat unwillingly. Also, our plan to turn Lin Jia against the government seems to have failed. Qin Jilong has successfully returned to the town, and the people we sent have also lost contact. Therefore, our plan has been exposed. We should think about how to face the revenge of the Qin family. Cui Zhihao said lightly. Your worries are unnecessary. With our 2 families joining forces, the Qin family dare not act rashly. Moreover, now is the critical moment of the gambling fight. Even if the Qin family wants revenge, they will not choose this time. Makes sense. In a blink of an eye, time came to late at night again. Gao Yan came to the manor where the Ma brothers lived through the arbitrary door. But after scanning the entire manor with his golden eyes, he did not find the whereabouts of the Ma brothers. What's going on? Gao Yan frowned. He used the arbitrary door to shuttle back again. Hong Huang, help me investigate the whereabouts of the Ma brothers. Gao Yan said in a deep voice. Hong Huang, boss, please wait. After about 2 minutes, Hong Huang's voice sounded. Boss, the Ma brothers are in a hotel in this town. What? Gao Yan was speechless for a while. It turned out that the Ma brothers were right under his nose. He didn't know that the Ma brothers had taken back the military power last night. And then they brought people to the town today. After all, tomorrow is the day of gambling. The Ma brothers don't want to give up the raw stone industry. After all, without the raw stone industry, how can they support the army? Now that we know that the Ma brothers are in this town, it will be much easier. The golden pupil opened. Soon, Gao Yan locked the Ma brothers. However, the Ma brothers are now very vigilant. Not only do the two brothers live in the same room. 8 elite gunmen were arranged in the room. There are also 8 elite gunmen outside the door. In addition, there are soldiers stationed at the front and back doors of the hotel, and the hotel is surrounded by their soldiers. Therefore, if you want to kill the Ma brothers, assassination is not possible. The only way is to force your way in. But the noise caused by forcing your way in will inevitably be too loud. Of course, you can also use the anywhere door to directly enter their room. But the anywhere door has the risk of being exposed. It is obviously not advisable to expose the anywhere door for the Ma brothers. Forget it, let's let the two brothers go this time. Anyway, he has the anywhere door, and he doesn't believe that the two brothers' defense will always be so tight. The next day. Early morning. Brother Gao, did you have a good rest last night? After meeting Qin Jilong, the other party greeted with a smile on his face. Thank you for your concern, Third Master. I had a good rest. After giving up the plan to kill the Ma brothers last night, Gao Yan practiced in the room, and his physical fitness increased a little. Reached 128 points. It made him feel closer and closer to the middle stage of Danjin. If there is no accident, the breakthrough will be in these 2 days. Then let's go. The place for this gambling fight is in a village 5 kilometers away. Gao Yan and Qin Jilong sat in the back of a bulletproof car together, and Jiao Mei sat in the co-pilot. The driver was Qin Jilong's guard captain Asher. Black Myanmar is not like China. Moreover, at this critical period, everything should be done with caution. The road leading to the village is not bad. It only took 10 minutes for the convoy to drive into a square in the village. Many luxury cars and military vehicles were already parked in the square. Moreover, the whole village was tightly surrounded by the troops under the command of the 7 big dealers. In order to prevent any problem with a dealer, they are all in each other. They seem to be guarding together, but they are also on guard against each other. After all, the profit generated by the jadeite raw stone business is more than 100 billion a year. No one can guarantee that others will not have the intention to occupy more or monopolize it. Different from the last gambling competition. The 3 warlords of this session have all changed. If it weren't for the gambling competition today, it is estimated that the 3 warlords would not have chosen a new leader so quickly. An introduction. The 3 newly born warlords are Mu Yan, Wen Song, and Pan Mingbo. Among them, Mu Yan is Muto's half-brother. When Muto was in power, he had always been a little transparent. Unexpectedly, after Muto died, he successfully took over the power left by Muto. Of course, he also promised many benefits for this. Wen Song, on the other hand, was Hu Yuhai's adjutant. He was loyal to Hu Yuhai and had strong abilities. After Hu Yuhai's death, he defeated his competitors with tough means, succeeded in taking the throne, and became a new warlord. As for Pan Mingbo, he was originally the most powerful officer under Yuan Xiong. After Yuan Xiong's death, most people planned to support Yuan Xiong's son to take the throne. As a result, Pan Mingbo directly led his troops to kill Yuan Xiong's son and those who supported him. He seemed to have taken over Yuan Xiong's power, but in fact, only the more Then 2,000 people under her original command were loyal to him. In addition to the 3 warlords, the representatives of the other 2 dealers were Miyamoto Goro of the Miyamoto family and Cui Zhihao of the Shilin group. The Ma brothers also came. They did not show any hatred towards Gao Yan. But Gao Yan could feel the extremely strong malice of the 2 brothers towards him. However, he did not take it too seriously. Because in his eyes, the 2 brothers were already 2 dead people. When the 7 dealers meet, they will naturally have a meaningless fight. What's more, 3 dealers have changed people, or 4. After all, the Ma family has been destroyed. The remaining Ma brothers are far less powerful than the previous Ma family. After the fight, the gambling competition also started. In the first round, the 7 dealers took out their own raw stones for a fight. In the tense atmosphere, time passed gradually. On the Qin family side, Gao Yan was the main person in charge of the gambling fight. Tang Donglin and Kong Zicheng were very curious about the raw stone selected by Gao Yan. Therefore, the 2 of them joined forces to solve the stone. Needless to say, the result. In this round, the Qin family got the highest score of 100 points. Because Kong and Tang solved a piece of imperial green glass that was as big as a basin and of high quality. The second place was the Miyamoto family, the third place was Muto, the fourth place was the Shilin group, the 5th and 6th places were won by the other 2 warlords, and the Ma brothers were reduced to 7th. This made the 2 brothers very frustrated. After the Ma family was destroyed, the 2 brothers lost their foundation, although they regained the army. But it was still quite difficult to find a top-quality raw stone in a short time. In the end, they could only find a raw stone to make up the number. Fortunately, the raw stone they brought still produced an ice-type stone. Otherwise, it would be a great shame. The first round of the competition ended. It was noon. After everyone had their own meals. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the second round of the competition began. However, the venue was changed to a warehouse. There were thousands of raw stones piled in this warehouse, all mined from old mines. The rules of the second round of the competition were also very simple. Each family sent 3 gambling stone experts, and each expert selected a piece of raw stone to cut. The one with the highest total value would get a higher score. Gao Yan used his golden eyes to scan. He locked the 3 most valuable raw stones in the warehouse. Then he asked Kong Zicheng and Tang Donglin to take the second and third most valuable ones, and he chose the most valuable one. An hour later, the second round of the competition was also over. The Qin family still dominated. Qin Jilong, who was watching the game, couldn't help but smile brightly. As for the Ma brothers, they didn't even have 3 gambling stone experts, so in this round, the 2 brothers were still 7th. Both of them looked unhappy. In the last round, their Ma family was still first. This time, they might be 7th. And the culprit of all this was Gao Yan. It's a pity that they can't take action against Gao Yan now, otherwise, they will definitely mobilize the army to shoot him to death. The second round of gambling is over. The third round of competition began immediately. In this round, each company sends a gambling expert to compete with the other 6 companies. Each victory will earn 10 points. Of course, it goes without saying about the Qin family. Gao Yan takes action. Let's do this. I'll pick 6 rough stones and compete with you, Gao Yan said. Upon hearing this, everyone in the 6 directions was a little angry. But Gao Yan's strength shown in the last 2 rounds made them afraid. Moreover, competing with 6 people at once would definitely distract him. Good for them. So, after a short discussion, they all agreed. Then, Gao Yan directly picked out the 6 most valuable rough stones in the warehouse and had them cut into pieces. I won't talk about the process. Naturally, Gao Yan easily scored 60 points. Get 100 points in the first round. In the second round, the 3 scored a total of 270 points. In the third round, Gao Yan scored another 60 points alone. The total score is 430 points. Even though the fight is not over yet. Everyone knows that the Qin family won the first place in this competition. Haha, brother Gao, good job. When we return to China, we must have a few drinks. As the saying goes, one's nature is hard to change. He almost fell into trouble after being drunk by Lin Jia, but Qin Jilong was still unwilling to change his bad habit of drinking. Mr. Gao has superb stone identification skills at such a young age. I admire him. At this time, Goro Miyamoto came over and said with a compliment, Mr. Gao, my name is Goro Miyamoto. Nice to meet you. How happy are you? Gao Yan said something with a half-smile. Goro Miyamoto's face darkened slightly, but he immediately returned to normal. Mr. Gao is really humorous. He presented a business card with both hands. Mr. Gao, this is my business card. Please accept it. Maybe we will have opportunities to cooperate in the future. I thought that the Qin family's stone gambling master was dead and disabled. But I didn't expect that the Qin family invited such a powerful foreign aid. Miyamoto Goro was not the first to try to establish a relationship with Gao Yan. In addition to the Ma brothers, the other 5 dealers all came forward to get acquainted with Gao Yan. Although it was unlikely to pull Gao Yan to their side. But what if it succeeded? Besides, it was not shameful to get to know Gao Yan. After the game, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Yan and Qin Jilong and his party returned to the manor in the town. Qin Jilong had to stay in Haimen to deal with some follow-up matters, while Gao Yan flew back to China by helicopter. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening. In front of the Afong Palace Hotel. When Gao Yan arrived at the door of the hotel by car, he saw Qin Zhihui and the senior executives of the Qin family waiting. Qin Zhihui's attitude was quite enthusiastic. If it weren't for Gao Yan, their Qin family might have lost the Haimen industry during this trip to Haimen. Although he paid 3 billion for this. But compared with the income of 3 years, this amount of money is nothing at all. Similarly, Qin Zhihui entertained Gao Yan with a state banquet master. This meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. After the meal, Qin Zhihui whispered, Brother Gao, the batch of raw stones you purchased in Haimen will be shipped back to Hanyang tomorrow morning. Will it be sent directly to Nandu or unpacked in Hanyang? Do you accept jade? Gao Yan asked. Of course, after all, we are in this business. Okay, when the raw stones arrive tomorrow, just unpack them directly, and then you can estimate the price and deposit the money into my account. Gao Yan said. Okay, this matter is settled. Qin Zhihui agreed immediately. That night, in the suite of Weiyang Palace, Gao Yan asked Hong Huang, how are the guards of the Ma brothers? Hong Huang, same as last night. Forget it, let them live a few more days, and keep a close eye on the 2 brothers. Gao Yan ordered. Hong Huang, okay, boss. Gao Yan took out a bottle of medicinal wine and drank it, and began to practice. Halfway through the danholding, Gao Yan suddenly felt different. He finally completed the flesh refining, and his realm quietly entered the internal organs refining level of the middle Danforth stage. A surge of joy surged from the bottom of his heart. After a while, suppressing the joy of the breakthrough, Gao Yan carefully savored the feeling after the breakthrough. Half an hour later, Gao Yan took out another bottle of medicinal wine and swallowed it. The dantian was agitated, and the medicinal power in the medicinal wine was quickly absorbed, and his blood and essence also grew rapidly. This dan-holding lasted for 4 hours. As long as the nutrition was sufficient, he felt that he could hold the dan for 5 hours. The longer the dan-holding time, the greater the benefits to the body. Gao Yan estimated that for ordinary people in the middle stage of dan-holding, it would be good to hold the dan for 2 hours, and this still required sufficient nutritional support. Moreover, they did not dare to hold the dan every day. It should be held every few days. He held the dan for 5 hours every day, and it was estimated that practicing for 3 days was equivalent to practicing for a month. He glanced at the time on his phone. The U.S. stock market was not closed yet. So he took out his mobile phone and logged into the U.S. stock software. My goodness, the stock price of that entertainment stock is very close to 170 US dollars. It is estimated that it will take more than an hour to reach the 170 US dollars estimated by Hong Huang. He didn't want to wait any longer. He directly posted a price of 169 US dollars. 5 minutes later, all 100 lots of stocks were sold. Profit of 290,000 US dollars. Converted into Dasha coins is 1.77 million. Therefore, his upgrade experience increased by 1.77 million. The system rebate is 17.7 million. With a thought, Gao Yan asked the system to inject 1 million US dollars into each of the 220 US stock accounts registered by Hong Huang, totaling 220 million US dollars. Then, Gao Yan said to Hong Huang, Xiao Hong, the money in these accounts is handed over to you to operate, is there any problem? Hong Huang, boss, don't worry, I guarantee to complete the task. Gao Yan is not a professional trader, how can he control 220 accounts at one time? Besides, with the Red Emperor here, why should he make himself so hard? The next morning, Gao Yan said hello to Qin Zhihui and took Zhao Mei to leave Hanyang and headed straight for Jiangsu City. After all, he promised Xiaozhua to go see her. A man should keep his word. He should not break his promise to his woman. As for the batch of raw stones bought from Haimean, there was no need for him to keep an eye on them. He believed that Qin Zhihui would not dare to cheat him of his money. Besides, he had already known the jadeite in the batch of raw stones. Even if he was not watching on the scene, he would know whether the Qin family cheated him. If the Qin family really dared to cheat him, their cooperation ended here. I have to say, it is comfortable to have a bodyguard. With Zhao Mei helping to drive, Gao Yan can practice martial arts in the car. He has medicinal wine to supplement his nutrition. He does not worry about insufficient nutrition at all. Therefore, after arriving in Jiangsu City, his physical fitness increased by another 2 points. Reached 130. He knew that this was the benefit of the realm breakthrough. After the realm stabilized, the growth of physical fitness would become slow again. It is worth mentioning that after the realm breakthrough last night, the mental strength increased by another 1 point. Arrived in Jiangsu City. It was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. It would definitely be inconvenient to go to Xiaoshua's home at this time. So, he asked Zhao Mei to find a hotel to stay in first. After settling down in the hotel, Gao Yan called Huang Peng. 20 minutes later, Gao Yan came to the hotel lobby and saw Huang Peng, who looked much better than last time. The two hugged each other. Then Gao Yan said, "Let's go, let's find a place to drink." "Okay." Huang Peng nodded. While drinking, although Gao Yan did not mention work, Huang Peng still reported to Gao Yan, and even brought an account book, recording the money spent on daily purchases. Gao Yan casually flipped through it and returned it to Huang Peng, asking him how he had been doing during this period. Huang Peng told him that the work of delivering supplies to the orphanage would be completed in half a day at most, and he could stay at home to take care of his paralyzed father for the rest of the time. Occasionally, he could use the van to pick up some goods for transportation. However, he also said that the van belonged to Gao Yan, and he only took 1/3 of the income from transporting goods. He planned to use the other 2/3 to buy supplies for the orphanage. Gao Yan smiled, "Okay, as long as you don't delay the work of the orphanage. All the money you earn will belong to you." But Huang Peng insisted on not taking it. Gao Yan could see that he was sincere, so he didn't insist anymore. Because there is a paralyzed father at home. After drinking, Huang Peng went home. Gao Yan didn't plan to go out and have fun. He walked towards the hotel. Back to the hotel, Gao Yan used 2 mobile phones to chat with Xing Xiaoyu and Xiao Zhua. Xing Xiaoyu's part was over, and asked him when he would go to the Magic City. Gao Yan's heart moved. He took out the random door and shuttled to the apartment in the Magic City. Then he chatted. He took a taxi to Platinum Palace number 1. The security guard of Platinum Palace knew Gao Yan, and he let the taxi drive to the outside of Platinum Palace number 1 villa. He scanned the avatar and entered the villa. Gao Yan went upstairs lightly. When he pushed open Xing Xiaoyu's bedroom door, a pair of eyes turned to look. Their eyes met. There was silence for a second. A scream sounded. Gao Yan quickly closed the door and retreated. More than 10 seconds later, Xing Xiaoyu, wearing pajamas, came out of the room and threw herself into Gao Yan's arms, whispering in his ear, "Husband, is Yusen's body beautiful? It looks good, but there is a gap compared to you." Gao Yan responded with a smile. Although Xing Xiaoyu's appearance is only 91 points, her figure has reached a terrifying 98 points. Although Qin Yusen's figure is also very good, there is still a big gap between her and Xing Xiaoyu. Xing Xiaoyu felt very happy when she was praised by her boyfriend. "And I haven't seen my boyfriend for a while, so I quickly kissed him." Gao Yan could feel that Xing Xiaoyu's kiss was a bit forceful, and it seemed that her thoughts about him these days were poured into her. After a while, Xing Xiaoyu pulled away with a heavy breath, a nice blush covering her cheeks. Sudden. The door opens. Chen Yusen, neatly dressed, walked out of it. "Hello, Mr. Gao, I am Chen Yusen." Chen Yusen seemed to have forgotten what happened just now, and said in a slightly reserved tone, "Hello Miss Chen, I've heard of you for a long time." Gao Yan looked at Chen Yusen seriously. Sensing his look, a look of panic flashed through Chen Yusen's eyes. After all, she was still a young girl. How could she act as if nothing had happened when someone looked at her? To put it bluntly, she was just pretending to be calm. "Okay, this is at home, you two don't have to be so polite." At this time, Xing Xiaoyu joked. Then she hugged Gao Yan's arm and said, "Husband, Xian is my best friend." Now. Gao Yan nodded and said to Chen Yusen, "Miss Yusen, what happened just now was because I was reckless. I solemnly apologize to you." "It doesn't matter, you didn't mean it," Chen Yusen said with a slight blush. Yusin, my husband is here and I can't sleep with you tonight. You can sleep next door, Xing Xiaoyu said again. Okay, I'm a little tired today, so I'm going to rest. Looking at Qin Yusin's slightly flustered figure, Gao Yan smiled. If another girl encountered such a thing, she would definitely not stay here any longer. But Qin Yusin stayed, obviously for ulterior motives. As for what she was drawing? Naturally, these are the resources Gao Yan has at his disposal. 2 hours later, Xing Xiaoyu lay in Gao Yan's arms with a satisfied look on her face, her green-white fingers playfully drawing circles on his chest. Husband, what do you think of Yu Xian? Xing Xiaoyu asked quietly. Why are you mentioning her now? Gao Yan hugged Xing Xiaoyu tightly. I know her purpose of getting close to me and being my best friend, Xing Xiaoyu said with a smile. Oh, what's the purpose? Gao Yan asked, deliberately pretending to be stupid. Husband, I don't believe you are so smart, you can see it. Xing Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Gao Yan. At this point, Xing Xiaoyu's tone became a bit sad. Actually, I admire her quite a lot. Why? Gao Yan cooperated again and asked. Xing Xiaoyu, she can become the first sister of Hu Entertainment all because of her own strength and hard work. Of course, it is also inseparable from her beauty. Unlike me, if you don't have a husband and you praise me, let alone enter the entertainment industry, even if you become, it's impossible even for big anchors. Are you feeling inferior? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Kind of. Actually, you don't have to feel inferior, you are also better than Chen Yusin. Stature? More than just the body. What is that? Xing Xiaoyu became interested. Choose a man's vision. Gao Yan joked, this is something Chen Yusin doesn't have. That's right. Xing Xiaoyu raised her head proudly, the most correct thing I have done in my life is to become your woman. Yu Xian is indeed excellent in all aspects. She can sing and dance, and even her acting skills are better than mine. But she is too pretentious. It is true that she is very famous in the live broadcast industry, but the entertainment industry may not recognize it. Moreover, she always wants to reach the top in one step and wants to replicate her miracle in the live broadcast industry. To put it simply, your heart is as high as the sky and your life is as thin as paper. Gao Yan concluded. Yes, that's it. Xing Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. I have communicated with her a lot during this period. In fact, after she appeared in several variety shows last time, it is still possible to enter the entertainment industry. It's just that she is too proud. Small roles don't like her, and big roles won't use her. Moreover, she is too beautiful. Men are always interested in her because she is so beautiful. Without enough background, she is too beautiful. Being in the entertainment industry may not be a good thing. That's indeed the truth. Gao Yan does not deny this. Almost all people in the entertainment industry are human beings, and they also pay attention to the exchange of interests. Unlike the live broadcast circle, as long as the female anchor acts coquettishly and acts cutely, her big brother will reward you. But in the entertainment industry, if you want to get a role by acting coquettishly and cutely, it is simply impossible. People simply don't like this. Husband, why don't you take Yu Xian in too? Suddenly, Xing Xiaoyu said seriously. I'm still thinking wildly, it seems I haven't done enough. Gao Yan sneered and turned over to suppress Xing Xiaoyu. To be honest, it is a lie that he has no idea about a beauty like Qin Yusin. But the two of them also mentioned it just now. Chen Yusen is too proud. If Gao Yan wants to take her in, he must continue to provide her with resources and make her popular. But after making her famous, she may not appreciate it. Maybe even treat him as a bitch. Therefore, even if he is a little greedy for Chen Yusen's body, he will never do anything like licking a dog. Early next morning, Chen Yusen made breakfast and saw that there was still no movement in the bedroom of the two. So she came to the door and knocked. Jing Xiaoyu yawned and opened the door, and her spirit was a little sluggish. Yusen, what's the matter? I made breakfast. You ask your family to come down to eat breakfast together. Ah, no need, he has left. Left? Chen Yusen was stunned, and was slightly disappointed. Yes, he is very busy, he left at 7 in the morning. Jing Xiaoyu explained. Oh, then you should wash up and go downstairs to have breakfast. Chen Yusen reminded that she had planned to use this opportunity to get closer to Gao Yan and see if she could get some more resources. Now it seems that this idea has failed. Then I'll trouble Yusen, I'll go wash up first. Jing Xiaoyu turned around and went to the bathroom in the bedroom, but she laughed secretly in her heart. My family is not a person who will not show his eagle until he sees the rabbit. It is very difficult to get closer to him through a breakfast. You know, she took the initiative to go to Nandu at the beginning. Otherwise, how could their relationship have a breakthrough? But she didn't plan to point it out, and waited for her for a while. In her opinion, Chen Yusen was so beautiful, it would be better for her to be cheap to her husband than to be cheap to other stinky men. On the other side, Jiangsu City. Gao Yan was eating breakfast in the hotel restaurant. While eating, he asked Hong Huang, Xiao Hong, how was your performance last night? Hong Huang, boss, all the money has been put into the market, and it has earned about $12 million so far. Well done. Gao Yan praised. Thank you, boss. Xiao Hong will continue to work hard. Yeah. Next, Gao Yan stopped talking and dealt with breakfast seriously. 10 o'clock in the morning. Gao Yan took Xiao Mei's car to the community outside Shui Jianyue's home. Then he took out his mobile phone and dialed Xiao Shui's number. Shui's house. Living room. Shui Jianyue forced a smile to deal with her aunt. Her uncle was Jiang Tianping, who worked in a government department in the neighboring Engshi city. He was a junior clerk and had a soft temper. Therefore, her aunt made the decisions on all matters at home. Her aunt was Yang Li, who had a strong personality and worked as a warehouse supervisor in a shopping mall. Because her family was well off, she had helped her uncle and uncle's families over the years. Her uncle, Jiang Tianpeng, was smart and opened a farmhouse in Anguang with the support of his mother, Jiang Tianqin, in the first few years. Now, her uncle has 3 farmhouses of good size. He also opened a hotel and restaurant in Engshi City. He also had several properties, and his net worth was definitely over 10 million. In terms of being an official, her uncle's family was not as good as theirs. And in terms of making money, they were not as good as theirs and her uncle's family. This was very uncomfortable for Yang Li, who had a strong personality. The only thing she could show off was her eldest son, Jiang Juanhe. Jiang Juanhe is 3 years older than Shui Jianyue. The year she graduated from junior high school, her cousin Jiang Juanhe was admitted to a 985 key university. Yang Li was instantly proud of her son's admission to a key university. After all, this was the only thing that surpassed the second and third families. For this reason, at Yang Li's strong request, Jiang Juanhe's graduation banquet had hundreds of tables, and she sent invitations to everyone she was familiar with. Naturally, her aunt and uncle also sent expensive gifts. After Jiang Juanhe was admitted to a key university, Yang Li also felt that he raised his head. At every family gathering, she spoke the loudest. One of every 3 sentences would mention her son. Everyone was very uncomfortable with this. It's not that they are jealous or anything, but it's true that your son was admitted to a key university, but you don't show it off every time. At that time, Shi Wen was still in high school. The 2 children of my uncle's family were still young, one was still in elementary school, and the other had just entered junior high school. Therefore, no matter how disgusted she felt, she had to endure it. But Yang Li only boasted about this for 3 years. Because 3 years later, Shi Wen was admitted to a better school than Jiang Juanhe, Yangdong Science. Although they were both 985 universities. But the school that Jiang Juanhe was admitted to was only at the bottom, while the Yangdong Science, where Shi Wen was studying, was among the best. Although it could not be compared with Peking University and Tsinghua University, it could still compete. After only 3 years of pride, she was suppressed by the second daughter. Again. How could Yang Li be content? So she put her mind on her youngest daughter, Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao was only 1 year younger than Shi Wen, and her grades were not bad. It would be no problem for her to get into a key university. If she sprinted in the 3rd year of high school, she might have a chance to get into a key university. But Yang Li was not satisfied with the key university. She had to surpass Shi Wen. So she made an extremely demanding study plan for her daughter and forced her to study. At the beginning, Jiang Xiao could still accept it. Her grades also improved. But her mother's demands on her became more and more stringent. She couldn't accept it. So the mother and daughter had a very fierce quarrel. Finally, Yang Li threatened to die, and Jiang Xiao compromised. But her compromise was a helpless act, but she was extremely disgusted in her heart and became more and more resistant to learning. This caused her grades to drop in the 2nd semester of her senior year. This made Yang Li very anxious. She beat and scolded her daughter. Then, Jiang Xiao exploded and wanted to jump off the building. If it weren't for her uncle's quick reaction, Jiang Xiao would have jumped off the balcony of her home. After experiencing this incident, Yang Li didn't force her daughter. In the end, Jiang Xiao was admitted to an ordinary first-class university. This made Yang Li depressed all the time. She even didn't want to associate with Shi Jianyue's family and her uncle's family, feeling embarrassed. But this summer vacation, she became proud again. The Jiang family has good genes, handsome men and beautiful women. Although cousin Jiang Xiao's appearance is somewhat different from Shi Jianyue's, she is also a 90-point beauty. Therefore, after entering university, she also has many suitors. Then she chose a boy with a good family background and handsome appearance. And 2 days ago, she brought him home. After getting to know each other, Yang Li was quite satisfied with her daughter's boyfriend. Not only is the boy handsome and tall, but his family also runs a company with assets of nearly 10 billion. And this time, he also gave them a heavy gift. Jiang Tianping was given a 60,000 yuan watch, and she was given a pair of jade bracelets, which are said to cost more than 100,000 yuan. She was worried and secretly took them for appraisal. They are indeed genuine. Yang Li, who had been depressed for several years, felt that it was time for her to be proud again. So she brought her daughter and future son-in-law to Shi Jianyue's house to show off. Jiang Tianqin is a good executive of a large company, but she still works for Others, unlike the future son-in-law's family, which has assets of 10 billion. This is incomparable. As for Zhu's father being the district chief, in this era, only those with money are the boss. Zhu Jiangyue has never liked this aunt. But her parents are both at work. Since her aunt is already here, she can't just refuse to let her in. So, she made tea for them first. She also cut a fruit plate and put 2 plates of dried fruits and snacks on it, and chatted with them. Yang Li first praised her daughter and future son-in-law. Praise your daughter for her good taste. He praised his son-in-law for being handsome, having a good family background, and being especially filial and polite to the elderly. Zhu Jiangyue, who knew her aunt's virtues, could only listen with a smile on her face, but she was thinking in her heart about what a head should be. Moreover, the eyes of my cousin's boyfriend are quite annoying. She always looked at him secretly, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Suddenly, Yang Li changed the topic. Xia, there is an old saying that a woman is better off marrying well than having a good birth. Although our Xiao is not as good at studying as you are, she has a good eye for choosing a boyfriend. As a woman, it is better to marry well. What's the use of having many books? Sooner or later you have to get married. By the way, Xiaoya, do you have a boyfriend? Yes. Zhu Jiangyue said calmly. Yes, you are from the same school. How is your family background and character? Yang Li asked quickly. This is not about shopping for a boyfriend. You have to keep your eyes peeled to avoid being deceived. Zhu Jiangyue was furious when she heard this, but seeing that the other party was an elder, she just said lightly, thank you, auntie, for reminding me. I will pay attention. By the way, what does your boyfriend's family do? Do your parents know about it? Zhu Jiangyue was about to answer when suddenly the phone rang. Auntie, let me answer the phone. Zhu Jiangyue stood up and walked to the balcony to answer the phone. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Wait outside the community, I will come down to pick you up right away. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Jiangyue said to Yang Li and Jiang Xiao, auntie and cousin, my boyfriend is here, I'll go down to pick him up. Oh, what a coincidence. How about we go down together and meet Xiaoya's boyfriend to help check things out? Yang Li rolled her eyes and said, yes, I also want to see my cousin-in-law as soon as possible. Jiang Xiao quickly added that she also noticed the look in her boyfriend's eyes, and if Zhu Jiangyue hadn't done so well in the exam, her mother wouldn't have forced her to study. Therefore, she also has a certain amount of resentment towards her cousin Zhu. Jiangyue. No need, you can see it when you come up anyway. Zhu Jiangyue hesitated. Seeing her hesitant expression, Yang Li thought that Zhu Jiangyue's boyfriend must be bad. He probably wanted to collude with her boyfriend to deceive them. She couldn't give them this chance to collude. So I became more and more determined to go with him to pick him up. In desperation, Zhu Jiangyue had no choice but to lead her aunt and family of 3 downstairs. Outside the community. After arriving at the destination, Gao Yan sent Zhao Mei back to the hotel. After all, it's not appropriate to go to your girlfriend's house with a bodyguard. Zhu Jiangyue's family lives in one of the most upscale communities in Jiangsu City, and the access control is relatively strict. Even if Gao Yan drives a luxury car worth more than 6 million yuan, people will not let you in. But the attitude is quite good. Gao Yan waited at the gate of the community for almost 5 minutes. Then he saw Zhu Jiangyue's figure. However, she was accompanied by a middle-aged woman and a young man and woman. As soon as she saw Gao Yan, Shi Jianyue's eyes lit up, and then she waved to him, and Gao Yan waved back. Upon seeing this, the security guard immediately let him go. Shi Jianyue is the daughter of the head of district Shui. Because of her beauty, she was admitted to Yangdong Science School and is a celebrity in the community. This handsome young man driving a luxury car is probably Shi Jianyue's boyfriend. Xiaohe, do you know what kind of car that is? Yang Li looked at Gao Yan's car and asked in a low voice, how does it compare with your Porsche? This is a Bentley Mulsanne. The price of the naked car is at least more than 4 million. If the configuration is high, plus various taxes, it will cost at least 6 million. Jiang Xiao took the initiative to explain. So, this car is more expensive than Xiaohe's car? Suddenly, Yang Li felt a little uncomfortable. Similarly, He Dongqi also felt a little unhappy, and said in an understatement, this car is indeed good, but it is still a bit behind my dad's Rolls-Royce. Originally, my dad asked me to drive a Rolls-Royce, but I thought it was too ostentatious, so I drove a Porsche. You're right, as a human being, you still have to keep a low profile. Yang Li nodded repeatedly. At this time, Gao Yan drove the car into the community, and Shi Jianyue also sat in the passenger seat. When passing by Yang Li and the others, she rolled down the window and said, Aunt and cousin, I'll take my boyfriend to park the car first, and you guys go back first. Parking is not allowed in this community, and all vehicles must be parked in the underground parking lot. Gao Yan also smiled and nodded at the three of them. Then he drove towards the underground parking lot. Baby, are they relatives of your family? Yes, it's my aunt, her daughter and her boyfriend. Shi Jianyue said with an unhappy expression. You have a problem with them? Gao Yan asked, curiously. Hey, it's not that I have any objections, I just feel annoyed with my eldest aunt. Shi Jianyue said a little depressed, and then she told everything about their family and her aunt's family. No, my cousin found a boyfriend with good conditions, and my aunt couldn't wait to bring people to my house to show off. But my parents were not at home, so I could only listen to her show off. By the way, go to turn left. Do you want me to help you slap them in the face? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Isn't this bad? Shi Jianyue said, she is an elder after all. Are you sure? Gao Yan said playfully, he knew that classmate Xiao Shui had never been a submissive person. Shi Jianyue immediately changed the subject, how about we fight, but don't be too harsh. If it's too harsh, my aunt may not be able to eat for a few days. Okay, I'll see what happens. Gao Yan nodded, if they don't take the initiative to cause trouble, forget it. If they have to get up close and ask me to hit them, I won't be polite. Thank you, husband. Shi Jianyue said happily, and then pointed to the parking space in front. Park right there. After parking the car, Gao Yan got out of the car and opened the trunk of the car to get the gift. Although Shi Jianyue brought gifts to his future father-in-law and mother-in-law last time, this was the first time he came to visit after all. So he couldn't be empty-handed. So, he purchased some gifts on the spot in Jiangsu City. 2 bottles of Maotai liquor, 2 heavy nines, in addition to a set of high-end cosmetics and a platinum bracelet from Cartier. It's not much in total, just 30,000 yuan. Why did you buy so many things again? Classmate Xiao Shui complained a little. Why, you're worried about money for your husband before you get married? Gao Yan joked with a smile. Who said I wanted to marry you? It's just that you bought so many gifts last time and you're giving them again this time. The two of them chatted and laughed before arriving at the elevator entrance, and took the elevator to the floor where Table's house was located. Shu Jianyue's aunt and the others were not slow either, already waiting at the door. Aunt and cousin, you have been waiting for a long time. Classmate Xiaozhua opened the door and invited them in. After entering the house, Gao Yan put the gift on the table, and Shu Jianyue took him and introduced it. Jiang Xiao looked at Gao Yan and then her boyfriend. My cousin's boyfriend seems to be much more handsome than my boyfriend, and he has a pretty good temperament. Also, he drives a $5 to $6 million luxury car, and his family background is definitely not much different, maybe even better than that of his boyfriend. For a moment, she couldn't help feeling a little frustrated, as if she had lost to her cousin again. Gao Yan, sit down quickly. Yang Li greeted Gao Yan with a fake smile. Thank you, Auntie. Gao Yan smiled and sat down, which made Shu Jianyue feel a little uncomfortable. Her aunt treated her as if this was her home. Gao Yan, are you still in school now? Yang Li asked. As soon as he heard this, Gao Yan knew that the other party was planning to get to know him. Yes, Nandu University. Is this university a key university? Yang Li glanced at her daughter and son-in-law. No, it's just an ordinary university, Gao Yan said calmly. Hearing that Gao Yan studied at an ordinary university, Yang Li couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask, what does your family do? Gao Yan said, my family is an ordinary family. I am an adopted son. I have been starting a business since college. Currently, I have a milk tea company. And I have also invested in a game company. By the way, I also created an online mall not long ago, the Sunday Mall. Auntie, have you heard of it? Did you create Sunday Mall? Jiang Xiao exclaimed, and then looked at Gao Yan with extremely surprised eyes. Yes, it's mine. Gao Yan nodded. This is impossible. He Dongji frowned and said, the machine purchase lottery held by the mall on Sunday some time ago lost tens of billions. Even if you start a business from college, you can't make tens of billions, right? Yang Li on the side was completely dumbfounded, losing tens of billions? How much is that? Gao Yan smiled, you see who spends his own money to start a business? I really don't have the money to burn it, but investors do. This time it was He Dongqi's turn to be silent. He comes from a wealthy family, so he naturally knows what it's like to start a business? Generally speaking, entrepreneurs don't spend their own money, but investors' money. But He Dongqi was still unwilling to give in and asked, you have lost so much money, and investors don't give you trouble? Actually, this is not a loss. Gao Yan explained, although that event burned tens of billions, we gained a large number of users and became famous. Now the downloads of our app have exceeded 600 million, directly catching up with the two major networks Taobao and JD.com. As long as we can stabilize our users, the mall may not be worse than Taobao and JD.com in the future. Hearing what Gao Yan said, He Dongqi fell silent. Half an hour later, Shu Jianyue tried several times to try to stay in vain, and Yang Li took her daughter and future son-in-law and left the Zhua family in despair. Husband, are we too cruel? Shu Jianyue held Gao Yan's arm and said, it's best to kill this kind of thing with a stick, lest she continue to cause trouble in the future. Gao Yan said with a smile, what's the point of showing off luxury cars and luxury watches Just throw out the fact that I burn tens of billions and launch a wave of dimensionality reduction attacks. Classmate Xiaozhua also felt that Gao Yan was right, and she felt quite happy when she saw her aunt's silent expression. Husband, my parents won't be home at noon. Why don't we go out to eat at noon? Shi Wen suggested. Okay, then let's go out to eat. So, the two held hands and left the house again. Because it's still early, not even 10 o'clock yet. So, the two decided to watch a movie first and then have lunch. There are many movies released during the summer vacation, so I chose a blockbuster. Naturally, popcorn and Coke are indispensable when watching a movie. Originally, Gao Yan wanted to buy 2 cups of Coke, but classmate Xiaozhua said that Coke is a carbonated drink and he should not drink too much, so he bought 1 cup and drank it together. They were lucky. They only had to wait for 2 minutes before the announcement on the radio reminded them that they could check in. Just as they were queuing up to check in, a young man and woman came in a hurry. When the young man saw Gao Yan and Shi Wen Zi in the queue, his expression turned extremely ugly. Han Fei, what are you looking at? You haven't gone to get your tickets yet. They will be checked soon. The girl couldn't help but urge. Yu Hui, I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. Otherwise, shouldn't I watch this movie? Han Fei suddenly covered his stomach and pretended to be in pain. Hey, you really feel uncomfortable? Wang Yuwei stared at Han Fei with some suspicion. He was fine just now, why? Did he suddenly feel uncomfortable? Han Fei pretended to be weak. I don't know what's going on, but I suddenly feel uncomfortable. I have to go to the hospital. Then I'll go with you. Seeing that Han Fei didn't look like he was pretending, Wang Yuwei, his girlfriend, was also worried. No, I can just go by myself. How can I rest assured when you look like this? I'd better go with you. No need. Han Fei just found an excuse to send Wang Yuwei away. How could he let her accompany him to the hospital? So, as soon as he finished speaking, he ran quickly towards the elevator, and quickly closed the door after entering the elevator, for fear that Wang Yuwei would catch up. Seeing her boyfriend's strong figure, Wang Yuwei couldn't help but frown and muttered, is this guy pretending to be sick or is he really sick? Went downstairs. Han Fei quickly found a place to hide. His face also became ferocious. Gao Yan, this little bitch dares to steal a woman from me. I can't help you in Nandu. When I return to Jiangzhou, if I don't cripple you, I will take your surname. Thinking of this, he quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected, and a carefree voice came out, Master Fei. Why are you calling me when you have time? Brother Yong, I want you to help me teach someone a lesson. Han Fei said in a deep voice. This Brother Yong is the owner of a labor service company and his father's apprentice. Originally a mixed-race person, he later became his father's apprentice and opened a labor service company with his father's help. His father's construction site employees are all recruited directly from Ma Yong's labor service company. And it's often hard to get money on construction sites. When encountering a boss who is unhappy with giving money, Han Fei's father, Han Jinyang, will ask Ma Yong to take people to ask for money. However, Ma Yong has no financial acumen and has always spent money lavishly. The little money earned by the labor service company is not enough for him to squander. Han Jinyang was also happy to see him like this, and would occasionally give him some money to make Ma Yong grateful to him. Han Jinyang, on the other hand, completely used Ma Yong as a thug. High school years. Han Fei had a conflict with a certain school bully. After Ma Yong found out about this, he took people to repair the school bully. Since then, the two have formed a friendship. He also asked Ma Yong to lead people to teach boys who were against him many times. Hearing Han Fei's request, Ma Yong said happily, "What the hell, who is this blind person who offended Master Fei? Tell me, I will bring someone to kill him immediately." Han Fei was very impressed by Ma Yong's attitude. "Brother Yong, please bring a few people to Tiandi Cinema first. When you come, we will discuss how to deal with that kid." Tiandi Cinema, right? Just wait, I'll bring someone over right away. After hanging up the phone, Han Fei suddenly saw Wang Yuwei walking out of the cinema and quickly shrank back. He was relieved when he saw Wang Yuwei leaving in a taxi. About 20 minutes passed. A van arrived outside Tiandi Cinema. Han Fei waved to Ma Yong in the car, who opened the door and came quickly. "Master Fei, where is the person you want to teach a lesson to?" Ma Yong asked. "Still in the cinema," Han Fei said bitterly. "Do you want me to take 2 people to the cinema to catch that kid out?" Ma Yong asked. "No." Han Fei shook his head. "That guy's girlfriend is the district chief's daughter. We can't attack in front of her. After they come out, we will follow them first, and then we will find an opportunity to attack after they separate." At first, Han Fei impulsively wanted to teach him a lesson at all costs. But now he has calmed down. "Considering the consequences, we can't let Gao Yan get caught. Otherwise, when Zhuo Jiangyue tells her father about this matter, he may be implicated." "Hey, Master Fei, I actually have an idea." Ma Yong suddenly smiled evilly. "Of course, it depends on how much you want it. If you just want to vent your anger and beat that boy up, I will directly ask my brothers to do it and say that boy has snatched my girlfriend. By then, even if the other party calls the police and the police come to your door, we will not admit it at all. It's a mistake, pay some money, as long as it's a misunderstanding, that kid will only suffer the consequences of being dumb. If you want to be more cruel, we will find a woman to seduce him, and then we will catch him. His girlfriend is not the district chief's daughter. Even if we break one of his legs, he will not dare to say anything. After all, his girlfriend knows he was eating secretly outside, and you didn't even bother to break up with him." Hearing Ma Yong's second suggestion, Han Fei couldn't help but his eyes lit up. "Okay, Brother Yong, you can actually think of such an idea. Spanking that kid is too easy for him, so we will use the second one. When the time comes, we will film the process and send it to Zhuo Jiangyue. Without the support of Zhuo Jianyue's father, he is nothing, but Brother Yong, do you have a suitable candidate? After all, that guy's girlfriend is also very beautiful. He doesn't like ordinary women. It really does." Brother Yong chuckled, then took out his phone and opened the photo album to pull out a photo. "Do you think this woman is beautiful?" "Quite beautiful." Han Fei looked at the photo and nodded. "This woman's name is Luo Jingxue, a student from the health school. However, this woman borrowed an online loan and is desperate. As long as she is given money, she will do anything. Brother Yong, have you ever played?" Han Fei had his thoughts changed. Hearing the song and knowing the elegant meaning, Ma Yong understood that Han Fei was lustful when he heard this. "I do have an idea, but I haven't had time yet. If Fei Xiao has an idea, I can arrange it." Han Fei hesitated slightly, then nodded and said, "Okay, let's call her out tonight. We can't give Gao Yan an advantage in vain. It's a piece of cake." Ma Yong patted his chest and promised. Chatted for a while. The two of them came to the van and waited for Gao Yan to come out of the cinema. The wait was about 80 minutes. Gao Yan and Shi Wen walked out of the cinema holding hands. Seeing the two people with their fingers intertwined, Han Fei's eyes turned slightly red. After Gao Yan and Xiaoshui left the cinema, they were going to find a restaurant nearby to eat. Sudden. Gao Yan felt a chill coming from behind. He didn't even have to look back. The super strong perception instantly radiates all around. A van parked on the roadside 7 or 8 meters away was instantly locked by him. There were 5 people in the car. One of them is his high school classmate Han Fei. Back then, he had pestered Shi Wen many times to no avail. Even after going to college, she never gave up on her classmate Xiaoshui. Last time, he took Xia Tao to Nandu to buy a BMW X3. He also used his help to ask classmate Xiaoshui to confess his love. Unexpectedly. But I saw him and classmate Xiaoshui holding hands. Han Fei went berserk over this. Originally, things had passed for a while, and even if they didn't meet again, Gao Yan might not think of such a person. Unexpectedly, we met again in Jiangsu. It seemed that the other party had no good intentions towards him. In his perception, Han Fei's eyes were full of vicious hatred. The 4 people in the van with him were all strong men with big waists and round arms. Most likely the other party knew that he was in the cinema and brought people to block him, hoping to teach him a lesson. If he was just an ordinary person, he might be a little afraid. But how could he, a great alchemy master, be afraid of a few strong ordinary people? Think of this. He deliberately stimulated Han Fei, let go of classmate Xiaoshui's hand, and put his arms around her slim waist. Classmate Xiaoshui felt her boyfriend's sudden closeness and couldn't help but turn her head and smile at him. Suddenly, a smile bloomed. She even leaned closer to him, but she looked a little more coquettish. Seeing the closeness between the goddess he had been thinking about for many years and the loser boy he despised, Han Fei's eyes almost popped out of his head, and his eyes turned slightly red. If he hadn't already formulated a strategy to deal with Gao Yan, he might not be able to bear it anymore and take people down to beat that bastard. Sensing Han Fei's expression, Gao Yan smiled and asked gently, "Baby, what do you want to eat? Just make the decision." Classmate Xiaoshui said that when dining with her boyfriend, it doesn't matter what you eat, what matters is being together. Then let's eat hot pot. Okay. Looking at the 2 people's disappearing figures, Ma Yong asked in a low voice, "Master Fei, do you want to teach that boy a lesson now?" "No." Han Fei gritted his teeth and waved his hand, "Hitting him now will delay our plan, so let him go for now." 20 minutes later, Gao Yan and Xiaoshui were dining at an old hot pot restaurant in Jiangsu City. Sudden. The phone rings. Gao Yan took a look and picked up the phone. Then Qin Zhihui's voice sounded, "Brother, your batch of jadeite rough stones has been completely cut out and appraised. How many do you think they are?" "Brother, I can't guess it, you'd better tell me the answer directly." "Congratulations, brother, the jadeite extracted from that batch of rough stones is worth 8.2 billion. So much?" Gao Yan pretended to be surprised. "Let's do this, brother, just give me 7 billion, and the remaining 1.2 billion will be considered as your hard work." After all, these rough stones were purchased by the Qin family. He didn't spend a penny. "Qin Zhihui, I'll take it as my own, but you deserve all the money." "But 8.2 billion is not a small amount, and our Qin family doesn't have that much cash. So we can only pay the money in batches, for you. Okay, no problem. Gao Yan said that if there is no shortage of money, we will fight in batches. Qin Zhihui, thank you very much, brother, but don't worry, brother, the money will be fully paid in 1 week at most. After hanging up the phone, classmate Xiao Shuo looked at Gao Yan curiously. Hubby, are you gambling on stones again? To be precise, no. Gao Yan shook his head. I went to Haimian to help the Qin family, and I took the opportunity to purchase a batch of rough stones in Haimian. These rough stones were bought by the Qin family as part of my reward. After extracting this batch of rough stones, we obtained jade worth 8.2 billion. Wow, hubby, you are so awesome. Classmate Xiao Shuo admired, but hubby, I heard that Haimian is very dangerous. Please don't go to Haimian casually in the future. You don't know my strength yet? Nothing will happen. Gao Yan said with a smile, but I listen to you. I will not go to Haimian unless it is necessary. Yeah. Xiao Shuo nodded and put the blanched tripe into Gao Yan's bowl. Eat quickly. About 10 minutes passed. Gao Yan received a transfer. Not much. Only 3.2 billion. The upgrade experience soared to just over 6.6 billion. System reserve funds increased by 32 billion. There is still 3.4 billion left to meet the upgrade requirements. Originally, Gao Yan said that after the system changed the rules in the future, it would become extremely difficult to upgrade. I didn't expect it would be upgraded again so soon. Because classmate Xiao Shuo sent a message to his mother Jiang Tianqin, saying that Gao Yan came to visit at home. Jiang Tianqin, who was extremely satisfied with his future son-in-law, immediately turned down a business trip, took a leave of absence, and hurried back to Jiangzhou from Rongqing. Jiang Tianqin arrived at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Since the future mother-in-law rushed back specially for him. Naturally, Gao Yan couldn't take classmate Xiao Shuo to continue wandering outside. Xiao Gao, I haven't seen you for a while, and you've become a lot more handsome. As soon as they met, Jiang Tianqin praised him with a smile on his face. Auntie, thank you. You are younger and more beautiful than before. Gao Yan also immediately flattered him. Of course, it was not completely flattering. Jiang Tianqin was indeed much younger than last time and in a more energetic state. Thanks to the medicinal wine you sent, Jiang Tianqin said happily. At first, she had great doubts about the efficacy of medicinal wine. After all, my daughter almost described the medicinal wine as a miracle medicine. But after drinking, she also had to say it smells so good. This medicinal wine can not only strengthen her body and relieve fatigue, but she only needs to drink half a cup every morning, and she will not feel tired, even if she works all day. Moreover, after a few days, nourished by the medicinal wine, she also became several years younger. Except another kind of medicinal wine given by the future son-in-law, after letting the husband drink it, the husband's body also glowed with vitality, making the relationship between the husband and wife become more intimate. After feeling the magic of 2 medicinal wines, the couple asked their daughter about the origin of the medicinal wine. The daughter told them that the medicinal wine was the secret medicine of her boyfriend's master, and told them that her boyfriend was not an ordinary person, but a powerful warrior. After all, Shuo's father is also the district chief of the party in charge. And he also has a certain understanding of warriors. Originally, he was still a little unhappy with the brat who kidnapped the little cotton-padded jacket, but after learning that the brat also had the identity of a warrior, he recognized the identity of his future son-in-law. This is not because of his power, because Gao Yan is not only rich, but also a warrior, so he can naturally give his daughter a happy future. I saw my boyfriend and my mother getting along so happily. Classmate Xiaoxue couldn't help but feel a little amused. 6 p.m. Shi Wen Zi returned home early after turning down a dinner party. After seeing Gao Yan's handsome appearance and outstanding temperament, he couldn't help but secretly nod. This boy was worthy of his own little cotton padded jacket. Although I already agree with this kid in my heart. But Shi Wen Zi didn't show it. He raised his glass frequently during the meal, hoping to get this brat drunk so that he could tell the truth after drinking. In the end, he got himself drunk. Fortunately, Shi Wen Zi's long career in officialdom has developed the habit of being cautious in his words and deeds. Even though he was drunk, he didn't make any jokes, he just got under the table. See this scene. Jiang Tianqin felt quite embarrassed. At the same time, he was also a little shocked by Gao Yan's drinking capacity. My husband knows how much he can drink. If he drank openly, it would be at least 1.5 kilograms. As a result, he drank himself under the table. On the other hand, Gao Yan is nothing. After getting the future father-in-law into the bedroom, Jiang Tianqin made a cup of tea and handed it to Gao Yan. Thank you, Aunt. While drinking tea and looking at the mother and daughter who were busy cleaning up the mess, he wanted to show off, but was driven back by Jiang Tianqin. The time came to 9 o'clock in the evening. Gao Yan said goodbye. There is a guest room at home, and you drank so much. It's not convenient for you to drive, so just stay at home. Jiang Tianqin took the initiative to persuade him to stay. Isn't this inconvenient? Gao Yan hesitated. Why, do you think your aunt's house is not as comfortable as your villa? Upon hearing this, Gao Yan knew that he could not refuse, so he nodded in agreement. Auntie, I won't bother you tonight. Jiang Tianqin is very careful. Then Gao Yan was given a set of pajamas, towels, toiletries, etc. She said, these pajamas are new today and have been washed. Thank you, Aunt. Gao Yan said gratefully. He knew that it was probably Jiang Tianqin who knew he was coming and prepared it specially. In fact, you can often feel other people's attitude towards you from a small thing. The fact that the future mother-in-law prepared pajamas is enough to prove that the other party treats him as a future son-in-law. Go take a shower. Hey, okay, Auntie. Gao Yan entered the bathroom with his pajamas and toiletries. Jiang Tianqin pulled Xiaoxue aside and whispered, this is at home, you have to be more restrained. If you dare to break into the house tonight, see how I deal with you. Classmate Xiaoxue blushed. Mom, what are you talking about? How could I have jumped into another room? The last night I came to Nandu to see you, where did you go in the middle of the night? Jiang Tianqin asked, with a sneer. Ah. Upon hearing this, classmate Xiaoxue was embarrassed. Mom, you didn't fall asleep that night? What do you think? Jiang Tianqin's expression became half-smiling. This made Xiaoxue even more embarrassed. Mom, don't worry, I promise that nothing like that will happen tonight. Seeing that his daughter agreed, Jiang Tianqin did not mention the matter again, but changed the subject. By the way, didn't your aunt say she would come to our house today? Why didn't she come? When he mentioned this, classmate Xiaoxue wanted to laugh. He came, but he left in despair. Oh, what's going on? As soon as he heard this, Jiang Tianqi knew there was something inside and couldn't help but ask. So, classmate Xiaoxue told the whole incident in detail. After listening to this, Jiang Tianqi couldn't help but feel happy. She also felt resentful towards Yangli, her sister-in-law. Her son-in-law could make her feel frustrated, which could be regarded as a relief for her. But she immediately became worried. Xiao Gao's company lost tens of billions. Does it have no impact on him? Don't worry, it won't affect you. Classmate Xiaoxue is quite confident in her boyfriend. Didn't he go to Burma a few days ago and buy a batch of raw jade stones? Guess how much he earned? How many? Jiang Tianqi asked, curiously. I didn't ask how much he made specifically, but the jadeite cut from the jadeite rough stones he brought back is worth 8.2 billion. Xiaoxue said proudly. Even though she acted so calmly at noon, she was actually very happy and excited when her boyfriend made so much money. So much? Jiang Tianqi looked extremely shocked. The large company she worked for was good, but its annual net profit was only a few hundred million. Gao Yan earns billions at a time, which is comparable to the profits of her company in 10 years. This future son-in-law is really good at making money. Of course, you will lose money. After all, the crazy money burning in the mall on Sunday was widely circulated on the internet, and she had heard about it. Wait for Gao Yan to come out of the bathroom. The mother and daughter have finished chatting. Jiang Tianqi went back to the room to take care of her husband. Classmate Xiaoxue is still waiting in the living room. Husband, drink the hangover soup that mom made. Shui Jiangyue pointed to the bowl on the table. No, I didn't drink too much. Gao Yan waved his hand. Drink, it's mom's wish. Shui Jiangyue hugged Gao Yan's arm and said coquettishly. Okay, I'll drink. Gao Yan, who couldn't stand the coquettish behavior, quickly picked up the hangover soup in the bowl and drank it in one gulp. I thought it would taste terrible, but it tasted pretty good. The two lingered in the living room for a while. Shui Jiangyue went to take a shower. Gao Yan returned to the guest room. Just as he picked up the phone, the Red Emperor's voice rang. Boss, the Ma brothers have returned to the military camp. Gao Yan narrowed his eyes. It's time to address these two consequences. Send me the coordinates first. Soon, Gao Yan received the coordinates and summoned any door to release the coordinates. However, now is not the time to take action. So, he started chatting with Li Chaonan. Know that Star Entertainment is looking for new projects. Gao Yan's heart moved. Entertainment cards can be used once per day. These days, Gao Yan has accumulated a lot of scripts and songs. Among them, there is one S-level TV drama script and one A-level TV drama script. There is also only one A-level movie script. There are two B-level TV drama and movie scripts. The rest are C-level and D-level, which Gao Yan doesn't look down on. In terms of songs, only one S-level song was drawn, no A-level songs, but 3 B-level songs. Xingchen Entertainment has no shortage of actors and singers. So, Gao Yan sent the S-level TV drama script and 3 songs to Li Chaonan. Li Chaonan can understand whether the movie script is wonderful, but he is not sure about the quality of the songs. So, he directly forwarded the scores of the 3 songs to the company's music director. Just a few minutes later, the music director called directly. His tone was extremely excited. He praised the S-level song and begged to give him the responsibility of this song. Li Chaonan did not agree immediately. Instead, he said he would talk about it when he arrived at the company tomorrow. After hanging up the number of the music director, Li Chaonan directly dialed Gao Yan's number. Brother Yan, I showed the 3 songs you gave me to the company's music director. He highly praised the song, past events, and applied to be the producer of this song. What do you think of this song? Li Chaonan's underlying topic was to ask him whether he wanted to let Jing Xiaoyu sing this song. I have no opinion. Gao Yan said, you arrange a female singer with better singing skills to sing this song. It's not that Gao Yan doesn't want to take care of Jing Xiaoyu. It's that her singing skills are really not good, but Qin Yusen is more suitable. But he and Qin Yusen are not related, why should he let her sing an S-level song? Li Chaonan, okay, then I'll arrange it. At this time, there were footsteps outside the door, and Gao Yan hung up the phone. Then he saw Xiaozhua, who was wearing pajamas, push the door in. Xiaozhua didn't dare to stay in Gao Yan's room for too long. What if the gun went off? After all, not only boys are addicted to things like canyon games, but girls are also addicted. Therefore, I only stayed for 20 minutes. Classmate Xiaozhua reluctantly left the guest room. The time came to 11 o'clock in the evening. Northern Burma. In a military camp. The Ma brothers were drinking. Although they saved their own raw stone mine this time. But we encountered problems in the shipping channels. First of all, the Ma family's stone bedding shop and other industries on the Black Burma side were swallowed up by the 3 major warlords, the Miyamoto family and the Shilin group. Although the 2 brothers recaptured the army, they were not stable internally. What's more, they have no money. If you have no money, who will fight for you? I'm afraid that once the battle begins, all the soldiers under my command will run away. Therefore, what they need most right now is to make money. But what makes them depressed is the 2 brothers failed to take over Ma's domestic shipping channels. After the gambling competition, they tried to contact the channel dealer in Nanyun. But people don't want their goods at all, even if the price is reduced, they won't accept them. This made the 2 brothers very angry. Later, upon investigation, it was found that it was the 2 major martial arts families in Nanyun who had greeted those channel dealers. Whoever dares to take over the goods of the 2 brothers will make it impossible for them to survive in Nanyun. After all, the Ma family has suppressed the 2 major martial arts families for so many years. Now that there is a chance to beat the drowned dog, how can they give the 2 brothers a chance to rise again? Since domestic channels are blocked, the 2 brothers contacted international distributors. But what makes them angry is that international distributors are unwilling to cooperate with them. Just when they were about to investigate who was behind the scenes, the 3 major warlords, the Miyamoto family and the Shilin group sent people. Those 5 families said they could eat all the jadeite stones they had. At first, the Ma brothers were relatively happy. But after they made the quotation, Ma Yuhu almost got so angry that he drew his gun and killed the 5 people. Because the price they gave is too low. Only 1/3 of the normal shipping price. The mine controlled by the Ma family can mine rough jade worth about 12 billion a year. But if it were sold at 1/3 of the price, it would only be 4 billion. A full loss of 8 billion will be incurred. How could the Ma brothers, who were already short of money, be willing to do so? But now, 2 major martial arts families in China are targeting it, and 5 major bookmakers abroad are joining forces to block it. Therefore, even though the 2 brothers were angry and wanted to kill people, they did not dare to really fall out with the 5 major bookmakers. Boss, what do you think we should do? Ma Yuhu asked, gulping down the wine in his glass. Ma Yulong narrowed his eyes. Maybe we can cooperate with the Qin family. What a joke. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuhu almost jumped up. The Qin family has a very close relationship with that little beast, Gao Yan. That little beast has a hatred of genocide against us. How can we cooperate with the Qin family? Do we have a choice? Ma Yulong sighed. We have so many soldiers. If we don't have money, how can we pay them wages? If we don't pay them wages, why should they work for us? Without the army, we two brothers will not be able to serve at all. If Black Burma is established, the few mines it has can't be saved. So, cooperating with the Qin family is our best choice. But are the Qin family willing to cooperate with us? Ma Yuhu asked hesitantly. How will you know if you don't try? Ma Yulong said, as long as the Qin family is willing to take over our rough stones, if the price is not 2/3, then it will be half the price. Moreover, the Qin family has its own stone gambling shop and jewelry store in China. If they cooperate with us, if they can earn at least several billion or even tens of billions of profits a year, I don't believe they can resist this temptation. Then let's try to contact the Qin family tomorrow? Ma Yuhu said. Ma Yulong said thoughtfully, the sooner the better. After all, we are very short of money now, but this matter must be carried out secretly, and we two brothers cannot do it ourselves. We must first hold off the 5 major bookmakers, otherwise, they will definitely cause trouble. Okay, boss, I will do as you say. After we have calmed down, we will consider how to deal with that little beast, Gao Yan. Ma Yuhu said with hatred. I'm afraid you two brothers have no chance. At this time, a sudden voice sounded. Then he saw an ordinary-looking young man walking in. Who are you? The Ma brothers stood up suddenly and stared at Gao Yan, who used his identity card with vigilant eyes. The one who sent you two brothers on their way. Gao Yan said in a cold tone. Go to hell. Suddenly, the two brothers drew their guns together. These days, the two brothers had been in a state of tension, so the guns never left their bodies. Puff. But Gao Yan was faster, and when they just raised their wrists, 2 rays of silver light flashed away. Hoo-ho! The eyes of the two Ma brothers were wide open, showing despair and unwillingness. They dropped their guns and tried their best to cover their necks that were bleeding continuously, but no matter how they covered their necks, the blood spurted out of their necks uncontrollably. Soon, the Ma brothers fell to the ground, and their life breath quickly faded. After a while, they turned into 2 corpses. After confirming that both brothers were dead, Gao Yan disappeared in a flash. Once the Ma brothers died, their army and mines would be swallowed up by other dealers. But he did not intend to inform the Qin family, because he did not want the Qin family to know that he killed the Ma brothers. Shua family, guest room. A light door appeared, and an ordinary young man walked out of it. Put away the arbitrary door and remove the ID card. Gao Yan took off his clothes and lay down on the bed again, closing his eyes and falling asleep. The next morning, as soon as Gao Yan walked out of the guest room, he saw Shi Wen in pajamas walking out of the bedroom. Morning, Uncle Shua. Morning. Shi Wen nodded, but he felt a little embarrassed. He had planned to get this kid drunk last night, but he didn't expect that this kid had such a good alcohol tolerance that he drank himself under the table. Fortunately, this is home, otherwise, this face would be lost. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Just a morning response seemed a bit stiff, so Shi Wen added another Sentence. It's a habit. I get up at this time every day to exercise. Gao Yan explained with a smile. This is a good habit. I won't talk to you for long. I'll go to the bathroom first. Okay. Gao Yan walked out of the Zhou family's door and came downstairs to the unit. He started practicing boxing. When he finished his exercise and returned to the Zhou family, Jiang Tianqin had already gotten up and was making breakfast in the kitchen. As for Zhu Jinsen, he was still wearing pajamas and reading the morning newspaper on the sofa. Xiao Gao, are you back after exercise? Jiang Tianqin took the initiative to greet him. Yes, Auntie. Then go and take a shower, and then you can have breakfast. Okay, Auntie. After Gao Yan entered the bathroom, Jiang Tianqin entered her daughter's room, lifted the quilt and patted her on the butt. Get up now. Mom, what are you doing? I want to sleep a little longer. Shu Jianyue said with some resentment. When she just came back, she was her mother's little baby and sweetheart. All the food and drinks had to be brought to her bed, for fear that she would be hungry. But after a few days, in her mother's eyes, she began to become annoying. Xiao Gao has come back from exercise, and you are still sleeping. Get up now. Otherwise, don't blame me for using a feather duster to treat you. Jiang Tianqin emphasized her tone. No, I'll get up now. Xiao Zhua was a little depressed. It turned out that she was implicated by her boyfriend, and he had to make up for it. After breakfast, Zhu Jinsen hurriedly left home and went to work. Xiao Gao, don't leave today. Auntie will buy you some clothes later, Jiang Tianqin said while putting away the dishes. Isn't this necessary? Gao Yan said a little embarrassed. Jiang Tianqin said, you asked Xiaoya to give you so many gifts last time. And you brought so many gifts this time. Your uncle and aunt are not Pixiu. But you are in good condition and you are not lacking in other things. I. Your uncle has discussed it and buy you some clothes to show your appreciation. Having said this, Gao Yan couldn't refuse, so he could only nod his head and agree. Mom, I want to buy it too. At this time, classmate Xiaozhua on the side shouted. Go on, you can't even fit the clothes in your wardrobe, so what else can you buy? Jiang Tianqin said angrily. Those are old clothes, and I can't bear to throw them away. Classmate Xiaozhua said aggrievedly. But Jiang Tianqin seemed not to hear it and went to the kitchen with the bowls and chopsticks. When classmate Xiaozhua saw this, he was so angry. Is this still his biological child? Then, she turned her eyes and landed on Gao Yan. Husband, if you come home, my mother will stop loving me. You have to compensate me. How about I compensate your little mother? Gao Yan teased. Suddenly, classmate Xiaozhua's eyes widened. After being stunned for several seconds, he laughed out loud and punched Gao Yan in the chest. You bad guy, my mother is so good to you, but you actually want to find a baby mother for me. Do you believe that I told my mother to go? Then you go and file a complaint. I don't believe Auntie will believe it. Humph, don't force me. Then go ahead. I really went. Jiang Tianqin, who was busy in the kitchen, turned his head from time to time to look at the young man who was laughing and joking in the living room. He felt a little emotional in his heart. Unknowingly, his daughter had grown so big and had such an excellent boyfriend. Maybe in a few years, you will have to get married. Early 9 o'clock. Gao Yan and his party came to the Sunshine pedestrian street in the city. There are still many brand clothing stores on this street. I have to say that the future mother-in-law has a very good vision. I personally selected 2 sets of summer clothes for Gao Yan. After he put them on, they fit his body shape and temperament exceptionally well. He quietly opened the system panel and found that after putting on these 2 sets of clothes, his charm increased by 2 points. The 2 sets of summer clothes are not expensive, adding up to more than 3,000 yuan. But Gao Yan liked it very much. Later, Jiang Tianqing chose 2 sets of autumn clothes for Gao Yan. It's already August 18th, so autumn clothes in clothing stores have been put on the shelves in advance. The 2 sets of autumn clothes are both new styles. The price is slightly expensive, costing more than 8,000 in total. And after wearing it, the same charm increases by 2 points. For a moment, Gao Yan couldn't help but praise, "Auntie, you have such a good sense in choosing matching clothes." "Brother Yan, you don't know what my mother does, do you?" At this time, classmate Xiaoxue interrupted. "Could it be that Auntie originally studied art?" Gao Yan asked, curiously. "No." This time it was Jiang Tianqing who answered, "I originally studied fashion design. After graduation, I also found a job as a designer and became the design director. Later I resigned and joined my current company. It turns out that Auntie is a fashion designer, no wonder she matched it like this." Gao Yan quickly flattered her. Jiang Tianqing raised the corners of his mouth slightly and waved his hand. "Okay, it's all in the past, Xiaoya. Mom is happy to pick out 2 sets for you today, and then take you somewhere." After choosing 2 sets of clothes for classmate Xiaoxue. Then under Jiang Tianqing's guidance, Gao Yan drove to a compound in the old city. "Mom, what are we doing here?" Classmate Xiaoxue asked curiously. "Find someone to make clothes," Jiang Tianqing said calmly. Knocked on the door of the compound. After a while, an old man wearing reading glasses came to open the door. "Mr. Li, I am Xiao Jiang, here to visit you." A smile immediately appeared on Jiang Tianqing's face. "It's okay to visit, but not to make clothes." Mr. Li saw through Jiang Tianqing's thoughts at a glance, turned around and walked away without saying a word. "Follow up." Jiang Tianqing said something to Gao Yan and his daughter, and followed him through the door. "Mr. Li, I brought you some supplements, I hope you don't dislike them." Jiang Tianqing handed it over. "Put it on the table." Mr. Li didn't even raise his eyes. Faced with Mr. Li's cold attitude, Jiang Tianqing didn't have any dissatisfaction. He put down the gifts first, then found a kettle, washed it, poured water and boiled it. During this period, Mr. Li did not speak, but fell asleep on a recliner. For a while, the atmosphere was a little dull. Gao Yan and Shui Jianyue, who didn't understand what was going on, didn't speak, but they communicated with each other with their eyes. After boiling the water, Jiang Tianqing took out a tea set from the cabinet and started cleaning it carefully. Gao Yan glanced at classmate Xiaoxue. The future mother-in-law seemed to be quite familiar with this place. Classmate Xiaoxue was also confused and could only shake his head at Gao Yan. Time passes slowly. The water on the stove gurgled. Jiang Tianqing lifted the kettle away from the stove, then walked into the back room and took out a box of tea. At this time, Mr. Li, who was asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing the tea leaves in Jiang Tianqing's hand, she couldn't help but feel pain. "Okay, don't ruin my good tea." Mr. Li quickly sat up from the recliner and took the tea box from Jiang Tianqing's hand. Opening the tea box, Mr. Li used wooden clamps to take out 3 tea leaves from the tea box and put them into the teapot, and then carefully covered the tea box. Mr. Li, are you too stingy? Just 3 tea leaves? Jiang Tianqing couldn't help but said. You know nothing. Mr. Li said angrily, 1 piece of tea is enough for me to drink for a day. 3 pieces is already pretty good. Yes, you are right. Jiang Tianqing didn't argue with him. Mom, what's going on? Classmate Xiaozhua finally couldn't help but said curiously. Jiang Tianqing said with some regret, back then, Mr. Li took a fancy to my talent and wanted to accept me as his disciple, but I failed him. So, why have you been angry with me all these years? Then his temperament is really strong. Shui Jiangyue said with a smile. He hates the iron. Jiang Tianqing whispered, if I had not gone to the company I am now, I would have been an excellent tailor. To be honest, she also loved designing and making clothes back then. It's just that she was already married and had children, and her husband's salary at that time was not high, but now the company offers a good salary, so she had no choice but to give up. This disappointed Mr. Li, who wanted to accept her as his apprentice, and even refused to open the door for her after several visits. It has been more than 10 years now. Although Mr. Li is still angry with her, at least he won't block her out. Mr. Li is also the top tailor master in Southwest Province and even famous in the country. A set of clothes he made by himself costs tens of thousands at least. As many as hundreds of thousands. However, as he gets older, he takes action less and less. I can't make more than a few clothes in a year. But this time she brought Gao Yan here because she wanted Mr. Li to make 2 sets of clothes for him. Come and have tea. Mr. Li's voice sounded. At this time, Jiang Tianqing introduced seriously, Mr. Li is not only a master tailor, but also has extraordinary tea-making skills. You two are really lucky. Mr. Li waved his hands angrily, okay, don't do this to me. No matter how flattering I am, I won't make clothes for you. Jiang Tianqing smiled and said, I'm not flattering, but telling the truth. And, old man, I came here today not to ask you to make clothes for me, but to make 2 sets of formal suits for my future son-in-law. Shameless! Mr. Li shouted and cursed. But Jiang Tianqing didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, he followed the stick and said, what kind of shame do I have in front of your old man? Besides, Xiao Gao is also a clothes hanger. The clothes you made by yourself will be a perfect match for him. Listen to Jiang Tianqing say this. Mr. Li just started to look at Gao Yan seriously. He has a handsome face, but strong features. His body is not very strong, but he is as tall as a spear. But there was nothing military about him. This is rare. Also, this young man's temperament is full of confidence, just like the rising sun, exuding an atmosphere. In addition, he vaguely felt a strange aura about this young man. Immediately, he judged that this young man was no ordinary person. Subconsciously, Mr. Li squinted his eyes, but his eyes became more and more profound and serious, as if he wanted to see through the young man in front of him. But Gao Yan was not afraid of Mr. Li's eyes at all and instead smiled at him. Warrior. A word suddenly popped up in Mr. Li's mind. About 10 years ago, he personally made a suit of clothes tailor-made for a Huajin warrior. During the contact, he felt a completely different aura from the other party. Looking back now, the auras of that Huajin warrior and this young man are so similar. Therefore, this young man is also a powerful warrior. Thinking of this, he asked, young man, are you a warrior? The old man has good eyesight. I have indeed practiced boxing and kicking for a few days. Gao Yan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that an ordinary old man could actually see that he was a warrior. Hearing this, Mr. Li smiled meaningfully, then turned to Jiang Tianqin and said, "You have found a good son-in-law. The old man has taken over the job. But I will decide the style." Hearing this, Jiang Tianqin was overjoyed and said happily, "Old man, thank you then. A set of 200,000 yuan, please pay a deposit first." Mr. Li continued. "No problem." Jiang Tianqin quickly took out 100,000 cash from his bag and put it on the table. "Old man, is 100,000 enough? If not, I will get it again." "Okay, that's it." Mr. Li waved his hand, "Pick up the clothes in 10 days. Aren't you going to take your measurements?" Shu Jiangyue reminded. "No." Jiang Tianqin explained with a smile, "The old man has a pair of piercing eyes, and he can estimate other people's sizes at a glance. Sharp. Okay, let's go quickly, I have to think about it carefully." Seeing that Mr. Li was impatient, Jiang Tianqin quickly took Gao Yan and his daughter to leave, otherwise it would be bad if he angered the old man. In the car, Shu Jiangyue whispered, "Mom, have Mr. Li's charges always been so expensive? 2 sets of clothes cost 400,000 yuan. Even though her family's financial situation was good and her boyfriend was extremely rich, she still felt it was a bit expensive." "Expensive?" Jiang Tianqin shook his head, "It's not expensive at all. I'm sure that the material cost of the 2 sets of clothes that the old man made for Xiao Gao will not be less than 400,000. Just those 2 sets of clothes. If you resell them, you will encounter someone who knows the goods. Yes, even 1 million. People will think it's a profit. So exaggerated?" Shu Jiangyue exclaimed, "What other materials are so expensive? 2 sets of clothes cost 400,000. You really think that only foreign luxuries can be found? Compared with the luxuries in our country, those abroad are nothing. For example, our top-grade Sichuan brocade in the southwest is worth tens of thousands per meter, and Rui fabrics are worth tens of thousands per meter. Almost more than 60,000. And more." Jiang Tianqin gave several examples, one after another, which made classmate Xiaoxue stunned. Even Gao Yan called for more knowledge. At this time, Jiang Tianqin changed the topic to Gao Yan. "Xiao Gao is trying his best today. If you weren't so outstanding in body shape and temperament, I'm afraid that no matter how much money I give, the old man wouldn't be willing to make clothes for you. Thanks to my aunt for bringing me here, otherwise, I wouldn't have seen Mr. Li." Everyone carried the sedan chair, and Gao Yan also paid timely compliments to his future mother-in-law. Noon. The 3 of them ate outside. After the meal, we went to the vegetable market to buy a lot of vegetables and went back to make dinner. When approaching the community, Gao Yan glanced slightly. A van was found parked near the community. Golden eyes activated. I saw the 2 strong men who were in the same car with Han Fei yesterday. Back home. Put the ingredients in the refrigerator first. Jiang Tianqin said, "I'm going to take a nap first, you can play. Honey, let's take a nap too." When his mother entered the bedroom, classmate Xiaoxue pulled Gao Yan towards his bedroom. 10 minutes later, classmate Xiaoxue stopped Gao Yan's further actions and said with a smile, "Husband, you can't, it's not good if Mom finds out." Upon hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but glared at her. "No, why are you flirting with me? Why, you just set the fire, not put it out." "Yes, Classmate Xiaozhua nodded seriously, isn't it possible? And Gao Yan suddenly realized that Xiaozhua was a bad student and was deliberately teasing him. Baby, if you dare to tease me, don't you know the consequences? Gao Yan said viciously. Husband, don't be angry, I have a solution. As soon as he finished speaking, classmate Xiaozhua suddenly shrank into the cold quilt. Final. Gao Yan still didn't spend much time with Xiaozhua. After classmate Xiaozhua fell asleep, he sneaked back to the guest room. If his future mother-in-law is so kind to him, he must be sensible. Gao Yan didn't feel much sleepy when he returned to the guest room. I checked with my golden eyes and found that the two strong men were still squatting in the car outside the community. He was sure that these two strong men were mostly ordered by Han Fei. Do you want to find an opportunity to beat him up? Just then, he received a request to add friends on WeChat. She looks like a beautiful woman. But Gao Yan ignored it. And at this moment, in a hotel, Han Fei was hugging a young and beautiful girl and asked, "Are you going to add me?" The girl said, "Not yet." After a few more minutes, Han Fei became impatient. "You haven't added it yet?" The girl said, "Then I will send another friend request." Gao Yan, on the other hand, frowned slightly and thought, "Xiaohong, let's see. Who added me as a friend?" Red Emperor, boss, please wait. 2 minutes later, Hong Wanghui reported, "Boss, the girl who added you is called Li Hui. She is currently in room 508 of the Jinyang Hotel with your high school classmate Han Fei." According to my speculation, the two of them had extremely intimate behavior. Moreover, this Li Hui borrowed a lot of online loans and is currently being urged by people from the online loan company to pay them back. After listening to the Red Emperor's report, Gao Yan couldn't help but look thoughtful, and then accepted Li Hui's friend request. He wanted to see what Han Fei wanted to do, and asked the Red Emperor to monitor the conversation between the two. Li Hui's online name is a little Hui Hui. Knowing that the other party had bad intentions, Gao Yan took the initiative to send a message, "Who are you?" Ichijo Zio Hui Hui, "Hello, little brother, I just added it casually." Seeing the other party's reply, Gao Yan couldn't help but sneer secretly. Even if he didn't know the other party's identity in advance, he wouldn't believe the other party's lame reasons. Then, he pretended not to know the other person's identity and started chatting with the other person. With the active catering of both parties, the two of them became more and more speculative as they chatted. Li Hui even deliberately sent a few seductive photos to Gao Yan. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan used data eyes on Li Hui's photos. The other party has good looks and figure. The appearance is 87 points, the figure is 85 points, but the specialness is only 59 points. Seeing the special value of 59 points, Gao Yan's expression became a little strange. The special point of 60 is the red line of health. Once it drops by 60 points, it means the tool is poisonous, so please use it with caution. The Red Emperor speculated that Han Fei and Li Hui had just had an extremely close relationship, which meant that Han Fei was probably poisoned. Thinking of this, Gao Yan couldn't help but have a look of gloating on his face. Chatted for a while. Gao Yan took the initiative to end the chat. Other side. Li Hui put down her cell phone and said to Han Fei, who was playing on the computer in the room, "Master Fei, I had a pretty good chat with that guy. We only need to chat 2 more times, and then we can ask him out to meet." "Well done." Han Fei, who had just finished fighting a handful of Warcraft, praised, "In this way, I will transfer you 500 yuan, and when you ask him out, I will give you another 2,000 yuan. When the matter is completed, I will give you 20,000 yuan. Master Fei, thank you, I love you so much. Li Hui's eyes lit up, and she flew down from the bed, jumped directly into Han Fei's arms, and gave him a sweet kiss. Naturally, Han Fei would not be polite to the beautiful woman's embrace. Besides, he paid for it, so if you don't play, it's nothing. When the couple started making out, the Red Emperor promptly conveyed the news to Gao Yan. Although the conversation between the two did not reveal much, but Gao Yan has almost analyzed how Han Fei plans to target him. Most likely she wanted to ask him out through Li Hui, then give him a fairy dance. He has a girlfriend, so even if someone cheats on him, he probably won't dare to tell anyone about it and will have to suffer the consequences of being dumb. Now that we already know the other party's plan, Gao Yan had no interest in following the other party's plan, let alone getting in touch with a special 59 woman. However, Han Fei wanted to plot against him, so he couldn't let this guy go easily. Xiao Hong, hack into Han Fei's mobile phone to see if he has a girlfriend. If so, send a message to his girlfriend and ask her to go to the hotel to catch him. Red Emperor, okay, boss. Now, Wang Yuwei was having afternoon tea with two of her best friends. But she was a little absent-minded. She hadn't seen Han Fei since she was in the cinema yesterday. She also called the other party several times and sent many WeChat messages and offered to see him. They were all rejected by him. Faintly, she felt that something was wrong with her boyfriend. She received an anonymous text message, Miss Wang Yuwei, your boyfriend Han Fei is in room 508 of Jinyang Hotel, and there is a beautiful girl in there. Wang Yuwei frowned when she saw this text message. Immediately the call started to be made. But the message is that it cannot be connected. For a moment, her face became a little ugly. Yuwei, what's wrong with you? Her best friend noticed that something was wrong with her face and asked. Look. Wang Yuwei handed the text message to her two best friends. Yuwei, who sent this to you? I don't know, this number can't be reached. Then you call Han Fei now. Yes. Wang Yuwei nodded quickly and dialed Han Fei's number. But no one answered. I tried it several times but it's still the same. Don't answer the phone. Wang Yuwei said very depressed. If you don't answer the phone, there must be something wrong. Best friend A snorted coldly. That's right, didn't that text message say that he was at the Jinyang Hotel? Let's go and catch him right away. Best friend B suggested. This? Wang Yuwei hesitated. What are you still thinking about? Do you want to let that scumbag go? Yes, go quickly. If that's the case, break up with him. Instigated by two best friends, Wang Yuwei decided to catch the rapist. The three girls left the tea restaurant and took a taxi straight to the Jinyang Hotel. 10 minutes later, the three women appeared at the Jinyang Hotel and took the elevator to the 5th floor. Soon, they found room 508. Wang Yuwei quickly put her ear to the door and listened. The sound insulation of this hotel is not good. So as soon as he put it on, there was a burst of red-faced male and female voices. Damn it. Wang Yuwei's face became extremely gloomy. The two best friends also put their ears to it and also heard the sound coming from the room. Yuwei, call that scumbag again. Wang Yuwei, whose eyes were red with anger, dialed Han Fei's number angrily. And then a familiar ringtone came from the room. As soon as she heard the ringtone, Wang Yuwei was almost certain that it was Han Fei in the room, because she had set the ringtone for Han Fei herself. The furious Wang Yuwei kicked the door directly and shouted, "Han Fei, get out of here." But Gao Yan, who had been watching the live broadcast through Red Emperor, couldn't help but chuckle. At the same time, he was coming here quickly, because he was planning how to deal with Han Fei. 10 marriage cards were found in the corner of the system space. This card can be used by 2 people. After using it, the 2 people will quickly fall in love and fall in love with each other, which lasts for a week. Isn't Li Hui's special 59 points? He must have just gotten sick. If Han Fei communicated with her less often, he might not be infected. Therefore, the 2 have to communicate more often. It would be best if Han Fei also gets sick. When Gao Yan arrived at the Jinyang Hotel, in room 508, Wang Yuwei and 2 of her best friends were beating Li Hui in a group. And Han Fei was standing aside silently. Use the marriage card, and use it on Han Fei and Li Hui. The next moment, Gao Yan had an extra card in his hand. After specifying the target to use, the card turned into 2 pink rays of light and submerged into Han Fei and Li Hui's bodies, respectively. Han Fei, who was silent at first. After seeing Li Hui being beaten, I felt a strong sense of guilt and distress in my heart, and I couldn't help shouting, "You all, stop it." Needless to say next, Wang Yuwei fell out with Han Fei directly, said, "Han Fei, we are done," and quickly left the hotel with her 2 best friends. "Shall we, are you okay?" Han Fei didn't care at all about Wang Yuwei's proposal to break up, but quickly rushed forward to help Li Hui up. "Brother Fei, I'm fine," Li Hui said with a sense of grievance. "Bitch man and woman." When Wang Yuwei walked to the door and saw this scene, her lungs almost exploded with anger. Soon, Gao Yan, who was sitting in the hotel lobby, saw 3 women walking out of the elevator angrily. One of the girls was still wiping tears while the other 2 girls were persuading. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan threw a data eye at the 3 girls, respectively. Among them, Wang Yuwei has the highest appearance score, with 81 points. Surprisingly, the special score is still 100. That is to say, Han Fei hasn't gotten started yet. For a moment, Gao Yan suddenly had an idea, whether he should get this Wang Yuwei and take him to stimulate Han Fei. But he immediately rejected the idea. As a human being, you still have to stick to your bottom line. Wang Yuwei was just Han Fei's girlfriend and was not involved in the plan against him. A completely innocent man. This is his grudge with Han Fei, why bother involving outsiders? Watching Wang Yuwei and her 2 best friends leave the hotel in a hurry, Gao Yan also stood up and walked out of the hotel. Star Entertainment. President's office. Li Chaonan's eyes slowly swept over the 2 directors and 2 screenwriters. These 2 directors and 2 screenwriters are currently the best in the company. Of the 3 songs Gao Yan gave him last night, the song "Past Things" has been confirmed to be sung by the company's singer Yu Feifei, with music director Pei Yuanfeng serving as the producer. The other 2 songs were given to 2 singers, 1 male and 1 female. However, the song "Past Times" is the top priority. Let them be familiar with the song first, and then release these 2 songs after past events is released. As for that S-level TV drama script, Li Chaonan also read it and thought it was wonderfully written. But he is not a professional. Therefore, after arriving at the company today, I asked my secretary to make several copies of the script and give them to the company's 2 directors and screenwriters for review. Now that you've finished reading the script, tell us what you think. Li Chaonan spoke calmly. Mr. Li, this script is really great. I apply to be the director of this drama. Wei Gudao, one of the two directors, couldn't wait to invite Ying Dao. Another director, Song Jilong, saw that Wei Gudao didn't care about martial arts, so he couldn't care less about being reserved. Old Wei, I remember that. Your previous works were all costume dramas, but this drama is a modern fashion drama, which happens to be what I am best at. This is the first of our company's TV series, so we can't be careless, so it's safer to leave it to me. After all, what I'm best at is modern fashion dramas. Wei Gudao became anxious when he heard this, and quickly explained, Mr. Li. Although my previous works are all costume dramas, it does not mean that I can only film costume dramas, and the scripts are very detailed. Even if I don't film with experience in fashion dramas, I am sure to succeed in this drama. But I can take better pictures. Song Jilong sneered. Fart, which of your previous works is as popular as mine? Okay. Seeing that the two directors were about to continue arguing, Li Chaonan interrupted them with a wave of his hand, and then looked at the two screenwriters. Tell me what you think. In fact, the excellence of this TV series can already be determined from the attitudes of the two directors. It was just as he expected. The two screenwriters also highly praised the script, especially the screenwriter of this drama, and asked Li Chaonan to help introduce him. Since the script is so excellent, then start the project. Anyway, Star Entertainment is not short of money. And there are many characters in this drama. Soon, news that the company was planning to film a TV series spread within Star Entertainment. It is said that directors Wei Gudao and Song Jilong are very optimistic about this drama and are vying to be the director. In a high-end apartment, the assistant knocked on the door and came in. She said to Qin Yusin, who was studying acting, Sister Yusin, I just got news from Xingchen Entertainment. They are about to launch a TV series. It is said that the script of this TV series is very well written. Wei Gudao and Song Jilong, the director, almost got into a fight over the right to direct this drama. Since I want to enter the entertainment industry, Qin Yusin is naturally no stranger to certain directors in the entertainment industry. Director Wei Gudao is in his early 40s. He is a director who is good at shooting costume dramas. His current works include The Phoenix Seeks the Phoenix, The Prince of the East Palace, and The Swordsman Comes Out of the Mountain. Among them, The Phoenix Seeks the Phoenix is an ancient puppet show, The Prince of the East Palace is a plot drama, and The Swordsman Comes Out is an ancient costume martial arts drama. Although none of these three dramas ranked first in ratings, they were all on satellite TV and ranked second or third in ratings at the time. The click-through rate on major online platforms is also not low. Among them, Feng Qiu Huang has a click-through rate of no less than 3 billion across the entire network. The other two dramas also have nearly 2 billion hits across the entire network. Moreover, these three dramas have made many actors famous. Therefore, Wei Gudao is still quite famous in the TV drama circle. As for Song Jilong, he directed 2 TV series. Although in terms of ratings and online clicks, it is not as good as Wei Gudao. But Song Jilong's 2 dramas are both niche dramas. One is a suspense drama, and the other is an urban business war. Qin Yusin has watched both dramas and thinks they are very good. When she was filming with Jing Xiaoyu on the set before, it was because she and Jing Xiaoyu got close. Therefore, several actresses on the crew were interested in making friends with her. My assistant also made friends with several actress assistants. Otherwise, the assistant would not be able to get the news that Star Entertainment has a new drama so quickly. Since directors Wei Gudao and Song Jilong are very optimistic about this drama, it means that the quality of this drama is good if she can join this drama. But she is not a contracted artist of Xingchen Entertainment now. It's not easy to get roles. If you want to get a role, you have to go through Jing Xiaoyu. Either start with Gao Yan. But she had already obtained a supporting role in a movie through Jing Xiaoyu, and she was a little embarrassed to continue looking for Jing Xiaoyu. As for Gao Yan, he was even more elusive. It was difficult to even meet him. Not to mention getting a role from him. What's more, Gao Yan seemed to dislike her, and she was not from his company. So why would he give her a role? Sister Yusin, why don't you try to find Sister Xiaoyu, maybe you can get a role? The assistant suggested. This? Chen Yusin hesitated. Sister Yusin, this is a rare opportunity. The assistant reminded, both directors are so optimistic about it. As long as you participate in this drama, even if you are only the third or fourth female role, you can audition for other crews in the future. This is also a good qualification. After hearing what the assistant said, Chen Yusin gritted her teeth. Okay, let's go see Xiaoyu. Platinum Palace number 1. Jing Xiaoyu is reading a script. Li Chaonan sent her the script in the morning. After all, this is Brother Yan's girlfriend. There are also many female roles in this script. Even if Jing Xiaoyu can't support the first and second female roles, she can still be the third and fourth female roles. So, he gave the script to Jing Xiaoyu in advance, asked her to choose a role, and then trained her acting skills in a targeted manner. It's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Putting down the script, Jing Xiaoyu suddenly realized that it was already afternoon without realizing it. She didn't feel it just now when she was immersed in the story, but now after reading the script, she suddenly felt her stomach rebelling. It was too late to cook for herself. She immediately called the property management and asked them to send her a meal. While eating, she sent a WeChat message to Gao Yan, husband, Mr. Li gave me a TV drama script this morning, do you think I should take it? Gao Yan, who was on his way back to his house, saw this WeChat message. Did he ask you to play which role? Yubao, no, he just gave me the script, but I don't think I can play the first and second female roles. Gao Yan, your acting skills really can't support the first and second female roles. I think the third female role, Su Xiaoxiao, is more suitable for you. You can try it. This script was provided by Gao Yan, so he is naturally very familiar with the characters in the script. When Gao Yan opened the door with the key, it was found that mother and daughter Jiang Tianqin and Shui Jianyue were watching TV on the sofa. Brother Yan, where have you been? I went out for a while, because of something unexpected. While talking, Gao Yan changed his shoes, came to sit down next to classmate Xiao Zhua, and watched TV with his mother and daughter in a polite manner. Unconsciously, the time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The future mother-in-law moved to the kitchen to prepare dinner for everyone. But at 5:30, Shui Jinsen called. There was a problem with the investment in a project in the district, and he had to negotiate with the investors. Jiang Tianqin didn't have anything to do with this. After all, this was her husband's job. However, Gao Yan quietly gave the Red Emperor an order to see what went wrong with the project that the father-in-law mentioned. The Red Emperor did not disappoint Gao Yan. Relevant information about this project was quickly sent to his email. Click to view the information. Gao Yan understood what was going on. It turns out that there is a large textile factory in the area that the future father-in-law will dominate, with more than 5,000 workers in the textile factory. But in recent years, the textile factory has suffered losses every year, and in the past 3 months it has been unable to even pay wages. In addition, the textile factory still owes more than 200 million in bank loans. Once the textile factory goes bankrupt, not only will the bank loans be repaid, more than 5,000 workers will also lose their jobs. Naturally, the city did not want to see the textile factory go bankrupt. So, let the district find a solution. The best way is to find one or several investors to invest in textile factories. After half a month of hard work, the district's investment promotion bureau did find an investor from Fujian province. The other party also promised to invest 100 million and said that it would purchase a batch of brand new textile machinery and upgrade the entire textile factory. The district government takes this matter very seriously. In the future, my father-in-law would personally take charge of this matter. As a result, 2 days ago, on the eve of the signing, the investor suddenly made 2 conditions. First, he needs to borrow 80 million from a local bank. Secondly, after taking shares, the textile factory will be moved to the suburbs, and the original site of the textile factory will be sold to another real estate company for 180 million. Naturally, Shi Wen Zi would not agree to these 2 conditions. The total investment was only 100 million, but a loan of 80 million was needed. Isn't this a typical empty-handed thing? As for the second condition, it is even more excessive. Obviously, this investor came for the original land of the textile factory. The so-called investment in textile factories is simply a cover. Besides, even if he agreed, it was impossible for the city to agree. Therefore, he wants to persuade investors, hoping that they will stop thinking about land and seriously build a textile factory. Now that I know that my father-in-law will be in trouble in the future, Gao Yan is not short of money. So, he planned to help his father-in-law. But he couldn't show up. It just so happened that biological people Feng Bing and Chen Shui had already established an investment company. So, he sent a message to Feng Bing. Ask her to immediately contact her future father-in-law's secretary to express her investment intention. Now, Shi Wen Zi had already arrived at Jinfu Hotel by car. The investors haven't arrived yet. They were waiting in the hotel lobby. At this time, Shi Wen Zi's secretary Wen Yuan's phone rang. Soon after hanging up the phone, Wen Yuan walked to Shi Wen Zi and whispered, "Boss, someone named Bingshui Investment Company just called me. They seem to be very interested in the textile factory project, and they will have their meeting tomorrow. The boss will personally come to Jiangsu to have an interview with us." Upon hearing this, Shi Wen Zi couldn't help but feel happy, but he did not show it. He said in a deep voice, "Reply to them and welcome them to inspect. Also, immediately arrange for someone to investigate this ice and snow investment to see if they are what's the origin. Good leadership." Wen Yuan walked aside to make arrangements. Shi Wen Zi fell into deep thought. He had a hunch that tonight's negotiations with investors from Fujian province would not go smoothly, because he has already seen through the other person's mind. It was for the land where the textile factory was located. There was no plan to run the textile factory well. If the other party really wants to run a good textile factory, even if the land is given to them, he will try his best to broker this cooperation. But the other party has no intention of running a good textile factory. Investing in the textile factory is just a cover. Once the land is obtained, they will not care about the life and death of the textile factory. As time passed, it was already 5 minutes beyond the agreed time. Boss, do you want to make a phone call to urge me? Office Director Chen Qing asked cautiously. No, just wait. Shi Wen Zi waved his hand. He knew that the investor was late on purpose to put pressure on him. After waiting for another 25 minutes, the investor finally arrived. When they arrived, they apologized, seemed sincere, and claimed that there was a traffic jam on the road. This made Chen Qing unable to react. As for Shi Wen Zi, he sneered in his heart. Even if he was stuck in traffic, he didn't know to call in advance. It was obvious that this was an excuse to deal with them. And Shi Wen Zi's impression of investors was even worse. 9 p.m. Shi Wen Zi returned home. How's it going? Did the negotiation go smoothly? Jiang Tianqin asked. The other drunkard doesn't care about drinking. Shi Wen Zi said calmly, they came here for the land of the textile factory. As for investing in the textile factory, it is just a cover. If they are really allowed to take over, the final result of the textile factory will still be bankruptcy. Then what are your plans? Jiang Tianqin asked again. We won't let them succeed anyway. After all, the textile factory affects more than 5,000 families. Shi Wen Zi said lightly that Wen Yuan had already found out the background of Bingshui Investment. This is an investment company in Nandu with a registered capital of 1 billion. But he was very surprised that the other party was interested in a textile factory. Faintly, he felt that this investment company might have something to do with his future son-in-law. Under Jiang Tianqin's service, Shi Wen Zi washed his face, drank a cup of hot tea, and then changed into a set of home clothes. He came to the guest room. After knocking on the door, it was my baby girl who opened the door. Dad, are you okay? Classmate Xiaozhua asked. Suddenly, Laozhua's heart twitched. I'll talk to Xiao Gao. After a while, the study room. Xiao Gao, do you know that Bingshui invests in this company? Shi Wen Zi stared at Gao Yan and asked. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan was shocked. My father-in-law was so perceptive that he discovered that Bingshui investment was related to him so quickly. But think about it, if my father-in-law didn't have a keen sense of smell, he wouldn't be in the position he is today. So, he nodded, Uncle Zhua, this company has nothing to do with me on the surface. All the money he injected into Bingshui investment went through the system account. Even if someone wants to investigate, nothing can be found. Then what are your plans? Laozhua asked again. Gao Yan said, upgrade the manufacturing process and revitalize the textile factory. Real? Laozhua looked happy. Uncle Zhua, do I dare to lie to you? 2. Laozhua smiled, Uncle Zhua is not a pedantic person. As long as you revitalize the textile factory, that land will be yours from now on. Uncle Zhua, I have no idea about that land. Gao Yan secretly cursed the old fox. He was testing him to see if he was also interested in that piece of land. To be honest, real estate is very profitable, but Gao Yan really doesn't like it because the return on investment is too slow. With Red Emperor helping him make money on US stocks, why should he bother with real estate? Are you sure you're not interested? Laozhua stared at Gao Yan, as if he wanted to see through Gao Yan. Okay, Uncle Zhua, we don't need to play these tricks. Gao Yan said speechlessly. Immediately, Lao Shua's expression became a little embarrassed. He was used to it and used the official tactics on his future son-in-law. But this kid is also a little fox, and he can see through his mind instantly. Shua's house, study room. Xiao Gao, are you confident in revitalizing the textile factory? No. Gao Yan shook his head. Bingshui Investment is just a pure investment company and has no experience in managing a company. Moreover, we don't know much about the situation of the textile factory now. However, after taking over, we can first find problems and then analyze the entire textile factory. The factory is undergoing rectification. The decline of textile factories today is not only due to backward machinery. There must be other problems as well. However, machinery is the best solution to the problem. As long as you have money, you may not be able to buy production equipment. But 5,000 workers can't wait that long. It doesn't matter. Gao Yan waved his hand. As long as the stock purchase is settled, we can pay the salary back first. The wages of more than 5,000 workers are not a small amount of money. Lao Shua reminded. Even if a worker's average salary is 3,000, 1 month's salary is 15 million. And 3 months is 45 million. Previously, he had negotiated with Fujian Investment to repay part of his salary first. After the textile mills see results, they will slowly pay additional wages. After all, upgrading factory equipment also costs money. If all the money is used to pay wages, how can it be used to buy equipment? Uncle Zhua, don't worry, money is not an issue. Gao Yan said nonchalantly, we can invest more. The registered capital of Bingshui Investment is 1 billion. If 100 million is not enough, invest 200 million. If 200 million is not enough, then invest 300 million. Such a big tone? Lao Zhua was a little shocked. Xiao Gao's matter is not as simple as you think. First of all, the textile factory owes 200 million to the bank. Besides, there is more than 100 million. At present, the most valuable thing about the textile factory is the piece of land. But the value of that piece of land does not exceed 200 million at most. As for the factory's equipment, which is relatively backward, it cannot be sold at a price of more than 10 million at most. Therefore, on the surface, the textile factory is in a state of negative investment. If it were not considered, if it is difficult to relocate more than 5,000 workers, the textile factory will go bankrupt long ago. The investors in Fujian province plan to invest 100 million, and we plan to give up 70% of the shares and help them get loans from banks. Unfortunately, their real purpose is just for that piece of land. There are no plans to revitalize textile factories. To be honest, as long as the textile factory can be revitalized, it doesn't matter if the land is given to them. Then what does Uncle Zhua think I should do? After listening to Lao Zhua's words, Gao Yan suddenly felt that he had taken things for granted and his understanding of the textile factory was too one-sided. It's true that he has money, but he can't be taken advantage of, right? The textile factory is in a state of negative capital. He only needs to invest 100 million to get 70% of the shares. There is no way he can invest 200 million. Lao Zhua said, let's follow the original plan, invest 100 million, and pay workers 1 month's salary first. At that time, our government can also help with some loans and use the money to upgrade equipment. As long as we turn losses into profits, we will. If the textile factory moves out of the city, the land can be sold or used for development. Okay, just do what Uncle Zhua said. Gao Yan nodded. That night, after seeing off classmate Xiaoxua, Gao Yan clicked on another document and started reading it. This is the information the Red Emperor collected about Han Fei's father. Han Fei's father is Han Hoqing, who works in engineering. All the net worth added up is about 50 million. In the past 2 years, he had curried favor with the boss of a real estate company and given him several good projects. Han Hoqing started his business by opening a sand field and a quarry. People who work in building materials generally don't have very clean butts. After all, the investment is small and the income is high. Reproducibility is relatively strong. But the building materials pie is only so big, and they will definitely have to compete with each other for the market. How to fight for it? Either one party brings people to defeat the other party and force the other party to withdraw. Either it will cause a stumbling block for the other party, causing the other party to break the contract and lose everything. At the beginning, in order to seize the market, Han Hoqing would even kill himself, and it was said that there were still lives on his hands. Fortunately, Han Hoqing knew that opening sand fields and stone quarries was not a long-term solution. After making money, he decisively changed his career and purchased a batch of excavators, bulldozers, and trucks to start working on construction sites. Today, Han Hoqing's annual profit is at least 5 to 6 million. Xiao Hong, can you collect evidence of Han Hoqing's crime? Gao Yan asked. Red Emperor, boss, this is very difficult. After all, when Han Hoqing opened the sand field and stone quarry in those years, there were no cameras at all. The information I have collected is all from Daotu. Over the years, the other party has become very cautious. Even if force is needed, he will not take action himself. Instead, his apprentice Ma Chang will take action. Therefore, even if something happens, his apprentice Ma Chang will be responsible for it. Forget it, if there is no evidence, there is no evidence. Gao Yan suddenly smiled. He made things complicated and got into trouble with his thinking. He is not an ordinary person. Why bother using ordinary people's machinations to trick people? He is a powerful Danjin warrior. Although it is not possible to slap Han Fei to death, there is still no problem in using his own strength to teach Han Fei a profound lesson. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan activated his golden eyes. Then he found Han Fei, who was sleeping soundly with Li Hui in his arms at the Jinyang Hotel. Summon any door. Place one of the coordinates into room 508. Open any door and step in with Gao Yan. Then, his figure appeared in room 508. Come to the bed. He reached out and tapped Han Fei twice, and then returned to the arbitrary door again. With those 2 fingers, Han Fei's 2 kidneys will have huge lesions in the future. Although not fatal. But he will never be a normal person for the rest of his life, and even a kidney transplant will be useless, because Gao Yan has destroyed the meridians that deliver nutrients to his kidneys. Kidneys without nutritional supplements will gradually dry up and eventually lose their function completely. A night of silence. Early next morning. When Han Fei woke up, he felt a slight tingling pain in his waist. But he didn't take it seriously. I thought I overworked myself last night. Soon. Li Hui also woke up. The two had breakfast in the hotel in an intimate manner. Han Fei decided to take Li Hui to buy some clothes and cosmetics. Brother Fei, are you still going to hook up with that Gao Yan? Li Hui asked cautiously. No. Han Fei said decisively that now he felt that he had fallen deeply in love with Li Hui. Out of a man's possessiveness, how could he allow his woman to Hook up with other men? After thinking about it, Han Fei added, you don't have to worry about this anymore. I will arrange for others to do it. Also, delete his WeChat. Okay then, I will listen to Brother Fei. Li Hui said obediently. While Li Hui was choosing clothes in the store, Han Fei dialed Ma Yong's number. Brother Yong, Li Hui is my girlfriend now. You need to find someone else to implement our plan. Upon hearing the news, Ma Yong was speechless and asked tentatively, Master Fei, are you serious? Of course, I think Xiao Wei is my rightful daughter. Han Fei said affectionately. Okay. On the other end of the phone, Ma Yong hesitated to speak, but in the end he did not tell what happened between Li Hui and his younger brother. Han Fei asked him before if he had ever touched Li Hui. His answer was no. But there was one thing he didn't say. He had never touched it, but his younger brother had, and there was more than one younger brother. Now Li Hui has become Han Fei's girlfriend. Those who have had relations with Li Hui must be told to keep their mouths shut. It would be bad if the matter didn't reach Han Fei's ears. The future father-in-law is also preparing to welcome the arrival of Feng Bing, the president of another investor, Bing Shiwei Investment. These 2 days, Shui Jinsen's prestige was also affected to a certain extent because of the setback in negotiations with investors from Fujian province. Some people even want to use this matter to attack Comrade Lao Zhua. Unexpectedly, before they could take action, Lao Zhua actually hooked up with a new investor. That morning, Comrade Lao Zhua personally guided people from Bing Shiwei Investment to visit the textile factory. The agreement was officially signed in the afternoon. Bing Shiwei Investment acquired 70% of the shares of Jinyang Textile Factory for 100 million. After the agreement is signed, Jinyang Textile Factory immediately announced that it would repay workers 1 month's salary overnight, and the other 2 months would be repaid in September. In a certain hotel, Min Yuesheng, an investor from Fujian province, looked confused. Where did this ICE investment come from? The inspection was conducted on the same day, the contract was signed on the same day, and the workers were paid back wages overnight. This move of cutting through the mess with a sharp knife immediately stunned him. He was still thinking about how to put pressure on Shui Jinsen, but he didn't expect that he would hook up with another investment company very quickly. Damn it, the rocket can't even lift off so fast. Min Yuesheng cursed in frustration and anger. Boss, what should we do now? The assistant asked cautiously. Ganyang. You ask me, I will ask who to go to. Min Yu cursed angrily. He has made an agreement with a real estate company. As soon as the textile factory is obtained, he will sell the textile factory to the real estate company for 180 million. The real estate company seemed to have nothing to do with him, but in fact, it was secretly controlled by him. His team has calculated it. As long as a commercial housing complex is built on the land where the textile factory is located, the profit will be at least 1 billion yuan. As for what he paid? It seems that 100 million yuan was spent to invest in a textile factory, 80 million of which was a loan. As soon as the textile factory was acquired, it was moved to the suburbs, and the land left behind was sold to its own company at a low price. As for the textile factory, the worst possible outcome is bankruptcy. By then, his investment company could also go bankrupt. And real estate companies can make a lot of money. As for the unlucky ones, one is the textile factory and the workers, and the other is Shui Jinsen, who is leading the project. But now, all plans have come to nothing. Check, find out for me what the origin of that Bingshui investment is. It's time to seize the opportunity. I'll make that stinky woman pay the price. Min. Yuesheng roared ferociously. At the same time, Gao Yan met Feng Bing secretly in a box of a coffee shop. Are you sure that the textile factory will be revitalized? Feng Bing is a biological person and is 100% loyal to himself, so when he speaks loudly, he goes straight to the point. Feng Bing frowned and said, "We are still certain, but it will take time. We have already conducted a preliminary investigation of the textile factory. First of all, the textile factory is facing 4 major problems. First, the equipment of the textile factory is outdated. Secondly, product quality cannot keep up and market share is low. Secondly, the employees in the factory are disorganized and muddle along, and there are many who are freeloaders. Fourth, the management is unwilling to make progress. There are other problems that have not been discovered yet, and there are probably many. Also, because our investment company is a startup, we don't have enough manpower. It will take some time to officially take over the textile factory." Gao Yan frowned. "Then how long will it take for you to turn losses into profits?" "At least 3 months. Feng Bing said. "Okay, just go ahead and do it, the district government will support you." Gao Yan said. When Gao Yan returned to Zhuo's house, Lao Zhuo called him to the study again and talked for more than 2 hours. This made classmate Xiao Zhuo a little dissatisfied. That night, guest room, Gao Yan asked the Red Emperor. "Xiao Hong, how much did you earn?" Red Emperor, "Boss, the current book profit has reached 35 million US dollars. Gao Yan nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, come on." Red Emperor, "Boss, the market is going well tonight. If there are no accidents, the profit tonight will exceed 50 million US dollars. Gao Yan praised with satisfaction. "Keep up the good work and try to get the boss to find you a boss lady next year." Red Emperor. Early next morning, Jiang Tianqin finished her 2-day vacation and went back to work in Chengdu. Before leaving, Gao Yan was asked to play at home for a while. But Gao Yan had no nerve to stay. He said that he had to go back to Nandu today because the 3 large stores of his milk tea company were about to open. Listen to what Gao Yan said. Jiang Tianqin also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she already recognized Gao Yan as her son-in-law, she still didn't want to see him and her daughter messing around at home. "After sending away my mother-in-law," classmate Xiao Zhuo directly pulled Gao Yan into his room. "You want to leave?" "Yes, the milk tea shop is about to open, and I, as the boss, have to show up." Gao Yan spread his hands. "You can leave, but you have to satisfy me first." While talking, classmate Xiao Zhuo pushed Gao Yan onto the bed. "This is not easy." Gao Yan smiled confidently. 2 hours later, Gao Yan looked at Zhuo Jianyue, who was too tired to speak, took out a bottle of primary constitution gene medicine and drank it for her, then carried her to the bathroom. "Ah, why are there so many disgusting things coming out of me? Get out of here." After a while, a scream came from the bathroom, and then Zhuo Jianyue pushed Gao Yan out of the bathroom. Half an hour later, Xiao Zhuo walked out of the bathroom and sat on Gao Yan. "Husband, what did you give me to drink just now?" "Master secret medicine, can enhance physical fitness," Gao Yan said, and then he took out 2 bottles and handed them to Xiao Zhuo. "1 bottle for your parents, remember, don't leak it to outsiders." "Thank you husband." Xiaozhua gave a sweet kiss, because she had experienced the benefits of this secret medicine. Originally, Gao Yan planned to leave Jiangzhou by car. As a result, Xiaozhua, who took the genetic medicine, felt that it was okay. Again, so he accompanied her to have lunch before leaving Shua's house. So, he simply returned to Nandu through the arbitrary door. Then he took a taxi to Yujian Milk Tea Company. Sister Lin, how is the business? Gao Yan entered Lin Xiaoming's office and asked. Lin Xiaoming smiled and said, we opened at 8 o'clock in the morning. So far, the sales of the 3 stores have exceeded 100,000. By the way, I have an idea. Lin Xiaoming said, now, the 7 flavors of milk tea in the 3 stores are the same, and the remaining 1 different flavor is the characteristic of each store. Even so, only 10 flavors are used. What I mean is that every month, we will replace a new flavor of milk tea. We can also take the opportunity to promote it and make it the characteristic of our milk tea shop. What do you think? Gao Yan handed over all the 32 milk tea recipes to Lin Xiaoming. He was not worried that the other party would betray her. After all, it was he who saved Lin Xiaoming and her daughter from the water and fire. Besides, even if the other party betrayed him, he had a way to deal with the other party. Okay, Sister Lin, let's do it according to your idea. Gao Yan agreed directly. Okay, thank you for your support. By the way, the other 3 small milk tea shops can be closed. Lin Xiaoming said. How about this, close the stores in the 2 shopping malls, and keep the ones in the snack street? Gao Yan thought for a while and said. That's fine. Lin Xiaoming didn't insist, knowing that the manager of the milk tea shop in the snack street was Gao Yan's girlfriend. After talking about business, Gao Yan mentioned Lin Mower. Lin Xiaoming told Gao Yan that Lin Mower missed him as a brother and asked him to go see Mower when he was free. How about this, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Gao Yan said. Xingchen Entertainment. After 2 days, the song Past has been recorded. The fact that a song can be recorded in such a short time has a lot to do with Yu Feifei's singing skills. Li Chaonan has personally listened to the song and signed a publicity fee of 5 million to warm up and build momentum for the song's release. The song has been recorded. But there was a problem with that S-level TV series. The director was jointly served by Wei Gudao and Song Jilong, but the leading actress encountered a problem. Because there was no actress in the whole company who was suitable for this role. What should I do if the actress in the company is not suitable? Or let actresses from other companies audition? Or look for new people from film and television schools? The actress in this drama has a heavy role, and ordinary newcomers cannot handle this role. Because this show is so good. Both Wei Gudao and Song Jilong were a little picky about the female lead. Therefore, the best way is to choose actresses from other companies. But such a good drama finally helped others, and Li Chaonan was a little unwilling. He was so confused that he simply stopped worrying. Picked up the phone and dialed Gao Yan's number. Gao Yan was on his way to Xingchen Technology when he received a call from Li Chaonan. Mr. Li, do you have any advice? Brother Yan, do you still remember the script you sent me? The company has approved the project for this script, but now we encounter a problem. Li Chaonan said bluntly. What's the problem? None of the actresses in our company are suitable to play the leading female role. What a big deal, our company is not suitable, let's look for it from outside. But everyone in the company attaches great importance to this drama. Wouldn't It'd be too advantageous to use outsiders? Gao Yan smiled disapprovingly. Since I can produce such a good drama, I can also produce a second and third one in the future. Besides, isn't the entertainment industry about exchange of interests? Let's find the female lead. From outside. Li Chaonan, okay, I'll just listen to you. As a side note, when will you come to Magic City? My sister misses you very much. After ending the call, Li Chaonan immediately issued an order for the company to send audition invitations to actresses suitable for the leading role. As the saying goes, there are no secrets in the entertainment industry. When Star Entertainment was developing the TV series, the news had already spread. I know that Xingchen Entertainment attaches great importance to this drama. The investment will not be small either. Therefore, many companies have paid attention to it. Now, Star Entertainment is holding auditions. Many entertainment companies have taken action. Magic City. Inside a car. The manager excitedly said to Guan Zixin, Zixin, Xingchen Entertainment's new TV series is auditioning for the female lead. We happen to be in Shanghai, do you want to try it? Although Star Entertainment is a new company, no one dares to underestimate it. First of all, this company is formed by the integration of 3 companies, and these 3 companies have had considerable influence in the entertainment industry before. Secondly, Star Entertainment is very wealthy, and the general manager is the eldest son of the Li family. Everyone knows what kind of status the Li family holds in the Magic City. Therefore, even if this drama is a bad drama, everyone must rush to join it. This is a great opportunity to make friends with Xingchen Entertainment. Not to mention, the quality of this show is quite high. Is there a script? Guan Zixin asked. No. The agent shook his head, but Zixin, I heard that directors Wei Gudao and Song Jilong are vying to be the director of this drama. Both directors have good reputations. Based on this, the quality cannot be inferior. Secondly, Xingchen Entertainment originally planned to digest this drama internally, but they really did not have a suitable actress. This time they auditioned externally, but it also shows that Xingchen Entertainment attaches great importance to this drama and is particularly cautious in selecting actors. As for thirdly, the general manager of Xingchen Entertainment has a great background. Making friends with him will be of great benefit to your future development. With so many benefits, it's not my turn. Guan Zixin said thoughtfully. Don't underestimate yourself, you are now the new 4-star actress. The agent quickly praised, but don't be careless. I heard that Ma Shishir, Chen Tianer, and Yang Baobei are also interested in this drama, and have already left for the Magic City to audition. If you can defeat them, you can win this. As for the role, it will also be of great benefit to your reputation. Okay, let me try. Guan Zixin nodded. Okay, let's go to Xingchen Entertainment now. What about the variety show? Don't worry, I'll call them there. Today is just a meeting. It doesn't matter whether you go or not. The manager said disapprovingly that Guan Zixin was the biggest celebrity in that variety show, and it was not an official recording, so even if he didn't go there, it wouldn't have much impact. Other side. The assistant knocked on the door again and said to Qin Yusin, Sister Yusin, the TV series of Xingchen Entertainment is going to audition for the female lead. How is this possible? Qin Yusin exclaimed that she had already read the complete script from Jing Xiaoyu and knew how outstanding the female lead was. With such a good role, how could Xingchen Entertainment take advantage of people from other Companies. Sister Uxin, this is true. I heard that Xingchen Entertainment didn't have any suitable actors, so it only auditioned. The assistant explained, Sister Uxin, how about you try it too? I don't have a chance. Chen Yusin shook her head. After learning about the show, she went to meet Xing Xiaoyu. Although she didn't say it explicitly, she also hinted that she wanted a role. But Xing Xiaoyu pretended not to understand. Obviously, Xing Xiaoyu didn't want to help her get the role. She didn't resent Xing Xiaoyu because of this, after all, he had already helped her once. It is true that she and Xing Xiaoyu are best friends. But she knew very well that she and Xing Xiaoyu became best friends for a purpose. Therefore, this best friend relationship was not pure. Besides, the entertainment industry pays attention to resource exchange. Xing Xiaoyu can help her get the role, but what can she bring to Xing Xiaoyu? It's true that she is Huyu's first sister. But Xing Xiaoyu's popularity is no worse than hers. As for the entertainment industry, her boyfriend is the boss of Xingchen Entertainment. If her acting skills were not bad, she would have no problem playing the leading female role. Get rid of the assistant. Chen Yusin had no intention to practice her acting skills. She took out her phone and browsed the news silently. But she found that several first-line actresses rushed to Shanghai to audition, and she became more and more disappointed, but she was reluctant in her heart. She knew that this was a great opportunity. If she seized this opportunity, she might become famous overnight. Unfortunately, she couldn't. Unless that night, Gao Yan invited Lin Xiaomin and her daughter to eat hot pot at Brothers Hot Pot restaurant. Then he met Qinghao again. Brother Yan, you are playing more and more, a queen and a mixed-blood lowly. Qinghao joked with a lewd look on his face. Shut your stinky mouth, they are mother and daughter. Gao Yan said speechlessly. Oh my God, mother and daughter, Brother Yan, it seems that I underestimated you. Fuck. Gao Yan laughed out of anger, knowing that he couldn't explain it to Qing Hao, so he changed the subject and said, how are your branches? Hee, the progress is very good. Qing Hao raised his eyebrows. Currently, 7 stores have been acquired in Hanyang, Hanzhong and Yuanyang. 3 of them are almost finished and can be opened in 3 days. The other 4 will probably have to wait for a week. Then congratulations, your business is getting bigger and bigger. Do you regret it? Or you can invest in it? Qing Hao laughed. Forget it, you should do it yourself. I have my own business. Gao Yan shook his head. Well, come to me anytime when you figure it out. Qing Hao said. After chatting with Gao Yan for a while, Qing Hao returned to his office. Tang Yi saw Qing Hao and asked quickly, how is it? Qing Hao shook his head and said with some dissatisfaction, I've said it before, Brother Yan won't agree. Cousin, I advise you to put away those thoughts. Ah. Tang Yi sighed deeply, we were short-sighted at the beginning. At the beginning, she thought Gao Yan was a poor boy, but she never thought that Gao Yan was not a poor boy at all, but a giant crocodile hidden in shallow water. It's a pity that she thought Gao Yan would take advantage of Qing Hao, forcing the other party to sign the transfer agreement and set a penalty of 100 million. Now she wants to curry favor with him, but he doesn't give her face.